Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The guy opens his mouth, they say that 3 days have passed. He looks at his bed, saying that he still can't believe it, and he's screwed. He looks at his huge cottage, they say that he is in a real novel, and this phenomenon is usually called obsession. He recalls a site with novels, where the genre and age are indicated with the tops of that week, saying that it would seem that this is happening in the world of Manhwa. A guy with blonde hair and blue eyes sits in shock, they say that he is here now, and he could not think that this would happen to him. The sun shines brightly on the cottage. The guy steps on the floor. He reaches his hands towards his blue eyes, talking about his appearance. He grabs his torso, saying that this belly is sticking out. And this guy looks in the mirror while the system window appears in front of him, saying that he doesn't understand anything. He looks at the system window with his general data, saying that these letters do not disappear from sight even when he rubs his eyes. And they say that his name is Larson. He has no abilities and no combat indicators, saying that he feels like he's going crazy now and at least 9 years later. He remembers the huge number of people gathered outside the houses as the sky turned red. And the way he was chained to the guillotine, they say that he was killed by his own brother, presenting it as an accident. Larson sleeps. They talk about what is obvious on the first day. He opens his eyes in surprise. He jumps out of bed, while the housekeeper was very surprised by this and says that he overslept and needs to get up already. The housekeeper apologizes to him as he looks at her in surprise, and he notices his housekeeper with red hair, who got down on her knees and trembling, says that she has sinned and apologizes to him. Larson gets out of bed and looks at her in surprise, wondering who it is. He looks at his housekeeper with freckles and violet eyes, thinking that she is definitely not from Korea and looks like a foreigner from the West. After which he scratches the back of his head, smiling, saying where he is. She starts apologizing to him, smashing her forehead on the ground, and they say that she didn't know that he had to wake up early today, that's why she didn't wake him up, and she continues to ask for an apology, saying that she's stupid. Larson watches this in surprise. He comes closer to her and asks if she is okay, to which she is surprised, all in tears. Looking at this huge cottage, she begins to scream that he should not beat her, and she lies with a broken forehead and an open mouth. Larson approaches her and, looking, is surprised, thinking that he just became, and she lost consciousness. He looks straight at her and thinks about what happened on the first day, and frankly, it was a complete disappointment for him. Larson sat up on his bed and thoughtfully looks at the system window on the second day. He looks at his general data, saying that his name is Larson, which is a different name than his previous life. Larson watches as a certain person comes in. They say that today they met another boy. He was a very small boy with dark hair and wearing dark clothes. Holding a book and bowing, they say that he is Confucius and he follows the order and writes down everything that happens. Larson, looking at him in surprise, asks if he can look at the tapes. And while he continues to watch, Confucius says that yes, he will bring them a little later, and apologizes. Confucius sits down at the table and begins to write in his book as Larson approaches him and watches. He notices the way Confucius writes, thinking that the journal seems familiar to him. After which Larson goes outside. It is shown that many housekeepers are watching him. They say that everyone present here calls him the Mighten Receiver and his every movement is recorded. Confucius looks at Larson as he continues to talk about how almost every time someone takes notes, they change, and this can be said to be an ordinary day that will last until he reaches the 14th day. Confucius turns around, seeing Larson in front of him, and is very frightened by this, dropping the book of ink, shouting, "Oh God." Ink splashes onto the book as Confucius continues to look away, saying that he is sorry and will clean everything up now. Larson begins to swing his leg in surprise, thinking about what is happening now. She of the frightened Confucius, saying that his body moves on its own, and just looking at this frightened face, he wanted to hit him. Larson then kicks Confucius in the face, and while Confucius stands back and defends himself with his hands, Larson thinks about how it feels like there is some kind of magic on that face that makes him hit. And he sat down on the bed, saying that after the second day the memories began to come to him a little. He grabs it with both hands and very frighteningly says that Larson's memory. He remembers how, at age 4, he beat Confucius with a toy bat while he tried to evade. And while Confucius was crying, looking at Larson, he said that he kicked him, that blood flowed in a stream. And at the age of 5, Larson found out for what purpose he was born, looking indignantly at the girl and saying that she was really his mother. And while one of this family is sitting at a chair and drinking coffee, a house worker is cleaning the floor, saying that Larson was the son of a dean from California and his maid Soso. Larson looks up, saying that he was very afraid of the dean. Larson approaches Soso, talking about how she has always been his servant and tells her to entertain him because he is bored. and he looks around, grabbing his hair with his hand and thinking that he is ashamed that now these memories have become his. And he remembers while he was leaving her, thinking that, in any case, he was only 7 years old then, and he was not the best hero. In addition, memories slowly began to appear, remembering how he beat all the housekeepers, and Larson says that he does not even want to list them. After all, he ran after one of the housewives with a stick and kicked one of the servants, after a 7-year storm. At 8 years old, the long-awaited coming of age has occurred, and he hits one of the pink-haired girls. Larson holds a club and hits the girl with pink hair, saying that he destroyed the goblin, and will she really resist? Blood was splattered all over the floor, and Larson says that he crossed some boundaries and received his punishment because he beat the only daughter of the Duke. And, remembering how his father apologized to the Duke, dressed in a green robe, because he was out of his head, and asked the Count for forgiveness. At the time, Larson was 9 years old on the huge estate, so he was exiled to a place remote from the city called Maple Annex. A few days later, Larson hits a table with a baton, breaking it in two. He looks ahead and gets very angry, talking about bringing him chocolate from Verdun, thinking that he really had a sweet tooth. And, remembering this character and trying to Google him on the computer, reasoning that the character who appears in the short story written by him. And putting this into the search, he says that he was an anti-male hero, but he certainly did not create such dark stories for him. And he remembers the huge city, saying that this is not the world he created. And this is a world that he does not know. Larson looks out the window, saying that, simply put, this story does not coincide with reality at all. And Larson smiles, clearly embarrassed, saying that almost all the memories of him have surfaced in his memory, and they are just terrible memories. On the third day, Larson sits on his bed, thinking that it is time to admit and draw conclusions that he will indeed change his fate here. He is worried, looking down and thinking that this is in no way a dream or unreality, and to think anything more about this. He remembers his past life, thinking that he has become a character in his novel. And, looking behind the monitor, he thinks that he is the most naughty hero in the short story Sword Master, and he, of course, did not write anything in detail about him, his abilities and skills, so he is a completely pure hero. And I imagine him as a bright, pure hero without any skills, thinking that it was all because he was a minor character who did not require attention. And he remembers how this hero hits the wall, thinking that since he did not know how to develop his line, he simply wrote about the beginning of the formation of his fighting skills, and of course there were notes about his ability and his own line, but it all remained in drafts. After which he remembers a comment written by Top 1 reader asking who this Larson is. And Larson recalls how he sent his character to the guillotine, gathering a lot of people around it, and saying that he considered that such a sudden change in the plot could upset readers, because he lived for 17 whole years. After which Larson begins to tremble, remembering all this. He sits on the edge of the bed, looking forward, thinking that then his goal is to survive. He looks forward with confident eyes, thinking that he is now 9 years old and there are still 8 left before he is killed. He looks forward with a serious face. They say that he has 8 years left to change the future. Larson begins to tremble, remembering that he has another problem. He remembers a man dressed in armor with black hair. They say that if he tries to change the future in 8 years, then he will definitely collide with the main character. And he remembers a black-haired man with red eyes, calling him the real hero of this novel. His name is Casson. And he remembers the battle between Decatur and the main character of his novel, saying that he is part of a family that has always opposed him, and a long time ago Decatur killed the eldest son of the gunsmith Gagio. While cracks appear everywhere and blood spreads, and this situation was then not fully revealed, but with each chapter everything gradually became clear. As a result, all conflicts flowed into the climax of the plot. So, it turned out that two families started a war against each other. In the huge courtyard of the palace, corpses lie everywhere while the sky burns with flames, and it is called the War of Two Swords. And, recalling how the main character won the victory, sitting on a mountain of corpses and holding the flag of his family. Larson says that since the novel is called The Sade Sword Masters, it was clear that the Sade family won between them, and the Mitons were almost on the verge of disappearance. And Larson gets out of bed, looking forward and thinking that here it is, the finale, and this menu with text appears and disappears, and what he needs to do. He remembers himself from the past. They say that he was the creator of this world, and although this was his part-time job, he did not pay special attention. And Larson looks forward. They say that it's good that he is the creator, and now he will do everything necessary for the main character Casson. He looks at his hand, thinking that he already knows his future. He squeezes it into his fist and says that as long as he doesn't know, his life will be normal and without incident, to which he does not agree. Larson raises his head and says that he will do everything possible to become better than he started out. He walks into the bathroom, talking about how his room he lived in and it was much smaller than this bathroom. He looks around his room, thinking that life comes and goes at the same time, and it is not the best for living in luxury and being the youngest son in such an influential family. Larson makes a strike, thinking that he has combat skills that he did not describe, which means he can come up with them himself because this hero may not have guessed it before, but he will definitely solve it. Larson looks at his fist, thinking that by the way, if he maximizes his fighting abilities, he can enter the list of geniuses in this city, and he wonders if his family, one of 3 of the most powerful people in this world. And he remembers the huge church, saying that it is the blood of the Mighton family flowing in him now. Larson folds his hands and, looking down, says that now he has a silver spoon in his mouth, and he needs to think positively. He remembers his death and talks about not paying attention to the character of this asshole, and before the age of 17 he must gain the trust of those who stopped trusting him in childhood, especially since he has a better chance of getting a better life than he initially had in Korea. Larson looks around, saying that everything depends only on him, and he has 8 years to change. And suddenly he notices something. He looks at the system window, saying that the letters that appeared have changed. The system sends a notification that Larson has activated willpower, and he looks at it in surprise, wondering what it is. Larson looks at this by saying that it is the ability of the protagonist of his novella, and Larson looks at the system window, which says that the willpower skill is activated, and asks why it was activated for him now. The system window says that Larson's character has activated willpower. He looks at it in surprise, saying that this is the ability of the main character from Swordmaster said. Larson sits on the bed and looks at the system window. They say that this letter that appeared was a consequence of willpower. Larson grabs his chin, thinking about why he needs this because he is not the main character. He looks at this system window in bewilderment, thinking that now it does not matter because of this moment. Since he appeared here, perhaps he has already changed the course of history. And he remembers the main character of this novel, who jumps on many goblins, talking about this ability. He gritted his teeth, looking at these goblins with glowing red eyes, saying that Swordmaster Side is a fantasy novel and a swordsman. And he remembers how the main character attacks the goblins, saying that in simple words the main character is a Sade who is so strong that he can destroy an entire continent. And imagining that the main character strikes a huge part of the earth, and is it really just a continent? And no, this is a hero capable of destroying even the universe. And the only problem is that it was the Mightons who knew all this power. Larson looks down and is surprised, thinking that this ringing is not at all what he saw before. A magic circle appears, and he thinks that this ability is studying his body. He looks at this circle in surprise, thinking that this is really a ring or a circle, and he imagines his heart enveloping this circle, saying that the circle is an accumulation of energy that is woven into one ring, and this is the main part that plays an important role in the use of magic. And he remembers the sage studying this circle. They say that according to the rules that were created, in order to get one such circle, you need to persistently train intensively, and this is the highest degree of magic, which requires a lot of time and patience. And he remembers how he sat on Confucius and ate a chocolate bar, thinking that it was impossible that some idiot could learn this technique, and, at least in his memory, there was no training history. Larson looks at someone knocking on the door and thinks that the story has changed, and he thinks that it is Era who is knocking. There are sounds coming from the door asking if she could come in for a minute, and he agrees. She puts her hands on the floor. Larson watches this in surprise. He looks at how one of the workers' house sat down on her knees in front of him. She has green eyes and silver hair. And he remembers how he put his foot on her head and told her that before she could look him in the eye, she had to get on her knees. Larson looks at her in surprise, thinking that he was crazy and how he established such rules. And he looks at her, wondering what's going on. He starts to panic really hard looking at her. A system window pops up in front of him, and he thinks about what it is, and the window says that she is a type of killer and her skills are hidden, and he thinks about what kind of killer. She looks at him worriedly, and Larson thinks about how he doesn't understand anything, and how this could happen, and he doesn't remember it. He remembers the war against dragons written in the Swordmaster's novel Sade, and all the inhabitants of the novel had their own attribute. And he remembers how some knights walked on foot, while others were in robes and on horses. He says that they fought the most brutal wars, and it even happened that there were murderers next to him. And he imagines how the people around him are murderers. If you look closely, a harmless maid is a murderer. You will never guess her intentions. And there is blood splattered on the floor, indicating that people here are fighting for power. Larson looks at her in surprise, thinking that this is a crazy world where strength takes precedence in everything. But even if he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he will still die. He panics and smiles at the same time, thinking about how to calm down and smile without causing panic. And while Larson stands and trembles, the maid looks at him in surprise, and he thinks that the woman in front of him is a murderer. If he shows his fear, he will die. And he remembers how he took her by the ear and made cuts on her cheeks, and she cried. They talk about what to do with her now, and she is not virtual, but real. And while Larson looks at the system window in surprise, he thinks that her trembling is not an act, and he thinks about it. And he thinks that the best thing to do now is to turn on the acting. Larson puts his fist to his mouth and calls her to him. The maid puts her hand on her chest in surprise and says yes, master, as he orders her to stand up. Larson turns away from her, telling her to bring him some chocolate. She asks him in surprise about the chocolate, and Larson continues to think to himself that he is asking her to leave and he needs to refresh his memory, after which he gets angry at her while she runs away, telling her that he really expressed himself somehow unclearly, to which she says that she will bring it right away. Doors are closing. She is standing right outside the door, leaning on it. She looks forward and thinks about what is happening. It's all somehow strange. She turns her eyes to the door and thinks about how it feels like he is a completely different person. And she remembers how he stood and looked out the window, thinking that just a few days and the atmosphere had changed noticeably. And she remembers how he turned to her, thinking that she was not sure. And Larson smiled at her, saying that he had definitely changed. She runs forward thinking that even though only a couple of days have passed, and she passes through a white cat sleeping on the floor, thinking that it is better to report to him right away. Walking along an empty corridor, Larson sits down at the table and looks out the system window with a serious face, thinking about what he needs to figure out. And he remembers the estate in which he is now, saying that he was exiled here to the Maple Annex. And remembering their huge palace, they say that it was completely out of sight of the father and was actually walled up within the walls of this palace. And remembering the family coat of arms, he says that it is unlikely that the Mitons will become the successor to the Magic Master. But from Larson's point of view, he could well, because the Masters of Magic are a family that is closer to the villains who fight against the Master Swordsmen. And while he looks at the system with a serious face, he thinks that if he wants to survive, he needs to change. He remembers his present self and who he is now. They say that fortunately he is the creator of this world. And he also has the power of the main character and he knows the future and all the secrets of this world. He recalls the Battle of the Magicians, saying that he will have to participate in the war for the throne. What if he does not participate? Then he will be branded as a shameful member of the Mython family. And Larson looks up in surprise, thinking that now he is 9 years old. But a 10-year-old child can already seriously start a war for the throne. And he remembers the coffin with a cross, saying that this guy, even at such a mature age, continued to behave like a fool and therefore died at 17. He remembers how the previous owner of the body ate whatever he wanted, did not care about money and traveled a lot and had such a luxurious a life that I could only dream of, and I just had to maintain my status until the end. And he remembers his past life in which he served in the army, saying that he did a lot for his country and homeland. And Larson looks forward thinking that okay, and it has become clear how to behave correctly in this world. The system sends a notification indicating that the activation of willpower has been stopped due to lack of energy. Larson turns to the door from which the maid is climbing out and apologizes to him. She very scaredly covers her mouth with her hand, saying that chocolate is very difficult to find, so now they won't be able to bring it. He looks at her, they say that everything is fine and thinks that he doesn't really like chocolate, he just needed time. She looks at him in surprise and says that it's really true, to which he tells her that she can go. He looks at her thinking that first of all, as real Larson, he must moderate his stupid position here. And looking at her leaving, he thinks that she knows that the worst thing is that he didn't hear footsteps at all, to which she says that then she will bring chocolate. After which the door slams and Larson screams that he told her to leave and she says okay, see you later. She walks back and forth near his door and thinks that she didn't hear what this guy was doing, thinking that it was obvious. She remembers how Larson told her that everything was fine. And she looks at the door with a serious face, thinking about the guy who was crazy about chocolate and said that everything is fine and what's happening to him and she needs to wait a little longer and then send a report. Confucius is called to the estate a week later. Larson goes outside looking at Confucius and tells him to get ready, to which he agrees. Confucius looks at Larsina in surprise. They talk about what to cook for him and what are you even talking about? Larson says he is going to training. Confucius was very surprised by this, asking again about whether he was going to training. And Larson got angry and sank a little while Confucius runs away from him, and Larson says that he really needs to repeat it twice while Confucius says that he will prepare everything right now. And looking at the tree, Larson says that he thought a lot this past week and came to one conclusion. He stands on the wall and looks at the city. They say that firstly, if he wants to survive, he must enter the war for inheritance and play a vital role there. And for this he will have to train a lot. Larson clenches his fist while talking about surviving and becoming independent. He looks at his fist, talking about why he needs to start now, and his training in the ability to use willpower. He looks around, thinking that the time has finally come to use his full power. Confucius runs forward in shock, thinking about Duke Larson. He opened his mouth in surprise, and while the sweat was dripping from him, he thought that the Duke had changed, and Larson hit him on the back so hard that it took him a week to recover. He remembers how Larson hit him on the back with a bat, thinking that he was not angry with him. And while Confucius is running, he thinks that now he has become a completely different person, and Larson himself wants to train. Larson looks at Confucius and the system window in which his general data is written, saying that his attribute is poison, and in the characteristics he is a cowardly servant. And Confucius at this moment says that he really means special training, and Larson thinks that he looks like a murderer who will poison. Larson looks at Confucius and imagines poison over his head, thinking about when he learned this, and hoping that he did not imagine a knife to his throat. And while Confucius bows, Larson says that each candidate for the throne of a master of magic will have a well-trained assistant, and from an early age they are trained and forced to take care of the successor, and they devote their entire lives to the master. And Larson looks at Confucius, calling him Larson's seventh shadow. And while they stand and look at each other, and Larson thinks that he is a shadow, if he is a shadow, then he must be his assistant. And, looking directly at the perplexed Confucius, he was a man who had undergone rigorous training in the Maton family. The sun is shining on the sign. Confucius looks at Larson and thinks about how he will really go to training, and how grateful he is that this day has finally come. And Confucius continues to look at him in bewilderment, thinking about why he suddenly wanted this. And, looking at Larson's back, he thinks that the fact is that he is the seventh son and knows absolutely nothing about martial arts. And he remembers how Larson was surrounded by maids, and they say that sometimes it hurts to see how everyone despises him for his rude actions. Confucius raises his head, thinking that there is nothing else to do with it. He looks straight at Larson's back, and they are both standing in front of a huge high-rise building, and Larson says that this is a modern building in a fantasy world, and it is clear that it was created recently. He looks at the system window, which says that the current location is training point number 1, and he says that this is all very convenient. Someone comes out the door, and Larson says that there is always one manager in each console. A man in a black robe and glasses smiles, saying that the seventh heir has really come. This guy smiles and says his name is Noah and he is the manager who keeps track of the report card. He then bows to Larson walking by and saying how cool it is, and Noah says yes, it's an honor to work with him. Noah gets really angry as he leans over and thinks about how this is the first person who poured water on him when he bowed to him and wonders if he still remembers him. They look at the building from the inside. Larson looks at Noah and wonders why he sees the signs when, unsurprisingly, he is much more capable than himself, and after all, he is the manager of the place. Larson closes his eyes, thinking that he needs to succeed with the skills first, and tells Noah that he will be training here today and if he minds. Noah was very surprised, looking at Larson, and says that training is really serious, to which Larson says yes, and he asks for some training recommendations for a guy his age. And they ask him his age, to which Larson replies that he is 9 years old. Noah gets very angry as he looks at Larson and thinks about what he remembers exactly. 396 days, 8 hours, 32 minutes have passed since he slapped him. And he raised his eyes, thinking that if he wanted to train, he would give him a training plan, and then his time would come and no one would ever know about it. Eyes twinkling, Noah came up with something. He smiles at Larson and says that the sixth receiver did very well hunting a mushroom monster when he was 9 years old, and Larson clarifies who the mushroom monster is. And Larson remembers the white mushroom, thinking that he remembers it, and at about 50 centimeters in size, it is an ordinary large mushroom and can jump very high, and it is a monster of the lowest level. Larson looks at Noah, who bows and says that okay, he agrees, then they tell him that great, and now everything will be prepared. Noah smiles and blushes, turning to Larson and talking about what about the mushroom forest, to which he is told that he can do as he wants, and he says that the preparation will take about 3 minutes. Larson watches Noah leave and dance. They say that for some reason he was so happy. Not an eye, thinking that the mushroom monster is not that difficult, and if the sixth successor was able to defeat it at 9 years old, then I think he can do it in 3 minutes, which you need to focus on. The circle appears near Larson and he thinks that the ring must have seemed real, and above all his talent is martial arts. He clenches his fist, thinking that he himself learned to use magic, since the blood of a magician flows in him. Noah extends his hand to the aisle and, smiling, says that he can now enter. Larson enters the mushroom forest and the system sends notifications telling him that the current location of the magical manifestation of the mushroom forest is a dark forest with glowing mushrooms everywhere. After which the door closes, and after him they say, "Good luck." Larson looks forward in surprise. He notices a black mushroom hidden behind a stone and wonders what it is. He sees a mushroom come out of a rock and growls at him, and Larson is told that the mushroom monster's weakness is its torso, and they are also not resistant to fire. Larson looks at this monster above and thinks that this really is this monster. And while the monster moves in different directions, Larson thinks about how disgusting it looks when it moves. After which Larson charges his fist with mana and thinks about what to try. Blue mana begins to glow in his fist. After which Larson sees the system window. He looks at it and sees that the ring vortex is open. After which a ring appears in front of him, and he sees it with his own eyes. Noah looks at Larson through the magic ball. He continues to watch him and think that before he came here, he was a very famous wizard, but even in another city there were rumors of a genius. Noah remembers Larson punching him in the cheek, and while he was surprised, Larson extended his hand and said why a person bends only 82 degrees. Another gritted his teeth, thinking that he was simply insulted only because a purely physical person can bend his back 82. And not 90 degrees. And Noah smiles, used purple magic on the ball, thinking that now he will take full revenge on Larson, and the mushroom monster he is currently fighting is a monster that has been upgraded to a higher level than the standard monsters. The mushroom monster jumps straight down on Larson, and Larson thinks about how the martial arts they have is a skill that is considered trivial even in the magic class. And Larson runs forward while a multicolored aura appears around him, and he thinks that a magician who has not used a single element will never be able to inflict damage on the mushroom monster. Noah looks at Larson through the ball and thinks that this is his revenge. He is very surprised looking at him, and Larson strikes this mushroom with his fist, jumping in response. Larson's hand is charged with blue mana. He stabs the mushroom monster. Noah watches this, is very surprised and asks how it is. Larson lands on the ground and the mushroom disappears as Larson talks about how weak it was. He sees the system window. He is very surprised by this. He looks at the notification in the system window. It said that his combat skill level is beginner and he used basic attacks against monsters. And this first stage of unlocking abilities was successful, and he is congratulated for completing his training. Larson watches this in surprise and thinks about how he feels his blood boiling in him and his heart beating wildly. The system sends notifications indicating that the martial art for beginners, the vortex ring, is activated. And a lot of blue aura appears around Larson, and he wonders what kind of power this is. Noah looks at Larson, who is enveloped in mana, and thinks that this is pure magic and martial arts is magic accompanied by destructive physical force. He remembers how Larson hit the mushroom and thinks that this monster has a strong resistance to its destructive physical power, but it was overcome, and this is unthinkable. Larson turns to the side and Noah talks about the mister, who seems to be a mushroom monster not suitable for training, to which he agrees and says that he thinks the same. He peers at Larson, who has his head down and wonders what the hell has happened to him in the year he hasn't seen him. And Noah, sitting at the table, wipes his face with a handkerchief, saying that he thinks he will increase the difficulty of the hunt and set it to a difficult level. Larson looks to the side, talking about how difficult it will be, and if it's too high, then he will have a problem, since he is almost out of mana, to which he is told that it will be a red mushroom monster. He looks directly at the ball. They say that it looks like a regular mushroom monster, but it moves very quickly and has a lot of strength, and he will need to destroy it as soon as possible because it reproduces very quickly. He peers into the ball, thinking that he needs to leave his personal experiences, and he would like to get more interesting things for his report. Larson looks forward seriously as he is told that if a critical situation arises, he will stop training, and Larson blurts out loud that this mushroom red monster, and he does not remember it being created. He looks away, thinking that this is probably another monster that was created by default, and out loud he agrees with Noah's idea. And he sees a red mushroom appear, and they tell him that a monster will soon be created. And a mushroom with white eyes and a red hat appears in front of him. Larson stands in front of this mushroom, thinking about how it differs from that one. And then he looks to the side, very surprised. He dodges the red mushroom's attack, after which he watches as this mushroom explodes behind him. He is very surprised, looking to the side, and he sees a red mushroom flying right at him. Larson tries to defend against the blow and it goes right through him. He is then pushed back and bends over as smoke rises everywhere. He stands up and looks at the mushroom opposite, after which Larson, with a serious face, thinks that he is very fast and invisible. He peers at him, thinking that he doesn't look as scary as he imagined, and he sees how the mushroom disappears and only clouds of dust remain under it. He raises his head, notices only the mushroom appears right above him. Larson then uses magic with both hands outstretched. Noah, watching from the side, was very surprised at this, opening his mouth and shouting that he really jumped away. Larson, enveloped in mana, runs after this mushroom, thinking that he has found a way, and his attacks are simple. He grabs this mushroom, thinking that it is time for him to use his power. The system window says that he is using a base level enhancement skill. Larson picks up this mushroom with one hand, and with the other hand he charges his fist with mana, and the system sends notifications that there is not enough mana. Larson looks at his fist, thinking that he has run out of mana, after which the mushroom escapes from Larson's hands, and he is surprised by this. Larson looks at this mushroom in surprise, thinking about what it was, and for a moment it seemed to him that time was moving very slowly, and, in any case, because of this, he was able to defeat it. He sees a system window saying that his mana has disappeared and all skills have stopped activating due to lack of mana, and he thinks that as soon as the mana is restored, he will need to understand what happened. Steam is coming from the coffee. Confucius brings coffee to Noah and looks at him very surprised. Confucius opened his mouth in shock, thinking about what he just saw and how the Duke became so strong. Noah turns to Confucius in surprise and asks if he has completed the 10th anniversary ceremony, to which Confucius says no, it will only happen next year. And Noah was very surprised, gritting his teeth and thinking that he had not gone through the ceremony, but already had such power. Larson goes forward. Everyone stands nearby as Larson approaches them, and Confucius thinks that the master already has mana. Larson looks around while Confucius thinks about how he couldn't easily create a circle of energy without her. And Confucius begins to cry, thinking that he really missed something because he didn't know anything. After which he hugs Larson and shouts to the master, while he, in turn, thinks about whether he really got hurt. Larson squeezes Confucius's cheeks with his hands, thinking that there is still a lot to learn about this world, and he is annoyed that he has to delve into it all. Larson then falls to the ground while everyone looks at him in surprise, and Larson thinks that for now he should just continue to play his role here. They come up to him in surprise and shout about what happened to the master, and Noah, looking at Confucius running, tells him to bring a healer from the 2nd floor. He looks at the fallen Larson and thinks about what they call him, a healer or healing wizards located on the 2nd floor. A man is sleeping on an armchair. Confucius runs up to him, and he is surprised while he shouts about whether he is a healer, to which he replies that this is very unexpected and what it is, and that the 7th master is seriously injured. The healer is surprised by this and talks about what happened. The healers clarify, looking at Confucius, whether the 7th successor or the 6th, to which someone says that he said the 7th. Confucius lowers his head while the healers talk about how, really, and aren't you the assistant to the 6th successor? To which he says that he is Confucius and the assistant to the 7th successor. The healer looks at him, saying that the 7th successor is now here, and what happened to this unfortunate person. And while the healers are surprised, Confucius says that he defeated the fucking monster and destroyed the red mushroom monster. The healer stands in a stupor while Confucius says that he overpowered him with magic. Larson lies on the bed, and the healer thinks that his body is damaged due to the side effects of magical martial arts, and it is very difficult for a beginner to solve this on his own. And they all gathered nearby, watching Larson. After which they look at his face and think that they can try to do something, but if something happens, a senior magician healer is needed here, and if something is sent, then they need to do it in the main building, offer this matter someone better than him. The healer then uses his magic and summons 2 angels and a praying statue while everyone watches. This was the mana embrace ability. Light feathers fall on Larson, after which the healer trembles and thinks that there is no reaction, and it still didn't work. He stretches out his arms and uses magic, thinking about finishing it and going to the main building. His hands start to shake and he thinks he needs to do this now. Larson opens his eyes. Everyone was very surprised by this while he gets out of bed and the healer asks the master. He gets very excited looking at Larson and wonders if his magical abilities have really improved, and no, he definitely hasn't upgraded them. Larson closes one eye, looking at the healer, and he continues to think that, simply put, this goofball managed to restore his body on his own. Larson opens his mouth and calls everyone to him. They all look at him in surprise and ask what it is. And while everyone is silent, Larson says thank you. And everyone was incredibly surprised by this, thinking about what it was and how it was possible. We are taken to the church. Era picks up 2 chocolates. She, having caught her breath, looks down and says that she found verdant chocolate. There are only 2 left. Then Era apologized and said that Larson ordered 3. She's really sorry. Next time she'll bring more. Larson, lying on the bed, looks at her and then says that after training he is very tired. Let her not bother him. He thought that she should go and rest. She looks very bad. He is worried about his killer. What an irony. Larson, frowning, looked at Era and she replied that she understood and let Larson rest. A large plate of soup appears in front of us. Who will shout that it's true? He was training. Confucius with a large vat looks at Era and says that he was in the educational building. Era replies that this is some kind of nonsense. Larson took a bite of a chocolate bar. Lying on the bed, he thought that he was not a particular fan of chocolate, but it was really delicious. Larson, closing his eyes, smiled and thought that it melts very quickly when it enters the mouth, and this sweetness spread so warmly throughout the body. He suddenly opened his eyes and wondered what if this wasn't just a Chanan feeling. Larson looked at his body and thought that the chocolate was really spreading throughout his body. A system message appeared in front of Larson that he was consuming a small amount of mana. Larson looked at the system message and wondered if this madman could have so much mana. The character is one of the rich ones. The puzzle is probably fitting together. Larson carefully examined his body and thought that he was eating chocolate, which turns into mana. And then Larson looked ahead. He imagined in his head how a guy was climbing a rock and piranhas were jumping on him. He thought that in order to get mana, wizards are looking for a source where there is a lot of it, in order to absorb it in the future. Larson looked in front of him, puzzled, and thought that it seemed that this hero had one feature that he himself did not know, so that's why he was a lover of this chocolate. Larson continued to eat chocolate and thought that free mana had a side effect of weight gain. Larson imagined himself hitting a large mushroom with all his strength, and wondered what, more accurately, was the feeling he had experienced during training. A system message appeared in front of him that the slow current attribute was open. Larson wondered what it was. Suddenly, someone knocked on Larson's room. A voice was heard from the door that a guest had come to Larson. Larson replied that he did not need anything today and let them send him away. Suddenly the door opened. Someone came into the room and said that just look at how he was talking to his brother. A red-haired guy in a white jacket with a cane in his hand entered the room. He smiled and said that his brother had come and he wouldn't get up. He wasn't taught manners. He wanted to get it from him again. It was Larson's older brother Carlton. Larson, seeing him, frowned, clenched his teeth, and thought that this was Carlton, whom Larson was very afraid of. Larson came out to his brother and bowed, and then said that it turned out to be Carlton. Carlton extended his cane to Larson and said that he was still the same slow-witted man as before. Carlton smiled and asked what Larson was doing. Larson looked at him, puzzled. And then Carlton swung his cane and shouted that why didn't Larson get on his knees. A system message appeared in front of Larson that the slow flow attribute that he had recently acquired was applied automatically. Larson wondered what it was like when dealing with the red mushroom. What should he do now? He didn't want to be beaten now. Larson glanced at Carlton, who was swinging quickly. He looked at him menacingly and clenched his fists, and then thought that this was actually an excellent opportunity to evaluate his strength and objectively see how good he was. Larson slammed his hand down on Carlton's cane, then wondered what the first was. Carlton's cane flew off. Carlton looked at Larson in fear and asked what he had just done. Larson, looking menacingly at his brother, replied that he had exercised his right to self-defense. Carlton shouted that how dare he, a piece of garbage. Carlton looked at Larson and told Larson to say it again. Larson asked what? Carlton repeated it for Larson to say it again. Larson, not understanding what he was talking about, asked what he needed to say. Carlton was shaking with anger, and then he, with his mouth wide open, shouted as Larson dared. Carlton put his hands forward and magic circles appeared in front of him. He shouted that he would kill Larson. Larson thought that he also had a mana ring. Looking at the mana ring, he wondered if he would use the power when Carlton left the circle. Carlton swung his fist. Magic spray came from him. He clenched his teeth and shouted for Larson to die. A system message appeared in front of him that his name was Carlton, the characteristic of an evil child, the attribute of water. Larson looked at Carlton, who had magic circles coming from him. He thought that the places where the water droplets were generated were on both sides of the face and on the stomach. It would be difficult when he created them completely. Carlton struck with his hand, but Larson was not there. He shouted, puzzled, what? At that same second, Larson appeared at the speed of light behind him, and then he hit him on the back with all his might. A second later, Larson appeared in front of Carlton and punched him in the stomach. Carlton coughed up blood. He fell to his knees and began to cough violently. Looking at this, Larson thought that he seemed to have gone too far. Suddenly, Larson furrowed his eyebrows and shouted loudly for Confucius to call a doctor. Larson lowered his head, remembered how he stabbed Carlton in the stomach. He thought that it was incredible before he used magic. The mana inside him exploded or something. Confucius ran into their room and shouted what had happened. Larson, looking at him, shouted to urgently call a doctor. Confucius, looking fearfully in his direction, said that he understood. Larson watched as Carlton continued to cough up blood. He thought that it seemed that he would not be able to achieve a good relationship with his brother. Besides, he smiled broadly and thought that now he more or less understands how best to fight with wizards. His first goal is to live to the age of 17. Although there is plenty of time, it is still dangerous. We are transferred to the next day. Someone shouts that this bastard is the sixth successor. Era stands in front of Confucius and, waving his hand, shouts that this is some kind of nonsense. How is this possible? Confucius replies that now it makes no sense, if only he saw everything with his own eyes. Era looked at Confucius in surprise, and he said that he could be honest with her. Confucius shouted and Era asked what Confucius meant by saying that he was a shadow. Era sat down in a chair, and then said that everyone knows that Confucius is a shadow, except for this scoundrel. Confucius said that he also does not think that she is an ordinary maid. Her steps are so light and her movements are imperceptible. Era smiled and replied that it was true. Everyone knew about this too, except him. Confucius, looking at Era, asked that she still thought that he was mediocre. Era took a sip of tea and told Confucius to continue. Confucius lowered his head and replied that he did not think so. On the eve of his anniversary, the seventh successor began to act seriously. They conveyed that a large building with beautiful architecture appears. Larson, looking at him, opens his mouth and, looking in surprise, wonders what it is here. Looking at the huge building, he thinks that this is a Starlight Library where you can study mana. This is not a shopping center, but a library. Even more surprising is that Larson has never visited this place. A system message appeared in front of Larson that the current location was the Starlight Library. Larson entered the library. He looked around and saw a huge number of shelves with books. He thought that this was incredible. These were all books. It was 3 stories high. Larson put his hand on his head and asked how many books there were. Suddenly someone answered that there were only about 200,000 copies. Larson began to turn his head in fear and asked what, why, where did this voice come from? A girl with long gray hair and a dress appeared in front of him. Larson looked at her puzzled and asked what. The girl, looking at Larson, replied that she was the librarian of the Starlight Library. Her name was Evian. Era put the mug on the table and said that does this mean that he has already prepared in advance for his 10th birthday? Confucius asked how it was possible that he had been hiding from them all this time. Era folded her hands and said that he thought it made some sense now. Confucius got up from his chair and said that it was unrealistic to hide for 10 years and not get caught. Era replied that it was logical. Confucius, looking at her, said that he saw everything with his own eyes. He managed to open the first circle of mana. Era looked at him in surprise and asked what was the first round. Confucius said that she thought he could do it in a couple of days. Confucius spread his hands and added that now let him just think. The 7th successor was never considered a full-fledged, worthy successor because of his behavior and riotous lifestyle. Era replied that it was true. Confucius frowned and said that she still didn't believe him. She hated the 7th master so much, it was time to forget the old grievances about the 7th. Era folded her hands and turned around in displeasure. She said that it didn't make sense anyway. After all, this youth's abilities are limited only by magic, right? Confucius, looking at her, shouted that no, he was completely confident in his words. Era asked why. Confucius spread his hands and said that he was his shadow and he was sure that Larson showed him the future. Era looked at him silently, and Confucius added, because he, the little sisters, are destined to die together when the 7th successor dies. Confucius added that in that case it would be better for them to cooperate. Era asked what if. She smiled and turned around and said that if she saw him in the library, she would think about his words. We are transported to the library. Larson says that he was told that the successors of the Mitons, in order to join the fight for the legacy, must study in the library, so he came here to develop his strategy. Larson, looking at the librarian, asked who she was. The girl replied that she was Evian, the Library of Starlight. Larson, looking at her, wondered who it was. He didn't remember her. A system message appeared in front of her that this was a character named Evian. Larson thought that she only had a name. Evian bowed to Larson and said that it was a great honor for her to see the 7th heir, about whom there were many rumors here. Larson, looking at her, thought that she was quite respectful to him. Larson thought about it. He imagined the main character and his guards looking at Evian. He thought that she didn't seem to directly encounter the main character in this novel, only occasionally in the largest events of the story. The guards rushed towards Evian shouting to kill the witch. Larson thought that especially in Lebanon she killed the tough lord and all his knights who followed him. Larson imagined Evian extending his hand forward and furrowing his brows, creating a large magic circle. And then the guards who ran towards her turned into static ice. Larson imagined how the entire castle was covered with a thick crust of ice. He thought that she was a monstrous magician who had completely frozen the Lebanon palace. Larson imagined her raising her hand menacingly, and wondered that she had even managed to cause a lot of damage in the North Sea. Larson, looking at Evian, thought that this woman was now the Miton librarian, which is why he did not understand who she was at first. Larson, looking at the shelves of books, thought that the library of the family's wizards was nothing more than a refuge for wizards, because all the manuscripts of magical books that exist in the world were stored here. Larson imagined in his head how a couple of wizards raise their hands and books fly off the shelves. He thought that the librarian who manages it must be a master of the highest level. He has the right to dispose of all the books in the library and read them. Larson, looking at Evian, wondered why, of all the high magicians, it was Evian who, even just looking into her eyes, seemed to turn to stone. Evian, looking at Larson, told him to sit down at the table. On the 2nd floor she would give him a book. Larson smiled. Evian asked what book Larson wanted to read and whether he should serve him tea. Larson replied that he would not refuse tea. Evian seemed to dissolve in front of him, saying that she would now cook. Larson, looking in her direction, thought that this world is too dangerous. In any case, he is very glad that he came to this library right now. Larson imagined in his head how he was tearing the book, and Evian was flying up to him. He looked in fear in front of him, thinking that if he had come before mastering mana, He doesn't know what stupidity he would have committed. Larson looked at the hot tea on the table. Evian asked what book Larson was looking for. Larson, looking at her, replied that he would like a book on methods of mana control. Evian replied that he needed an in-depth or basic one. Larson frowned and replied that the most basic thing is that only the basics are needed for now. Evian asked that Larson inherited the blood of the Mitons. Does he need the basic book now? Larson smiled and replied that yes, that's right, but that's how he needed the book. Evian replied that it means she was not mistaken. Evian extended her hand forward. A magic circle and a search system message appeared under her. She said that then let Larson allow her to use some magic. One of the books on one of the shelves flew out, and then, a second later, she appeared in front of Larson. The book fell to the floor, and Larson, looking at it in surprise, said that this is how simple it is. Evian disappeared, saying that well, let Larson spend this time usefully. Larson opened the book and began to read to himself that mana is the connection of all types of energy that exist in nature. To become a wizard, Larson must accumulate mana in his heart and form an energy ring. Larson turned the page and continued reading that it requires the 8th theorem, Largo's equation and Furato's 7th mathematical formula, then you get the meaning. A second later, Larson fell asleep on the book. He thought that this is the basis. It seems that he will not be able to learn magic on his own, such a strange science that he does not understand anything at all. Suddenly, Larson opened his eyes and used Chingnan. He thought that even if he couldn't, a system message appeared in front of him that the introduction to the interpretation of magic was 22% until completion. Larson laughed and thought that even though he didn't understand anything, this technique was for him will help. Larson opened the book again and thought that this is just a great ability. The only problem is that in this world there are monsters that are much better than him at using such a monstrous ability. A system message appeared in front of Larson that the introduction to the interpretation of magic 22% to completion failed to activate Chingnan due to lack of mana. Larson closed his eyes and thought that after all, he will fully understand this book when the completion reaches 100%. It seems that the solution to the lack of mana will be the first problem he needs to solve. Larson closed the book and thought that was enough for today. Larson went back to the house. Confucius approached him and said that Larson had been in the library for so long, he believed it was time to go back. Larson suddenly stopped and looked ahead. What he saw amazed him. In front of him was a girl with long hair who looked at him in surprise. Larson looked at her in shock and wondered what it was. Looking at the girl, he wondered what the hell this was. It was his mother. Larson thought back to his normal life and wondered how he always missed his mother because he didn't spend enough time with her. A medical device appears in front of us and suddenly goes silent. Larson looks down with tears in his eyes and screams for his mother not to leave him. He really asks him not to leave. His mother lay silently on the medical couch. Larson wondered if she had died of cancer when he was still a child. Suddenly Larson fell to the floor. His cheek was badly bruised and his nose was bleeding. 3 guys approached him. One of them said that where is this orphan who doesn't have a mother? Larson looked at the photo where his mother was, and he thought that after that moment he suffered very much, and why? Looking forward at the girl in front of him, Larson wondered why this woman looked so much like his mother. Looking ahead, he asked what? And then, looking in front of him in surprise, he asked what this was his mother. A system message appeared in front of the girl that this is a character. The name is Soso. The characteristic is Larson's mother. The status has already appeared before. Someone pours tea into a glass. Larson sits with his head down in front of his mother, and Era pours tea for them in a mug. Larson, head down, is silent. Then he remembers that Larson shouted to her that she was his mother. He wondered why Larson told her that. Suddenly Larson raises his head and says, "Mom." Soso looked at him in surprise, and then Larson, looking at her, said that, first of all, he didn't know where to start the conversation, looking at them. Era wondered if the 7th receiver really wasn't an asshole, and it was all an act, or whether his intentions regarding the legacy are serious. Era frowned and thought that there was no point in following him further. Larson, with his head down, said he was very sorry about the past. Hearing this, Soso was surprised. Larson smiled and continued to say that he didn't know if she would believe it. But he had finally come to his senses. He wasn't himself at the time. Soso raised her mug of tea and asked if it was true. Larson continued talking to his mother. He thought that he apologized for all his past mistakes. His mother bowed her head, giving only short answers and silently listening, the reason being that she simply did not expect such repentance from her son. Suddenly Soso stood up from the table, saying that she would come back a little later. She had a lot of work today. She had not been a maid for a long time. He knew that there was not much work to do now. Looking at Soso, a system message with Soso's characteristics appeared in front of Larson. He wondered that she appeared when she learned about her illness, which was invented by Cha Sung-min. Larson presented a silhouette of Soso. where she has blue in the center of her body. He thought that this disease manifests itself as 3 blue dots on the chest. The cause of its appearance is unknown. There is no cure either. It is an incurable disease. If a person has 3 dots on the chest, it is impossible to cure, but fortunately, she only has 1. She left the room and stood with her back to the door. She lowered her head and clutched her eyes. She wondered why Larson was so good on the day when tears flowed, this day when her only son called her mom for the first time. Soso wiped the tears from her eyes. She continued to stand at the door, and Larson's voice was heard from there, asking if she could spare 1 hour of her time for him. He, standing in front of the door, added that he would prepare tea from the stems of Karutan from the Sage Mountains, so from today and every subsequent day he wants to drink tea with her at this very time. Here she can. Soso answered well. Larson, looking at his mother through the window, thought that Sharp Mountain's Karutan is a delicious tea, quite an unusual tea, but if you drink it for more than a month, there is a chance to get rid of blue dots. Larson, looking out the window, thought that no matter how badly the son behaved, the mother is the mother. Larson, looking at Soso walking away into the distance, thought that she had not abandoned Larson. Larson, lowering his head, said that Soso should not get sick, please. We are taken to a small house. Soso sits next to a small wooden bed and wonders if it was a dream. She clutches the bed and thinks that this is not a dream. On the eve of his 10th birthday, Larson has changed a lot. She lowered her head and thought that he seemed to be a completely different person. Looking at the burning candle near her bed, she asked if he could hear her. And then Soso put her hand on her heart and said that now she would drink tea with him every day. Larson has really changed a lot, so much that at times it is confusing. Tears flowed from her eyes. She smiled and said that she was so happy. Isn't it strange? The candle on the table continued to burn, and then the fire faltered, and a second later it caught fire with even greater force. We are transported to Larson's house. Someone says hello. Era looks at Larson in surprise, and Larson says that now he needs to talk to her about something very important. Era looks at Larson with a smile and wonders what is important. Did he really reveal her identity, or is this a test? Era, looking at him, frowned and, thinking that he was not going to give her the order to kill someone, Larson said chocolate Verdun. Era answered yes. Larson, looking at her, told her to bring him as much as she could. Era exhaled and, looking at Larson, thought that she had worried in vain. Larson added what else. She got there, smiled and thought that again, perhaps there was something important. Larson said he should bring the candies that are sold at the Rudon bakery too. Era looked ahead in disappointment. We are moved an hour later. Larson looks ahead in surprise and thinks that the power of money is really great. A huge pile of sweets and chocolate appears in front of him. Larson thought that I cost about 20,000 won alone. If you count 20,000 won, it comes out to even more than 100,000 won. Larson looked at the mountain of chocolate with a smile and came up with an idea. You order chocolate, the maid spent about 20 million won in just an hour, and he will live with such riches. Grace. Larson ate a couple of candies and thought that he needed to try the most expensive Verdun candies. They cost about 30,000 won a piece, the cheapest is 10,000 won. Larson, while eating chocolate, thought that the difference was that the amount of mana and its cost were different. System messages appeared in front of him that his mana was increasing. Larson, looking in front of him in surprise, thought that this is how he gets mana, eats rotten candies, and so there is only one conclusion. Looking at the candies and chocolates, he thought that they say that chocolate from Verdun and chocolates from Rudon contain a common composition. Larson called Confucius and he entered the room. Larson, looking at him, told him to call the baker from the Rudon bakery here. We are transported to 30 minutes later. The baker is standing in front of Larson in his room. He trembles with fear and wonders why Larson called him to his place, whether the candies turned out to be defective. The baker, looking at Larson, thought that this bastard was the boy who beat the Duke's only daughter. The baker, looking at Larson's malicious smile, thought that he was such a crazy person, because he could even kill without anyone knowing about it. The baker, looking at him in fear, thought that he was asking for mercy. Suddenly Larson called the baker and he shouted yes. Larson held up a white candy and asked what they put in the candy. The baker shouted what it was. Larson, looking at the baker, told him to tell him everything without exception. The baker fell to his knees and, looking in front of Larson, shouted that he was asking for forgiveness. He had made a mistake. Larson, looking at him puzzled, replied that no, the baker did not understand. He just wanted him to tell him the recipe. The baker, with shaking hands, began to bend his fingers, saying that the sugar was before the roti and what else was there. Looking at Larson, he said that there was also pollen, if yarrow, 2 tablespoons of chinencho powder and starch syrup. Larson looked at the baker in surprise and asked what was all this. The baker shouted yes. Larson imagined yarrow in his head and thought that it was clear that the composition of the ingredients was the same as in Verdun chocolate. Larson smiled widely and thought that he could restore his mana by eating this plant. We are transferred to a large building. A guy with glasses and a dark cape sits in a chair. He wonders what the hell is bothering him, why he continues to go to the main building. Everyone is just asking about the seventh receiver. There are only two assumptions. The guy imagined the seventh receiver in his head and thought that the mushroom monster had been defeated by magic. The guy imagined how the priests were now standing like this receiver and raising their hands. He thought that this was a side effect of magic in the embrace of mana. Suddenly, his friend approached the guy and shouted that he had heard the news. The fat guy shouted that the seventh receiver had defeated the sixth receiver. There was chaos and complete noise in the yard. The guy got up from his chair in fear and shouted something. He clenched his teeth and remembered Larson. He thought that this guy was really sick in his head. The guy, gritting his teeth, looked down and thought that when this underdeveloped became so strong, no matter how quickly he became so, it was simply unthinkable. His fat friend approached the guy and said that he would soon be 10 years old. Maybe in this way he was trying to show himself. The comrade, looking at the guy, added that he knew that his magic didn't work on him at all. The guy thought that he had no words. The guy introduced several wizards who use magic circles. He thought that they themselves are not so fast. They use speed magic for this, such as the power of light, but a 9-year-old magician cannot use it. The comrade, looking at the guy, said that he had no idea that the seventh receiver had talent. The guy replied that, however, despite the increase in strength, there should be restrictions at his age. The guy adjusted his glasses and added that now he managed to stop the sixth receiver, preventing him from using his attribute. This is beyond their understanding. Looking at the puzzled comrade, he said that he was sure Larson himself understood everything. But why is this? The comrade asked that maybe it was because young blood was boiling in him. The guy replied that it could be, but he couldn't stop thinking about it. His friend said that he wasn't exaggerating too much. He added that his 10th anniversary is even more worth watching. We are transported to Larson. He is eating yarrow. In front of him is a whole bag of this grass. A system message appears in front of him that his mother is increasing. He thinks that he can restore mana and gain fewer calories. Looking at his belly, he wondered if the chocolate from Verdun that the bastard had been eating for 10 years had caused his belly to grow. While eating grass, he thought that it would therefore be better if he burned all his fats and learned how to properly restore mana. Larson continued to eat the yarrow. He thought that by increasing his mana, he would be able to use the spell much longer. Then with its help he would be able to learn even more useful information. We are taken to Larson's house. 3 days later someone shouts that he did it. Larson opens the book in the library. A system message appears in front of him that he has downloaded all the basic mana usage data. Qingnan has fully interpreted the Book of Magic. Larson looked at the system message. It said that the wisdom of the great wizard Alberto. A secret page was opening. Larson wondered what else it was. Suddenly the book began to quickly turn its pages, and then she stopped abruptly, and one of the lines of the book was dedicated in blue light. It was written that the 77th book of the great wizard Albert. The basics of magic, easy to understand methods of mana. Larson thought that the great wizard Albert was who he was. Larson remembered Evian. He thought that in order to find out this, he had to go to the library again, and there was the terrible Evian. Larson frowned and thought that he didn't want to get involved with the ice witch at all. He needed to try to find out on his own. Larson sat in a chair with furrowed brows. An arrow was above him on the ceiling. She looked at him carefully, frowning. We are taken to the library. Larson goes along with the book. He thought that it had become cool in the library. Where is Evian? Suddenly the option appears behind Larson and he gets very scared. She asks that Larson read the whole book. Larson turns around in fear and shakes her hand, says that it is she. Evian says that Larson read everything quite quickly. Larson replied that these are the basics of the basics. Evian raised her hand up, and the book instantly jumped out of Larson's hands and flew somewhere back. The book flew straight into the shelf at great speed. Looking at this, Larson thought that her magical abilities were amazing. How she used magic, silently saying nothing. Larson smiled, looking at her, and Evian asked if there were any other books that Larson was looking for. Larson replied that he needed the 77th book of the great wizard Albert. The book is called The Basics of Magic, Easy to Understand Methods of Mana. Evian looked at Larson in surprise and replied that yes, this book is in the library. Larson said that they should give it to him then. Evian replied that this book belongs to Category B because it is impossible to just read it. Its contents are not given to everyone to understand. Larson scratched the back of his head with a smile and replied that everything is fine. He will just take a look at it once. Suddenly, Evian closed her eyes and began to sniff. She abruptly walked up to Larson and sniffed him. Larson looked ahead in fear, not understanding what was happening. He wondered what kind of bullshit this was, this feeling. He imagined in his head how a tiger approached a tiny hare and sniffed it. He thought that it was scary, as if a predator was sniffing its prey. Suddenly, Evian stopped and said that the 7th successor. Larson asked yes. Evian added that Larson smells delicious. Larson reached into his pocket and asked what it smelled like. He held out a chocolate bar and asked what could be causing it. Evian grabbed the chocolate. Larson asked that she was hungry. Evian answered no. She examined the chocolate and said that if Larson insisted, she would gladly accept it. Looking at her, Larson thought that she had always been like this. Evian put the chocolate behind her back, and Larson, looking at her, thought that it was strange. It felt like she was completely different in the original story. What could have happened? Larson took the book and, leaving the library, turned to Evian and said that he would go. Larson wondered if he thought it would be easier to leave this time. Larson said in parting that in the annex they have a lot of delicious sweets. If she wants, let her come in. He will tell Era to give them all to her. Evian looked at Larson in surprise, and then Larson, leaving the library, waved his hand to her, wondered if he had really come, he wouldn't set foot here again, and why he even invited her to his place. Larson looked at the book in front of him. A system message appeared that 42% complete. It was not possible to activate the skill due to lack of mana. Larson, looking at the book, thought about the basics of the magic of the wizard Albert. He expected more from this book. Larson introduced the wizard with a smile. He wondered what a great wizard was. It must be something. Well, it's unlikely that he would write something ordinary in a book. It's elementary. We are taken outside. Confucius stands next to Era and looks forward. Larson runs around the garden, breathing heavily. Looking at this, Confucius smiles and says that the gentleman has been very busy lately. He goes to the library almost every day. Is this really his new training? Era, looking at Larson, said that this was not an easy run. Suddenly Evian appeared behind them. She said that they were working on depleting mana through physical activity. Era, looking at her, shouted to Evian. She thought that she did not even feel her presence. Confucius looked at her with a smile and asked what she came here on business. Evian answered yes. Evian looked at Confucius. He asked if he should call the master. She replied that he shouldn't. Confucius looked at her in surprise and then wondered why Evian came here. She is a top-level wizard. Looking at the calm Evian, he wondered if she had really decided to look at the seventh successor or enter into a fight for the inheritance. No, the library was in a neutral position. They all began to look at Larson, who was running fast. Suddenly Evian said that the seventh successor was very different from what rumors said about him. Suddenly Era lowered herself and reached into her pocket. She said that the seventh successor ordered her. Era pulled out the chocolate and said that if Mrs. Evian suddenly arrived here, he ordered it to be given to her. Evian silently looked at the chocolate, and Era continued to say that, of course, she did not think that a librarian like Evian would like chocolate, but Era looked at Evian, puzzled, and added that the gentleman said she thought that when giving something to someone, one must also take into account his rank. Era, looking at Evian's stern gaze, thought that giving chocolate to someone like her could be perceived as an insult. Suddenly Evian took the chocolate and said that she could not ignore the master's gift. Era and Confucius looked ahead in surprise. Era, frowning, wondered why the hell nothing was happening. What was the relationship between the seventh successor and Evian? We are transported to Larson's house. 3 days later, a system message appears in front of Larson that the basics of Grand Wizard Albert's magic is an ideal way to understand techniques related to mana. The basics of Grand Wizard Albert's magic is a simple way to use mana have been activated. Larson smiled and thought that he had finally done it, a simple way to use mana. Suddenly, as if he had been shocked, he looked ahead in fear. Larson fell to his knees, small bolts of lightning running through his body. Larson looked down in fear and grabbed his throat. He thought that this mana was overflowing. If he didn't stop, his body would not stand it. Larson, looking ahead in fear, thought that this was all a damn book. Lightning passed through his body. Larson looked down in pain, thinking that he needed to deactivate Chengnan, a world in which he could die simply by misusing this book. His house appears in front of Larson. He thought that he had figured out the mana. He needed to focus on the next thing. We are taken closer to evening. Larson sits in the lotus position with his eyes closed. A strong aura surrounds him, and a system message appears in front of him that the simple method of using mana has been activated. Larson, closing his eyes, thinks that this is something new. A system message appears in front of him that when using a simple method of using mana, his settings have been changed. A system message appears in front of Larson that he can turn off additional settings. And then Evian appears in front of Larson with her characteristics: ice attribute, age 27, cold but innocent, sometimes cruel, open, hidden settings. Looking at this, Larson thought that now he understood why he felt strange next to Evian. A system message appeared in front of Larson that chocolate is his love. He began to think that he was serious. He remembered how he was sitting at the computer and a small child was sitting next to him and was writing something in a book. He thought that he remembered watching his friend's child. That child in the book wrote chocolate is his love. Larson thought that he was writing something down in his notebook. Larson remembered how Evian began to sniff him. He thought that now he understood why he felt so strange. Suddenly Larson opened his eyes and heard someone's voice. Someone was saying that let's focus on him. Larson looked around in fear. Everything around was on fire. He thought that the fire, what was happening, was so hot. Suddenly Larson looked forward. He saw someone's silhouette and wondered what was so hot. There was someone there. In front of him was a girl with red hair. She smiled and said pick. A girl in a dress with long red hair came forward. She asked why Larson pretended not to notice her. He wanted to die. A system message appeared in front of Larson that this was Persia, age 29 years old, attribute fire, earth, water, ruthless personality, and a rapist, selfish. Larson thought that this was Persia Mighton. He looked ahead in fear, opened his mouth and wondered that a crazy sorceress with 3 main attributes, why was she here? Persia smiled and asked what it was. It hurt her to watch. A system message appeared in front of Larson that she hates the inferior and weak. Her favorite pastime is to hurt people. Larson thought that causing pain is an abomination. Persia came forward and said that while Larson did not answer, he preferred not to notice her. Larson covered his face with his hand and coughed. He looked ahead in fear and thought that no, he almost began to apologize to her. She hates the inferior and weak. If he apologizes, she will definitely cut off his limbs. Larson, covering his face with his hand, looking at Persia, thought that this was one of her tests. And then Larson said that he really didn't notice her. Persia asked what. Larson furrowed his eyebrows and wondered if he had said that. But he was still scared. At least he did. Larson added that his eyesight was not as good as her. Persia smiled and told Larson to continue. Larson replied that she herself had noticed this, that he was not paying attention to her. Larson, looking at her, continued to say that since she wants him to apologize, then she should forgive him for his inattention, although he does not believe that he is to blame. Persia, looking at him, laughed. Larson, looking at her in surprise, wondered why she was laughing. Persia walked forward and said that there are rumors that Larson has changed. It is true. Larson thought about it. Rumors. Larson smiled and replied that he was the same as before. Persia asked that he didn't think that now was not the time to make excuses. Persia looked at him with curiosity. Larson continued to say that it is never too late to explain. The main thing is not to lead to misunderstanding. Suddenly, a large fiery snake flew towards Larson, its mouth wide open. Persia, stretching her hand forward, released it directly at Larson. She said that at the moment when he thought that it was not too late, in fact it was already too late. The snake wrapped itself around Larson's neck, and then he said that he understands that there is some mistake in this. He just does not want to conflict with it. Persia, smiling, continued to extend her hand forward. Larson said that, however, he was the rightful heir to the head. Persia told him to continue. She smiled, looking at him, and Larson replied that this means that if she kills him, she will have big problems. Persia replied that Larson is trash. How is he going to become the head? Larson, looking at his sister, frowned and said that everything will be decided when they show their abilities, because of one variable the entire future of this world can change. Persia, stretching her hand forward, asked what change Larson was talking about. Larson thought about his life. Larson furrowed his brows and said that he still doesn't know much about his brothers and sisters, so he doesn't even know if he can get the throne. Larson imagined in his head a girl in a long white dress. He thought that, in any case, he needed to mention high magic and Ibelia. Larson, looking at his sister, said that he knew that she was very afraid of her sister. The next second, the fiery snake opened its mouth wide and rushed towards Larson. Larson looked at her in fear. He thought that this was very hot. He would burn alive. Larson closed his eyes and, clenching his teeth, looked at the snake. Persia said that she listened to him silently because he was sweet and flexible. Larson said he also knows she hates being lied to. The snake began to burn, and Larson, wincing in pain, said that she hated being submissive to anyone more than taking the truth for a lie. So he also did not want to be remembered as a brother who submitted to his sisters. If he gave in to his honor, then he will not succumb to power. Suddenly the snake disappeared, leaving only a black cloud of smoke. Larson fell to his knees. He grabbed his throat, started coughing, and then said that, honestly, he still hopes that Persia will forgive him. Persia smiled. A blue sphere appeared in her hand. She said that Larson was a fool. A second later, Persia threw the sphere at Larson at great speed. Larson's chest arched and he began to fly to the side. Larson's eyes widened, and then Larson clutched his chest with his hands and began to cough. He thought it felt like he had been hit by a bowling ball. In fact, there was a small red apple lying next to him. Larson wondered what it was. Should he apologize? She hit him with the apple. A system message appeared in front of Larson that the basics of using mana protected his heart. A strong basic training was imprinted on the energy circle. Larson thought that the basic training had just knocked him out with an apple, but a new technique had opened. Persia, looking at Larson, told him to take a bite. Then fire appeared in Persia's place, and she began to disappear, saying that Larson needed to be treated to something. Larson, sitting on the floor, thought about how to treat him to an apple. Larson picked up the apple and, looking at it, wondered what could happen. A system message appeared in front of Larson that this apple was a vessel for mana, an excellent thing for storing mana, quite rare and expensive. Larson wondered how he got this vessel. Larson, sitting on the floor, looked at the apple and wondered why this was happening. Was it really because he was the youngest of the Mitons? Larson lowered his head and remembered the main character Kassan Sade. He thought that these were the abilities of the main character and not him. In fact, it would not have been better if the main character had received them, and not him. It was already late at night on the street. Someone said that they wanted to tell her that this little guy constantly goes to the library and trains. Persia, sitting at the table, said that he really managed to open the first circle of mana at the age of 9. She blushed and, leaning on her hand, said that it means that all this time he was deliberately acting like a fool, a cunning snake. Persia started tapping her finger on the table, and then said that the more he learned about his sister and started talking about heritage. The version smiled and added that he had indeed lost his fear, but he was tongue-tied. Persia broke the table with her finger, and then said that his chances of becoming an heir were not that great. That was clear. Persia stood up and, looking at the table, which had broken into 2 parts, said that Larson was not bad, but no more. The throne was not his. Persia, suddenly looking forward, shouted. A man in black clothes began to appear in front of her. The girl in the mask was sitting on the floor. Persia, looking at her, told her to continue spreading rumors that the youngest son was the same goofball. This would definitely not give any chance to meet his other brothers. Persia smiled and added to be sure if he had too much of an appetite at such and such an age. Persia, looking at the girl in the mask, told her to keep an eye on him. Maybe something will happen and somehow he will get sick and disappear from this world. The girl said that it seems Persia is just amused by this. The version smiled and added that it was just annoying. She personally wanted to kill him. It would be fun if he let himself into a trap. Persia extended her hand to the side. A fiery sphere appeared in it, and she said that over the years his self-confidence grows higher and higher. It's time to cut off the boy's wings and lower him to the ground. A large house stands against the dark night sky, with a light on in one of the towers in the room. There is an apple on the floor in the room. A screen glows above it, on which is written, "Note, death from overdose. You will need the help of an experienced wizard. In the case of magical elements, this can be useful." Larson sat on the floor, looked carefully at the apple and thought that he did not know how true this was. The blonde boy looked down and wondered why Persia gave him this. Larson remembered the red-haired girl who was looking at him with a smile, and thought that no, the third heiress is not an ordinary person. Perhaps it is her whim or curiosity. If he becomes strong, she will try to use him for her own purposes. Larson sat on the floor, crossing his legs and arms, and looked at the apple with the thought that he did not know whether he would eat it or throw it away. He drummed his fingers on his arm thoughtfully and thought that if he ate the apple, I was sure one of his limbs would no longer be his. Larson looked at the words on the screen. In the case of the magical elements of water, ice, wind, this can help. He realized that he needed help. By the way, an ice sorceress. The boy imagined a beautiful dark-haired girl with snowflakes flying around her and snow falling above her hand, and thought that it would be better to go to Evian, but she could also kill him. It's creepy. Larson imagined himself lying on the floor with a blue face, and a bitten apple lay next to him, and Evian stood behind him with a joyful expression on his face. He thought that he ate the apple and died as a result of the side effects, and Evian was nearby and could not do anything. The sorceress stands with her hand with the apple up and waving her hand joyfully, and Larson thought that Evian was finally winning, and this was the worst thing. The blonde boy lowered his eyes and thought. A dark-haired girl came to the door of his room and said that this is Evian. Can she come in? Larson sat on the floor, looked up seriously at the door and thought that anyway he would not be able to hide anything. She would definitely feel a huge amount of mana. The boy looked in front of him and answered that she should come in, and thought that the sign would need to be redone. Larson looks at the apple lying on the table and tells the girl that he is not going to deceive her. She must have already felt it. The blonde boy and Evian are sitting at the table opposite each other. He tells her that it is Cartier. She looks at the apple and answers, yes. Larson, without raising his eyes, said that he wanted to make a deal with her. Evian responded by asking what kind of deal they were talking about. The dark-haired girl looked at the boy who told her that he couldn't take the apple for himself because he wanted to help her. Evian lowered her eyes a little and calmly replied that as a librarian she had no right to make deals with anyone. She would in no way participate in the struggle for the heritage. Larson lowered his eyes and said that he was not asking her to join the power struggle. He folded his hands on his chest, looked at her and seriously said that as a wizard, he just wants to become stronger, like the true heir to the throne. The girl was very surprised by these words. Larson lowered his head a little and looked at the sorceress, and she thought that talking about magic was a very exemplary cliché. Evian looked at the boy and the thought arose that everyone said that the 7th receiver was a goof and slow-witted. Larson slammed his fist on the table and said that initially, he did not plan to fight for power. The sorceress interrupted him by saying that she was told that members of the Mython family completely devote their lives to the state. The boy slammed his fist on the table again and replied that his deal had nothing to do with government power. He just wanted to improve his abilities. The girl looked at him calmly and said that, nevertheless, as a librarian, she could not interfere and advised him to seek help from the main wizards. Larson immediately explained to her that he did not trust the wizards from the main office. They were definitely already serving to his brothers. The blonde guy put his fist to his chest, looked at the sorceress and asked her to help him because he was quite serious, and then added that all this was to protect his mother. Evian looked at the boy in confusion. She remembered how a man's gloved hand grabbed the woman by the hair. The offender shouted that she dared not pay the tax. A guard in armor pulled a woman by the hair down the street and shouted that he would teach her a lesson. And a little boy grabbed the man's hand and asked him to let his mother go and not touch her. People just stood and watched this. The man in armor turned sharply, began to draw his sword and shouted at the boy to get out of here. The boy's mother shouted, "No," and rushed to protect her son. Soso stood and protected the crying boy with her body, and the guard swung his sword and wounded her in the stomach, from which blood sprayed. The woman fell to the ground, and Larson rushed towards her, screaming, and the knight hit his bloody sword and said, "Damn it," he missed. The boy knelt next to his mother's body, cried bitterly and asked his mother to open her eyes. A crowd of people behind them whispered that she had done something wrong. "Just look." Evian stood among these people and saw everything. Horrified by what she saw, she opened her mouth. The sorceress furrowed her eyebrows and clenched her teeth in anger. She remembered how she came to the king, who stood with a sword, surrounded by guards protecting him. The king gave the command, and the knights rushed to attack the girl. Evian extended her hand forward and created an ice shield. The sorceress imagined mother and son standing with their backs to each other and thought that the 9-year-old 7th receiver had been watched all his life. Evian continued to think about the maid Soso, who was abandoned by her family. She gave birth to the youngest son of a wizard who had to hide from everyone and come to terms with his fate. The sorceress remembered the boy standing in front of her, who said in all seriousness that he wanted to protect his mother, and thought that these words about the desire to protect his mother were very sincere, but this was impossible. Evian introduced the boy and girl to Percy and thought that there were strong candidates for the wizard's heir. In their eyes, this child was nothing, just a thorn of low origin. She imagined a boy standing alone and staring into the darkness, dreaming the impossible, a rather miserable dream, and then she noted that it didn't look wrong. Evian sat straight on the chair, with her hands on her knees, closed her eyes and thought that dreams tend to come true. You just need to apply a little effort to make them come true. The sorceress lowered her head a little and decided that she should give this dream a chance. She answered without raising her head, "Okay." Evian raised her eyes, looked to the side and added that she wouldn't refuse chocolate. Larson smiled joyfully and looked at the girl. The apple was covered in ice. Evian noted that it would hurt a little. Larson was lying on the bed, with his hands folded on his stomach. An icy apple was floating in the air above him, and a sorceress stood near the bed, with her arms outstretched in front of her, and said that she would freeze his mana, which he received from the apple, after which it would slowly melt along with mana and absorb it. Evian held her hands in front of her, directing streams of magic at the apple, saying that the only side effect would be that his body might freeze. Larson lay there, looking at the ceiling and thinking that his body would freeze. The sorceress looked at him and added, "If he's lucky, everything will completely melt in a month. If not, it may drag on for several years, and ultimately, it can even lead to death." Larson looked up with horror in his eyes and mentally asked her not to say it so calmly. Evian asked him not to worry. She is a fairly experienced ice mage and promised to do everything possible to avoid this. The blonde boy looked at the apple and wondered if he was doing the right thing by risking his life. An apple was reflected in the boy's eyes, and he continued to think, well, there is no other way out. This is the best of all the options available to him. Larson looked at the iced apple and thought that characters like Evian are heroes who are very considerate of others, but she said that it is dangerous. The probability of success is quite high, so you have to think positively. There is no investment without risk. Larson looked confidently in front of him and said to start. He was ready. Evian stood near the bed with her arms outstretched and said that she was a supreme wizard. No matter how much she used her mana, everything had its price. Larson asked again, "Its price?" She replied that yes, but that's not about that now. Evian looked down and said that since this is just a formality, 24 pieces of chocolate are enough, therefore. Persia, with blood stains on her cheek, turned around, smiled and asked, "Did he eat the courtier?" and heard the answer that yes, but the librarian Evian helped him. The sorceress with red hair put her hand aside, using magic to hold the bloody body of a man in the air. In her other hand she had a whip. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "Evian, that ice woman?" The girl in the black cloak answered her that yes, how she understood that he had somehow touched Evian, and she decided to help him. Persia asked how, and the girl in a black mask and cloak lowered her eyes, asked for forgiveness and said that she could not get closer to the ice sorceress, so she does not know what happened next. The red-haired sorceress looked to the side with a smile and said that the younger one was a cunning one, since he managed to touch the icy Evian herself. Persia looked in front of her, saying that the cartier she gave him was a special item. If it was eaten by a wizard of a lower rank like Evian, he would die. I wonder how the younger one knew that the cartier would be ideal for an ice sorceress. The girl in the cloak replied that it seemed he was aware. The girl with red hair continued to hold the wounded body of the man in the air. She said that based on what the girl in the cloak said, he ate it. Persia heard the answer that it was true, he ate it, but there is still something strange here. She asked, what? The masked girl knelt down, looked at the sorceress and said that the body of the seventh receiver, it seems very strong. Persia clarified, how is it? The girl answered, because Evian was also surprised by this. The speed of mana absorption is surprising, the pulse and temperature of his body practically unchanged. The sorceress turned and said, this means that soon you will feel hellish pain. She asked the girl in the cloak, according to her calculations, how long will it take to absorb all the mana? Usually it takes about 3 years, but in this situation, 1 year is enough. The girl in the mask said that she thinks that at this speed, 3 weeks will be enough. Persia looked down in disappointment and asked, is this true? The large house stood against the backdrop of the dark night sky, with no lights on in any of the windows. Larson sat up abruptly in bed, slammed his fist on his legs and shouted that it was so hard. He opened his mouth, from which steam was coming out, and thought that his body was on fire. Sweat ran down the boy's face and he looked at his bent, blue fingers. The running man's foot kicked off the ground, kicking up dust. Larson ran, and a haze of icy mana hovered around his body. He realized that no matter how much he ran, he did not feel tired at all. He ran past green hedges against the backdrop of the rising sun towards a house on the fence of which a rooster was crowing loudly. Larson ran quickly and thought that there was too much energy in his body. It was overflowing with mana. He felt like he was about to explode. A fair-haired boy ran up to the house shouting, Confucius. The servant went outside, rubbed his eyes, yawned and said, yes, master. Larson shouted to him to take him to the waterfall. Water quickly flowed down the rocky cliff. Larson grabbed the stones along which the water flowed with his hand. He climbed up the waterfall, grabbing the ledges with his hands, and thought that this was much better. Now he was straining his body more. Larson turned around, looked at the servant and shouted that he needed weights, about 10 kilograms for each arm. A blond guy, gritting his teeth, climbs up a rock with weights on his wrists. Information is displayed on the screen. The power of martial arts protects the body. Training takes place without the use of Qingnan. The power of martial arts has been raised to the 2nd level. The stronger the strength of spirit, the better the body is protected. The use of body weight is increased to the level of a professional. Larson climbs up easily and with a smile on his face and thinks that his body has become so light. Confucius opened his eyes and mouth wide in surprise when he heard his master shouting to him that he needed to increase it to 20 kilograms. The servant stood with weights in his hands and again looked in surprise at the master, who shouted that he needed to increase it to 30 kilograms. A week later, Confucius was holding even more weights in his hands, and Larson was shouting that he would increase it to 50 kilograms. The servant closed his eyes and replied that it was wonderful that the master was so enthusiastic, but if he overdid it, the body might not withstand it. The blond guy climbed up the rock, laughing, saying that everything was fine. Even though he hadn't slept much lately, he was still full of energy. In the castle, surrounded by a stone wall, a voice was heard. It seemed that all of Cartier's mana had been absorbed. The girl in the cloak was kneeling in front of the red-haired sorceress, who was sitting at the table and reading a book. She said that it was really a monster, not a person. Persia asked, seriously? She looked at the book with a smile and listened to the answer that he climbed the slope with the waterfall every day using only his hands. Persia asked, without any magic? The masked girl answered that perhaps he used some kind of magic. Persia looked at the cover of the book and said that martial arts is a discipline that has its limitations, and he only follows the instructions in this book. The girl in the cloak replied that, moreover, he hung weights of 50 kilograms on himself and climbed with them. The sorceress looked away and asked again that maybe they meant 5 kilograms, and heard the answer that no, he climbed a 30-meter slope with a waterfall in 5 minutes. Persia leaned back in her chair, laughed and said that this guy has so much energy. How many more days will he live? The masked girl looked at the sorceress in confusion and replied that if everything was left like this, he would die within 3 months. Persia propped her cheek with her hand and looked at the girl, who continued to say that there is too much mana in his body. Without special protection, his body will simply explode. Only thanks to Mrs. Evian he is still somehow holding on. The red-haired girl narrowed her eyes and said that she was annoying. She had already fulfilled her role, and now Persia would see how strong he was. The sorceress smiled contentedly and added that if he died, the blame would fall on the one who tried to save him. That is, Evian. Larson smoothed his hair back. The blond guy raised his hand clenched into a fist, looked at her and said that a lot has changed since he took possession of the mana. His body became pumped up. There is a mug on the table into which tea is poured. At the table on the terrace there is a table at which Larson and his mother are sitting, and the maid Era is standing next to him. Soso asked her son if he had lost too much weight. The fair-haired guy replied that he was just training hard. Mom looked at her son and said that he looked really good. But still, health is much more important. Larson joyfully raised his hands and replied that she should not worry, he is healthy as an ox. Soso looked at the maid and noted that she was getting better at making tea every day. Era looked at the woman with happy eyes and said that this was an exaggeration, and she was becoming more and more beautiful every day. Larson looked at the maid and thought that Era was especially warm towards his mother. Anyway, that was good. The guy looked at his mother and noted that her blue dots had almost disappeared and everything was beginning to heal. The castle stands against the backdrop of the starry night sky. Only one window has a light on. Larson lies on the bed with his hands under his head and thinks that today is December 20th of the year 218 according to the Jyfian calendar. Soon the 24th of December, information appeared on the screen. Changnan is activated. The basic technique of using mana is being used. The fair-haired guy thought that the 24th of December was Christmas Eve. This suggests that it will be the evening of the birth of a star. He imagined how many people gathered at a huge rock on which stood a man with a staff in his hand, from which light was coming out. The star means Emperor Jythian. It was he who united all heterogeneous and purebred people and founded the first human empire. In other words, the 24th of December is Jythian's birthday. Larson lay there, looking in front of him and thinking that it didn't matter whether he was an emperor or someone else, there was something that was really important. Larson imagined the silhouette of a girl on fire and thought that how did it happen that on the 24th of December Lydia approached their western gate? She was fire, the Nemesis family, the Red Killer, the one-armed magician. The girl stands on one knee with her head bowed near the gate in front of the red-haired sorceress, and fire is visible around her. Lydia on December 24, 218, was expelled after all the torment and came to the western gate of the Mighton family. Persia looked at her with a smile and thought that this was not a bad sacrifice. He did not specify how or what happened, but Lydia herself said that she was kidnapped by the third heiress. Now he understands why the fiery girl became like this. After what happened, Lydia hated their family and decided to take revenge. She and the guy with the sword attacked the castle. The girl jumped, fire was coming from her hand, there was smoke and fire burning all around. Lydia is a character with special abilities. She controls the fire of the clan. She entered into a contract with the Fire Clan and wandered the world with them. Larson lies on the bed and remembers that after the clan was destroyed by wars, Lydia received the Holy Grail of Fire. The blonde guy heard something, opened his eyes in surprise and realized that someone was hiding here. A man dressed all in black is standing near the wall. General information about him says that he is the shadow of the third heiress. Larson looked up carefully and wondered since when had he been here. Wouldn't it be better to pretend that he didn't notice anyone? If he turned off the use of Changnan, he would really stop noticing. Information appeared on the screen that a simple method of using mana was activated. It was not possible to turn off the effect of Changnan. It will turn off on its own when his mana runs out. The guy frowned in displeasure. Larson decided that he would just pretend to be asleep and everything would be fine. He closed his eyes and began to snore. A shadow in a black mask peeked around the corner and thought, what the hell, does he also use his mana in his sleep? She looked at the sleeping guy and thought that since this technique is very dangerous, you can die from mild shock or mental disorder. He sleeps using mana. The shadow looked thoughtfully to the side and thought that this was extreme recklessness, and what should she do? Shadow remembered watching the boy sitting at the table reading a book, and thought that this bastard decided that all he could do was learn basic techniques from books in the library, and after that he would be able to become one of the strongest, but in his sleep, his mana remained stable. Shadow remembered a book in which she read the introduction and saw nothing there about the methods of properly using mana. Shadow remembered how in the morning she watched the guy admiring his transformation, and thought that with the help of Evian he managed to take possession of the Cartier and melt the mana in his body. And even outwardly there were quite visible changes. Now he has a lot of mana in his body. The masked Shadow looked at the sleeping blonde boy again and thought that the real problem at the moment was that he was completely in perfect condition. She looked at the mana that surrounded his body and thought that no, most likely the mana would stabilize more and more over time. He had not yet created the second circle, in fact, like a new technique for strengthening the body. The Shadow decided that all this was too strange. Tomorrow it would make a detailed report, and disappeared. Larson lies with his eyes closed and pretends that he is sleeping. The guy opened his eyes and thought as he left. Against the backdrop of the starry night sky stands a decorated Christmas tree with a large golden star at the top. The tree stands in the courtyard of the castle. Garlands are glowing on it and large balls are burning. People began to gather near the Christmas tree. Era and Confucius are standing near the tree. Larson approached them, greeted them, and told them to follow him. The maid also greeted him in return. Era and Confucius follow the guy. The servant asked the master, where are they going? Larson replied that they were going to the western gate, and Confucius made a surprised face and asked, has some kind of letter arrived? Above the gate could be seen the coat of arms of the family, and on both sides of them stood statues of winged lions. There are 4 such gates in total, the farthest of them being the western one. Larson, Era, and Confucius stopped and looked attentively at the front. The blonde guy thought, today. He remembered how Lydia attacked their castle and thought that the Red Killer must come here. Larson furrowed his eyebrows and realized that Lydia was already here. Lydia turned her head and looked to the side in surprise. The girl was sitting leaning against the wall. A weak fire was visible around her. The man turned around and shouted that there was a killer here. Lydia jumped to her feet, put one hand forward, and the fire was already burning in the other hand. She thought that she would kill them all. Was it really an ambush? The voice of a servant was heard throughout the city at night, asking, has he received a letter? Larson, Era, and Confucius walked along the street along the houses. The servant asked the master he would not accidentally enter the chambers of the 6th successor. He had prepared a lot of paralyzing poison. Confucius lowered his head sadly after hearing the answer, no. Larson looked away and asked what the servant said. Confucius answered in confusion that he had not said anything. Near the gate, 2 men fought with a girl. One of them received a fiery blow and flew to the side. The second man put out his hand with a magic shield in front of him and shouted to her to stop. Lydia shouted in response that she would kill them. General data appeared on the screen. Name Lydia, fire attribute, personality, one-armed magician, revenge, hope for a better life. The heroes came closer and saw the battle. Larson thought that it was her. It was noticeable that she was furious. We need to calm her down. Confucius looked at what was happening in fear and asked, who is this girl? Larson thought that she did not have any antidote with her, called a servant and ordered him to spray the paralyzing poison. Larson looked at the angry girl and said that the target was that girl, and ordered her to be paralyzed right now. Confucius swung his hand and threw poison with the words, paralyzing poisonous fire. A bag of poison flies over the girl's head, and Lydia runs towards her opponents and shouts that she will burn them all. The bag of poison exploded and dust began to fall to the ground. Lydia inhaled the poison, screamed, and froze. The girl fell to the ground like a stone. Larson thought that now he had to act quickly and rushed to run towards her. A hand fell on the blonde boy's shoulder and stopped him. Larson turned around sharply. The magician was looking at him, pointing his finger at him and shouting, who is he? Larson looked at him and replied that he had just left here. Did he want to resist? The heir looked at the man and said that this is a foreign wizard who needs to be taken away. She is too talented. Larson looked at the girl lying motionless and thought that it would be more correct to say that Lydia was an incredibly powerful magician. The magician looked at the guy in surprise and asked who. Larson confidently replied that he would take her. The magician shouted that this was impossible and asked the guy to tell him his name. Confucius cleared his throat. The servant took a step forward, extended his hand, and officially announced that this is a magician from the Mighton family, who inherited the blood of the Mighton family, a great man who walks the path of magic to the light of their world. The man looked at the servant in disbelief. Confucius lowered his head and added that there was no one better than their master, and Larson irritably thought for him to stop speaking already. The servant looked at the master and added that he, Larson Mython, the 7th successor, now it is clear who he is. The magician opened his mouth in confusion. The man looked at the guys and shouted, what nonsense. The magician looked to the side and shouted again that they had at least seen the 7th successor themselves. Mr. Larson is not as handsome as this one. The servant covered his mouth with his hand in horror, and Larson looked at the magician, folded his hands on his chest and thought that this was a compliment or insult. The fair-haired guy thought that he had simply lost weight, looked seriously at the magician and asked him to tell him his name, and then asked him what he thought. Could some stranger come out of the courtyard and pretend to be the 7th successor? The magician took a step forward and said that this was true, but Larson did not let him finish and said that everyone thinks that the 7th successor is an idiot and also fat, like a pig. The guy pointed his finger at himself, got angry and asked the magician, has he ever seen the 7th successor himself? If he doesn't want to die, he should apologize now. Confucius stood behind the master and proudly thought that he was so cool that there was nothing to add. Larson came closer to the magician and said that if he did not believe him, he could send someone to the main building to confirm his identity. The magician was confused, did not know what to say. And the fair-haired guy looked at him with a withering look and added that then those who did not listen to him now and behaved so arrogantly would have to be properly punished as soon as they found out that he was the real 7th successor. The man fell to his knees, bowed to the ground and began to ask for forgiveness, saying that he was very sorry. The magician raised his head and asked why he needed this girl. Larson looked down and realized that he hadn't even come up with an excuse. He thought about it. Larson smiled cheerfully and replied that she was pretty. The magician, without raising his head, said that he understood. Lydia was lying on the floor with her hands and feet tied. Her mouth was sealed with tape. She had not yet come to her senses. Larson was sitting on a chair near the wall, his arms folded across his chest, and Era and Confucius stood on either side of him. They looked at the girl lying motionless, and a note appeared on the screen, which indicated that a split had occurred, affecting the main story. Larson looked attentively at the screen and thought, a split? The future has changed because of one detail. Lydia suddenly opened her eyes and looked ahead in surprise. She sat on her knees and began to utter incomprehensible sounds. Larson looked at her and thought that he did not understand, but it seemed to him that she was cursing him. Now he needed to do everything as quickly and simply as possible. Larson looked at the girl with a kind look and said, "Hello, she needs help to save her father. He is ready to help her." Lydia looked at him in surprise. Larson leaned forward a little and continued to say that his mother was also sick. He knows why she came here. If you look closely, she has a sun drawn on her left chest, and then she uses the fire of the Fire Clan, right? Confucius looked at the master in surprise and wondered how he knew such details, and Larson calmly continued that Heilan was the southern province facing the Dragon Mountains. He had heard that a plague was currently raging there. Era looked at the guy in surprise. Larson said that he knew how to cure the plague. Lydia again uttered incomprehensible sounds in response. The seventh successor looked at the girl who was trying to say something and said that she also thought that the Mighton family had medicine, and that's why she came here. He added that if she understood him completely, let her nod her head twice. Lydia nodded. Larson asked to remove the tape from the girl's mouth. Era complied with his request and sharply tore off the tape, causing pain to the girl. The blonde guy asked if she had calmed down a little. Lydia looked at him trustingly and asked that he was really going to help her. Larson thought that he seemed to be speaking a foreign language, and then he said that he would help. The girl responded by asking why he needed this. The guy replied that does it really matter now? Lydia lowered her head and said that she was told that such high-ranking people simply don't help ordinary people. Larson asked who said that. She admitted that it was her father. Larson asked why she came here then. Wasn't it to ask for help? Lydia replied that she tried to do it, but not for nothing. Larson looked at her in surprise and realized what the Holy Grail of Fire meant. The guy introduced the main character, named Casson, in armor and next to him a fire bowl, and said that he would help her father. Lydia looked at him with big eyes full of joy and asked if it was true. Larson added that it would cost a lot of money. Lydia lowered her sad gaze and said that she had no money now. The guy replied that she would pay later. She asked how much he needed. Larson got a little angry and said that he would answer as soon as he was cured. The girl in response asked to cure her father. The guy clarified that she would definitely pay him. Lydia looked at him with eyes full of tears and replied that she would give any amount. The guy asked if she was lying. She said that she would give whatever he wanted. The blonde guy thought it was great and called the servant, who immediately turned to the master. Larson looked at the servant seriously and told him to take a 10-year-old plant, crush it and sprinkle it in the western region. If this composition gets into Heilan within 18 minutes, the plague will be quickly cured. Confucius opened his eyes wide in surprise and said that this is a rare plant. Could he explain its effect to him? Larson looked at the servant irritably and said that not now, and ordered him to do what he said. Confucius looked ahead in confusion. The servant fell to his knee, bowed and said that it was good. He understood him. The master looked at him and thought that this was not bad, so he quickly resigned himself. Era asked permission to ask a question. Larson turned to her and asked what. He wanted to know how he found out about the treatment. The maid opened her eyes in surprise and said that yes, she was very interested in where such information came from. Larson looked to the side and replied that he was Mighton. Era looked at the gentleman, who was sitting on a chair with an important look, folding his arms on his chest, and said that he studied well. She was happy for him. Larson remembered him standing on the bare ground, a strong wind blowing, fluttering his cloak, and thought it was arrogance. He liked to study. He often remembers his childhood days. Larson looked at the girl with a smile, called her by name Lydia, and said that he would free her now. The girl looked at him in surprise, and then she jumped up and screamed, "What?" The guy was a little scared by her action. She lowered her head, looked at him with an angry look and said that she had never told him her name. How did he know? The seventh successor realized that he had made a mistake. Fire began to burn around the girl. Larson said to himself, "Don't panic," looked at the girl and asked how strange it is that he knows her name. Lydia looked at him carefully and said that yes, very much. And the guy responded by asking whether it was strange that he guessed about her intentions from the beginning. She agreed that it was strange. Larson continued, "Isn't it strange that he told some of the secrets of the Mighton family?" The girl looked away and replied that it was strange. The guy continued to ask, "Is it not strange that now everything is moving in her favor?" Lydia looked at him and answered that it was strange. Larson leaned forward and asked again that she had come here to save someone dear to her. The girl lowered her head sadly and answered that yes. Lydia looked down and heard the question. Then she understands what kind of mercy he showed her now. The girl asked for forgiveness. He asked again, "What?" and she repeated that she was asking her to forgive her. Larson came closer to her, put his hand to her ear and asked, "What?" He didn't hear her well. She, without raising her head, screamed that it was all her fault, and again asked for forgiveness. The blonde guy straightened up, looked at her and thought that was enough and said that he accepted her apology. Lydia looked at him and asked that now she can go home. Larson remembered her fight with the guards and asked, but she didn't think about the consequences because he attacked the Mighton's house and also rushed at their guards. He asked her what the guards told her when she told them that she had come to save her father. Lydia sadly lowered her head and replied that they said that she was just a simple person, and no one would help such a person, and they began to laugh at her and by her father. The Mightons don't care whether her father dies or not. Larson looked away sadly. Lydia rubbed her wrist where the rope was and added that that was why she was angry. She lowered her head and cried bitterly, saying that her father is the only person who is so close to her, so she cannot let him die. Without turning his head, Larson turned to the maid with a request to free the captive. Era replied, "Yes, sir." Lydia wiped her face with her hands, saying, "Who are you and why are they helping her?" The blonde guy looked at her and replied that he was Larson Mighton. Lydia looked thoughtfully to the side, put her finger to her chin and thought, Larson Mighton. She realized who he was and looked at him in surprise. Lydia pointed her finger at him and said, "What do you mean he's that goofy?" The servants behind the master looked at each other, and he knitted his eyebrows and calmly asked that she had really heard rumors. The girl replied that yes, she had heard that he was the most vile of the successors. Lydia laughed joyfully and said that it turned out that this was not at all true. He was a good person. A screen appeared above the girl's head with a note that your actions changed the course of the original story. Larson thought that the course of events had been changed. The guy looked at the girl and thought that the Red Killer, the one-armed magician, was it right to win the girl over to their side. Larson looked at the happy face of the captive and decided that he would leave it like that for now. A castle with a blue roof stood under the starry night sky, and footsteps could be heard in the building. Confucius walked into the room with a backpack on his shoulders and said that he had collected enough 10-year-old plants. He was going to Halen right now. Larson stood in his pajamas and asked the servant how long it would take to get there. Confucius replied that about 3 days. The servant got down on one knee and asked permission to ask one question. Why is the master helping this girl? Larson lowered his eyes and replied that it was simple. Because this is a disease that can be cured, it would be unfair if he just left everything like that. The gentleman raised his eyes a little and added that, moreover, there is a chance to find strong allies later, and therefore, helping them will not be difficult. Confucius, kneeling, bowed and said that he understood him and thanked him for his answer. Larson asked him to stop his speech. The servant closed his eyes and thought, what does it mean that the master decided not to be indifferent to problems and meet the weak, helping them? This is the path that master wizards should follow. Confucius realized that he had indeed met his light, raised his head, looked at the master and said that then he went. Larson turned away and thought that in fact, the biggest reason he wanted the Holy Grail of Fire was because it had the power to save him. 2 days later, the castle stood under a clear blue sky with white clouds floating across it. The maids who were wiping the dust looked in surprise at the girl who came in with the words, "Has the pig found a new toy?" Red-haired Persia came into the room. She smiled and said, "Well, let's see what kind of toy the dog got for himself." She looked to the side in surprise. Persia saw a fair-haired guy and said who he was. She doesn't remember that there were such handsome men in their family. The guy looked at her carefully and replied that he was Larson Mighton, her younger brother. Persia folded her arms over her chest, saying that this is so much fun. In fact, he surprises her more and more. It seems he has his own secrets. Larson looked thoughtfully to the side and replied that he really had nothing to hide, but thought to himself that except that he was the creator of this world. Persia took his chin and pulled him towards her, saying that not only that, but why is his face so sweet and beautiful? The sister looked at him and thought that she felt her body go numb, and the inscription appeared on the screen, "The power of martial arts protects the body." Larson narrowed his eyes, looked at her and thought that they had just met their eyes, and his combat abilities were activated automatically. Persia asked him if he had fun in his 3 weeks. The sister stroked his head, smiled and added that he was great. If he grows up to be as handsome, his sister will love him. The guy stood with a very dissatisfied face. Larson removed her hand from his head and said that he did not need it. She asked why, and he thought that he was sure she was testing him again. The brother looked at her and replied that he would either become her main rival or they would cooperate, so he would not promise her anything. Persia smiled in response and said that he was so cute. If you cut your hair a little and dye it, you will get the best a real work of art. Larson opened his mouth and looked at her angrily. The guy took a confident step forward and told her to stop joking. She laughed cheerfully and replied that he thought she was joking. Persia raised her hand and said that moreover, she wanted to see the toy that he took for himself. Larson thought, Lydia, why, wants to take it. Larson remembered the girl in the flame of fire and thought that Lydia is a magician with unrivaled fire-related talent, and her sister's talent is very similar, so she wants to get her. He won't let it happen like in the original story. The brother looked seriously at his sister, raised his hand clenched into a fist, and confidently said that this was his toy. Persia asked, "What?" Larson knitted his eyebrows and said even more confidently that this was a toy that he picked up himself. He was not going to do what his sister told him. Persia raised her hand and the room was filled with red streams of mana. She angrily asked what he said. Information appeared on the screen that the basic technique is the power of martial arts, resisting external energy. The sister lowered her head a little, looked at her brother and thought that he dared to resist. Even he would not be able to resist her. He did not have enough skills. Once again, a message appeared on the screen that simply using mana activated Changnan. Larson crossed his arms in front of him. His mana appeared around him. He thought that her mana was so strong. Persia calmed down, looked at her brother and said that she would give him one last chance. Larson looked at her and asked, "Last chance?" She asked him, did he learn martial arts? The brother replied that yes, he learned to use the basic level. The sister raised her index finger up and a white fire appeared on the tip. She said that she would fight him with only one finger. She would use simple magic. Larson tilted his head and asked that he also studied martial arts. The sister replied that she did not read much. She read the book for about 5 minutes and then she got tired of it. The brother, without raising his head, smiled slightly. Larson assumed a fighting stance, raised his fists and said that he would then do everything possible to defeat her. Persia ran her finger in the air and a fiery streak formed behind it. She said that their youngest is very smart, she likes it. Larson looked in surprise at the fiery snake approaching him. Information appeared on the screen that Changnan had detected false illusions. Larson clenched his teeth and raised his fist to attack. The brother struck. Persia smiled and thought that he had definitely become stronger and then offered to defeat her. Then she would not take away his toy, but he would have to do his best. Larson knitted his eyebrows and looked carefully in front of him. The brother looked at the smiling face of his sister, who said that if he loses, his toy will be broken. Persia and Larson meet in the living room. Persia looks at Larson with a smile. Larson frowns and says he will do everything possible to win her. Persia, smiling and thinking, says someone like you is going to defeat me. Even the 5th and 6th successor could not do this to me. Larson jerked closer to Persia, swinging his hand, after which Persia dodged and spoke too slowly, and she delivers a super strong blow to Larson with her ability. After that, Larson reflects Persia's blow and throws him back 5 meters. Persia, with a grin on his face, extends his hand, thinks and says to destroy him, "It won't be difficult for me." Persia, thoughtfully, says what she sees is that he has learned defensive martial art, or she is mistaken that he did not waste his time. Larson, clenching his teeth and crossing his arms, deflects Persia's blow. Persia, with a grin on her face, looks at Larson, who bends his knees and looks at her and says thoughtfully, even if he could gain time, this fight is unlikely to be in his favor. Larson, gritting his teeth, realized that their difference in skills was too great to dodge and fight at the same time. A system message appeared in front of Larson. Just a way to use mana, a strong will protect your body. Larson, clutching his teeth, thoughtfully says that he was hit with just one finger, and his body seemed to be about to break. A system message appears in front of Larson. Mana refining technique, energy circle, mana refining technique restores your body. Larson runs towards Persia with a menacing face and says, "I only have one chance." A system message appeared in front of Larson. The body balance technique for beginners has been activated. Larson runs as fast as he can and sees Persia's legs in front of him and says his target is the right leg. Larson grabs her right leg and they both fall to the ground. After Larson knocks Persia down, a look of shock appears on her face. A system message appears in front of Larson. The body balance technique for beginners is activated on a permanent basis. And Larson, with a menacing face, strikes with his right hand. But then the realization comes to his head that it is his sister. After that he screams that all his bones in his hand are broken. Larson extends his bloody hand to Persia's face and says, "Sister, it looks like she uses protective magic." Gritting his teeth, Persia says yes. Persia says with joy on her face that she thought that I wouldn't notice anything. Larson, thoughtfully, says yes, because this was his only chance to get to her. Persia, thinking about how rudely you presented your fist to my face, don't feel sorry for yourself. Larson, with sweat on his face, says isn't martial arts what it is? Persia, sitting on the floor and with her mouth wide open and her eyes closed, says that's why she hates martial arts. It's ugly. Larson looks at his sister who is sitting in front of him and says, although he is not worthy, she lost to him. Persia looks at Larson with an angry face. Taking Larson's bloody hand, she thinks and says this. Reaching out her hand, Persia lifts Larson above her with her ability and throws Larson violently into the distance. After Persia pushed Larson away, he began to bleed from his mouth and, thinking, Larson said, "You won." Persia, looking at her brother, says that she is not interested in your toys, but in her conditions it was that she cannot be interested in you. Persia swung her hand and pushed Larson away, thinking as she was told, his body changed. Thoughtful, Persia said, even though it was just one index finger, Larson absorbed such destructive power within and attacked Persia. Persia, thoughtfully, said that she became very curious to know what his full power was, because his last blow was very weak. Finally, Persia looked menacingly at Larson and said, "See you later, brother." Larson, with an angry face, is on one knee near the flames of the fire. Persia, with a stony face, walks through the hall where the flames are burning and, thoughtfully, says that she is also interested in the fact that how Larson spent all her mana. Persia, leaving the house where the flames were burning, thinking, said how Larson intentionally did this. Persia had heard before that there was such a magician which could absorb mana, but still it seemed different to her. So Larson is hiding something from her. Larson was also able to heal himself, and if he can use the ability correctly, he can become one of the strongest. Persia in a black cloak and mask is followed by the shadow of the third heiress, who asks you were at the seventh receiver, thinking, he said so funny. Shadow said in surprise, it seems you had a good time. The sister, gritting her teeth, says, but if Larson can make the slightest mistake, his body will break. Larson stretches out his hand and sees blood on the floor. A system message appeared in front of Larson. Extreme measures have been taken. Self-healing technique activated. Larson, with sweat on his face, holds his heart and, thoughtfully, says again this strong burning pain. It happens all the time when Persia comes. A system message appeared in front of Larson. The action of self-healing has begun. Larson stretches out his hand, where all the blood was, and sees that all the blood has disappeared on his hand. A system message appeared in front of Larson. The self-healing technique requires a large amount of mana. Larson was sitting on the floor. There was a pool of blood next to him. He was breathing heavily. A system message appeared in front of him that after using mana it collects additional energy. Larson sees on the tablet that the restoration of the body has been completed, and his body begins to regenerate. A system message appeared in front of Larson. Body regeneration is painful. Larson lies on the floor and writhes in pain. Larson, with an angry face, thinks that he needs to be warned about this in advance. He thinks his body is breaking into pieces. Black liquid pours from the ears, eyes, and mouth. Larson puts his hand on the ground and a system message appears in front of him. Automatic activation of self-healing for beginners. Larson thought and said that his bones are broken. They do not recover so quickly. A system message appears in front of Larson. Basic martial arts. Strong will infuses his body with regeneration. It is just the way he uses mana that controls the mana. Then two girls, Era and Lydia, come to Larson. They see Larson writhing in pain and Era thinks that it doesn't look like poison. Poison doesn't have such a strong smell, the smell of decomposition. A system message appears in front of Larson. Restoration of the body requires a large amount of mana. He pulls up his hand and thinks where all his mana is going. A system message appears in front of him. Not enough mana. If mana is not restored, body regeneration will stop. If regeneration stops, this can lead to serious consequences. Larson, looking down, writhes in pain and thinks that he has no more mana left. Suddenly Lydia begins to help him. A system message about mana absorption appears in front of Larson, and thoughts about Lydia's red flame and her help arise in his head. The regeneration of Larson's body was complete. Larson stood near the flame in torn pants, looking forward. A system message appeared in front of Larson. The basic attribute sacred body stored inside has been activated. Larson, looking at his hand, thinks to preserve the body. This is the best muscle that he came up with and with which Larson was born. Larson, looking to the right, thinks that the Sanjiang attribute has been upgraded to the last attribute of the Emperor in harmony with the attribute of the Divine Sword. This is Larson's base body since Qingnan. Why do I have all the main characters' items? Larson, looking at Era and Lydia, says bring me my clothes. Tara, looking at Larson, clasping her hands, says okay. Larson thinks about it and says something is wrong with this world. Lydia thought about it and said the truth, everything is fine with my father. Era, looking at the amazing Lydia, says yes, I received the letter. Lydia says with admiration that it's true, my dad's handwriting. Era, thinking in her thoughts, said what she said in Lydia's father's letter, that all her villagers recovered, all the plague disappeared, thanks to the seventh receiver, who found a cure. Lydia, with tears in her eyes and a smile, looking at the letter, says thank God. Larson, looking at Lydia and thinking, says this is such a pleasant feeling. Lydia, opening her mouth wide, says that she owes you for the help she provided. Larson says help in surprise. Already despite Larson, who is standing in front of her, he says yes, because you saved my people. Larson, looking at her, says, well, nothing. Lydia frowned, shyly taking her hands into fists and bringing them to her face and said, I want to be your assistant with my fire attribute. Lydia, looking at Larson in armor and thinking, says that they announced a fire contract. Larson, thoughtfully, says that he also entered into a contract with Lydia. A system message appeared in front of Larson. The contract of fire of the Fire Clan is a promise made for life. To someone in his life, the one who concluded the fire contract lights his own flame. The Fire Clan considers this a contract for life. Larson, standing in the temple, looks at Lydia and thinks if he concludes a fiery pact here, then his plot may completely change. Larson, opening his mouth with sweat on his face, thinks the Red Magician, who will become Cassin's most powerful ally, We'll go over to the other side. Larson in his thoughts thinks Cassin Sade is at least aware that my life will be under threat, and then Larson will not be able to live to be 17 years old, or he will die at the hands of Cassin Sade himself. Larson, looking at Lydia, raising his hand to his mouth, says, "If you really want this." Lydia closed her eyes with a smile on her face. Lydia, looking at Larson with her mouth wide open, holding out her hands, says, "Yes, this fire clan swears to give their life for you and let his fire inside burn forever." Larson, frowning his eyebrows and opening his mouth wide, shouted, "This is the fire contract." The system message Chengdan interprets. New information appears on the tablet. The main plot of the story is changing. Larson, opening his eyes, sees that a system message appears in front of him. A new controlled fire technique is opening. Lydia pushes off the stones, reaches out her hand, takes fire into it, and says when he wrote the novel, Lydia was a merciless magician. She felt uncontrollable anger. A system message appears in front of Larson. The technique of unrestrained control is an explosion of the mana of the bearer of fire. You will have the power of fire control. The bearer must die to obtain it. Larson looks forward with a menacing face and thinks, "Wait a minute, die." Larson with an angry face and then shouts, "Hey, wait a minute, I don't want Lydia." Lydia extends her hand and says why he doesn't want to conclude. On the contrary, it's good. Larson, with sweat on his face, says, "No, this is not good." Lydia's dad said that he would definitely be happy about this. Larson shouts, "Then tell me why I should be happy." Lydia, with sweat on her face, is afraid to answer him. Larson screams at Lydia in horror, "Hey, listen to me. If you become my fire assistant, then you will have to sacrifice your life for me." Lydia says to donate. That's good. Larson, looking at the cheerful Lydia, says this why. Lydia answers him with a smile on her face because it's great. Larson, with sweat on his face, says if suddenly she changes her mind, then he won't be able to do anything. Lydia tells him what this means. It means that I won't be able to stop you. A system message appears in front of him. Side effect: death of the carrier. Larson crosses his arms and says you will die. Lydia tells him it's okay if she dies for him. It will be an honor for her. Lydia answers thoughtfully and calls it a sacrifice for the greater good. Larson, putting her hand on her face, thinking about her thoughts, says God, she doesn't understand anything at all. Larson answers Lydia that he does not want to kill her and take responsibility for it. Lydia, opening her mouth wide, put her hand on Larson's shoulder and says you have so many worries, but you won't even remember about my death. Larson, thoughtful in his thoughts, answers, the more he talks to her, the more it seems to him that he is driving himself deeper. Larson grabs Lydia's hand and says listen. He looks at Lydia and says, you are only 9 years old, you are still too young to be my assistant. It is already obvious that age has no meaning in the fire contract. Larson, look at Lydia, tells her that he is not a member of the fire clan, so he doesn't need their rules. Lydia, looking at Larson, replies that imposing is bad. He answers her yes, that's right, he doesn't want it to happen this way. Lydia replies that it means Larson didn't like her. Larson, squinting one eye, tells Lydia that the thing he doesn't like is that this is too much responsibility for him. He tells her that she is too young and does not understand what she really wants. Lydia, put it in your head, answers him okay, then she will wait. The system message fire contract terminated appears on the tablet. Lydia stood on the street looking at Larson. She answered him that he really liked her. Larson answered her why such questions. Lydia answered him. Her dad told her that he was a good person. Lydia thinks in her thoughts that the fire contract is sacred, but the bearers of this contract must be careful. Lydia, with joy on her face, takes her hands to her face and says sign the contract. She agrees to all the conditions of her life, but if someone refuses such a contract, her dad told her that he is a good person. Lydia, opening her mouth, answered him and said that a person like him is very reliable. Lydia looks at Larson with an angry face and screams. She promised herself that she would definitely become an assistant. Lydia, looking up, reaches out with both hands and breaks the chocolate bar in half. Lydia says she really is so delicious. Lydia, sitting on the bed, looks at Larson and says that dad also sometimes gives her chocolate. Why are you so kind? Larson answers her, Lydia, you also helped me recently. Lydia tells him the truth. Lydia answers him in surprise, oh, I definitely forgot. Larson, looking at the table, thinks in his thoughts and says the Holy Grail of Fire. This is a sacred attribute that is kept by the Fire Clan. Larson thinks in his thoughts and says he must be lying in the Dragon Mountains not far from Huron. In his thoughts he sees a cross, and near the cross there is a pile of stones. This is a small stone tomb that can only be activated by a person from the Fire Clan. The Holy Grail of Fire is kept there. Lydia, looking at Larson, says that they have a lot of interesting things in the village. Larson, looking at Lydia, says yes. Lydia answers him, yes, Dad told me a lot. Larson actually answers her. Lydia, looking at Larson, says, but she doesn't remember what it's called. Larson, looking at Lydia, scratches his forehead and says exactly. Lydia remembers that this is a very beautiful bowl. Larson says in his thoughts that it seems to him that Lydia will not be able to help him. Larson frowns and closes his eyes, thinking that he needs to once again learn about the Holy Grail of Fire in Chinen. A system message appears in front of Larson, the Holy Grail of Fire, which can create water for 100 years. Water had the ability to cleanse as well as burn away all pests entering the body and mind. Larson's face is lit with a thoughtful look. To sum it up, I won't kill and no magic will hurt. At least eating spoiled food will not cause stomach pain. This is an ideal power for a magician. Larson turns back and says, let's go, Lydia. Kara, looking at Larson, says, sir, I should call the keepers of the Hobios. Larson, covered in sweat and lost in thought, is burning. Oh, exactly. Members of his family should always take a Hobio's guardian magician with them whenever they go outside the house. It doesn't matter what territory they come from. Larson takes his right hand and brings it to his face and thinks why he said that he was going to the city of Lydia. He thinks how they will react to the fact that he went to take away the beautiful cup. Firstly, he won't lie. Larson then walks along the roof, frowning, thinking perhaps the magician of the 7th department will be nearby for 24 hours while he is away from home. Secondly, his brothers become another problem. Because of the war of inheritance, it is only natural that they will go against him and look for strong comrades. Larson is not going to give up the Holy Grail of Fire. Larson, looking at Era, stomps his left foot on the floor and thinks that he is risking his life in the Holy Golem. What should he do? We are taken to the guardian magician. His name is Jael. He is wearing a black cloak. Jael has a very terrible relationship with Larson. Jael, looking to the left with frowning eyebrows, says that this mediocrity chose me as a Hobiope. Larson held the gray-haired man by the cheeks, who sat on his knees in front of him and told him that he was just a guard dog and Larson himself was his master. He looked at him and continued to shout at him to close his eyes if he understood his words. Holding his head, he wondered what he was doing when he was 6 years old and realized that all Hobiops are archmages of the 7th circle and higher. They stood near the door and the maid asked what happened to him. She listened with a surprised face to what he said, what he needed from her, that she prepare documents as well as chocolate, but she understood that he did not look alarmed for this reason. We are shown how someone puts a stamp on documents and it is told that they are completely ready. We are shown the same gray-haired man who was kneeling, who stood in front of the palace. He walked forward confidently, clenching his fists, and he was the Hobop of the Mighten Jappel family. Larson, standing on the balcony, noticed Jappel and greeted him. He looked at him with a smile on his face and a kind look. Jappel was very angry to see him, but gritted his teeth and greeted Larson. Going up to his balcony, he said that he had changed quite a lot since the last time he saw him, to which he received the answer that, perhaps, he had changed quite a bit. He looked at Larson with a dissatisfied look and said if he could ask him something, but Larson interrupted him and said that he wanted to ask why he chose him. Looking to the side, he heard Jappel say that he was a simple watchdog, to which Larson remembered that the 7th circle has a good memory. With his arms outstretched on the balcony, he said that he was the owner and he needed to be protected. These words hurt Jappel so much that he was ready to tear him apart. Larson stood very confidently on this balcony and thought that Jappel, although he was a magician of the 7th circle, was scared right now, but the main thing was not to show it, and then he said that of all the dogs, Jappel would be the most reliable. Jappel looked at him in surprise and asked him that he trusted him, to which he received the answer that he trusted me very much. Making a malicious look, he clarified that he was joking, and then said that his Hobop Jappel was very greedy. Jappel stood in the middle of two people, a man and a woman, and it is said that he himself is a very greedy magician, so Larson can trust him more than anyone else, since now their interests coincide, and in general he was initially loyal to the 4th successor Saron, but then he was the dog of the 2nd successor of Ibelia. They stood opposite each other, and Jappel asked if the fact that he chose him was due to his greed, to which Larson replied that he guessed right the first time, so at one point he would definitely come in handy and help him. Jappel began to smile maliciously, but without showing it, and thought that Larson was so helpless when suddenly the smile from his face was erased every second, because Larson said that he had heard that Jappel immediately serves 2 successors at the same time, his brother and little sister. Bowing his head, Jappel clenched his fists and said that he was also a deceiver, but he was not going to make excuses at all, to which Larson added that he didn't really try to hide it. Proudly raising his head up, he looked forward while Larson asked him that he should be loyal to one master, isn't that right? To which he received the answer that it is so. With a very confident look, Larson bowed his head and said that as a member of the Mighten family, he was his master, so Jappel should obey him. Standing at attention, Jappel said that he understood him, but he himself was thinking that this boy was really the same, he could not understand, so what happened to him? He saw a smooth magic circle inside Larson and thought that there were rumors that he had defeated the 6th successor, but no one taught him magic, and despite this, He had such a perfect circle. He looked closer and closer at this circle, thinking that what is even more convincing is that this is an unusual circle, and the ring itself is one. But there is even more mana in it than in 2 circles, and even the second successor of Ibelia cannot hold so much mana in 1 circle. We see that building again, and the thoughts of Japel, who was thinking that we need to be more vigilant, because there is clearly something unclean in it. The 3 of them walked in the middle of some forest, while Lydia sang songs and told her daddy to wait for them. Larson stood behind her as they walked to some village, and thought that this was Lydia's hometown called Huron. It represented a huge fire bird, and it is narrated that the fire clan living in Huron had powerful powers to rule the continent since ancient times. But the fire god Phoenix, whom they worshipped, absorbed the divine power, and the people found themselves on the path of decline. A passing dog began to growl at Larson, and he thought that this place, no matter how you look at it, resembles the outskirts of Korea. Lydia began to draw a huge amount of air into her chest, then began to call her father right across the entire village. Larson closed his ears and closed his eyes from such a loud noise. We see how Confucius ran to him in a hurry. He was very tired from running so fast and stood right in front of Larson, saying that he didn't know that the gentleman was coming, so he couldn't meet them in advance, and then Lydia asked him where her father was. As soon as he answered a few words that he was at home, Lydia did not even listen to him and simply ran in that direction. Confucius turned sharply and began to run after her, saying that they should go together. Japel looked at him with contempt. He immediately remembered Larson's words while they were standing on the balcony that he would definitely need it. Japel began to bare his teeth in anger, thinking that he couldn't believe it at all. By that time, Lydia had already run to her father and jumped into his arms. Larson and the others approached them, and Lydia, along with her father, bowed and thanked Larson himself. Japel looked at the joyful Lydia and thought that Manhwa and the fiery power in the body of this 9-year-old girl were difficult to see. So, did Larson really manage to do what he said? And after these thoughts, Lydia said that Larson was really good, so they came here so that she would give him gifts. The father, with a smile on his face, began to stroke his daughter and said that one must always pay for salvation. Japel thought incredulously that they really thought he was good, and what that even meant was that she was a gift. He looked at the rest of the villagers, who were standing with smiles on their faces, and thought that just by looking at these people, everyone was favoring this little devil. So what did he do for them? But then interrupted himself, saying that now it was important to find out what he wanted. He peered at Larson and realized that he was very cunning, because no one knows what he did then, since it happened in the first place. Lydia grabbed Larson's hand and told him to follow her, because she would give him a gift. They ran under the sun's rays in the middle of the forest. Japel looked at them in surprise and did not understand what was happening. They came to some stone grave with a cross, and Lydia said that they were there. Larson looked at this grave and did not understand what she wanted to show him. Lydia herself began to use her fire magic and hummed a quiet melody with a smile on her face. These same stones began to burn with fire and rise into the air, then fell down with a roar from Lydia's magic. A small goblet of fire begins to fly out of these stones. Lydia held this cup in the air while the guys were very surprised by it. Japel looked at this flaming cup and did not understand what was happening, what kind of golden cup it was that contained the energy of fire. Standing with their mouths open, they both looked at this cup, and Japel thought that in the documents he really meant that he wanted to get it, and he also noticed that such a strange flow of mana was coming from this cup. Larson looked forward in surprise at this bowl and guessed that this was the fire bowl that he needed. Suddenly he noticed that a notice appeared in front of him, in which it was written that he had revealed one secret of this world, so that a change in the plot provided him with a new life. There was also a notice that said that flame fire can only be used by those who have made a pact with the Fire Clan, and if a pact is not made, then the person will suffer and eventually die. He continued to look at this inscription and reflect on it over and over again. This notice was right above the fire bowl that Lydia was holding, and he was thinking about whether he should make a pact in order to drink this water. Another system message appeared, in which it was written that the fiery water contained in this grail tends to oxidize upon contact with external air. Larson looked at this water and realized that over time it would simply become ordinary water, so he did not have time to think. He remembered how Lydia hid her magic uncontrollably, and thought that if he made a contract, he would have to control her, and even Casson had a hard time controlling her. Would he even succeed? He and Lydia looked ahead in surprise, and he kept thinking that there was no guess what he would do if he were in the place of writer Cha Sung-min. Immediately, realization came to him, and he turned to Lydia. Turning his gaze to her, he invited her to enter into a fire contract. Lydia was very happy with these words, so much so that she even blushed a little, and Larson hurried her, saying that they had very little time. Japel watched as a bright red aura appeared near Lydia. A notification appeared saying that a new Holy Grail power was being unlocked, which would activate the sacred covenant of fire. This very cup began to glow more than ever. Japel stood with his mouth open and was surprised by this radiance. The cup began to be cleaned of the dirt that was on it and began to glow with fire. Japple looked at the floating goblet as Lydia held it in the air and thought that he came here to bring chocolate. Sounds like a complete lie, which is why everything was carefully planned. He looked at Lydia's joyful face and thought that this was fiery energy that he had never seen. It was pure fire mana, as if 3 nymphs had lit the fire of magic. Japple turned his gaze to Larson and immediately realized that the data of the 7th successor was also hidden from him. He looked at him, gritting his teeth and frowning. A very tired Lydia bent down to the ground, saying that the fire contract had already been concluded. A notice appeared in front of Larson that the fire contract had been concluded, and Lydia vowed to become his assistant, so the course of the original story was changed. When suddenly, for a millisecond, Larson's entire body began to burn with fire. He began to examine his hands and body parts in surprise, thinking that the fire that he had just felt in himself had suddenly disappeared. Another notice appeared, saying that the Holy Grail of Fire had witnessed a divine covenant, so it had now been promoted to the Holy Grail of Pure Fire. Larson, holding this cup in his hands, raised it up and thought that the fire water had become the purest fire water. He began to drink the contents of this glass and decided that he should just do it. 2 more notifications appeared in which it was written that he drank the purest fire water, so now he can control the fire of this water. But first he needs to learn how to control it, and the easiest way to use mana is to start interacting with fire mana. He began to wipe the remnants of this water from his lips and thought that the fire that was coming out seemed to become one with him. Larson sat down on earth and, looking at Japple, said that he wanted him to guard this area. Japple looked at him in surprise and did not understand what was happening with his mana, because it seemed like he couldn't see much, but something had changed in him. Larson sat with his eyes closed and his legs folded, and Japple thought that he really trusted him so much, because he was now focused on managing his mana, and any external influence could lead to serious problems. Japple began to be shrouded in doubt, and he thought that the 7th successor didn't even know this. He immediately remembered Larson's serious look and his words to trust him. At the same moment, Japple began to create a barrier around Larson, thinking that this all looked very strange and suspicious. Larson's whole body began to burn with fire from the inside, and he realized that this was not just water, it was water that was wounding all his organs from the inside. 2 more notifications appeared, saying that the simple method of using mana was able to merge with the fire water, so that now the purest fire water spreads throughout his entire body, and with the effect of the purest fire water, the activation of Chanan stopped due to the lack of mana. Larson looks forward with wide open eyes and thinks that the main thing is that he has completed the fusion of fire water, and he can finish the rest at home. By that time, it was already evening outside, and Japple, looking at Larson, asked that he had finally finished, to which he received the answer that it seemed that more time had passed than Larson had expected. Japple was very surprised by Larson's words of gratitude. The main character began to get up from the ground while Japple said that he was just doing his job and then congratulated him as he seemed to have gained new power. They stood opposite each other, and Japple said that they were in Dragon Mountain. Then, turning his head to the side, he said that perhaps Larson had already sensed a powerful energy in the middle of the forest, so that someone was approaching here without even hiding his presence. Apparently, they intend to attract attention to themselves. Larson looked into the dense forest and said that the powerful stream of mana that flowed earlier from the golden bowl seemed to have called them here. Sweat was running down his cheek, and he wondered if he was so powerful that now no one would believe if they were told that the 7th receiver had become so strong, and then asked if Japple could guess who it was. While Lydia was sleeping, Japple said that, if he is not mistaken, then they are swordsmen, and their mana is noticeably different from ordinary magicians, especially since they move very quickly, so they will be here soon. At this time, several swordsmen with covered faces and hoods were moving through the forest, and Japple added that they were top-level swordsmen. Larson looked to the side proudly, clenching his fist, and thought that in this world, magicians and swordsmen are not on very good terms. They both waited for the arrival of these swordsmen and looked into the forest, and Larson himself thought that now there was no point in running away anyway. But if he ran away now, they would kill him without even looking at who he was then. And before his 10th birthday he will not live, especially since there is a magician of the 7th circle next to him. So there is no need to run away, but just wait and meet them here. A crowd of swordsmen came out of the forest right in front of them. Larson looked ahead with glowing eyes, and the notification wrote that Chingnan had been activated. He began to look down in displeasure with his mouth open as the notice continued to say that there had been major changes, so there was a high probability that history would change again. Among all these swordsmen stood a boy with an eagle on his jacket, and it is said that he is the real protagonist of this world, a genius among all geniuses with all kinds of talents and successes. It was the same boy who held his sword and looked at Larson with a confident look, and the narration continues that this is the usual protagonist of a typical fantasy novel, a monster created by Cha Sung-min, named Kasen Sade. They stood opposite each other, and Larson did not understand why he was here. He began to look at this boy and thought that there was a blue hawk engraved on his left chest, so he was the same age as the 7th successor, the 2nd successor, the Swordmaster of Seda. Two people in green suits stood opposite Kassin, and Larson guessed that these two were his assistants. A notice appeared in front of them, saying that some of the greatest families of this world have finally met together, and this instinct in their innate mana is similar to how a beast recognizes a beast. They began to move closer to each other, and Larson guessed that they obviously realized that he was from the Mighton family. Kassin began to silently approach Japple. Bowing to Japple, he said that he came here because he felt a strong energy wave, and Larson thought that the 9-year-old boy already knew how to sense Manhwa. Larson looked at him and asked him what this strong energy wave was, to which he received the answer that, according to the local guardians, the fire mana had increased, so he felt it too. He froze in a bowing position while Larson thought that he, like Japple, did not think that this kid had become stronger, so what did they forget here? So he asked why he had come such a long way, what received an affirmative answer. A notice appeared that said that as a child, Kassin was an inquisitive boy, and when he was very interested in something, he tried with all his might to find out. This was, firstly, a step towards becoming one of the strongest. They stand opposite each other, and Larson said that it seems that Kassin knows who he is, to which he received the answer that he does not even know, but assumes that he is one of the members of Mighton and, apparently, older than him. Kassin looked forward with sparkles in his eyes and said that he heard that he was studying the water attribute, but he could not smell the water from it. Larson looked at him with a little excitement on his face and thought that he didn't want to get involved with him at all. He could tell him that he was the 5th successor, but he changed his mind, because lying was not an option at all now. Kassin was very surprised, because Larson said that his 5th brother is a magician who studies earthly attributes. With joy on his face, he began to shout to Larson. What happens then? He is the 7th successor, and he asked that he is completely different from the stories about him. Those two assistants of Kassin also stood with surprised faces, while Kassin himself said that he was definitely not at all like the one everyone was talking about. Larson awkwardly scratched his head, suggesting that he just discuss everything peacefully, to which he received the answer that if he really was the same guy, then he had nothing to worry about at all. We were shown a young Kassin who was training with a sword, and the story goes that he was very rich, and his parents also loved him very much. All his teachers were among the greatest, everything was in his power, but he was still missing something, and it was that he didn't have friends his age, and that really upset him. Lydia grabbed Larson's hand while he was thinking about becoming friends with Kassin, because no one in the world would be friends with him, and Lydia asked him if he was his friend. Immediately after this question, he remembered that Lydia in the original story becomes Kassin's life partner, so they should definitely become friends. With a smile on her face, Lydia said that she was also 9 years old, and then complimented Kassin, saying that he was a very handsome boy, and introduced herself. Kassin turned away out of awkwardness and also introduced himself to her by his name. Kassin, coughing a little and blushing, listened to Lydia, who continued to say that his name was as beautiful as his face, and he said that he was interested in the strong wave of energy now, so could she explain to him what happened just now? Sometime later, in the same late night, Kassin asks Larson that it seems that he was the one who received this power. They stand opposite each other, and Larson says that he accidentally received this fire mana, although in his head he understood that he received this mana on purpose, to which Kassin asked what power this fire mana has, because he felt a very strange energy. With a smile on his face, Larson said that it protects him from external attacks and from poison too, to which Kassin praised his strength. Japple just silently watched their dialogue and thought that his strength is now much greater than that of an ordinary swordsman, so this is such a situation that there is no other choice but to accept and leave. He started looking at the two assistants and kept thinking about how, without even knowing it, they were having such a casual conversation. Lydia, with a smile on her face, began to point her finger at his sword and asked if she could touch him, and Kassin thought about why she treats him so well, because he now feels very strange feelings. Stretching his hand forward, he thought that if today they parted peacefully, he would leave good memories of himself. Kassin looked at this hand while Larson said that this was the first time he had seen someone from Sade and did not find any particular difference from himself. Shaking hands, Kassin said that he, too, met his peer for the first time. Larson looked forward with sparkles in his eyes and said that he had heard that swordsmen first cross swords in order to become friends and comrades, so maybe they should try it. Kassin looked at him with the same sparkles in his eyes and said that he didn't mind at all. They stood opposite each other as Larson said that he had heard that this was a necessary step in becoming friends. Speaking slowly, Kassin said that this is not necessary, but then they should cross their swords. Kassin began to activate his aura, holding onto his sword, and said that he was asking to start a fight with him right now. Larson also began to activate his blue aura, saying that he wanted it right now and thought that this was a great opportunity to test the difference between the current Kassin and him. Jappel looked at Larson's back and didn't understand what he was up to. They stood in the middle of the forest, using their auras, and Jappel understood that now was not the best situation to conflict with them because there were two guardians nearby. These two guys began to look around while Jappel thought that it was better to find out their intentions first, especially since the seventh successor is a member of the Mython family. He looked at how they stood opposite each other, preparing to fight, and knew that if he interfered, he would only make things worse for himself. Gritting his teeth and looking with a distraught look, he realized that moreover, these families have been feuding with each other for several hundred years. This can only be seen as an act of ignoring his title and the Mitons. Larson began to take off his jacket while Casson asked if he knew how to fence, to which he received the answer that he had mastered martial arts, but did not know how to fence. Looking ahead with a confident gaze, Larson listened to Casson, who said that he had heard that martial art was a discipline that few people study, to which he received the answer that it was the only thing he was good at. They stood opposite each other, and Casson continued to say that in order to study him, do they not undergo a special test? Because at least all wizards say so. Larson's next words shocked Casson, and he asked him that he had no friends. The minions were very frightened by these words, so they stood with their mouths open. Jappel was also very frightened by these words and wondered why he was asking such a thing. Extending his arms and looking to the side, Larson added that he also has no friends, so they are very similar. Casson just stared at him silently as he continued to say that it was all because they were born that way. Looking forward with a confident look, he said that it was much more difficult for him to make friends than Casson because, firstly, his family does not allow him to have friends. They say that if his interlocutor is higher in rank than him, then he can only meet with him and nothing more. Out of interest, Casson asked who these friends were, to which he was told that they were more acquaintances than friends. Clenching his fist, Larson said that was why he had no friends. But if he becomes his friend, then his family, I think, will not mind at all. Casson was very surprised, because Larson said that this is why he asks him to become a friend. Two notifications appeared in which it is written that Chengnan is activated and for swordsman Bimu is a sign confirming friendship with an opponent. With a smile on his face, Larson said that they would trust and care for each other, but if he still doesn't trust him, then he will simply refuse him. Casson also clenched his fists and said that he knew them well. Then a notice appeared, which narrated that in order to seal the alliance of the Bimu, he must have faith and courage, meaning that he completely trusts him. Getting into a fighting pose, Larson thought that, of course, he was not strong like Casson, but he was definitely worth a try, and said that, as he had already said, he uses magic, so the battle can be both close and long range. Casson began to draw his sword from his sheath, saying that he would use Sade's basic swordsmanship and only fight with his right hand. Pointing his sword at him, he added that this was because there was a possibility that he might inadvertently kill him. With a smile on his face, he asked Casson who thought which of them could win, and then answered his own question that Casson would most likely win. With his eyes wide open and a sparkle in his eyes, Casson, when asked why he wanted to fight him, replied that it was because he wanted to become his friend, and Larson asked the second question, then what did he think? Would winning matter or not? Defeat. Furrowing his brows at the answer that it didn't matter to him whether he lost or won, Larson added that it was important to him because he wanted to defeat him and become his friend. They stood opposite each other, and Larson added that friends should be equal in strength and spirit, so he should treat him the same way, as equals. Casson lowered his sword and apologized for his words, saying that he did not mean to hurt him. Larson again got into a fighting position and said that he would do everything possible to defeat him. The situation on the battlefield was a little tense, and Jappel thought that the seventh successor and second successor of the Sade family were starting the battle right now. Casson made a direct lunge directly at Larson's body, which he was able to dodge. A notification appears that slow time is automatically activated. He then dodges another blow and thinks about how the tip of the sword almost pierced him. Another notification appeared, saying that basic martial arts had activated the balance of the body. From his blows, he jumped straight onto the tree and was preparing to lunge, thinking that the center of gravity had now shifted, and he managed to jump away from it, so he would win. Jumping away from the tree, he swung his fists, making a very menacing face. As soon as he flew towards Casson, he used evasion and realized the difficulty of the situation. He dodged to the side from his sharp, direct blow and did not understand how he moved so quickly, because he could not keep up with his movements at all. Jumping away from his blow again, he continued to think that in order to use magic, he needed to approach him. However, he does not let him near him at all. He looked at how Casson was preparing another blow and continued to think that if he approached him, he would become completely defenseless. However, if he doesn't approach him, he won't be able to do anything. He looked forward with burning eyes and thought that this is the whole strength of the main character, so he is not going to lose to him. He began to predict his movements and thought that if he looked carefully at his actions, Larson would be able to roughly calculate the trajectory of his blows, and by predicting the trajectory of the blows, he would be able to get closer to him. Larson charged at him, swinging his sword and using a cross slash, knowing that if he positioned himself correctly, he could make a direct strike. Suddenly his eyes became very frightened, because he realized that everything was not happening according to plan, and he changed, and his pose looked more like a serious attack. Kassan swung his arms using a strong aura, and Larson thought that he could not dodge, so he had no choice but to take this blow. We see a strong sweeping blow from Kassan. A notification appeared saying that he used the beginner's basic attack, Strong Will. Larson put his arm under the attack, protecting his body from such a strong blow. He clenched his teeth in pain, and tears almost flowed from his eyes. Falling to the ground, he grabbed his arm, thinking that it was good that the blow went through his arm and did not hit his side, because he had overexerted his body. Immediately at that second, Kassan's sword appeared before his eyes. With a smile on his face, Larson said he lost to him. Japple looked at this with horror in his eyes, thinking that at least everything happened without incident. Having sheathed his sword, Kassan approached him and asked if his hand was okay, to which he received the answer that after the blow his body tingled a little, but everything was fine. Still holding his hand and with a smile on his face, he received a compliment from Kassan that it was an excellent defense. Kassan looked at him with laughter in his eyes, saying that it was great because he was very surprised to see this fiery caviar. Larson himself did not understand what kind of spark he was talking about. Larson looked at Lydia and assumed that she was the one who saved him, but realized that everything happened so quickly that he did not notice anything. Looking at his sword, Kassan said that it was a black sword, and these words greatly surprised Larson. After which he fell into complete shock. The knowledge said that this is a sword that cuts absolutely everything. While Larson was sitting, Kassan stood opposite him and said that he was not trying to hit with all his strength, but his defense was excellent, so he was really surprised. To which Larson said that he assumed that he would lose, but the skill gap was too large. Kassan extended his hand to him, which surprised Larson. Kassan helped him stand up and said that usually after a fight most people couldn't even talk to him, so they weren't even close to him in terms of skills. Larson said with a smile on his face that there is nothing wrong with the weak having to deal with the strong, because it simply leads to the fact that Kassan can completely trust him. These words sincerely made Kassan laugh, and he said that it was the first time he had seen a person like him. Turning to Larson with his henchmen, he said that he really enjoyed this evening, so they would see each other again soon. Suddenly, at that very second, he disappeared from the battlefield, leaving behind a trace. Notifications appeared that changes had occurred in the main story, and the course of the plot had been changed. Larson looked at this with great surprise, because the plot had changed again. Japple approached him and asked him to ask just one question. Larson was very surprised by the words of Japple, who asked when he managed to learn the fire attribute. He remembered the words of Kassan, who joyfully shouted that he had seen a fiery spark. Apparently, this was the very attribute of fire. He looked at his hand, which was blazing with two different auras. He realized that he felt this fire that he felt inside his body earlier. He continued to look at his hand, thinking that this fire is not strong, but it still exists. This is the same fiery mana. A fiery aura emanated from Larson. He noted in his mind that the fire was not strong, but it was definitely there. The main character thought about fire mana and that he would later test it in Chengnan. Larson dodged the blow. A powerful stream of energy flew into him. A powerful explosion was heard near his body. Kassan was suddenly taken aback. Standing among people, a notification appeared that the energies pure fire and fire mana had merged. Thanks to the simple use of mana technique, both attributes merged successfully. Looking at his hand, the main character noticed that he was able to control mana by drinking not simple fire water, but pure fire water. Larson wondered if it was possible to apply the attribute to the technique being used. Persia had a smirk on her face. The main character noticed that high-level magicians, like the third successor, can, but she does not use it due to ineffectiveness. Jample looked at the frowning Larson and asked how he did it. The main character replied that he did not know. Stunned, Jample thought that Larson did not know this, and the point was not that he did not know, but that he was not interested. Cass had sheathed his blade. Jample noted in his thoughts that today's battle was planned with the seventh successor from the beginning. He assumed that today the meeting with Kassan was already planned. He imagined the image of Persia and thought that everything was wrong, and it must be the work of a higher-level magician. At least the third successor intervened. Frowning, Jample asks Lasrin to allow him to be escorted back to Mython. The main character agreed with him. Lowering her head, Lydia asked Larson to stop. She screamed with an enraged look that if the main character did not take back his words, she would burn everything there. Larson recalled throwing up his hands and saying that he had no friends and they were just alike. Fiery energy emanated from Lydia. She said that she considered the main character her friend and that's why she entered into a fire contract with him. Taken aback, Larson suggested that friendship was indeed important to a 9-year-old. He replied that they were friends. Lydia asked why the main character said that he had no friend. Stunned, Larson said that he took back his words and was very mistaken. Taken aback, Lydia asked if it was true. Smiling, she asked if that was true. Larson replied that this was true, noting that Lydia was his friend. She took the main character's hand and asked him to just know that she was his very best friend. Larson agreed with her. She asked for forgiveness, noting that the main character was also her first friend. The city was illuminated by the sun's rays. The guy said that this fool really went for chocolate. Throwing out his hands, the stranger asked why such a fool was being kept alive. Looking at the guy, the stranger said that there are many ways to disguise himself and kill him. Jampel imagined a building with a blue roof. He noted in his mind that the head still had not killed him and there was definitely something there. He remembered how Larson, with a smile on his face, asked if Jampel served his fourth brother and if he was loyal to his second sister. The main character said that Jampel would be useful in the future. Taken aback, Jampel began to think that Larson might not be lying. The plot takes us to midnight on January 1st, 219. The night sky enveloped the castle. A large amount of food was on the table. Larson's mother, sitting at the table, thanked Era, noting that everything looked very appetizing. Era replied that she was exaggerating. Era held the tray with a smile on her face. A sign appeared with her general data. Cutting a piece of meat, the main character asked his mother who his father was. Larson presented the image of a man. He thought about the fact that even Larson, not Cha Sung-min, did not have many memories of father in his memory. The main character noticed that he had never met him, and this character Larson was very similar to him in childhood. Sitting opposite his mother, the main character noted in his thoughts that the memory of his father was deliberately deleted. Larson's mother replied that he was. Looking down, she stated that it was better for the main character not to know this. Larson was taken aback by what he heard. A note appeared that the head of the Mithon family, Dekatra, loved the maid Soso. In other words, Soso was the only woman Dekatra truly loved. Larson wondered if his father loved his mother. The main character was at a loss. He noticed that he wanted to know more about him. Energy began to emanate from the painting. Yellow mana appeared in it. The man came out of the portal. His eyes glowed yellow. Taken aback, Larson emphasized that it was Dekatra. The main character and Soso bowed to him. Dekatra said that there was no need for formalities. Larson watched Dekatra with a stunned look. The main character, thoughtfully, noted that he came alone, but it felt like the whole space was filled with him. Larson wondered if it was such fear that it was difficult to even breathe. Dekatra's face was serious. The main character noticed that it was hard to breathe, and just looking at him, the whole body went numb. Sitting down at the table, Dekatra asked if Larson had quarreled with his brother. The stunned Larson replied that if Dekatra was talking about a sixth successor, then this was so. The main character wondered why he was being reprimanded if he was not guilty. Frowning, Dekatra asked why they had quarreled. Standing in front of him, the main character replied that the sixth brother tried to command him and wanted to hit him, but Larson only defended himself. Dekatra asked if the protagonist hit back. The main character stated that he had offended his honor as a wizard. Dekatra put his hand to his face. Larson noted that the sixth brother tried to boss him around and he simply responded to his reproaches in kind. Dekatra asked if this means that the main character does not consider himself guilty. Larson replied that he did not think so. Taken aback, the main character said that, in addition, as a real magician, he wanted to end this senseless battle as quickly as possible. Dekatra asked if the main character dealt with him quickly. Larson replied that he simply wanted him to stop resisting. The main character remembered how he hit Carlton. Larson noted that he did not inflict fatal damage on him and, with the help of the martial arts he had studied, stopped the sixth successor. Holding his hand to his face, Dekatra continued to listen to him. Larson asked why they had to fight to gain the throne, noting that he did not think it was wise to wage a bloody war with his brothers. Stretching out his hand, the main character cried out that in fact their enemies were not themselves. Larson said that Grandel, the martial artist, and Sade, the sword master, are two families that must bow to them. The main character stated that they should unite so that they would lick their floor like dogs and crawl on it like bugs. Smiling, Dekatra noted that these were not bad words. With a wave of his hand, Larson said that the sixth brother should be grateful to him that he was still alive. The main character noted that this made him understand that by uniting, they would be able to become the main ones in this world. Looking intently at Larson, Dekatra noted in his mind that he did not expect either from the sixth or the seventh, but the seventh successor was much better. The main character with a surprised face said that if he still holds a grudge from those times, then he is no longer Mighten. Taken aback, Larson wondered if this was enough, noting that the case was still shaking. Dekatra sat on the throne. A note appeared above it that Dekatra loved only Soso. A sign appeared with additional information from the main plot. The reason Larson Mighten was able to live to the age of 17 was because he was Soso's son. Looking at Soso, the main character wondered if this meant that he might not live to see his 17th birthday. Squinting, the main character noticed in his thoughts that it was unlikely that Larson could live to see his 17 years. He imagined the guy chained to a guillotine. Larson noted in his thoughts that although this was not mentioned in the novel, in the original story Soso died a few years later due to blue dots. The main character imagined drops of blood and noted that when his mother died, the government collapsed. An image of Soso kneeling appeared in his head. Larson thought that in the past, Dekatra mightn't banish Soso, who gave birth to Larson, to the Maple Annex and never met her again. The main character introduced himself. He emphasized that in any case, now, he has the strength to protect his mother, because in the past Larson did not have a single chance to become the head. The image of Dekatra appeared in the protagonist's imagination. He stated that he deliberately kicked Soso out of the palace so that the woman he loved would not be discriminated against by society. Larson introduced several girls. The main character noted that then all the other mothers would know that Dekatra truly loved Soso. Larson noted with a serious look that there was one exception, although Dekatra acted like a human. Frowning, the main character noticed that at least he was no longer the Larson he was before. The main character said that he would change the course of history. Dekatra sat on the throne. Larson said he intends to do everything possible. The main character noted in his thoughts that Dekatra wants him to become strong. Larson noted that, as his father said, martial arts is a discipline with clear limitations. Looking away, Dekatra replied that this is true, half of this can hardly be called science. Looking at the main character, Dekatra noted that just because the limit is clear does not mean that they cannot do anything further. Dekatra emphasized the fact that if there is a limit, no matter what he does, there will be one limit. The main character said that you can come up with some other ways to become even stronger. It's like filling a second cup with water. Putting his hand to his chest, Larson added that Dekatra could give all her children the same marginal conditions for receiving the throne. The main character stated that although there is a limit with magic, there is no limit with people. Soso was sitting at the table. Larson asked Dekatra not to forget that he was his father. Soso was taken aback by the words of the protagonist. Larson said that he will definitely become stronger and protect his mother. Dekatra looked intently at the main character. Larson read a letter from Dekatra asking him to come to the main building of the Mightian family palace in the lobby of the banquet hall. Confucius stood next to the main character. Larson thought that the text was too short to be considered a letter, but the main character noticed in his thoughts that this was a traditional Mightian event. Daylight illuminated the castle. Larson thought about how the 10th anniversary ceremony is an important event for everyone in the Mightian family, noting that when one of the family members turns 10, everyone gets together and enjoys drinks, and that's what's most important. The main character said that this is the place where the ritual of strengthening the body takes place. An empty scroll lay on the magic circle. Larson presented a variety of seals. He noted that the magical technique of body strengthening means that the child's body becomes strong and strong. The main character adjusted his jacket. Looking at his suit, Larson noted thoughtfully that it was very different from what he expected, adding that he had changed not only in appearance, but also in soul. The main character opened the door. The plot takes us to the main building of the Mightian family, the banquet hall. Era stood next to Larson. Frowning, the main character noticed in his thoughts that this is a special hall where everyone undergoes the ceremony of the decade. There were many chairs in front of a long table. A notification appeared that Larson's mana there has a permanent magic release effect. Turning around, the main character asked Era where his place was. Era replied that his seat was facing the head of the family. Larson asked where his mother was. The main character stood with his arms crossed. Era replied that she knew for sure that Ms. Soso was not invited. Holding the staff in his hand, Carlton called out to Larson. Pulling out his staff, Carlton asked if it was Larson. The main character stood quietly and greeted Carlton and asked how his body and well-being were. Frowning, Carlton wondered how Larson had changed so quickly. He suggested that the main character played sports every day without a break. Larson said Carlton was disappointing. Smirking, the protagonist said that if Carlton still didn't recognize him, he didn't think he was being careless with him just now. Larson noted that if Carlton wants to fight, he warns that it will hurt more because his skills have improved. An enraged Carlton declared that he would soon destroy it. Looking back, Larson asked him to try harder. The main character emphasized in his thoughts that this was better than continuing to sit in the shadows. Persia entered the hall. Crossing her arms, she stated that their handsome brother had arrived, noting that he had arrived quickly. Approaching Larson, she asked if he was still playing with the thing he found. The main character replied that this is so and they are with her every day. Taken aback, Carlton wondered if Larson had argued with the third sister. Frightened, Carlton mentally asked if the protagonist won the bet, noting that it was nonsense. The girl looked at them. Larson was surprised to see her. The plot introduces us to the High Mage, Ibelia Mightian. Ibelia looked at the main character. Larson noted in his thoughts that this is the second successor of Ibelia and she is the strongest magician, almost on a par with the head of the family. She looked intently at the main character. Larson thought about the fact that she is a character with a soft disposition, but can go the extra mile for the sake of her family. The main character emphasized that, like the third sister Persia, she has 7 circles. Her main attribute is light, and her secondary attribute is darkness as well. Larson noted that she is a character who is beheaded by the main character Cassin. The main character imagined Cassin holding a sword near Ibelia's head. Larson said that the irony is that she is Cassin's first love. Tears streamed down Cassin's face. Sitting next to Persia, Ibelia said that their youngest had changed a lot. Closing her eyes, she noticed that she spoke in a good way. Stunned, Larson thought that seeing Persia and Ibelia together had convinced him. A powerful aura emanated from them. The main character said in his thoughts that they really were monsters, and looking at their energy, the whole hall was filled only with them, and he behaved too arrogantly. 2 guys came into the hall. The protagonist's gaze fell on the girls. Decatra's face was serious. Larson sat opposite him. The main character noticed in his thoughts that Decatra had 3 wives. With the exception of the missing child, 6 children gathered there and a total of 10 people gathered there. Decatra with a serious face said that their youngest was already 10 years old, and he congratulated him. Everyone started congratulating Larson. He thanked them with a dumbfounded look. Rising from the table, Ibelia stated that, in obedience to the orders of her father, she returned there after destroying the evil spirit of the Balrog, which had emerged from the Fountain of Darkness. Sitting at the table, the main character thought that this place was definitely not suitable for a quiet tea party, but this was a place where he could show what his older brothers and sister were doing. Smiling, the guy reported that the corpse of the sorceress of the north, Karen, was captured and imprisoned in the Devil's Tomb, noting that 20 or more magicians who followed Karen were destroyed. Decatra asked about who he went with. The guy replied that she alone participated in the extermination. Persia rose from her chair. Smirking, she stated that she had brought Sylphia's wings that belonged to the Temple of the Forsaken. Larson was taken aback by what he heard. Persia's look was distraught. The main character noticed in his thoughts that Persia stole the wings of the goddess Sylphia, who guarded the Temple of the Renounced. He emphasized the fact that Sylphia's wings are an item that greatly increases several attributes, including the wind attribute. The main character imagined Persia standing among the corpses of people. He noticed that 30 priests and 7 monks guarded the wings of Sylphia, and the 17 swordsmen defending them were killed. Frowning, Decatra stated that he hoped this would serve as an example for other temples. He asked about what answer came from the Holy Empire. Persia replied that there was no answer yet, and she thought that they would soon make themselves known. Looking at Persia, Decatra reported that all they could do was ask for their forgiveness. Persia asked what she should do now. Decatra ordered her to simply ignore it. Larson sat opposite Decatra. The main character noted in his thoughts that this was unthinkable, adding that someone from the Sacred Empire caused great damage to the Maitons, and Decatra decided to teach them a lesson. Larson emphasized that in any case, there will be no war with the Empire. Someone knocked on the door. The plot introduces us to Decatra's henchman, Senkin. He carried the tray into the hall. He placed him next to the main character. Larson's gaze fell on several scrolls. Descartes asked him to choose. The main character noticed in his thoughts that these were scrolls for improving the body made by Descartes himself. A notification appears indicating that Changnan has been activated. Larson was taken aback by this. The main character thought that the waves of mana flowing from the 7 scrolls were united. The scroll flew up. Larson noted that he would take one of them. The main character took the scroll. Persia was surprised. Larson's brothers were dumbfounded. Surprised, Ibelia noticed in her thoughts that the main character had chosen this one. Holding the scroll, Larson said he would choose this one. Everyone looked at the main character in silence. Sitting on the throne, Descartes addressed Ibelia. Her face was calm. He asked if Ibelia told Larson about this. She replied that this was not the case. Looking away, Persia stated that she didn't speak either. The main character was holding a scroll from which pink energy emanated. Descartes asked if Ibelia wanted to say that the 10-year-old child himself analyzed the wavelength of mana. He asked why Ibelia could not do this at 10 years old. Looking at Descartes, Ibelia assumed that Larson's abilities were stronger than she had at that age. Raising her hand to her face, Persia noted in her thoughts that she did not expect the main character to be capable of such a thing. Surprised, Ibelia guessed that Larson had talent for martial arts, and the growth rate of martial arts at the very beginning was very high. Descartes, with a serious look, asked why the main character, barely 10 years old, could do this. He noted that the conclusion they have at the moment is that none of them studied martial arts at that age. He ordered the scroll of the transcendental attribute to be brought. Larson began to walk towards Descartes. He noted in his mind that the Maiton family members offered 7 scrolls during the decade ceremony. The birthday people could choose one of them and receive the body enhancement magic indicated in them. He presented a red scroll and noted that it was a fire attribute. A blue scroll, which is an attribute of water, appeared in his imagination. Larson told us that silver is a steel attribute. Cinnamon scroll, attribute of earth. The main character presented a yellow scroll, which was an attribute of electricity. The black scroll is an attribute of darkness. White scroll, attribute of light. Larson reported that the combination of the 7 attributes, in the correct order, could result in the materialization of an elemental attribute. The main character looked at the scroll in his hands. He noted in his thoughts that this is just a mixture of all attributes. Having everything together is not always good, but Larson gave the scroll to Descartes. Descartes stated that he did not think that the main character would choose this one. Larson replied that he would take it as a compliment. Frowning, Carlton wondered how the protagonist addressed his father, noting that he had completely lost his fear and should have shut up. Descartes stated that Ibelia would be in charge of the ritual of magically strengthening the body. Larson was stunned by what he heard. The main character said that he was assured that Descartes himself would guide him. Descartes replied that if he did this, Larson had little chance of survival. The main character noted in his thoughts that this was not explained to him. With folded hands, Larson asked if it would make a difference if Ibelia did it. Descartes replied that then the chances of survival would be higher, noting that her mana was calmer than his. The stunned protagonist wondered if it was a mistake to choose the transcendental attribute scroll. Frowning, Larson said that he would do it and it would be impossible to survive in such a crazy world without risk. Looking at Ibelia, the main character said that he would leave it to her. She asked if Larson trusted her. The main character replied that he trusted her as a wizard. Ibelia said with a serious look that her father was too optimistic and it seemed to her that the chances of survival were much less. Ibelia said that the transcendental attribute contains very destructive mana and therefore the ritual to strengthen the body is just as destructive. Ibelia opened the scroll. Larson asked what his chances of survival were then. Ibelia replied that at best 50%. She rolled out the scroll on the floor. The protagonist asked if she wanted him to choose a scroll of a different attribute. Ibelia replied that those who follow the path of magic do not impose their opinions on others, but she said with a calm face that she wished him strength. The main character was taken aback by what he heard. Placing his hand to his chest, Larson cried out that he would be true to his choice. Ibelia asked him to strip down to his underwear. The main character began to take off his shirt. Persia looked at Larson's body. A smirk appeared on her face. Looking at the main character, Persia wondered who, seeing such a body, would think that it belonged to a 10-year-old child. She noticed that his body was not like this a month ago. Persia said in her thoughts that she was wondering how Larson managed to see through the scroll of the transcendental attribute. Squinting, Persia asked in her thoughts why the body was so muscular and what other secrets the main character was hiding. Looking at the dumbfounded Larson, Persia said that the excellent body and face were suitable for decoration. Ibelia placed her hand on the protagonist's chest and announced that this was Larson's 10th anniversary ceremony. Sitting above the main character, Ibelia thanked her for being given the opportunity to perform a ritual of magical strengthening of the body. Surprised, Larson asked her to wait. Ibelia asked if the main character was scared. Larson said that he wanted to tell his father something. Descartes closely watched the main character. All his brothers and sisters were taken aback by what they heard. Lying on the floor, Larson asked him to do him a favor if he survived. His relatives watched him closely. Ibelia looked at the main character. Larson said that according to the tradition of the Mighton family, it is the patriarch who performs the ritual of magically strengthening the body, and this tradition has been violated. Descartes frowned at his words. The main character noticed that although Ibelia is very experienced, she is not close to Descartes, so he thinks that he can ask for a favor. Smirking, Carlton mentally noted that he hoped his father would finish off Larson. Looking at the main character, Descartes asked what favor Larson wanted. He asked that his mother be allowed to come there from now on. The girls were stunned by what they heard. Taken aback, the girl said that this servant could not be allowed to appear there. The main character asked why they were doing this to his mother. The girl replied that her birthright and origin were different from theirs. Lying on the floor, Larson declared that he was his father's son and half of his blood came from his mother. The main character noted that by calling his mother a servant, they also call him a servant, which means that his father is also a servant since his blood flows in him. The situation in the hall became tense. Sitting on the throne, Descartes asked why he needed this. Larson replied that it was because his mother wanted to see Descartes. Descartes was taken aback by what he heard. The girls were dumbfounded. The main character emphasized in his thoughts that this would make 3 mothers his enemies, but it is better to have the protection of 1 father than 3 mothers. Descartes sat at the table and said that it was impudence that this servant wanted to see him. Larson noted in her thoughts that his mother was his father's only weakness. The girls looked at Descartes in surprise. He said that if the main character survives, he will do him a favor. He asked Larson to try to stay alive. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He noted that he would live up to expectations and do his best. There was energy around Ibelia. She said that she was starting the ritual. Yellow mana circled around her. She began to say that whoever follows the path of magic, following its commandments and the ritual of the decade, she commands them. Larson was dumbfounded. Ibelia said that they, who will be guided by the will of the beyond, will be in the arms of cruel and great mana. Magic seals appeared on the hands of the main character. Larson noted in his thoughts that it was very hot and it felt like a brand was being burned onto him. He opened his eyes wide. The main character stood in his dark mind. Looking at his hand, Larson noted that all the limbs were in place, but he could not feel them. He noticed that it was like he was in a hospital under anesthesia. He remembered lying in front of a crowd of doctors. A fire appeared in front of him and greeted him. He stood in front of the red energy. The main character was taken aback by what he saw. A cup appeared in front of him, from which mana flowed. Larson wondered in his mind if this was the Holy Grail of Fire. Larson looked at the golden bowl with big eyes and thought, the Holy Grail of Fire. The cup looked at the guy and asked if he remembered who she was. Larson looked in surprise and answered, the Holy Grail of Fire. The blonde guy remembered how he was lying on the floor, and Ibelia, placing her hand on his chest, performed the ritual and thought that this was the very height of the ritual. But where am I, and why is the Holy Grail of Fire with me? The cup made a sad expression and said that this was not true. Larson asked in surprise, what? And she replied that she was not the Holy Grail of Fire. The guy asked, then what is she? The cup replied that, in fact, it was the ultimate grail. Larson looked in surprise and exclaimed, what? The guy looked at the grail and thought that he couldn't analyze it with his celestial eye, which means I'm not good enough. And the cup began to explain that there was some kind of misunderstanding in the Fire clan, and Curdle filled it with fire mana. Grail narrowed his eyes, looked to the side, and then said that he didn't need to know who Curdle was, he was some kind of old man. Larson lowered his eyes and thought, Curdle, the legendary alchemist. The blonde guy imagined a man with long hair and a pointed hat standing behind the main character, and thought that if the great sage Alberto was a fictional character who proclaimed himself a great sage, then Curdle, as many believed, really existed. Grail looked at the guy and said that in any case, he wants to help him, and called him by the name Hyan. Larson thought, Hyan, first of all, why does the bowl have a floor? Larson looked in surprise and asked how she was going to help him. The cup replied that he had a rather unusual body. The guy asked again, unusual. Larson opened his eyes wide when he heard the bowl's answer that in the times when it was created, such bodies were called celestial. His body is very strong. The bowl bent down, looked carefully at the guy and said that it was not enough to take all the mana that he was now trying to absorb, because his circle was already full. The cup asked what he thought would happen if such a destructive force entered his body in such a state. The guy began to have a drop of sweat running down his cheek. He replied that he would die. The cup confirmed his answer. The cup said that she did not want him to die. Hearing the question, why, she fell on her side and closed her eyes, saying that it would be boring. She would have to fall into a long sleep again for at least 100 years. Larson asked how she was going to help him. Larson and the bull looked away at the cloud of purple energy. The bull looked at the guy and said that she would absorb this mana for him. She really liked the taste of it. The guy thought if he couldn't absorb all the mana, his body would explode and he would die. He will have to believe the Grail. Information appeared on the screen that the Holy Grail of Fire was desperately looking for its true owner. The guy thought that originally. The Holy Grail of Fire ended up in the hands of Cassin Sade. When this happened, the Holy Grail of Fire never behaved like this. You can see the guy's reflection in the eye. The cup said it's hard to explain, but he has enough skills to be its owner. Larson asked, why? The cup looked at the guy and said that their soul is full of holes. That's what it takes to accept her. Larson looked at her carefully and asked what she was talking about. The cup replied that he would understand in time, and then added that she would get to the point. The bowl smiled widely, closed its eyes, launched fireworks into the air and invited him to become its owner. The bowl showed a cloud of violet energy and said that it would now dissolve in his heart and eat all the mana. Larson asked what would happen then. She replied that it would be reborn as the Holy Transcendental Grail. They looked up at the image of the High Magician's face. The bowl said that there are many strange magic spells. Well, this scary Nuna will take care of it, and asked the guy not to worry. The cup continued to say that now it was going to rest in his heart, and when necessary, it would come out again. Larson looked at it in surprise and asked, and when necessary? The cup replied that in the near future he would have to use it often. Information appeared on the screen that the Holy Transcendental Grail will dissolve in the heart of its true owner and will play the role of another circle of mana. Larson looked in front of him and thought, that is, another one will be added to his circle of mana. He waved his hand and continued to think, if he won't accept her help right now. Larson looked at his body with horror in his eyes and thought that his body was slowly disappearing. If it completely disappeared, he would die. His body gradually disappeared, only his neck and head remained. The guy clenched his teeth and thought that he did not want to die. Larson remembered his mother's kind face and thought that he still had many plans. When the face began to disappear, the young man shouted, "The Holy Transcendental Grail, he will be its owner." Golden mana began to form in the bowl and she said it was great. The space above the bowl began to fill with fiery mana, from which golden circles emanated. Larson opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought that this was the power of the Holy Transcendental Grail. The guy opened his eyes and saw that Ibelia was standing nearby and telling his father that the ritual of strengthening the body had been carried out. He replied that it was a good job. Larson sharply opened his eyes and exhaled, his whole body tense. Sweat was running down his face. He looked up with crazy eyes and thought that he was alive. It was a dream? No, definitely not. The heart feels different. Ibelia stood near the table and told her father that she had not completed the ceremony, but she believed that her father meant to say that it was a failure. After these words, horror was reflected in the eyes of the fair-haired guy. He thought, what? Ibelia lowered her eyes and said that everything was right. Father, due to her physical features, he did not notice how the mana and enhancement magic in the scroll faded away, all because she was not experienced enough. Ibelia looked after her departing father, who said that this means this is his fate, and with this they ended the ceremony of Larson Mython's 10th anniversary. Larson was still lying on the floor and thought that no, she had not faded away, but had been absorbed by the Holy Transcendental Grail. Descartes was climbing the stairs when Larson called out to him and said that he promised to bring his mother here. The father, without turning around, looked at his son and said that a promise should be given only to those who deserve it, and the one who made it must fulfill it. Larson stood up, sat on the floor and looked carefully at his father. Era and Larson watched as the brother and sisters left the hall, and the blonde boy thought that he was making progress. But is it true that Descartes and Ibelia do not know about the existence of the Holy Transcendental Grail, despite the fact that they are performing rituals? The maid stood nearby and watched Larson get dressed, and he continued to think that he was glad that this did not manifest itself outwardly. He looked forward seriously, straightened his jacket and thought that he had another strong ally. The ritual of physically strengthening the body was not in vain. Larson walked towards the exit, turned around and told the maid that it was time to go back, but Era stood motionless. The guy turned and looked at the maid in surprise. Larson saw energy emanating from the maid. He thought it felt like he was looking at a well-sharpened deadly sword. Era was emitting an aura. He called the girl's name. The girl, without looking up, said that she wanted to ask something. Information appeared on the screen that the interlocutor could not be analyzed. Larson saw how the maid's eyes glowed green, and he thought that at least basic information is possible. Is she showing her true nature in the presence of her father? A note appeared on the screen again, stating that the current location, the main banquet hall, currently had the highest level of defensive magic in effect. Larson looked at the maid, took a defensive fighting stance, and thought that the only magician in the main building who could use the highest level of defensive magic was Descartes. Era asked that perhaps he was aware of what she had learned. Larson looked at her carefully and asked, should he? The maid noted that his attitude towards her had changed. The guy replied that he had recently pulled himself together. The girl looked at him and began to say, who? She looked with glowing green eyes. An aura was visible around her. Hera asked, who does he think hired her? Larson was still standing in a defensive stance and replied that he believed that his father. The maid asked why he thought so, and the guy answered her because she does not hide her aura in the main building while her father is around. Era looked in front of her and said that this is funny. Can he feel her aura? Larson extended his fist forward a little and touched her aura with his hand. The guy looked at the girl and replied that she was sharp and shrill, even frightening. Era explained that this was because he was still weak. Larson clenched his hand into a fist more tightly and said that he had just turned 10. Naturally, he was weak. The maid stood motionless in her place and said that it was so, but is this a good reason to believe that it was her father who hired her? The guy thought that Era was so afraid that he would run away, but even if he tried, she would still faster. If her father hired her, she will not be able to eliminate him. The guy had sweat running down his face. He looked at the girl and said that she was emitting an aura, but no one came. There are a lot of magicians here who can sense even the slightest flow of aura. Larson continued to say, looking at the maid, that since no one came, it means that there is something that is preventing this aura from being detected, perhaps protective magic. Era watched and listened silently as he spoke, but in the main building there is no one who can use protective magic without her father's permission. She was hired by her father and he installed a protective barrier. She received an order from him to show the guy her true nature. The maid replied that he was right. The father said that she could do whatever she wanted with him if he did not have the opportunity to analyze the situation. Larson again took a defensive stance and thought whatever he wanted. Era continued to speak, but her father said, since Larson is a member of the Mighton family, he should be able to at least do this. The guy looked at her and replied that this was typical of his father. The maid noted that he did not look upset. They stood in the large hall and Larson said that he was upset, even very upset. But why did she show herself to him now, since she had hidden herself so well until now? Era looked at the guy with no emotion on his face as he continued to reason. If you think about it, this is the perfect moment. Today he officially came to the main building, and he also met his father. Larson raised his fists and added that he, too, had put up a protective barrier. Today he was a father. Ice mana began to glow around the guy, and he added that his father wanted to test him. Era began to take the dagger out of its case. She extended her hand with the weapon in front of her, looked closely at the guy and said, "That's right." The maid in a glowing aura said that she didn't think he would understand, and Larson clarified, what did she hope for? Era replied that she assumed that he would wet himself as soon as he saw her aura. Larson smiled a little and asked if she was underestimating him too much. The maid put her hand on her apron and said that it was time to introduce herself for real. Kara put her hand on her chest, bowed and said that her name was Silent Silence, and asked him to continue calling her by her name Kara. Larson clenched his teeth and thought, Silent Silence, this is the hero he himself created. The guy remembered how the woman came up to her crying son and said that if he continued to behave badly, the Silent Silence would drag him away. Large black birds fly across the dark night sky. Larson remembered that Silent Silence is a killer that even the most powerful people in the world are afraid of, and an image of a samurai whose throat was cut appeared in his head. There is a samurai's dead body on the ground, with family members and guards standing around him. The blonde guy remembered that the famous sword family also searched for the Silent Silence, but to no avail. The Silent Silence is very secretive and there was no information about it. Larson looked at the girl and thought that now she was standing in front of him, the strongest killer. This young girl, he said that he had heard about her. The famous swordsman family was supposedly hunting for her. Era calmly replied that it was 15 years ago. She was surprised that he even knew about it. Larson looked at her in surprise, thought 15 years ago, and said that it means her current appearance is a fake. The maid replied that she not going to answer. Larson raised his fist, clenched his teeth and said that it's clear, and so she will test him, give him a sheet of work. Mute Silence looked at him with green eyes and replied that he should know that she specializes in killing. If he manages to repel her attack even once, then he will win. Era disappeared, and the guy stood and looked confused at the floor where she had just stood. An inscription appeared on the screen that the celestial eye was activated, no presence detected. Larson knitted his eyebrows and began to look carefully in front of him. The guy stood with his fists raised and thought that even the heavenly eye could not detect the girl. He heard her voice say that his father said to get rid of him if he is a weakling. Larson clenched his teeth in horror and thought, get rid of him. The guy raised his palm up and shouted for her to stop. In response, he heard that she was listening. He could talk. Larson raised her hand and asked what she would do for him if he won. Era became visible and said that she did not expect him to ask about the reward. The guy turned around sharply, looked at the girl and thought, from behind, he definitely hears her in front of him. Mute Silence looked at him and asked what he would like. Larson replied that she should stay with him from now on. Era responded by saying that she was his maid. Of course she would stay. The guy smiled and said that no, not just like a maid, he wants her to protect him. She herself said that he is a weakling. Larson looked at the girl with a dagger in his hand and said, so until he becomes strong, she will protect him. Era looked at him and calmly replied that it was good. The guy with a satisfied expression on his face thought that this was great, this should be enough. The Silent Silence disappeared again and said that the test begins now. Larson raised his fists and prepared to fight. The guy looked ahead carefully and thought that he was confident, but he had to feel at least something in order to act. Larson stood in the center of the large room with his fists raised and thought that even his celestial eye did not detect her. The guy shifted a little and continued to think, if he couldn't use the celestial eye, he wouldn't be able to predict her actions. She was probably aiming at him in her inconspicuous position. She was intimidating, but she wouldn't be able to kill him. Larson looked forward intently and thought that getting rid of him was an empty threat. He stood with his fist raised and realized that she would not aim at the neck or above it. The guy looked at his chest and decided that she wouldn't aim for the heart either. Larson looked very carefully and thought that if he could not understand where she was, then he would have to repel her attacks. Defending himself, he would simply be beaten. He raised his eyes and looked at the balcony and thought that Era should also be on guard. She has a limited number of places where she can hit him, either legs or arms. She will use attacks that do not threaten his life. Larson looked ahead again and realized that he would be able to determine her position when she attacked, plus he had a slow current and a celestial eye. The guy looked at the mana around him and realized that the slow flow not only slows down time. He raised his hand, looked at the palm and the mana around it and thought, but it also allows you to see the mana in slow motion. Larson clenched his hand into a fist and looked in surprise at the ring of purple mana that appeared and was surprised that its properties had changed. A note appeared on the screen saying that the mana stored in the heart reacts to the will of the enemy. The martial arts technique for beginners Advanced Iron will interacts with the mana stored in the heart. The martial arts technique for beginners Advanced Iron will be replaced with Advanced Self-Defense. Larson looked at the mana ring and thought that the Holy Transcendental Grail had released the mana from his heart, so all of his skills were enhanced. Mute Silence extended her hand with the dagger forward and rushed to attack, and Larson realized that he could see how Era would attack. The guy looked with the eye of heaven and thought that it was either in the side or in the leg. No, he sees it clearly in the leg. Era was spinning in the air, and Larson was looking forward and thinking that he could dodge if he wanted. The girl's green eyes looked at him and he thought, but if he cannot parry the blow, if he dodges, there is no point in dodging. Information appeared on the screen that the martial arts technique for beginners, self-defense, was activated. Era had almost stabbed him in the leg, and he decided that he would throw a punch. Larson blocked her blow with his left hand. The guy swung his right fist, which glowed with mana, to attack. The screen displayed information that a martial arts technique was being used for beginners to effectively use weight. Larson threw a punch, but Era managed to stop him with her palm. She looked at their hands and said it almost touched their chins. Larson still rested his fist on her palm. The girl practically fell to the floor. He said, "How about this? It will pass for a reflection, right?" She thought about it and answered that yes, it will do. Saying that she would keep her promise, Era hid the dagger. Mute Silence bowed and said that from today on, she vows to protect him, the young master, as much as she can. After these words, she disappeared, and Larson looked at the floor where she had just stood. Blood was dripping from a cut on the guy's hand. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that he had passed the test. Against the background of a purple sky there is a large gray house of several floors. A large room with a stone floor, chandeliers with candles hanging from the ceiling, and a door at the end of the room. The door opened with a creak. The door slammed and closed. There are tables and chairs in the room, and there is a candle on one of the tables. Era became visible. She asked permission to report. She looked to the side and said that the young 7th master seemed to have anticipated her attacks. Otherwise, she could not explain how he deflected the blow. Era looked at the empty couch and continued to say that she also believes that he did not evade her attack on purpose. She believes that he guessed that she would not kill him. The Silence stood motionless and reported that there were no other ways to deflect her blows. She thinks this is a wise decision, but there was something unusual. The girl remembered how Larson blocked the blow of her dagger and said that her dagger was covered with Melia poison, and he still grabbed it with his bare hand. The blade accurately cut the skin, and despite the poison that penetrated his body, everything was fine with him. There was no one visible in the room except the girl, but she continued her report. She is trying to understand why. She assumed that his mana neutralizes the poison. It is only important to know whether he did it deliberately or relied on luck. Era disappeared, saying that she would try to find out. The door opened with a creak. The invisible silhouette of a girl came out of the room. She knew that he had changed, but she did not imagine that he would successfully repel the attack and neutralize the poison. The door closed, and the Silence continued to think that he had changed a lot over the past month. At the moment, she thinks he is worth protecting. The city stood under the night sky. In large and beautiful buildings there were lights in the windows. Lanterns illuminated their walls. Horse-drawn carriages drove along the road, and people walked along the sidewalks. One of them was Larson, who walked slowly and thought that today had definitely been tiring. He should rest a little, since he was allowed to take a walk. A bull suddenly appeared in front of him and asked that she had managed it. The guy screamed in fear, raised his hand, and shouted that he didn't know that she had a physical form. Larson put his hand to his mouth and whispered that she shouldn't jump out so quickly, and the cup replied that why, only he could see her. The cup asked to thank her. Larson looked at her in surprise and asked why. She began to explain that that pretty girl had Melia on her dagger. The blonde guy looked at the screen that was displayed above the grail and asked again, Melia. It was written on the screen that Melia is a deadly poison made from a poisonous horned starfish, which is found in the Southern Sea. Interaction with the poison in most cases leads to death within the first 5 minutes. The guy's face was illuminated by the light from the screen. He clenched his teeth in horror and thought, deadly poison on the dagger. Larson looked at the bowl and asked, she absorbed the poison to get rid of it? The bowl closed her eyes, smiled, and answered that she did not get rid of the poison. It was in her stomach. Because poison is one of the attributes, it would be stupid to destroy it. Larson looked in surprise when he heard the words of the Grail that he should be more careful. If his stomach hurts badly, the poison will pour out and the guy's body will melt. Larson called the servant, and Confucius, with a backpack on his shoulders, ran out of the door into the street, saying that he was here. Confucius approached the young gentleman, who was sitting on a bench, leaned on his knees, barely breathing, and said that he was listening to him. Larson asked if he knew what Melia was. The servant straightened up, joyfully opened his eyes, and replied that of course, it was rare, but he could get it. His goal was to poison someone. Larson thought that he was not going to use it. Stop thinking about him like that. The blonde guy looked at the servant and asked what about the antidote. Confucius scratched his chin and replied that the antidote was much easier to find. Larson stood up abruptly and ordered the servant to get him an antidote. Confucius jumped up and ran with the words, "Okay, right now, and we'll go and search." Larson looked ahead thoughtfully and thought, well, he's glad that his shadow has the main attribute poison, his maid is a killer, and his shadow is a master of poison. Larson looked to the side at the approaching figure. He saw in front of him a maid who was dressed in a formal trouser suit with a tie. He asked her in surprise, what had she changed? Era looked at the master and replied that in order to help him as best as possible, she was put into a shadow state. The girl lowered her eyes and added that the new maid would replace her. Larson asked her, that is, he would have 2 shadows. Era replied that yes and asked if he would mind. Larson noted that her attitude had changed, and the girl, without raising her eyes, thoughtfully replied that she no longer needed to hide. Larson and Era stood on the street and talked. He noted that she was really good at acting. The girl replied that acting is necessary for every killer. Era was surprised by the gentleman's question. Was there a deadly poison on her dagger? The maid asked if he knew. Larson put his finger to his face and thoughtfully replied that yes. He used to pretend he didn't know, but the thought of it made him angry. Let's say she didn't try to kill him, then why did she use poison? Instead of answering, Kara asked the question why he pretended not to know. Larson answered to show her that he could cope without an antidote. He thought that this way she would not underestimate him. The girl said that Melia is a deadly poison. The fair-haired guy smiled a little and said that he knew that the poison was made from a poisonous horned starfish from the southern sea. Era was surprised that he knew that too. The guy replied that of course, but he thought to himself that he only found out now. Mute Silence looked at him carefully and thought that he not only had excellent physical capabilities, she underestimated him. The girl looked away and said that he should become stronger. She promised to protect him. Larson looked at her and said, but. The guy listened carefully as she told him that she had set a time limit. Until he became stronger, he had to become stronger with her help, and then she would be freed from this responsibility. Larson replied that that was great. He would do his best. Era told him that she would help him as much as possible. The guy asked her how she was going to help him. Era lowered her gaze and said that she would think about it. As his second shadow, she would protect him with all her might, and no matter what she had to do, the guy thought that please, only within reason. Larson asked the girl if she could get him some oriental prickly pear powder. Era calmly replied that yes, she believed she could find some nearby. The guy asked to bring it. She replied, okay. Larson grabbed his throat and thought, where did such thirst come from? The guy held his throat and shouted to the maid to bring him some water, and then he thought that he was so thirsty. The eastern prickly pear powder is very bitter. He doesn't know why, but he suddenly wanted to take this powder with water. Kara brought the master a bag of powder. He knelt in front of him and began to eat it. The maid suggested why not go home and call the doctor. The guy shouted in response that there was no time. Larson grabbed the green powder with his hand and shouted that this was not enough, more, much more. Larson greedily drank water from a glass, and Era shouted that it was good and asked him to wait a little. Dumb Silence looked at the gentleman, from whose body mana began to emanate. She thought in surprise, what is this? Era looked closely and realized that something was happening. Larson stood and drank water, and the mana around him increased and increased. An inscription appeared on the screen that a special condition has been met. The eastern prickly pear contains a small amount of an unknown substance called ether, and when interacting with the deadly poison Melia, a reaction occurs. The Grail felt dizzy and said he was getting drunk. The Grail said that he was sick, he was about to vomit. He turned away and green liquid began to come out of him. Larson dropped the glass, it fell to the ground and broke. Mana glowed around the guy's body, lightning flashed. He grabbed his heart and thought that it was expanding. Era opened her eyes and mouth wide in surprise, and Larson clenched his teeth in pain. The girl thought, what the hell, mana is increasing. The maid looked worriedly at the master and thought that she should take him to the healer. No, if she touches him now, he will die. She must protect him. This is her job. Era looked at the gentleman crouched in pain and thought that she promised to protect him until he became strong, but she is not a magician, so she does not know how to help him now. The girl clenched her teeth and realized that there was only one solution. She had to put mana into her body. Era looked resolutely and added, and die in his place. Information appeared on the screen that the expansion and the reaction of ether and Melia occurs much faster when they are mixed. Only those who have the transcendental attribute, also known as combined mana, can control such a reaction. Larson tried to influence the mana and wondered why he experiencing death throes again. Larson clenched his fist and realized that his heart was expanding, but he could control this transcendental attribute mana a little. An inscription appeared, using mana cultivation, which is easy to learn. Larson clenched his teeth in pain and thought that he had a broken rib. Larson looked at the screen and read that even those with transcendental attribute mana cannot fully control the reaction of ether and Melia. This is just one of the conditions. The following information appeared on the screen. If he does not possess the blessed body of the martial arts family, he will not be able to completely stop the expansion. Larson read this, raised his hand and thought that he couldn't stop completely, that meant he would die. A new screen entry has appeared that, alternatively, those with special bodies can withstand expansion, such as a celestial body. Larson read this note in surprise. The guy clenched his teeth and thought that the celestial body would most likely survive it. Larson heard a voice that said that he felt better and asked him to just trust him. The guy realized that this was the voice of the Holy Transcendental Grail. The blonde guy's eyes glowed. He began to bring his hands together and a glowing ball of mana formed between them. The cup inside him said that his abilities help her a lot. The guy mentally answered her that it must be about cultivating mana, which she can easily learn. Era watched as the gentleman tried to control the mana. He was all glowing. The maid covered her face with her hand, protecting herself from the bright light of mana, and noted that his chest was returning to normal. Era saw his eyes glow blue. His face became calm. She thought that it was definitely an expansion of mana, but he was able to stop it himself. The maid looked at the master's chest and was surprised to see fire on it. Era saw that the guy was completely consumed by the flames. The maid looked carefully at what was happening and realized that something had changed. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and thought, how? Era saw 2 rings of mana intertwined with each other. Larson stood calmly, raised his hand to his chest, near which there were 2 rings of mana, and Era thought, where did the second circle come from? The maid looked at the master in surprise and thought that she had never heard of someone having a second circle at the age of 10, but here there were definitely 2 circles. Larson stood, shrouded in mana, called the maid and asked if she would continue to stare at him. Era apologized and congratulated him. The guy looked at the circles and asked if she could see them. The girl looked away and answered that yes, he had a second circle. He noted that he was almost dead. Era looked at the gentleman and asked, he managed to nullify the explosion of mana on his own? Larson smiled and replied that yes, that's pretty cool. The girl seriously replied that no, he was born into the Mighton family and they have a blessed heart and mana. She thinks this is to be expected. Larson looked at her irritably and thought that she could never just praise. The fair-haired guy raised his hand to the circles, looked at them and thought that the deadly Melia poison and the eastern prickly pear ether, the transcendental attribute and the celestial body, the cultivation of mana that is easy to learn, and the holy transcendental grail, the 6 conditions were fulfilled completely randomly. Larson raised his head and turned to the maid, who in response also looked at the young master and waited for what he would say. Era looked carefully at the guy who asked her if she wanted to do this. Like last time, she clarified what it was. The training facility, a multi-story glass building, stood against the blue night sky. Noah was sitting on a chair, his feet on the table, an open book lying on his face. He was sleeping. Noah jumped up when his name was called sharply and shouted that yes, he was just thinking. The man with glasses looked in surprise at the young master and the maid. Larson said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Noah asked what brought them here at such a late hour. The man adjusted his glasses and looked ahead in surprise. Noah saw the circles on the guy's chest and thought that it was the second circle. He couldn't believe his eyes. He only had the first circle a month ago. Noah looked at the girl in the business suit and thought that the maid next to him seems to be a killer. Now he thinks about what Jail said last time. Noah remembered Jail telling him that he thought there was some kind of good plan, so they needed to prepare properly, and Noah clarified, plan. Jail then said that someone was planning something with the 7th young master. He was right. Noah looked at the guests and thought that the guy was too laid back for a 10-year-old boy who had a second circle. The man with glasses decided that this all looked dangerous. He preferred not to delve into it anymore. He asked them how he could help them. Larson pointed his finger at the girl and said that he was going to fight his shadow. Noah looked at the girl and thought, a shadow? When did his maid become a shadow? The man with glasses clarified that he should make a wide open space. Era and Larson, leaving, replied that yes. Hera turned around and looked at the man with glowing green eyes. Noah looked at her in fear and thought, pretend to be a fool. Information about the current location appeared on the screen, a training center, the creation of a free zone. Larson stood in a fighting stance and looked at the girl, saying that she had gotten an idea of his skills last time. Era replied that yes. The guy smiled and offered to fight, taking into account his skill level, the maid clarified. Not taking into account the fact that he had a second circle, Larson said that he would try something new. Era looked at him in surprise and asked what she should do, and he responded by asking not to kill him and asking him to attack a little slower. The girl knitted her eyebrows and looked at him seriously, saying that the enemy would not be so helpful. Larson noted that she was not his enemy. Era looked at him calmly when she heard that she was his shadow. The girl took the dagger and answered that it was good, and repeated to herself, his shadow. Larson looked at the circles in his chest area and thought that he now had a second circle. The amount of mana he could hold changed when the 2 links connected. The blonde guy looked thoughtfully in front of him. His eyes glowed with a blue light. He thought that he understood. He could move the mana as he wanted. He looked at the 2 circles again and decided that he would dissipate the mana around the body. Information appeared on the screen that the beginner martial arts technique was influenced by advanced mana. The beginner martial arts technique level was increased. The beginner martial arts technique went from ordinary to advanced. The information flashed above the guy's head that the martial arts technique for beginners had become an advanced martial arts technique for beginners. Larson smiled, looked at the opponent, raised his fists, and shouted, "Well, let's go." The blonde guy looked carefully at the floor where the girl had just stood and disappeared. Larson concentrated and thought that it was the same pattern as last time. The guy stood and looked into empty space with the thought that he still didn't see her. Larson thought that the celestial eye could now detect movements, and saw the light lines of the girl's movement trajectory and realized that this was the difference between the first and second circle. The guy thought that the slow current should also have intensified. Era was approaching him with a dagger in her hands. Larson thought that she was stubborn. The screen flashed. Using the slow flow attribute, Larson looked at the place where the invisible girl was and thought that she was attacking the leg again. Larson decided to dodge this time. Era struck, and the guy dodged and then quickly jumped back. The girl looked at him in surprise and thought that he dodged. "Does he see my movements?" Larson pushed off sharply and flew towards the maid, who had not yet managed to turn to him after the unsuccessful attack. The guy raised his fist, clenched his teeth and prepared to strike. Era turned around and put out her dagger in defense. The guy's fist stopped right next to the girl's chin. Era opened her eyes in surprise and looked at his hand. Larson stood with his arm outstretched, clenched into a fist, and mana glowed brightly along it. Era, who came up from behind, put a dagger to the guy's throat. Larson calmly looked to the side and thought that Era was strong. Even with the celestial eye, he could not detect her last movement. Larson wanted to say that he lost, but Era lowered the dagger and said that she lost. The girl hid the weapon, looked sadly at the gentleman and said that she promised to use the same skills, but she broke this promise. He behaved a little better. Larson agreed with her and said that it was because he had a second round. The girl noted that she didn't know there would be such a big difference. The guy smiled and asked, "Is this a compliment?" Era turned her head to the side, closed her eyes and replied that not really. He is still weak. Larson folded his arms on his chest and indignantly asked, "Can't she praise him?" The girl replied that empty promises are poison. Noah looked into the glass in which Larson and Era were visible talking. The ball began to slip out of the man's hands. The man opened his mouth and eyes wide in surprise and thought what he had just seen was a 10-year-old boy. Not every magician could physically move like that. Noah remembered how Era rushed at the guy with a dagger, and he sharply dodged and jumped away. The man thought that such movements of the killer would hardly be detected by detection magic, and the destructive power of this attack was incomparable with that of a month ago. Noah looked at the guy who was saying something to the maid and thought that the creepiest thing is that this is the killer's last move. He had never seen anything like it. He decided that he had not seen anything. He knew nothing. Larson and Era were heading towards the exit. The guy raised his hand and said that they would go and apologized for being so late. An excited Noah shouted that everything was fine and reminded the young master to be careful, and was surprised in himself that he apologized. Noah was afraid when a dagger was put to his throat. Era stood behind the man. She looked to the side and told him to forget everything he saw today. Noah smiled nervously and stammered that he didn't see anything because he went to the toilet, and then asked, "Something happened?" The girl, looking to the side, replied that young Master Larson had reached the second circle, but he still had not learned to control such power. Noah looked at her in surprise and asked that the young master had a second round in 10 years. This is the first time. Kara removed the knife from her neck, on which a small cut with a drop of blood was visible. She said she's glad that he's not stupid. The girl disappeared, and Noah continued to stand motionless. The man grabbed his throat with his hand and thought, "What is happening?" The houses are flooded with sunlight. A voice is heard on the street, counting 245, 246. Confucius and Era look at the gentleman who is pumping his abs on the horizontal bar and counting 247, 248. The maid came closer, handed the letter to the servant and said that this letter was for the young master. Larson asked in surprise, "Is the letter for him?" Larson said that they should let him look at the letter without getting off the horizontal bar. He took the letter and began to read. The young master fell to the ground, and Confucius shouted with horror in his eyes, "Was he hurt?" Larson stood up. He was shaking a little. He looked at the servants and said, "This?" Confucius asked in surprise, "This?" Larson looked at the letter and shouted that the famous swordsman family had sent him an invitation, and then thought in horror that he had not written about it. It was some kind of mistake. Larson walks down the hallway of the mansion. Decatra called him. Perhaps the reason for this was an invitation. Larson is sitting on the ground, with Era and Confucius standing opposite him. Larson orders Era to report to the main residence. With a stern look, he says that he has undergone the ritual of the decade and will have to participate in the war for heritage. Confucius, looking at Larson with surprise, tells him that defeating a tiger is not easy. You need to get into his lair and it is better to be on the tiger's side. Suddenly, Lydia, sitting on a tree, begins to scream loudly. Larson turns in her direction. Lydia also wants to kill the tiger. He calls her with him. Lydia comes down from the tree and smiles widely. Cassin also wants to be friends with her and she is happy about it. She doesn't have many friends. Larson stands near the doors of the main hall, not daring to enter. He received an invitation from a rival family. They are famous swordsmen. Entering inside, I saw Decatra standing at the throne on the stairs, and next to her Ibelia. Decatra continued to stand with his back to those around him. Ibelia stands silently, although she was expecting Larson's arrival. Larson stands with a stern face, clenches his fists. He is serious. He thinks the world he created can be changed and the plot rewritten. System notification. A change has occurred that affects probability and plot. Larson, Ibelia, and Decatra are still standing in their places. Decatra was waiting for him. Larson thinks that he wants to entrust him with some business. Decatra turns her head towards Larson. He has very scary eyes, as if filled with rage. Larson should know why he called him. With a little fear, Larson's sweat rolls down his temple. He asks if this is connected with the invitation from the Sades. The candle quickly goes out from an unexpected gust of air. Suddenly, Larson sees ice moving towards him at an incredible speed, and, frightened, he tries to turn around and run away. He freezes with fear and horror in his eyes. The sharp end of the ice is right at his throat. Larson looks at Decatur, completely calm, wondering if he did it intentionally. Decatra looks at Larson with a menacing look and asks with a laugh what made him think that. If he really wanted to kill him, he would already be a corpse. Larson turns towards the ice and sees how the ice begins to dissolve into the air and disappear. Larson is sure that they did not intend to kill him, otherwise he would already be dead. He looks at Decatur again, not considering that he did something wrong. The malicious Decatra believes that the Sades should crawl under their feet. Larson continues to dialogue with him and agrees with his opinion that they should lick their souls. Larson's behavior does not indicate this. Larson met with Cassin in Heron, as Decatra ordered him, and challenged Cassin to a duel. Then Larson remembered their fight. Cassin strikes Larson with his blade. Larson takes cover with his elbow and flies back. For Sades, this is a kind of ritual of becoming friends. Still angry, Decatra asks Larson how he knew that Cassin was there. Larson claims that this is pure coincidence and a good chance to spit in the faces of the Sades. Decatra said that it was Larson who challenged him to a duel. Larson says hidden magic is more frightening than the magic they can't see. Ibelia looked at Larson and was lost in thought. She thinks that Larson has changed even though she felt the same during the rite of the decade. Where could the gossip come from? Larson is a little angry, also lost in thought. Decatra has not changed. In essence, people do not change. Ibelia continues to delve into her thoughts. If Larson has always been like this, then someone deliberately distorted the information. Someone who can do this, she thought. Larson loudly called his father. Ibelia and Decatra looked at him without expecting this. Larson tells his father that he has completed the rite of the decade and has become a full-fledged member of the Mighton family. He wants to participate in the War of Succession. Ibelia, full of surprise, continues to look at Larson. He says that his brothers and sisters have already established their own territories and acquired their own people. Putting his hand on his heart, he continued to say that it was not his fault that he was born later. Larson realized that he cannot become stronger in the family. He should leave and establish his own power. Decatra is shocked and demandingly asks him if he wants to drag strangers into this war. Larson starts screaming and saying that this is his only way out. Decatra also starts screaming, claiming that he does not understand what he is talking about. Larson continues to stand his ground. He made friends with Cassin in order to one day make him a dog. Decatra had once told Larson that even a tiger could fall prey to a well-prepared wolf, and Larson remembered this. Decatra immediately answered him that sometimes a tiger can eat its owners. Larson, with a full smile and confidence, clenched his fist and raised it to his chest. He answers his father that if this happens, then this is fate. If he is eaten, this is probably what was supposed to happen. Satisfied, Decatra looks at Larson. Larson will train Cassin like a dog, and instead of a master sword, Cassin will become a famous dog who will do whatever he says. Corridor. Larson's name is Ibelia. She approached Larson, who was walking along the corridor, and they walked on together. Ibelia wants to know if this is what Larson expected when he received the invitation. She looks at Larson with a calm face, waiting for an answer. Larson, looking at her, replies that he expected this, but did not know who would be invited with him. Ibelia looks ahead of herself and is immersed in thoughts. Decatra will not let Larson go alone. Someone should go with him as a bodyguard, someone who can be trusted and can support him. Ibelia realized that this person was her. Ibelia looks at Larson again. Continuing the dialogue, Larson spoke to Decatra as if he had replayed the conversation in his head many times. Larson put his hand behind the back of his head, embarrassedly answering her that his brain would not have produced anything worthwhile if he had not rehearsed. Ibelia remembers the past. She stands small, at the same age as Larson, silently in front of Decatra. Ibelia could not afford to talk to him like that. Ibelia calls Larson's name. They both stopped, Larson slightly behind her. Everything went black around them. Ibelia wants to ask him something. Larson stands in complete shock, his eyes full of surprise looking at Ibelia. With great interest on her face, she stood opposite Larson and wants to find out if he really didn't fail the ritual of strengthening the physical body. Larson, looking at Ibelia, is already calm and replies that he really didn't fail the ritual. She asks him the question, what then happened to the transcendental mana that was in the scroll? Larson became very serious and refused to tell her what happened there. Ibelia wants to know why. They continue to stand opposite each other. Larson said that the father asked not to talk about it. Answering Larson dryly, Ibelia thinks that he is the change that her father prescribed for her. They silently look into each other's eyes. Ibelia thinks that Larson could not talk about him differently. How she will use this change depends on her capabilities. Larson continues to silently and sternly look at Ibelia. She continues to think that if she doesn't make better use of the change, her father will pass Larson on to other siblings. She looks at Larson hopefully. Decatra gave her the chance to try first. The reflection of Larson's silhouette can be seen in her eyes. She must make him stronger. Larson tells Ibelia that he wants to show her something. Larson bends his elbow halfway and clenches his fist. His blue eyes turned purple, the inside of his fist began to glow purple, and a purple flat circle formed around the fist. He opened his palm and a violet light began to shine directly from it. With violet eyes and a face of complete satisfaction, Larson looks at the hand. Ibelia also looks at his hand in surprise and fascination. Larson spread his fingers, and a purple, jagged ball appeared above his palm. It couldn't be that Larson had formed transcendental mana, Ibelia thought. Larson shows his palm and asks her if she can see. Ibelia replies that this is the mana of the transcendental attribute and she feels all its power. This is the mana of fire. Larson realized that Ibelia also sees fiery mana in him. They also stand a meter opposite each other. Ibelia turned to Larson so that he would not stress anymore and she would already see his potential. He looks at Ibelia with a face of complete surprise. He didn't understand her words. Larson continues to hold his palm in the same position. He didn't know that it was hard for the heart to maintain mana in physical form. Ibelia had just told him about it. Ibelia continued with sadness in her eyes. While Larson is still young and does not yet know anything about the diseased heart, having a second round, his heart is now subject to excessive stress. To become a successful magician, he should not strain so much. Ibelia wants to watch Larson as he reaches heights. Larson agrees with her with surprise and slight shock. He wondered why his father had not told him about his second circle before. Ibelia wants to know what Larson is going to do. He learns from Ibelia that the famous family of swordsmen is inviting not only them, the Grendels should also receive an invitation. An alliance between the two families can change the world. Larson understands that there must be someone of the same age as him, with the same abilities and from a famous family, and this, of course, will be Rosalina. She comes from a famous martial arts family. Larson and Ibelia are confident that Rosalina's family will use the portal they created to cross the Vestia mainland. Larson thoughtfully accepts the situation and wants to get there before they do. Ibelia once told Larson to be rude to the Grendel family. Rosalina sits on the ground with her head down, blood stains on her. Opposite her, Larson holds a bloody bat. With a distraught face, he looks at Rosalina and raises the bat upward, swinging at her. Larson wanted to beat her to death. The reason for Larson's expulsion was a fight with Rosaline. Larson wants to apologize to her. He knows that he was wrong. Ibelia reproaches Larson. Their family must stand its ground to the end. Larson, with a gloomy face, puts his hand on his heart. He is convinced that a magician does not grovel before anyone when his conscience is clear. But if the magician loses honor, then that's a different matter. Larson knows that by hitting Rosalina, he acted inappropriately and believes that he needs to apologize. Larson wondered how he was able to defeat a person from the most physically powerful family if until he received this body, his martial arts technique was not effective. A system notification has appeared. Rosalina was always sensitive and kind. Unlike other family members, she believed that cruelty and violence were savagery. Now Larson finally began to understand, remembering the broken pieces of the wooden training figurine. Rosalina has a new personality in the future, optimistic and bloodthirsty. System notification. Rosalina was angry that the seventh heir of a famous family of magicians hit her. An enraged Rosalina, Her eyes crazed, white and empty, strikes the wooden training figurine, splinters flying around. System notification. Rosalina realized for the first time how difficult it was for the helpless and weak. After that, she started training as hard as she could. Fawn, the patriarch of the martial arts family, enthusiastically taught Rosalina. She strikes very quickly and accurately. Larson realized that it was all his fault. System notification. Rosalina is a talented fighter, she just didn't consider it necessary to study martial arts until that moment. The progress was incredible. Her entire family welcomed her changes. Rosalina, pure genius. Larson realized that he influenced Rosalina's changes. Larson stands half-sighted from Ibelia, and around them is the same corridor again. Larson is the main character of the event to which he was invited. Ibelia and Larson walked further down the corridor. Larson can do whatever he wants, Ibelia will support him. Larson, Ibelia, Lydia, Confucius and Era climb a high staircase. At the top of the stairs there is a yellow portal. This is the Sunflower Field, the third portal. Lydia talks with Larson with excitement and joy. She hopes that where they are going there will be a lot of food. Larson is sure there will be plenty of food there. Lydia claims Casson is smart. Confucius walks behind them and reflects. They all go to the lair of a very dangerous enemy. Confucius, full of confidence, raises his hand and clenches his fist, continuing to think. This enemy, the famous Sade family of swordsmen, whom they will one day force into submission. Larson restrained himself. He is very tactful. Confucius is sure of this. Surprised, embarrassed, and joyful Confucius, I am sure that Larson has long matured some kind of plan. Even the fact that Confucius, as a shadow, can accompany Larson on such a journey is already happiness for him. Era watched Confucius from the side, with a face of complete indifference. He puts his hands behind his head and acts as if nothing happened. System notification. Current location, Sunflower Field, third portal. Larson and the others were already close to the portal and passed through it. System notification. Current location, Tiny Midnight Forest, seventh portal. The sky is shrouded in bloody red, trees are all around. System notification. Current location, Black Sea, first portal. The moon and stars are shining in the sky, birds are flying ahead. System notification. Current location, Tomb of Swords, first portal. Larson walks ahead of everyone, followed by Ibelia, Lydia and Era, and she carries Confucius on her back. They went through 22 portals to get to the central one. Confucius asks for forgiveness, he is very tired. Larson is completely shocked by his phrase. He's not happy about going through all these portals. The Tomb of Swords is one of the largest portals on the way to the Sade residence. Larson stopped and a view of the city in the desert opened up in front of him. Although it has a scary name, behind the portal there is a small, actively developing town. In the city center, you can see a small market and a park. Larson, Lydia and Ibelia go down the stairs. Era made sure Larson was okay. The Grendels should be in town in about an hour. Having all descended from the stairs together, Larson decided to split up. He and Ibelia will go to train the mana breathing technique, and Era, Lydia and Confucius will reach the shelter. Larson took a comfortable position, sat down on the ground with his eyes closed and got to work. Ibelia watches from the side. Looking at Larson, she wondered what else he would surprise everyone with. A small pillar shines with a blue glow. Dekatra is sitting with Senkin at a large table. They are having a dialogue. Dekatra tells him that he previously met with Larson. Senkin learns from the upset Dekatra that the ritual of strengthening the physical body was successful, but Senkin does not think so. Tensely, with a stern face, Senkin learns that everything was happening in Larson's heart. Although Dekatra had never experienced anything like this, with a smile on his face, he was sure that the mana dissolved right into his heart. Dekatra suggests that it could not have happened without the use of the Holy Transcendental Grail. Curdle is fighting with someone. There are sparks and magic circles around him. Dekatra suggests that the cup traveled with Curdle all over the world, and before he died, he realized that it was not in fact the Holy Grail. Continuing the dialogue at the table, Senkin hears about this for the first time. Dekatra is not surprised, because this story is told only in the annals of their family. At that time, the family progenitor and Curdle were very close. Curdle, standing on one knee, kisses the girl's hand. Around them is a beautiful gazebo overgrown with flowers. Most likely, the Grail disappeared with the death of Curdle and people forgot about it. Smirking, Dekatra continued. He checked this information and found out that the child brought by the youngest, as fun, was from the Fire Clan. He is convinced Larson can absorb something into his heart. No longer hiding a wide smile, Dekatra said that their progenitor, the Holy Transcendental Grail, called the Auxiliary Circle. Surprised, Senkin did not expect such news. Curdle called the Grail Portable Charger. Senkin, checking the details with Dekatra, learned that Larson apparently absorbed the Holy Transcendental Grail, otherwise Dekatra simply has no other explanations for this situation. Senkin is at a loss, he does not understand what situation Dekatra is talking about. He explained, Larson has a second circle, and Larson can also slightly manipulate a small amount of elemental attribute mana. Senkin is in stupor and shock. Senkin and Dekatra stand with their backs to each other. In childhood, they were called prodigies because Dekatra masterfully controlled mana, and Senkin, physical strength. Dekatra, with a stern look, asked Senkin if he could master the second round at 10 years old, like Larson. Senkin looked at Dekatra with tension. Maybe he could, but he obviously wouldn't live to see 17. Larson managed to master the second lap without any problems. Larson, continuing his training, sits with his eyes closed. Two circles connected to each other glow in the air in front of him with a blue glow. Dekatra, full of anger, does not understand why he did not notice Larson's talent before. He is sure that Larson is definitely hiding something else from everyone. Dekatra gives a task to Senkin. Senkin quickly gets up from his chair, putting his fist to his chest and bows. His task is simply to watch Larson and not let him die. With a face of complete delight, Dekatra looks at Senkin. Senkin must watch over Larson until his death. Blue sky, beautiful clouds float across the sky. Larson opens his eyes, he's a little scared. A famous martial arts family has already arrived in the city. Larson stands at the beginning of the stairs that lead to the portal. Two people come out of the portal with a very angry look. This is a completely different power when compared to the Sword family. Larson, with a satisfied grin, greets Rosalina. They have not seen each other for a long time. Having completely emerged from the portal, Rosalina and Magner stand behind her. Larson, standing at the bottom of the steps, shouted to Rosalina. Rosalina looked at Larson with interest and asked who he was. Larson didn't answer, just smiled. And then Rosalina remembered Larson swinging his club and shouting that it looked like a fish. Rosalina looked at him in shock, and then she pushed off from the ground. She jumped off the steps straight towards Larson, and then she landed next to him and asked what he was doing here. Larson wondered how she jumped from such a height. Larson smiled and said that he wanted to apologize to her for everything. Rosalina asked to apologize. Then she looked at him and laughed. She clenched her teeth and, frowning, asked if she should apologize. Larson, looking at her, thought that she looked much crazier than he had imagined. Suddenly the man came down the steps and laughed. He crossed his arms with furrowed brows and asked that shouldn't Larson greet the elder first. Rosalina turned around and asked her uncle. Larson bowed and said hello, and then the man asked if Larson even knew who he was. Larson replied that, of course, he was the Grendel family's escort. Larson looked at the man's stern face and said that he was martial arts Lord Magner. Magner answered correctly. Larson imagined Magner with many men lying on the floor around him. He thought that Lord Magner is one of the strongest members of the Grendel family. Rosalina's uncle and the younger brother of the head of the family. If you take into account his martial arts skills, you can say that he succeeded in them more than the patriarch himself. Magner looked at Larson menacingly. A strong aura came from him. He said that he planned to teach Larson a good lesson as soon as the opportunity arose. Larson looked at him and replied that a famous martial arts family would not do that. Magner, looking at Larson, thought that he was not afraid of him. Larson looked at Rosalina and said that he made a mistake, so he apologizes to their entire family. Rosalina spread her hands and replied with a smile that if he wants the famous martial arts family to forgive him. Rosalina raised her fist and looked at Larson menacingly, and then said that then she would have to kill him. She lunged sharply, and her fist appeared right next to Larson's face. Magner opened his eyes wide and looked at Larson in surprise. He thought that this was impressive. Rosalina, raising her fist, stopped at Larson's face, but he did not take any action. Magner thought that Larson did not even flinch. Rosalina smiled and said that she thought Larson would be scared. Rosalina swung her fist. A strong magical aura appeared around it. She shouted that okay, how did Larson do this? A system message appeared in front of Larson that the slow flow attribute is applied automatically. Martial arts technique for beginners self-defense is activated automatically. Larson flew up at great speed with such a strong blow. He clenched his teeth and looked menacingly in front of him from such pain. And then Rosalina swung her leg and threw Larson aside. Larson fell to the floor. Magner, looking at him, thought that this is martial arts magic. If he remembers correctly, a famous family of magicians calls it that. Magner looked at Larson, who was lying calmly on the ground, holding the place of the blow. He thought that Larson had reacted well and protected himself from the blow with magic. Rosalina looked menacingly at Larson and shouted what he was doing. Why didn't he dodge? Larson, lying on the floor, apologized. And then he smiled and said that 2 years ago he behaved badly. That's why he apologized. He thought that since he lived in modern society, he was used to apologizing. Rosalina looked menacingly at Larson and shouted what kind of nonsense this is. Suddenly she looked at him silently, and Larson added that she was just so beautiful then. Rosalina, calmly standing opposite him, asked what, to which Larson said that she knew the boys. He just wanted to attract her attention, so he mocked her. Rosalina laughed, and a second later she swung her leg and hit Larson's knee with all her might. Larson grabbed his knee and thought about his leg. A system message appeared in front of him that the martial arts technique for beginners self-defense would be activated automatically. A magical aura appeared around his knee. Rosalina, looking at Larson, said that this was boring. Larson asked, puzzled, what? Rosalina clenched her fists and, looking at Larson, shouted that it is boring to fight with someone who cannot show worthy resistance. Let him fight her. This is his only way to apologize. Larson began to get up. He replied that it was good, but not now. Magner clapped his hands. Rosalina turned around and shouted that why would she feel better only if she killed this bastard. Magner replied that this should not be done here. Let her look back. Rosalina turned around and saw a crowd of onlookers. They were talking about how there would be a fight here when they started. Rosalina furrowed her eyebrows and shouted that who cares. Larson said that this is not a good place to fight. If they fight, everyone will talk about it. Larson, calmly looking ahead, said that people could get hurt. Rosalina looked at Larson with a serious face, and then Magner smiled and thought that this was a rather wise idea for a child. Rosalina, looking at Larson, said what to do. He is going to apologize. Larson replied that he was going to, but in a different place. Rosalina asked in which place. Magner approached Rosalina and patted her on the head, and then said that everything was right. They need to get to the Sade residence. They will think about it there. Suddenly Larson looked in front of him in surprise. He heard someone tell him that Larson knows how to choose the moment. Larson wondered what kind of voice it was. Magner looked at him with a smile, and then Larson heard the voice again, so Larson would try to be friendly now, unless, of course, he wants rumors to spread about a fight between Grendels and Mitons. Larson, looking at Magner, wondered what he was hearing. Him, although he doesn't even open his mouth. A system message appeared in front of Larson that the character Lord Magner had shown interest in Larson. He would analyze all of Larson's actions and give them an explanation. A turn had taken place that affected the relationship of the characters and the plot. Larson looked in front of him. Activating his eye, he thought that he could see Magner analyzing his actions. Larson looked in surprise at the system message. It said that the celestial mage doubted the lack of believability. A turn affecting believability, and the plot had already happened 3 times. There were doubts about the plausibility of the world. Larson thought the celestial mage Decatra. Larson looked at the system message in shock. It stated that 2 requirements had been met. Larson could influence the thoughts of powerful characters through deliberate actions. Larson thought that the Celestial Mage and the Martial Arts Lord, both of them, doubted the credibility. Suddenly, the world around Larson began to disappear, and he appeared in a certain space in front of him. A system message appeared that a new probability was being created. The character Larson received creator privileges associated with probability. Larson looked around in surprise. A system message appeared in front of him that the character Larson had received creator privileges. The absence of probability settings was activated. Suddenly, something began to appear in front of Larson. A paper appeared in front of him in which it was written that the character Evian, age 21, attribute ice, personal characteristics, cold, innocent, sometimes cruel, chocolate the best. He wondered what it was. Larson looked at the note in front of him in shock. Looking at the line that chocolate is the best, Larson wondered if this was the setting he had created. Larson looked at the note in shock, thinking that this was his script. He remembered all the events that happened to him in this world, and all the people he met. He thought that everything he wrote was here. Larson, puzzled, looking ahead, thought that there were more gaps than words, an unfinished plot. He assumed that the setting was not completed. His silhouette appeared near Larson in the real world. He thought about the possibility of why he possessed Larson, why these opportunities and plot twists appeared. A system message appeared in front of him that he had reached the time limit for using the settings. Suddenly, the world began to restore itself in front of him, and the notebook disappeared. Larson looked in front of him in shock. He thought that everything had disappeared. He could only see them for a limited time. It seemed like only a minute. He might have to continue or create the right conditions. Only then would they appear again. Magner, along with Larson and Rosalina, headed forward. Magner said that first they would go to the restaurant. Ibelia was already waiting for them. Larson said okay. He thought that it was interesting what awaits him in the future. We are taken to the restaurant. Magner shouts, looking at the girl, that they have not seen each other for a long time. Ibelia, sitting at the table, says that it has been a long time. Magner, folding his arms, laughed and shouted that it seemed that she had become even stronger than before. Magner sat down at the table, and Ibelia said that she thought that she could still give Magner a head start in 5 years. Magner laughed and shouted that he would accept her challenge at any time. Ibelia smiled and said that before she could challenge him anytime, but now she can't. Larson thought that Ibelia is now a magician and a matriarch, so she can't challenge him left and right. Magner smiled and said where did her childish playfulness go? He patted her on the head and said that she always pestered him when she was little. He remembered how Ibelia used fire magic when he was sleeping. He said that she once burned his hair while he was sleeping. Ibelia, covering her mouth, said that she tried to burn his brains, but missed. Larson, looking at this, frowned and thought how hard it was to delve into their conversations. Suddenly, Rosalina cleared her throat and said hello. She blushed and said that she was from the Grindel family. Rosalina, they had crossed paths once 2 years ago, reminds. Larson remembered how she attacked him. He thought that she was serious, and she was replaced. Rosalina clenched her fists with a smile and shouted that she wanted to become as strong as her, because women in the martial arts family were at a disadvantage compared to men. Ibelia replied that she could not use her fighting spirit yet. Larson imagined himself in human form in his head. He thought that the fighting spirit of swordsmen used swords as weapons, magicians used their magic, and martial artists used physical abilities. He imagined how a person who was attracted to a huge stone, pulling it forward, surrounded by a strong oar. Larson thought that only the capabilities of the human body are limited, but one can use the fighting spirit in order to increase strength and show incredible abilities. Rosalina blushed and clenched her fists and shouted that she would train her fighting spirit to become as strong as Ibelia. She replied that she couldn't wait. A stack of dirty dishes appears in front of us. Someone says that the portal will be activated again at 1917. Ibelia, looking at everyone at the table, said that she would do this herself. They would not like to go with her. Magner answered of course. Larson, looking at them, wondered how they ate it all. Ibelia, looking ahead, said that there was about an hour left. She needed to talk to him. Maybe they would go away for a while. Larson, looking at her, wondered what was really going on with him. Magner stood up from the table and said that in that case they would meet at the portal at 1917. Rosalina bowed, and Ibelia said that yes, they would still see each other. A clear sea appears before us. Ibelia says so, dear brother. Ibelia stops and tells Larson to explain to her what it was. Larson, walking behind her, says that she is referring to the situation at the portal. Ibelia turned around and, with a furrowed brow, asked if Larson had planned it that way. Larson answered yes. Ibelia said that is, he knew that she would attack him. Larson, looking at Ibelia, said that this is why he came. Ibelia asked what if he was trying to make peace this way. Ibelia looked intently at Larson and added that he could call her to a special arena near the Sades and offer to sort everything out there. Larson, looking at her, replied that she wanted to know why he used magical martial arts techniques. Ibelia answered yes. Larson, frowning, said that because Lord Magner was there. He remembered his frightening expression and said that Magner is the second strongest member of the Grendel family. He was probably puzzled that he used magical combat techniques so effectively. Ibelia, looking at Larson, thought that the magical technique of martial arts in Magner. She remembered Larson and wondered what he would have thought about Larson's success in battle magic being higher than what could be expected from a 10-year-old boy. He would have noticed the amount of mana Larson had. Ibelia remembered Magner and, thinking that Larson had acquired a bad reputation, so the most logical conclusion he could draw was that Larson had either changed or had been raised to be a variable. Ibelia imagined Larson getting into a fighting stance. She looked at Larson and thought that he didn't know Magner that well. It was very impressive that he had predicted and read everything. Larson replied perhaps. He smiled and added that Magner would think that he was a variable that the Mitons had developed. Ibelia looked at him in surprise, and Larson added that Magner would want to know everything about him. Ibelia remembered how she stood in front of her father, who told her to make it obvious that Larson was a variable. She thought that she seemed to understand why her father said that. Ibelia looked closely at Larson and thought that magical combat techniques have potential limitations, but his ability to plan everything, taking into account the current situation and all possible scenarios, is amazing. Ibelia, looking at the smiling Larson, thought that the most important thing is that he is only 10 and his potential is incredible. The sun was setting. Ibelia thought that, despite her father's orders, she wanted this child to be hers. Ibelia, looking at Larson, said that she met Magner when she was 14, being more of a pilgrim than a magician. Larson is aware that the successors of the Matons go through stages of pilgrimage in search of truth before becoming candidates for the Patriarch. Larson answered yes. Ibelia, looking in his direction, said that yes, she didn't even know who he was, otherwise she would have tried her best to finish him off. Larson wondered why she had such a charming face, but she said absolutely cruel things. Ibelia remembered how she was breathing heavily and looking forward menacingly, and there was blood on her face. Ibelia stood in front of Magner. She said that he told her to kill him if she got upset and gave her 3 tries. Larson, looking at her, thought that even he doesn't know how many memories she has with Magner, but it looks like they are good friends. Ibelia smiled and, looking out to sea, said that in any case, he is the kind of person who considers it his duty to find out everything that seems curious or suspicious to him, even if we are talking about a young magician who wants to kill him. Larson said that if he was so curious, let him come up and find out about him. Ibelia, looking out to sea, answered correctly. Larson said he thinks he will learn a lot from him. The waves crashed along the shore. Ibelia said that there was still half an hour. Why don't they have some kind of brotherly date? Ibelia looked towards the city and said that there must be something to see here. This is a trading city after all. Larson smiled and said that she had been to market towns many times. Ibelia turned to the sea and said yes. She imagined destroyed cities and said that most of such cities were destroyed because of her. Larson then took a step forward towards her. He took Ibelia by the hand and said, "Let's go." He turned to her with a smile and said that he would show them the way. Ibelia, hearing this, smiled widely, and then they walked along the shore together. We are transported to Magner and Rosalina. They are walking through the city. Magner imagined the image of Larson and thought that 2 years ago, 8-year-old Larson was still that scoundrel. Magner remembered how Larson looked at Rosalina and said that they would hurt others if they fought here. Magner thought that he was completely different now. Magner frowned and, taking a bite of a banana, thought that a person has changed so much in 2 years. It's incredible, people don't change, he must have just been pretending, his appearance has changed. Magner looked at Rosalina and wondered what the Mitons wanted to achieve in this way. He imagined the image of Larson and thought that this was some kind of plan, the Sades invited them. But secondly, what they really wanted was a relationship between the Sades and the Matons. Magner, walking through the city, thought that something had happened that he did not know about. The Grendels are the weakest family. Magner squeezed the banana and thought that if some unpredictable change occurs, the Grendels will be destroyed by these families, and if Larson is the central link in everything that is happening. Magner smiled widely and wondered if he would find out what they were up to. Many people have gathered at a huge golden portal, and someone says that we need to go forward. The man folds his hands and smiles. They say that he really opened a portal, and what an honor it is. To which the girl answers him about being vigilant during teleportation. And the girl looks at the man with a smile while he is perplexed, saying that she will remind him that he has another chance, to which the man says that, "Oh my god, he will be careful." After which everyone enters the portal. Lydia smiles as she walks next to Rosaline, who has her hand over her heart and is worried about feeling sick, like her soul leaving her body. After which everyone looks at the beautiful landscape and the bright sun, saying that they are in the right place. Magner and Ibelia look at Rosaline with a smile, and Magner says that she didn't even try. And Ibelia confirms this. They say that she was so kind because they had a cute child with them. After which the guy calls Larson and Lydia to him. He walks forward and smiles, waving his hand, saying that they must be tired from the journey. He has beautiful red eyes and black hair. Magner and Ibelia look at this boy, thinking that Cassin will most likely become the successor, and Sato never meets them. Cassin approaches Larson as Lydia runs up to them, and Larson says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, to which he replies that he has grown a lot since then, and Larson says that it was magic. Lydia waves her hand between the two and they both look at her in surprise. She spreads her arms, moving them away from each other, and says that she is Larson's best friend, and she is Lydia, and let him leave. Cassin smiles and closes his eyes, saying that he doesn't think there are any priorities in friendship, and he and Larson got along because they have the same thoughts and intentions, which is why they became friends. And while Lydia clenched her fists and turned to Larson, Cassin smiles, and a bright light emanates from him, saying that this is the main thing, and she talks about what thoughts, intentions, and generally what he is talking about. She looks at Cassin and shouts at him that he is the closest person to him anyway, to which he says that actually they were going to be friends too, and she says that yes, they are. After which Lydia shakes hands with Cassin with a clearly displeased face and says that she will become his friend, to which he says thank you and she says you're welcome. Rosalina comes downstairs, talking about young Mr. Cassin. Everyone pays attention to her until she goes lower and says that they should not forget about her, and she is also invited. To which Cassin bows to her, saying that he is sorry, and this is very ugly, he just really missed his friends, and he greets her. Rosalina smiles looking at him as he continues to talk about how the path of learning is an honor for him to meet such a noble person who walks the path alone. And she replies to him that they should leave the formalities and he speak more simply, after all, they are not that old. To which he replies that it's on time. Rosalina looks from the side with bewilderment at how well he gets along with Lydia and Larson, and thinks that this infuriates her, and he is just as relaxed, friendly with them, and he doesn't even notice her. Magner smiles, looking at what is happening, and thinks the same thing. He's cunning, and it seems that he specially created this situation. He looks at Larson and imagines a snake next to him, thinking that he is not a little boy at all, and it is as if he is a 100-year-old snake and he is being controlled. Larson comes closer to Cassin and asks him to do him a favor and talks about how he wants to fight Rosalina while he stands there in disbelief. Cassin is very surprised, looking at Larson, and says that in the sense of fighting, to which he says that he could organize a platform for them to duel. And while the three of them look at each other, Larson thinks that the opponent is the only daughter of a famous martial arts family. And the scene is the battle arena of the famous swordsman family. Members of all three families will be watching what is happening, and this is the official debut of the goofball Larson Miton. The sun is shining brightly on the building, and someone in it is talking about who will win this fight. The three men look at each other in surprise while the man in the middle says that Larson is a stupid little henchman and of course he won't beat Rosalina, to which the men on the side say that they heard that she still can't do well. Manage your fighting spirit, and in this case everything depends on physical capabilities. And they remember Rosalina and how she looks like a leopard, saying that isn't she stronger, and Larson on the opposite side in the form of a white snake, saying that the fact is that the main skill of the klutz Larson is magical combat technology. A man in a blue kimono with short hair and red eyes says that his son is thinking about a duel, and this was the patriarch of the famous Carcia sword family, and Casson sits opposite his father. He says that he is jealous, while his father says that, naturally, duels with friends are quite fun. Casson smiles at his father, who in turn says that everyone seems to think Larson is a scoundrel and a goofball, and Casson says that he thought so too, but he turned out to be a good guy. And while they are both sitting near the table, Casson says that perhaps he would make an excellent opponent, and the father adds that what kind of opponent would be at his age. The father smiles as Casson talks about how he is stronger now, and the father says, "I understand now." The father looks out the window at a beautiful tree and thinks that there is an assumption that information about this child was deliberately distorted, which means. The father smiles, looking forward and thinking that Larson is the hidden variable of the Mython family, and this scene was created by Decatrius. And, sitting opposite each other, the father asks who he thinks will win, to which he, in turn, replies that Larson would win. And while Casson looks at his father with a serious face, he wonders why Larson, to which he says that he thinks he will lose, and his father asks him why and how this is so. Casson lowers his head and says with a serious look that Larson has a good heart. The father gets up, saying that he believes that he will also have to be present at tomorrow's duel, to which he is surprised, saying, "Will he really come?" And, looking at the building, which is illuminated by the sun, Casson says that he will be able to introduce his father to his friends, to which he says that his son's friends are very cool. The next day, many people gathered in the Firmament Sword Arena. Rosalina warms up, looking at the period with a serious face and saying how long she has been waiting for this day. Larson, in turn, prepares the lineup in a defensive position and thinks that he will have to control the arena. And while Casson, his father and the others are watching from the side, he thinks that there is no point in pretending to be a normal child. Casson's father looks at Larson and he thinks he should accept the fact that this is his debut fight. Rosalina's eyes lit up, and the silhouette of a leopard appeared behind her, and she said that there she was. After which she lunges straight at Larson, who has his fists out in front. Larson's eye lights up blue and he uses his slow flow ability, activating automatically, and thinks that when it comes to physical battles, he has an advantage because Rosalina can't control her fighting spirit yet. She successfully dodges Larson's attack and gets behind him. She jumps, and Larson watches from the side. Rosalina uses Larson as a stand by standing on him and he activates a magical self-defense combat technique. She was very surprised, looking at Larson, thinking that she was actually going to break his arms and ribs, but in the end she seemed to kick a puddle. Magner and Ibelia opened their mouths in surprise at what they just saw, and while Larson is standing in a defensive position, she tries to attack him with a kick from above, telling him not to get arrogant, and he blocked the blow by pure chance. She kicks his arms, saying that she can do a lot more. Her fist then begins to burn and she attacks Larson with it, screaming. He, in turn, blocks her blow with his fist, flying back. He hits her back and she dodges him. Rosalina then jumps back while Larson comes to his senses. She is all red and breathing heavily, lowering her torso. Larson has moved back into a defensive position and looks at her. Casson and his father were very surprised at what was happening as they watched them. Magner and Ibelia also stand in shock, their mouths open in surprise. Magner lowers his eyes and thinks that he is calculating Rosalina's moves at least one step, no, even 2 steps ahead. He watches Larson smile and thinks that this is an apple from the tree, and the rumors about him are definitely complete nonsense. He peers at him, watching how the blue aura envelops him, thinking that this guy is about training in his family. Rosalina leans over and breathes heavily, looking at Larson. Larson smiles, taking a defensive stance as blue magic envelops him. Rosalina grits her teeth, looking at Larcina, and thinks about how all he does is protect and keep distance between them, and why that is. Magner with the others watches from the side and thinks that Larson just saw that Rosalina is ready to attack, and time passes, and disappointments. She puts out as much strength as possible, thinking that she uses wide movements and completely opens up to the enemy, from why he's even more upset. And, remembering how she attacked Larson from above with her foot, he thinks that Larson must see her weak points. And, remembering how Larson was able to block Rosalina's kick, he thinks that at the same time he is delivering blows that cannot cause harm, and this is only possible if he is more experienced than his opponent. Magner is excited and smiling at the same time, thinking that he just continues to defend himself, showing off his skills. And here it is, the child of the Mighten family. Rosalina attacks Larsina, and he blocks the blow with his hand, and Magner continues to think that his fighting technique is one of the primitive types of magic. But it is much better than that of a martial artist, and they may be children, but they have huge potential. Larsen jumps back, leaving huge clouds of dust behind him, and he continues to think that there are two reasons why he acts this way, and firstly, he shows that even the weakest magical combat techniques can be better than martial arts. And while Magner and the others are smiling at this, he continues to think that, secondly, this is a chance to show the power of the Mitons and the rest of the famous families. And Cassin's father says that it seems that we all think the same way here, to which he agrees. Cassin's father smiles as he watches the fight and says that it seems that Larsen was secretly raised as a mage specializing in magical martial arts, and they all agree on this. After which they watch how Rosalina jumps on Larsina. They talk about why then he shows his abilities here. And Larsen blocks her blow as they continue to talk about how it looks like he was secretly developed in magical martial arts, now wants to use them in a real battle to test his abilities and improve them. Magner smiles as he watches the fight and says that he is sure he will be noticed, and Cassin's father says that it is a challenge, and I both agree with that. Ibelia, watching from the side, smiles, thinking that this is how he planned everything, while Cassin admires the fight. Larsen, already all shabby, stands in a defensive stance, while Rosalina, out of breath, looks at him and says how long will he just defend himself, to which Larsen replies that until she stops going crazy. She in turn clenches her fist and a red aura appears around her, indicating that if this is what he intended to do. Jumps right at him with fury in her eyes and her fist in a red aura, and the system sends notifications that she has used her fighting spirit. She manages to hit Larsen right in the stomach, sending him flying back. He is very surprised, and blood begins to flow from Larsen's mouth. Rosalina lowered her head a little, watching as Larsen sat on the floor and coughed blood onto the floor, and she talked about why he didn't dodge. Larsen raises his head, revealing that blood is still flowing from his mouth, and he says that he thought she would like to punch him one more time. Rosalina, in turn, looks down and screams about what kind of battle this is. She throws a blue elixir into Larsen's hand and tells him to drink it, and he looks in surprise, wondering if this is really a potion. After which Rosalina turns around and leaves while Larsen looks at her back, and she says that she lost, and he was very surprised. She turns around, looking at Larsina, and says that he pisses her off, and he probably didn't even notice that she was using fighting spirit right now, and she doesn't even want to be angry anymore because he's still just as kind. Larsen lifts his head as she talks about forgiving him for breaking his rib, so she no longer holds a grudge against him for what he did, and he thanks her. Cassin jumps out of the viewing area, shouting Larsen's name. The system sends a notification saying that young Cassin is enjoying the biographies of the heroes, and he looks at the world with his beautiful eyes and joyfully explores it. He runs straight to Larsen with a smile on his face. The system suggests that, alone and friendless, he is inspired by the concepts of friendship, trust, and even camaraderie between allies in battle. And Cassin comes right up to Larsen, talking about how he feels like he's leveled up his abilities, and Larsen thinks to himself that maybe that means he was inspired by the fight with Rosaline, and tells him that magical combat skills increase quickly at the initial stage. Larsen begins to feel ill, and Cassin continues to say that he is truly glad that his friend has become stronger, and he thinks that wait, doesn't this mean? Cassin smiles and closes his eyes, saying that he officially challenges Larsen to a duel, dear friend, and Larsen thinks that he was right. He sits down on the ground and looks at Cassin in bewilderment, saying that he is very glad that he thought of this, but he is very tired after the battle with Rosalind, and magical martial arts techniques require a lot of mana. Cassin looks at Larsen in surprise and says, is it really true, and that he wants to fight him when he gets better, and considers this the least he can do for him. And Larsen makes it sound like Cassin is cutting him open, thinking that if they have a fight when he's so wound up, he doesn't think he can handle it. Cassin looks at Larsen in bewilderment, asks if he will fight him tomorrow, to which he replies, good, and thinks that he is really looking forward to a duel with him, comparing it to a birthday present. Larsen looks into the tube and says that's correct, after which the system issues a notification saying that their wounds have been healed. Larsen approaches Rosaline, who is sitting nearby, and says that he needs to ask her something. He is surprised and asks what exactly, and he replies that she attacked him using her fighting spirit. And Larsen looks at us with obvious suspicion, says that he really wants to humiliate her, to which he says that he will not do that to her. Larsen puts his hand to his heart, looking at Rosalind sitting next to her. She talks about what it was then, and he replies that he felt something when she hit him, and she asks him in surprise if he is a pervert. And while she is perplexed, naturally, Teeth, looking at him, he replies that he doesn't know and felt some kind of excitement. He was almost able to understand what it was, but not completely, and she asks him what he speaks. She looks at him in surprise as Larson says that he is asking for help and he thinks that her martial arts technique will help him become stronger. He lowers his hands, looking at her, and she tells him why she should help, and he replies that she should take it as a debt that he will repay later. She looks at him sadly, thinking that every night she promised herself to take revenge, but everything is gone. Magner approaches them as they look at him in surprise and tells her to try it. He smiles at them and tells her to do him a favor, and for the son of a famous family of magicians, this is not a bad idea in a public place. She stands up and Larson looks at her and says that she will help him, but only once, and he should be ready to return the favor, and he thanks her. Ibelia looks at them in surprise, while Larson says that, of course, that he will do everything and swears on the honor of the future magician, to which she was very surprised by his words and thinks that by the honor of the future magician. Ibelia smiles as she looks at him and thinks that he actually said this, and it is equivalent to saying that he will participate in the succession war as the rightful successor of the Mighton family. And everyone standing nearby was very surprised by his words, thinking that he was talking about this in front of the patriarchs of famous families. Rosalind begins to emit her red aura, and Larson her blue, and she says that she must hit him again, to which he says that yes, and he is ready. The system assigns notifications for the use of magical martial arts techniques. Self-defense is activated. Rosaline looks at Larson with excitement. It is said that even she would not call this her martial art. After which she stabs him right in the stomach, and he grimaces his face in pain while he says that it's not her fault if he gets hurt. He peers at this blow and thinks that he has exactly the same reaction. The Amana in his heart interacts with Rosaline's unformed fighting spirit. She looks at him in surprise and says that this is all, to which he says that he needs to hit him again. She strikes again, shouting that she will gladly do it. Magner stands and watches this, with his hands folded, thinking about what is happening and what he is trying to do, while Larson screams for her to strike again. Everyone else stands in surprise and watches this, asking Ibelia what the young master is doing now, to which he replies that it seems that the mother in Larson's heart is reacting with Rosaline's fighting spirit, and what kind of reaction is this? And while she once again punches Larson right in the stomach, she says that she doesn't want to guess, and whether she can tell anything that a reaction is happening. Larson bends over in pain in his stomach while Rosaline asks him if he's okay, and he thinks that, of course. He looks at his cake in surprise and thinks that his extreme mana reacts with fighting spirit, but according to canon he wrote that mana and fighting spirit cannot interact. He looks down and thinks about how that means the probability will decrease. The system sends notifications indicating that he has discovered a missing probability, and he is given the opportunity to fill in part of the missing probability. He looks outside this window of the system in surprise and says what he was supposed to do in a world in which there are no probabilities, and this is not just survival. After which a blue book appears in Larson's hands, and he thinks that this is the book of settings that he saw earlier. Numbers appear around Rosaline and she begins to turn gray. Everything around is frozen in black and white, and numbers appear everywhere. Larson stands and watches everything that happens and thinks that time has stopped, and it seems that time stops when he creates settings. He quickly opens and leafs through this book. The system sends notifications saying that the fighting spirit of a famous martial arts family, the mana of a famous magician family are disparate things that cannot mix or react with each other. He remembers that the system says that martial spirit is known for martial arts, and they cannot mix, and continues to read that during the fight in Rosalind in January 219, Larson Mithon's mana reacted with Rosalind's martial spirit, and the reason is, Larson has a pen in his hand, which he looks at, and he thinks that he must fill this gap, and the previous setting ends here. Larson lowers his head and begins to worry, thinking that he will have to fill this out now. If he is not careful, he will mess up the previous settings. He reads this text and looks at the inscription reason, thinking that he cannot simply write and then erase, and perhaps he will become the destroyer of the world, not its creator. After which Larson puts his pen directly to this book, thinking that the reasonable reason that he does not place is the other settings and the reason in here. Larson saw that in the book of settings in the column, reason, an entry appeared, the character Larson Mighton does not comply with the rules of this world. The guy took the book in his hands, looked surprised and thought that he was going to write down another reason. Because he has the holy transcendental grail? Because he has the mana of the transcendental attribute? Or because of the celestial body? Larson stands with a book in his hands in the arena. Time has stopped around him. He continues to reflect that it would probably be better to focus on Larson Mighton than on external factors. The blonde guy looks in surprise at the glowing book that floats in the air, but the thought does not leave his head that if he appoints himself as a character who does not have to obey the rules of this world, then he will be freed from its probability and will no longer encounter other settings, which were installed earlier, since Larson Mithon will be an exception. The settings book disappeared, and everything around the guy began to come to life. Information regarding the missing probability appeared on the screen. He now has the privilege to add another line. The privilege to add another line is available for 10 seconds. Larson carefully studied the entry that appeared and thought, add another line. The house stood against the backdrop of the dark night sky, with lights burning in the windows. In the room, Lydia was sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall. Her head was down. She was sleeping. There was a knock on the door. Lydia opened one eye and was awakened by loud knocking on the door. The girl opened the door, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and asked the man standing on the street, "Who is he?" Magner looked at the girl seriously and replied that he was Rosalina's uncle. He arrived with a famous family of swordsmen. Then he asked where Larson Myton was. Lydia put out her fists. Fire appeared behind her. She shouted that he wanted to harass him, and the man calmly asked what she wanted to say, that he looked like a bully. Larson, bare-chested, entered the room and looked at what was happening, as the girl confusedly did not know what to say. Magner looked through the window at the fair-haired guy and thought that his body was so fit. Mana, unlike fighting spirit, was spreading throughout his body. Larson stood in the middle of the room with only a towel tied around his waist. The martial arts lord thought as he looked at him that most magicians keep their mana in their hearts, but he is an exception, as a mutant. Magner examined the guy from the side and realized that mana would be inconvenient to use if he trained his muscles like a famous family of martial artists does, which means his body was specially trained for magical martial techniques. Lydia approached her friend, pointed her finger at his abs and said that he had 8 packs on his stomach, and asked to touch it. Larson covered his body with his hands and answered, no. Magner watched from the door as Lydia tried to touch the guy's abs, and Larson asked the maid to bring him clothes. The man watched the guy get dressed and then noticed the girl next to him who was wearing a business suit and thought that this maid's movements are also on another level. Using someone so strong as a maid is no way. Larson and Magner sat down at the table. Era put the plate on the table, bowed and said that she had brought fruit. Larson looked at the plate full of fruit and said that he believed the reason why the Lord came to him was an insatiable interest in his magical combat techniques. Magner replied that this was true. He arouses curiosity. The guy looked in surprise at how fast the Lord was eating the fruit, and then said that he was interested in martial arts. Magner furrowed his eyebrows and looked unkindly at the guy, saying that he seemed sure that he was going to tell him about martial arts. Larson looked closely at the man and noted that he thought the Lord was so curious to know about him that he would tell about them. The answer was heard. Good. Magner leaned back in his chair and said that let's say he learns martial arts from him. But did he think about the consequences? Larson straightened up and replied that that was why the famous family of swordsmen invited him, ironically, but there was no way his father would get here. Among the mountains under the night sky, there was a swordsman settlement. High walls surrounded it. Even Decotre could not attract the attention of the famous swordsman family. The famous swordsman family, this is the most dangerous enemy lair, but on the other hand, it is also the safest place. Magner thought that didn't the Mytons train him, and then said that he wanted to look at his body for the first time, and asked him to strip to the waist and turn around. Larson replied that it was good, and began to take off his shirt. The man approached the guy from behind, put his hands on his strong shoulders and thought that his back was smooth and hard, unthinkable for a 10-year-old child. This was clearly the result of long training. Magner examined the guy and then said that the Lord's fighting spirit would surround his body. He asked not to resist, but simply accept the energy. Larson clenched his fists, asked if he was sure that there would be no side effects. The man asked to trust him. The guy stood motionless, looked forward and heard the man ask him what he could do if he didn't trust him. Larson replied that he would trust him. The energy of the fighting spirit began to surround the guy. Magnet continued to hold him by the shoulders and thought, what a cunning one. He himself created a situation in which the Lord would not be able to do anything, but he behaves as if he was risking his safety by trusting him. He is really smart. Larson raised his eyes, which began to glow blue. The guy remembered how he looked at the settings book, which said that the privilege to add another line would be available for 10 seconds, and thought that after the duel with Rosalina, he had so many different thoughts. Larson thought what the author would give to the main character. If he himself is the author, the pen began to write. It was recorded in the book that the fighting spirit of a famous family of martial artists interacted with Larson Myton's mana and helped him grow without any side effects. Larson stood surrounded by red energy. The face of a roaring tiger appeared behind his face. The guy realized that the fighting spirit had penetrated his body. Magner looked away, holding the guy by the shoulders, and thought that he had taken part of his fighting spirit. Is this what the Mytons want to show them? The man furrowed his eyebrows, curled his lips, and thought that a mage who could take fighting spirit was a reason for war from the Mytons. Magner asked the guy who teaches him magical combat techniques. Larson turned around and answered with a smile that he was studying them himself. The Lord raised his hands and said that he had analyzed his body. This was the first time he had seen a magician capable of receiving fighting spirit. Larson thoughtfully replied that he, too, had not previously known that magicians could do this. Magner asked if the guy realized that one of the Mytons would grow up using martial arts and fighting spirit. Larson looked at him and smiled and replied that yes, he should find out what he could learn. Magner imagined humans training with swords and hand-to-hand combat and thought, to see what can be learned, the Mitons consider swordsmen to be primitive and martial artists to be failures. The man remembered how the sister of a guy named Persia burned opponents with her magic and thought that they looked down on everyone except magicians. Magner imagined a bare human skull shrouded in fire magic and thought, but this Miton is taking steps towards learning martial arts in order to grow. The man leaned over to the guy, looked him straight in the eyes and asked if he was definitely a purebred Miton, and Larson answered in confusion if he was talking about who his father was. Then yes, this is Decade or Miton. The Lord straightened up sharply, hit himself on the forehead with his palm and said that he had never seen anyone like him, and then asked what the guy wanted from him. Larson clarified, could he tell? Magner narrowed his eyes and replied that the guy would have done it anyway, wouldn't he, and asked not to waste his time, but just say it. Larson looked at the man with glowing eyes and asked to become his mentor. The Lord folded his arms across his chest and looked at the guy carefully. Larson raised the fist that was emitting multicolored mana, looked at it and thought that he was sure. There is a connection between magical martial techniques and martial arts. Magical martial techniques become perfected through martial spirit and martial arts. The guy looked thoughtfully and realized that this is why magical combat techniques were always in short supply. Miton took a step forward and shouted what he just said, mentor. The guy looked at him boldly and replied that yes, he said mentor. The man continued to shout that he really thought the Mitons would allow this to happen. Larson replied that he would take care of it. The Lord looked at him in surprise and asked who he was. The guy replied that he was the seventh son of a famous family. The Lord explained that this was not what he was asking. Larson replied that he was still a magician who wanted to study martial arts. Magner furrowed his eyebrows and angrily shouted that this was the craziest idea of his entire life. The man folded his arms and asked if the guy understood what he was saying. Larson put his hands in his hair, closed his eyes and replied that yes, because he was a potential successor, perhaps the Lord would think that the Mitons were bowing to the Grendels. Larson opened his eyes and added with a smile that the master, if he wanted to reject his offer, he would not have hesitated so much. Magner remembered how he studied the guy's body and thought that what a bastard. He created a situation in which the Lord could not refuse his offer, aroused his curiosity and even allowed him to study his body. The man knitted his eyebrows, looked thoughtfully at the guy and realized that by not rejecting his offer immediately, he automatically lost to him. Larson stood, shrouded in mana, looked at the Lord and said that he did not do this. Is he really not interested in magical combat techniques? Magner sat on a chair and replied that he was interested in the magical combat techniques that he uses, to be more precise. Larson raised his fist, smiled and said that magical martial techniques are most effective when combined with martial spirit and martial arts. This will be his own new martial arts. Magner leaned over a little, looked closely at the guy and thought that this was not what the magician Miton should have said if he had been born a magician, and then said that for this he showed them his strength since he met Rosalina again. Larson leaned forward a little and replied that yes, he saw that the Lord was paying special attention to him. Magner replied that it looked like the guy had other intentions, so the duel was also about that. Larson straightened up, looked at the man and answered honestly that he did, however, want Rosalina to stop being angry with him. Larson turned to the man and called him a master. The guy came closer and asked if the master would like to see the creation of new martial arts. Larson added that he hoped that the famous swordsman family would help him here. Magner furrowed his eyebrows and shouted, but the others would think that he was a hostage. Larson put his hand to his chest, looked to the side and said, it's because he's a hated child and it doesn't matter whether he's part of that family or not. He's sure that in exchange for him staying with the Saids, his father will get his benefits. Magner lowered his eyes, put his hand on the table and asked if he was asking them to help because this was the safest place. So Larson replied that yes. The man said it was crazy to be honest. The Lord continued to say that he couldn't tell if it was because the guy was raised by the Mitons or he was some kind of mutated freak. Larson lowered his head, closed his eyes and replied that he would take that as a compliment. Magner looked at the guy and thought that this bastard was extremely calm. He planned everything for a long time. His decision was clearly not spontaneous. And then he said that he would figure it out himself. Larson looked at him in surprise and clarified what he meant. Magner knitted his eyebrows, smiled slightly and said that's right, he can become his disciple. Step by step the Lord will study his magical combat abilities and watch his body and mana like a hawk. Magner folded his arms over his chest and added that he knew everything that the Mitons had prepared. At the same time, the guy should take everything possible from him. Larson was delighted and exclaimed that this was exactly what he wanted. Confucius sat on the training ground and thought that the young master was something so grandiose that he might never be able to understand. The servant remembered how he had watched the conversation between the master and the Lord, and thought that Larson allowed him to overhear because he completely trusted him. Confucius looks out the window in surprise at what is happening. The servant thought that the world that the young master dreams of is a world in which three families are united, a beautiful world in which everyone can be happy. These thoughts brought tears to his eyes, and someone handed him a handkerchief. Confucius said, "Thank you, sister," and then jumped on the spot and shouted that his sister had scared him. The imperturbable Era stood nearby and handed him a handkerchief, asking him not to cry. The servant looked at the calm face of the girl, who was looking into the distance, and said that he had not yet fully come to terms with the fact that she was another shadow. At this rate, he would die of a heart attack. The maid replied, "If he was just going to die, then he is not fit to serve the young master." Confucius noted that she was so insensitive. Era asked the servant if he had heard about the young master's decision. Confucius replied that yes, he said that he would stay here. The servant opened his eyes in surprise when he heard the girl's words. When the birthday feast was over, he would go back to the main house to get permission. Kara added that they might have to risk their lives. From these words, the servant grabbed the handkerchief tightly and began to shake. Confucius replied that, well, yes, this is the duty of the shadow. Era turned around, looked at him and asked that even if the patriarch punished him, the servant replied that he would always protect the young master. Confucius looked sadly in front of him and added, because young Master Larson was his light. Era disappeared, and the servant began to shake his head in search of his sister. In the darkness of the night, the tulips seemed blue, and the question was asked, did he want to see each other? Larson and Ibelia stood on the path against the background of the night city. The guy answered his sister, yes. The girl assumed that he was going to tell her something important. Larson noted that she quickly grasps everything. The sister suggested that he say this a little later. Larson looked at his sister, who was looking at the field of tulips in fascination with the words. It felt as if these ordinary minutes were too precious to speak. Larson and Ibelia admire the field, which in the nightlight looks like a blue sea. The guy turned to his sister and asked if she liked tulips. Ibelia sadly replied that people are drawn to beautiful things. Larson said that he thought the most beautiful thing for her was magic. The sister replied that magic was the most beautiful thing for her. Ibelia remembered how she fought with opponents, covering herself with an energy shield, and the enemies were bound with magical golden chains. The girl cast her skill, disappeared, the enemies were attacked by a powerful stream of mana. They screamed madly. All that was left of the people was a skeleton. Ibelia remembered how the skeletons crumbled and fell to the ground, she said, but at the same time the magic became the most cruel. The sister looked at the tulips and noted that at least the flowers do not harm people. Larson smiled and told his sister that next time he would give her a bouquet of flowers. Ibelia looked thoughtfully and said, flowers. The sister's face lit up. She smiled and said that even when she heard these words, her heart fluttered. The girl turned and looked at the guy and said that then maybe she should listen to what her little brother had to say. Larson looked at her and said that he would like to stay here with the famous swordsman family. Ibelia turned to her brother and seriously asked him if he wanted to become a patriarch. Larson replied that in no case, if she wished, she could test him with her ability. Ibelia extended her hand forward. Using the skill, the Eye of Truth, said that she had better make sure and cast a spell. A magical eye appeared in the air. Larson stood motionless and looked at the eye. Ibelia closed her eyes and said that he was sincere, so what was it that made him so impatient? The sister heard the answer that he wanted to live and opened her eyes wide in surprise and then asked again, does he want to live? Larson remembered how his photo was taped to the pole and said that even his elder brother, the sixth young master, was dying to kill him right now. The blonde guy saw in his head how his brother, releasing a huge magical monster, shouted that Larson was a bastard. He was going to kill him no matter what. Ibelia looked seriously at her brother and said loudly that she knew the war for succession rights was cruel, but they would not take the lives of their own brothers and sisters. Larson calmly replied that no sister, even their father, eliminated his brothers to claim his title as patriarch. Ibelia knitted her eyebrows and said loudly again, okay, what if he did? Why does brother want to stay here? Larson replied that he wanted to become stronger. His sister asked why. He again answered because he wanted to live. Ibelia insisted she wanted to know another reason. Larson replied that he wanted to protect. His sister asked who? He said his mother and himself. Moonlight illuminated the girl's surprised face. The sister opened her eyes wide because Ibelia loved the Mighton family impartially. The girl turned a person with her magic into a skeleton, which crumbled and fell to the ground. She could be both evil and good, all for the sake of the Mighton family. Ibelia remembered how she was walking down the street, and from behind, a man was about to attack her with a sword in his hands, saying that she would die. The girl turned around a little and looked at the enemy. The next moment, the offender was bound in magical chains and screamed loudly. Ibelia said that she did not want to kill him. The enemy clenched his teeth, looked at her, and the girl said that she wanted to leave him alive. Skeleton bones lie on the ground, Ibelia said, but for the family, and destroyed the enemy with fire magic. A tear runs down the girl's cheek, but she understands that it will be right. A city with huge beautiful houses, a river, a blue sky above the city. Ibelia loved everything about the Mighton family. She despised the War of Succession, literally hated it, because her beloved Mightons fought and made each other bleed. Ibelia desperately studied and honed her skills as a magician. Because she decided to do everything possible to become a matriarch, she vowed to become an absolute ruler in order to stop the war between brothers and sisters. To do this, the girl needed magic that would surpass everything. 6 circles of magic. She wanted to have peacemaking power. Ibelia fights a huge scary monster. The girl was a sorceress who wanted it very badly. For that matter, it is said that Ibelia hunted the evil Balrog in the rite of the decade, which scratched her face. It was a much more difficult test than the ones the other siblings went through, but unlike them, she chose to hunt monsters rather than humans. There is an open book with text. He wrote all these stories without much thought, but for them it was reality. It is not difficult to write that someone was killed. Larson imagined his sister killing a man with magic. Then he sees her tears on her face. Ibelia stands and sadly looks into the distance, but these are just words. Larson looked at his sister, who was looking thoughtfully at the field, and called her. The guy looked up and turned to the girl with the words, what if he said that he wanted to become stronger in order to be able to protect even her? Ibelia looked at her brother, and he added, would she consider this a reason to be proud? The sister looked at him and screamed in surprise, protect her. Ibelia laughed loudly, and Larson thought that this was the most sincere laugh he had ever heard from his sister. She told her brother that he wanted to protect her. This was the first time she had heard such a thing. The guy scratched his head and asked, seriously? The girl wiped away a tear that had come out from laughing and said that it was always such a pleasure to talk with him, her little brother. Larson looked to the side and asked his sister to help. He needed to get permission from his father. Ibelia replied that she thought his father would not allow him to do this. The guy looked seriously to the side and said that he could convince him. Larson and Ibelia stood near a moonlit field. The brother once again confidently repeated that he could convince his father. The sun brightly illuminated the veranda, surrounded by water and flowering trees, from which music could be heard. Rosalina sat on the floor and looked at the blonde guy who was shaking from the sound of music. He thought that this place was reminiscent of the Gyeonghoru Pavilion in Gyeongbokgung Palace. Men in black suits were playing musical instruments, and Larson assumed that he was too hasty in putting everything together at the last minute. How could he listen to classical music in the Gyeonghoru Pavilion? Lydia in a beautiful dress called the guy and asked him to look. Larson turned to her and thought, where did she even find this? The girl looked at her friend, smiled, and asked him if he saw this cake, which consists of 4 tiers. Larson answered yes, and she again asked if he was not fascinated by this cake. A huge cake stood on the table. It was decorated with berries and bow. The guy thought her sparkle was more charming. Everyone shouted in unison, happy birthday, Casson. The guy in the black suit and red bow tie embarrassedly scratched his head, smiled broadly, and said thank you to everyone. Lydia, with a joyful smile, held out a black stone and said that this was his gift. Her father gave it. He said that it was a lucky stone. Casson took the gift and thanked the girl. Lydia replied that it was nothing and asked if she could have a cake. Larson thought that this stone was similar to the one he had previously seen on the side of the road. Rosalina held out a box decorated with a red ribbon and bow and said that this gift showed the sincerity of her family and herself. Casson accepted the gift and thanked the girl. Rosalina noted that he was talking to her in a friendly manner and replied, please. Larson lowered his head and said that he had not prepared a gift for him. Casson looked at the guy and said, okay. Casson and Larson stood up from the table and looked into each other's eyes. Lydia stood up with them, holding a large piece of cake on her fork, and looked questioningly at the guys. Larson said that in return, he would like to stay here and continue the fight, although in fact, the birthday boy is unlikely to consider this a gift. Casson sat down on the floor and looked in surprise. The guy in the black suit opened his eyes in surprise and asked again. Here, in his house, Larson said that he would get his father's permission. The birthday boy shouted, really? Casson looked at the guy and said what an unexpected gift. Larson was surprised, really? Era stood behind the column and listened as Casson said that yes, of course, it's so great to spend time with friends. Larson asked the guy to tell the patriarch. The maid looked away when she heard the master say that he would get permission from the Mighton family. The golden door opened and the one coming out of it thought that he had 2 goals. Larson stood in a cloak at the foot of the stairs. Next to him were his comrades, servants, and Magner. The guy continued to think that he needed to enlist Casson's support and use Magner to his advantage as best as possible. Casson waved goodbye with a smile on his face and told Larson to come back soon. The blonde guy looked at him with a smile and replied that he would be back soon. Rosalina looked at the guy and thought that Larson was definitely not the one she knew. The girl with pink hair said that she hoped they could greet each other with smiles the next time they saw each other. Larson thought that he was the first to say this. Ibelia turned to her brother and asked if he knew how dangerous it was. The sister continued to say, if father gets angry, then there will be no one in the Mython family who can withstand his anger. Larson looked forward confidently and replied that he was confident in himself. The towers of the large castle were shrouded in the night haze. This is the main estate of the Mighton family. Larson walked to the huge window and looked into the starry night sky. The guy lowered his head, sweat dripping from his forehead. He felt a piercing cold. Larson entered the large open door and heard a voice telling him that he did not need to greet him. The father stood in the center of the courtyard and said that he had received a full report from his sister. The son said that he wanted to stay with the swordsman family. Larson replied, "Yes, that's right." Dekatra asked if he knew what it would look like from the outside. The father furrowed his eyebrows, anger showed on his face, and he spoke furiously. If his son could not explain everything to him, then he would consider his actions insulting to the family he heads. Larson said to himself, "Flash," and looked at his palm, in which a magical glowing ball appeared. The next moment, a sparkling dagger appeared in the guy's hand. This is a dagger of instant death. If a magician below the third circle comes into contact with the blade, he will die immediately. Larson looked at the dagger and thought that the result of this flash was death. The guy raised his head and turned to his father. Larson held a blade in front of him, from which streams of mana emanated, and asked if his father remembered the swordsman's booth. Dekatra replied, "Yes, they are a strong pawn." Larson remembered the smiling guy in the black long kimono and said that the guy he met, Kassin, has a weakness for human feelings and relationships. The father made a questioning sound. Larson continued to explain if he stayed there he was sure he could make him his little dog. Dekatra smiled and asked if that was the only reason he wanted to stay in that kennel. Larson came closer and said that for the rest of the world, magical martial arts were not fully studied, but he saw the potential of these arts. His father asked him to continue. The guy said that, as his father knows, he has already created his second circle, and something special is hidden in his body. His father frowned and asked what he means by the Holy Transcendental Grail. Larson realized that his father already knew, created a cloud of mana around himself, looked at his hand and said that the Transcendental Mana, the Holy Transcendental Grail, his unique physical attributes. His body also responded to the fighting spirit of the famous martial arts family. The guy looked at his palm and said that he had absorbed some of this fighting spirit and it was slowly accumulating in his body. Larson showed a letter saying that he had already received an invitation from the Sades. The guy introduced the house of the swordsman family and said that even then the relationship was confirmed. Larson recalled the moment of farewell when he, Kassin, and Rosalina were standing next to each other, and noted that the descendants of world-famous families interact with each other for the sake of improving world peace. Does this really look like defeat? The tip of the blade was at the very neck of the guy who continued to say that the swordsman's booth would not resort to petty battles for public opinion if they spread the rumor that his family had surrendered to their will. Larson held the blade in his hands and said that he would take full responsibility and give his own life. The father said that in his opinion, his son is confident in himself. Larson confirmed his words. Dekatra asked, "What next?" Larson looked at his father seriously and thought, "What next? What next?" The son got down on one knee, bowed his head and said that they were the first to lend a helping hand to achieve unity. He is sure the father can find out how the rest of the world feels about their family, and he thought to himself if this is the absolute Dekatra. The father, with frowning eyebrows, listened to his son's next words that absolute strength and power is the most effective method of government, in his opinion. Larson raised his eyes and continued, "But warm embraces and modesty are what make a true ruler." The father looked at his son and said seriously, if he had uttered such words without any changes, he would no longer be breathing. Larson looked at his father in fear. The boy, on one knee with his head bowed, heard his father tell him to go, but warned him that he would watch him to see whether or not he would come to possess the abilities he was talking about. The dagger disappeared, and Larson thanked his father and said that he would try to live up to his expectations. The guy noted that he was still a child. He was only 10 now. His father's face became angry and he screamed. What was he thinking of whining? Larson smiled a little and said, "That's why." Dekatra knitted his eyebrows and listened to his son, who said that he needed the warm care of his mother and asked to send his mother with him to the Sade family. The father laughed loudly at these words. Dekatra twisted his face into a smile and said that his son knows how to control people, and thought to himself, amazing, and this boy is considered a failure. Larson stood up, and his father looked at him and thought that, unfortunately, his talent was magical martial arts, but it was still strange how no one recognized him before. Larson looked in horror at the screen, on which a note appeared that the celestial magician was suspicious of the missing probability of the world. The probability had partially collapsed. The guy clenched his teeth in horror and thought that probability had collapsed. If the world collapsed, he would also be destroyed. In the office with a large window, Ibelia was sitting at the table with a book in her hands. A girl with glasses carefully reads a book. There was a knock on the door. Ibelia looked up and said, "Just think, she came to visit her in her room. How unexpectedly, Persia." The red-haired girl stood in the doorway and smiled, then asked her sister what kind of book it was, why she was reading a basic magical text. Ibelia replied that it was just like that. Persia looked at the book and said, "Alberto's 77th text, How to Easily Master Mana." Larson is also reading it. "This book is popular." Ibelia put down her glasses and said that she has something to tell her. Persia interrupted her and said that she also had something to tell her sister. The older sister stood up from the table saying that she would not beat around the bush. Ibelia looked at her sister menacingly and said that she was going to take care of their little brother. Persia replied that it was funny. The red-haired sister smiled and said that she came here to say the same thing. Ibelia looks at Persia with a menacing expression and says that she is going to take care of her little brother. Persia smiles and says funny because she came here to say the same thing. Ibelia, looking at Persia, thought that her father gave her a chance, whether it matters in whose hands this variable ends up. Ibelia, gritting her teeth and frowning, says that she said that it was none of her business. Ibelia, thoughtful, says rather not hers. She had plans for him for a long time. Ibelia says that she will have to act based on the commandments of Mana if she does not cooperate with her. Persia, looking to the left, says that she is going to achieve her power, no matter how wrong it is. Persia, thinking in her thoughts, says that she had the opportunity to seriously injure her. Persia in her thoughts thinks about how she is in the canyons of Nupia and holds onto the mountain with one hand and sees Ibelia in front of her. Ibelia looks at Persia, who is holding onto the mountain with one hand, and she says that if she were in her place, she would make her a cripple. Ibelia, looking down, says, but it didn't work out for her. Ibelia shouted with a menacing look, what a misunderstanding, Persia. Persia shouted seriously with a smile. A yellow light appears near the houses. Drops of blood fell on the carpet. Persia was sitting on the floor and there was a pool of blood next to her. She tells Ibelia that she is a sissy. Ibclea stood with her heel on Persia. Ibelia pressed Persia even more tightly to the floor and says why does she need Larson? Persia answers her that she does not want and is not going to say it. Persia looks menacingly at Ibelia and says that her reaction makes her want to get her brother even more. Ibelia looks at Persia and says why does she need him? Persia, who is bleeding from her mouth, says he's cute. Ibelia pins Persia to the floor with her super powerful strength and says stop fooling around. Persia, looking at the floor, screamed, heard, Larson had a second circle. Did she really think that she wouldn't find out? There must be a reason why a child has such a muscular body. Second circle at 10 years old, Persia screamed temptingly. Persia screamed in her head that she hired a shadow to watch him, and that same shadow disappeared. Ibelia lowered her head and thinks, besides, she is also obsessed with him. Ibelia, lost in thought, says that she came to see how she would react. Ibelia looks at Persia, who can barely stand on her feet, and says get up, because of the mana they released, the elders will soon come for them. Persia, thinking in her thoughts, said that Ibelia's reaction made her want to get her younger brother even more. Larson looks down in surprise. His mother, who is sitting at the table with him, asks him what happened. Larson scratches his head and says nothing happened. Era brings food to Larson and says, young master, the food is served, it's spaghetti with meatballs. Larson and Soso look at Era, who in her thoughts says that her presence means that the likelihood of being killed by some hired killer is much lower. Larson looks at Era and thanks her. Era answers Larson with a smile, no problem. She says that he should eat well while he is growing. Larson looks at Era in surprise and thinks that her reaction has become kinder than usual. This seems suspicious to him. A system message appears in front of Larson, activating the celestial eye. The spaghetti and meatballs contain traces of seiken. The tablet states that seiken is a poison that is lethal to those without mana. Due to it being lethal to those with mana, it is commonly used to boost immunity when drunk. A man appears in front of us and lies on the floor. Era remembers that she was sitting on the floor and eating seiken. She thinks that she has been eating it since she was 3 years old. Larson looks at his food in surprise and tells Era there is something special there. Era doesn't answer him at all. Larson, looking at Era with sweat on his face, says, well, maybe not something special, but, for example, poison or something like that. Confucius shouts back to the young master. Confucius looks at Larson with tears in his eyes and shouts that he forgot to warn him about this in advance. Confucius says that this is all because of his carelessness and asks to kill him. Larson tells him to get up first and explain everything. It's night outside. Confucius said he understood. Era, clasping her hands, answered Larson. As he found out, Larson answered her that it was intuition. Era, adjusting her glasses, said that he has great observation and analytical abilities. He must have smelled seiken, but he resourcefully attributed everything to intuition. Larson in his thoughts says where she got these glasses. Era took off her glasses and thought about how he always exceeds my expectations. Era asks how his shadow is. She will continue to do everything possible to make him stronger. Era and Confucius, clasping their hands, look at Miss Soso. Era smiles and says this dish was prepared keeping everyone's preferences in mind. She told her not to worry about what's in it. Soso thanks Era with a smile. Larson lies on his bed and the Holy Grail appears in front of him, which tells him, well, it's here. Larson replies that, nevertheless, it is poison. The Holy Grail shouted that this poison is nothing. Larson looked at the Holy Grail and thought that he looked pretty tipsy. He screams in short, listen here, once upon a time. Larson, lying on the bed, sees Lydia. Lydia asks him what time they are leaving. He answers her 8 a.m. Lydia asks him, but they can't go now, she wants cake again. Larson, lying on the bed, says they won't be able to get through the portal if they leave now. Entering the room, Lydia answers the truth. Lydia lay down in Larson's bed and says then she will fall asleep right now. If she sleeps, then tomorrow will come faster. Larson then looks at her. Larson, leaning his elbows on the bed, says, "Era, do you hear?" Era stands near Larson's bed, who looks at her in surprise. She says, "Yes, young master." Larson thinks in his thoughts how long she has been standing there. Larson tells Era to take Lydia to her room. "Please, just don't wake her." Era, closing her eyes, tells him she understood. Lydia rose above the bed. Larson looked at her in surprise. Larson sits on his bed, sweating, and thinks, in a very Era-like way, that impresses him. It was a sunny day outside. In the middle of the house there is a carriage. Next to it stands a family who is seeing off Larson. Confucius, looking at Soso, says that they have to go in a carriage. Miss Soso tells him that everything is fine. Larson thought that in his time, cars driven by Mana were intended exclusively for aristocrats, taking a car to let your mother down. Other mothers would be jealous of this. Idia strokes the horse with a smile on her face and says that she is smart, beautiful. Larson thinks in his mind that he doesn't need to cause envy. Larson heads to the carriage and thinks he needs to take his first step towards independence. He heads to the famous family of swordsmen who will help him carry out his plans. Larson and his friends are driving through the forest. After some time they approach the city. Kara says that they came to the city to visit the Saids. Larson turned around and heard someone speaking to him. He saw Kasana Said standing on the steps, who knew that he would return soon. Larson said with a smile that he was here. Larson answered him that he was keeping his promise. Kassan Said told him that we would start the battle. Larson sees many steps ahead of him that he needs to go up. Larson holds onto his robe, lost in thought, and says that everything is as he expected. Larson throws his robe and says that this time it will not be easy. Larson thinks and says he will show all his strength. Larson stands opposite Kassan and thinks that he has changed a lot since his first meeting with him. Larson has a second circle, and he is much better at magical combat techniques. Now he has the holy transcendental grail, the magic of physical strength and transcendental mana. Kassan Said holds his sword in his right hand, looking at Larson. Larson, clenching his two hands into a fist, looks at Kassan and thinks that he needs to see how far he will go with an opponent like Kassan. Larson thinks that he will not be able to defeat Kassan under any circumstances. Kassan looks to the right with his eyebrows drawn together. Larson thought that this is how he created his personality. Larson, thinking in his thoughts, sees the swordsmen who laid down their swords and says that none of his peers can defeat him. He is a genius among geniuses. He is so talented that compared to him, other geniuses seem average. Larson remembers how Kassan holds his sword in front of the swordsmen and, despite incredible talent, he persists more than anyone else. Larson looked at the smiling Kassan. He thought that Kassan, the youngest son of the Said family, combined hard work and talent to become a better person. Larson, standing up and thinking in his head, says that they are the same age, so he must have improved his skills too. A bright, strong flash appeared. Kassan used a hard blow. After being hit by Kassan, Larson's body left his soul and he thinks, as expected, his attack speed and destructive power are much better than before. A system message appears in front of Larson. The talent Slow Flow is activated automatically, holding his Kassan blade in his hand. He lunges at him. Larson is thinking in his thoughts. His heel is slightly raised, and he is about to use a follow-up attack. A solid blow is just an overlap of his real attack. Larson dodged his attack. If he dodges him, then Kassan will definitely close the gap. Kassan took a stance and he uses his sweeping kick ability. Larson thinks that he is so fast that the slow flow is almost useless. Larson looks at Kassan, who swung his sword, thinking that this is a smart sword. Perhaps it was done unintentionally. Larson, with a smile on his face, thinks that in fact it's even better for him. Asen, with sweat on his face, is surprised. Larson thinks about it and says he, too, must realize this, that using a smart ball in a fight is cheating. Larson, sitting on one knee, looks at Kassan and thinks that he has let his guard down, and he uses this to his advantage. Larson charges Kassan. Kassan tries to stop with his leg. Larson, taking the lightning in his hand, thinks that he is dodging. He must break through. Kassan, with a menacing face, thinks, Larson, you shouldn't chase me like this. It will upset your balance, resulting in a destructive force. As soon as he gets a step closer, Kassan will strike back. Larson extended his hand, clenching it into a fist. A system message appears in front of Larson. Advanced magical combat techniques are used for beginners. Skillful use of weight. Larson clenches his teeth and attacks Kassan. Kassan, looking at Larson, says that he has regained his balance. Larson lunges at Kassan. Larson extended his fist and struck the sword. Larson hit Kassan's place with his hand. The blow was so powerful that strong energy began to emanate from it, which destroyed everything in its path. Magner and Decatramaiton looked at them with menacing faces. After Larson used his energy, Casson was thrown back, and in his thoughts he said that it wasn't much, but he suffered. His fighting techniques are different from those before. Casson will lose if he lets his guard down. Casson, gritting his teeth, says that how he has improved so much in a short time. Larson answers him that magical combat equipment is rapidly improving. Casson answers him, however, he is a completely different person. Larson, with a menacing face, tells him there is still something to surprise him with, so don't relax. Magner looks at this fight and thinks that this child is really something incredible. Whether it was Rosalina, Magner wonders in his thoughts and says that the fight will not be completed after Casson's first attack. Casson uses his solid punch ability and jerks Larson away. Magner, with an angry expression on his face, wonders what if he had been born into the Grendel family. How could such a thought come into his head? Decatramaiton thinks in his head and says that he is just playing with such an opponent. If Casson fought with the intent to kill, then the enemy would not last long. But the most amazing thing is that he predicted Casson's actions. He decided to rush forward when Casson used the smart sword. It was not a coincidence. He smiled when Casson acted. He penetrated every possible loophole and mentally surpassed him. Decatramaiton looked at them with a menacing face. Magner asks what message he is trying to convey through this child. Larson and Casson were breathing heavily while sitting on the ground. Casson said with a smile on his face that he had heard that magical martial techniques were developing rapidly, but he didn't think that so much. Larson, with sweat on his face, answers him that he lost anyway. Casson answers him, it doesn't matter who won or lost the fight. Casson, with a smile on his face, answers him that he is very happy. Larson says why. He tells him that his friend became strong so quickly. A system message appears. None of the relatives can defeat him. Larson in his head says that in other words, no matter how quickly he becomes stronger, but Casson will become stronger, faster. He will never be able to defeat Casson because of his data. Larson says don't be too happy. Casson, who is lying on the ground, tells him why. Larson says that one day they can become enemies. Casson looks at Larson in surprise and says what he means. Larson tells him that this is our fate. Larson turns around and says that he is Maiton and he is saved. Casson shouts at him what nonsense, we are friends. He will also continue to think of him as a friend and they will remain friends, but they will not be able to stop being part of this world in which people fight for power. Decatramaiton raises her hand to her mouth and says that they did a good job, such a performance from small children. He is proud of them. Larson answers him, he is flattered by his praise. Decatramaiton says, he has already heard that magical combat techniques are being improved. Well, it's true. Larson tells him that he wants to become stronger. Decatramaiton looks at him and says great. Larson answers him that is, he doesn't just want to become strong. Larson shouts that he wants to become stronger than Casson. Casson, looking at Larson, thinks in his thoughts and speaks stronger than him. Decatramaiton frowns in her thoughts and says that this child is not just a passion or desire, he is determined. Decatramaiton says great, he will be a great contender. Decatramaiton, looking at Larson, tells him how he intends to achieve this. Larson, looking at Decatra, answers him that he plans to study with a martial arts master. Magner looks at Decatramaiton with a menacing face and says that's why he sent Rosalind home, and he stayed behind. Magner, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, wonders what kind of child. He announced this in front of the patriarch of the famous swordsman family. This means that he will not be able to do anything that would be unfair to him while they are in their territory. But for the successor of the famous family, mages learn martial arts from the second most powerful member of the famous martial arts family. Larson thought in his thoughts with a smile and said that there was a chance that this would be interpreted as the martial arts family trying to take over the mage family, and yet he was announcing it. Magner answers correctly. As he promised, he will teach him martial arts. Magner looks at Larson and says he has permission from his family. Larson tells him yes, he told the patriarch that he will work with 2 families to share knowledge with each of them. Magner thinks and says that how did Decatra allow this? What nonsense. Decatra lowered his head to the floor. Decatra would never allow this. Magner looks at Larson with crossed arms and says that there is a test that anyone who wants to learn martial arts must pass. A system message appeared. All potential successors of the famous martial arts family must pass a test before learning martial arts. Larson thought about it and said test. A system message appeared in front of Larson. This test must be passed before reaching the age of 10. It is to hunt a red tiger or a white one tiger. Adults are not allowed to help. Larson, thinking in his thoughts, said I understand. Larson, thinking in his head, imagined what a red and white tiger looked like. Larson looks at Magner and Decatramaiton and says that he will hunt a white tiger. Magner answers him that he hasn't even explained anything yet. He has a lot to learn about our family. Larson looks at Casson with a smile and says that Casson can go with him. He just knows that he will not be able to get help from adults. Larson tells him that white tigers are very strong and big, like a house. Casson says with sweat on his face, are there really such big tigers? Magner says with a smile that there is one thing he did not understand. Magner, with a menacing face, says that he did not give him the right to choose, so he orders him to kill the red tiger. Larson, frowning, answers him okay. Magner, with an enraged face, says that this bastard, he wanted to hunt the red tiger from the very beginning. Casson, in surprise, says to Larson, "How do you understand this kind of thing so well?" Larson answers him that he read it in the library. Casson, thoughtfully, says that he has fooled him again. Magner thought in his thoughts and sees Larson, who wanted to hunt the white tiger, but he wanted to hunt the red one from the very beginning. Magner started scratching his head and said that he was smart enough. Larson said he will learn a lot from him. Magner looked angry and then thought maybe. Magner, thinking in his head, imagined Larson with a smile on his face, looking at Casson and saying that he had taken as his student a child who was smarter than expected. Casson takes the chips in his hand and starts eating them. He says it just like a hike. Larson, sitting on the bed, looks at Casson who is eating chips and tells him yes, that's right. Casson answers him that he is going to Garen for the first time. He heard that the mountains there are incredibly beautiful. Casson imagined in his head what Garen looks like and says that Garen is a medium-sized city. In the far part of the east, red tigers live in the Tegrin mountain range next to Garen. However, despite the close location of Garanu, it can only be reached on foot in 4 days, although the Tegrin mountain range is considered quite dangerous. At the same time, it can be called quite peaceful, since there are no strong monsters here, with the exception of red tigers. Lydia, looking at Larson, replies that she can go with him to make it more fun. Larson then answers her that he is not going to have fun. There is a house in which the light is visible in the windows. Lydia says, but he told her that it's like a hike. She loves hiking. She used to often go hiking with her father. Larson answers if the teacher allows her, then he will take her with him. Larson holds out his hand and says amazing magic. Larson, looking at Casson, says maybe he should put your things there too. Casson, looking at him, says that he will take care of his things himself. A bright portal appeared. Larson says that they arrived in Garen. Lydia is already barely walking along the road and asks let's rest a little in the tavern before we continue on our way, because they have already passed several portals. Lydia, sitting on the floor, asks Larson that she is hungry. Larson, looking at her, answers her that there should be a restaurant in this village. We must hurry. Larson and his friends went down the steps. He thinks in his head and says, well, here comes Garen. Larson looks forward with an amazing face. Larson, looking at the city, thinks it's quite strange that the city is completely deserted. Larson and his friends approach a citizen who is very frightened and asks him if he's sorry. With a frightened face, he answers him what's the matter. Larson asks him, it's Garen, right? He answers him with a shout that, excuse me, of course, it's him. He shouts and says that instead of these questions, he hopes that they can urgently find housing and leave this place. Larson and Cassim look at him in surprise and tell him to leave. The frightened citizen runs as fast as he can and screams. That's when the robbers come. Larson thinks and says robbers. Lydia, with a frightened face, grabs Larson's black robe and says that her stomach still hurts from hunger. Larson, gritting his teeth, tells her to be patient a little longer. Larson, holding out his hand, knocks on the door and says if there is anyone. No one answers him. Larson and his friends are standing near the door and he thinks that it's the wrong time of our arrival. Larson, looking at the houses, thinks in his thoughts and says to just think that something similar could happen in the Garen region, because it should have been a small and relatively calm place, but who are these robbers that can cause such a violent reaction from the local residents? Larson looks ahead menacingly. Larson and Casson stand up and see a red tiger. The red tiger looks at them. Larson in his thoughts thinks and says something wrong. It is not just a wild red tiger. He sees that someone is sitting on it. The system message Heavenly Eye is activated appears in front of Larson and sees that a robber is sitting on a red tiger. This robber has long orange hair and a hat on his head. A system message appears in front of Larson stating that his name is Kaiden, his taming ability, his other characteristics, hunting instinct. Larson imagined Kaiden in his thoughts and says that he is not one of these heroes who have special features, but he remembers him. He is part of another circle of power outside the three clans, a huge bandit group called the Coniferous Train. Kaiden stands holding a spiked club in his hand. He was definitely born to be the leader of the Conifer Trail, and he wants to say that life in this city literally stops because of this one guy. Kaiden, sitting on a red tiger, looks at them and asks who you are. They're just children, right? Well, there's not much to see here. Casson, with a menacing face, says this is the same robber who keeps the whole city in fear. Kaiden, squinting his eyes and opening his mouth, shouts that he is a robber. He starts laughing at them. Casson asks what's funny, he said. Kaiden, with a menacing face, says that he is not a robber at all. He only enjoys hunting people. Larson thinks in his thoughts and says even despite Casson's abilities, if they fight Kaiden now, they will die. Larson, clenching his teeth with sweat on his face, answers him well, and he is trying to hunt us. Kaiden, folding his hands and closing his eyes, answers him what? He really doesn't know who gave him the right to do this here. Kaiden, looking down, says, but a hunter doesn't need permission to hunt. Larson, with his mouth wide open, says this is Garen, 7 high-class sword warriors should be on defense here, so how did they allow someone like him to create a mess here? Kaiden sitting on the red tiger looks at them. Larson in his thoughts says that there can be 2 answers. The red tiger looks forward, and Larson in his thoughts says either it was a secret deal, or it's because of the terrible probability that he created myself. Casson stood in a stance, taking his sword in his hands and shouting, he is advancing. A system message appeared in front of Casson. Low probability was studied. Kaiden on a red tiger charges at them. A system message will appear in front of Larson, indicating that copyrights associated with the character Larson mightn't have been obtained. Larson holds a pen in his hand, looking at the notebook and thinking about the advantage of copyrights. Larson, thinking in his head, said that even after Kaiden announced the hunt, the knights protecting Garen did not move. All the townspeople were suspicious of this. The reason why he could hunt in Garen as he pleases was that. Larson, holding a pen in his hand, thinks that this time he can definitely do everything perfectly. The red tiger enters Larson's blue circle. The red tiger opens his mouth and begins to growl, after which he jerks them away. Larson, thoughtfully, says that the red tiger turned out to be much faster than he expected. Larson, looking at Lydia, who is holding her hand on her shoulder, thinks that fortunately, Casson and Lydia were not hurt. Larson, looking at Casson and Lydia, says that as they can guess, this evil beast is a red tiger. If they collide with it directly, they will die. However, there is one peculiarity. It flies straight, then stretches out in the air. Lydia, clenching her teeth, says that she is dying of hunger. Lydia raises her hands up and uses her fireball ability. Larson tells her to wait. Lydia screams and says that if she gets rid of this beast, she will be able to eat. Lydia, swinging her arms, throws a fireball at the red tiger and shouts. Kaiden says all this with a grin on his face, thoughtful. The red tiger swallowed a fireball. Lydia thought about it and said that he really swallowed it. Kaiden laughs at her and says such a young magician. It's funny, perhaps they would like to join the coniferous trail, in which case he would spare them. Casson, shouting, asks him what a coniferous plume is. Kaiden says the coniferous plume is the owner of the mountain range. Kaiden narrows his eyes with a smile and says that means they are robbers. Well, in general, yes, but the word robbers is so rude, so what about my proposal? Casson, swinging his sword, says that he does not have the slightest intention of getting involved with the robbers. By the will of his sword, he will cut off the heads of all bastards like him for daring to intimidate the people. Kaiden turns to him with a menacing smile and says that he is sure that they are all ready to die together right now. Larson, opening his mouth wide, shouts stop, no matter how much he thinks, this is also stupid. Kaiden, sitting on the red tiger, thinks why he didn't ask who they were. Wait, he often sees 3 young children fighting a red tiger. Larson looks forward with a smile. Larson thinks in his thoughts that the given value is fulfilled properly. We are told that he wrote the advantages of English rights in advance. The reason why Kaiden could hunt in Garen as he pleased was not actually because he was actually hunting, but because he received an order from someone to carry out a test. Since ancient times, tests were planned in advance and the successors were never in real danger, which is exactly how Rosalina hunted the white tiger. Larson, with a menacing expression on his face, says that means he already knows who they are. And the reason he continued to spew all this nonsense even after he found out about them is because he trusts someone. Kaiden sat on the red tiger with his hands clenched and a yellow portal appeared behind him. A bright yellow portal appeared. From this yellow portal appears the elder sister Ibelia, who lowered her head. A girl appeared from the portal. Looking at her, Larson said that maybe this was the older sister Ibelia. Casson looked in her direction in surprise, and Larson smiled and thought that he was right. Casson's cheeks turned red and he shouted Lady Ibelia. Lydia looked up in surprise, and Larson, looking at Ibelia, thought that he knew that there was some kind of catch. Things were going too well. Larson imagined how people entered the yellow portal. He thought that the specialists in charge of the portal gates were, at least, magicians of the third circle. It would not make sense for the robbers to damage Myton's profitable business. Larson imagined a big beautiful castle in his head, and then he imagined the man running as fast as he could, and he thought it was even more strange to lock his doors and run away simply because a hunting warning had been sent out. Larson imagined a smiling Kaiden in his head. He thought that, moreover, he was still an unknown villain. At the moment he may not even have hunted people. Larson looked carefully at the huge tiger and thought that a city like Garen is not a city with which you can do whatever you want under the pretext of a test. Then there is only one answer. Larson continued to look carefully at Ibelia and the tiger. He thought that this was not Harun, this was an artificially created space. Looking at the bright light, he thought that there was only one person capable of this, Ibelia. Ibelia looked at Larson menacingly and said that it was amazing, at which point he noticed. Larson smiled and replied that it was when everyone started hiding. Ibelia said that it turns out that Larson's fight against the red tiger was just for show. Ibelia landed on the ground and Larson replied that yes, he thought he should show some interest in the test. Ibelia closed her eyes and said so what? Nagnar appeared behind Ibelia. He exhaled, frowning, and said that Larson had passed the test. Kaiden jumped off the tiger and said that as expected from Mighten and Sade, they showed such calm in front of the red tiger. Kaiden fell to his knees and bowed, saying that young masters, he apologizes for his rudeness. Larson replied that it was not worth it, he was not to blame for anything. In any case, it was created by his sister and martial artist. Kaiden raised his head and replied that he appreciated your understanding. Magner wondered what he saw as Larson being the leader of this small group. Magner looked at Larson and Cassin and wondered what he thought Cassin would lead. Because he is the strongest, what an interesting guy after all. Magner lowered his eyes and folded his hands, thinking that it would be fun to train him. He said that the Grindel family does not directly tell their potential successors to defeat either the red or the white tiger. Cassin, looking at Magner, said that the purpose of this test was to see if they would weaken in spirit before the enemy. Magner answered yes. Cassin, looking at Magner, added that the guardian spirits who are on their side must also be hiding somewhere. Larson wondered what. A system message appeared in front of him that he had activated the celestial eye. Looking at the trees, he saw blue silhouettes. He thought that Cassin was right, and he was only 10 years old. If he were not the creator, he would not have been able to figure out this situation at all. Lydia walked up to the red tiger and stroked it. Larson thought that he would probably immediately lose consciousness if he met this red tiger. Magner, looking at them, said that Cassin attacked the red tiger because he trusted the guardian spirits. Cassin said yes, to which Magner said that this was not a very satisfactory answer. Cassin, looking at Magner, said that he did not believe that a wise man is always alone. Magner asked who he was. Cassin replied that the one who is strong only alone cannot win a real victory. Cassin clenched his fist and continued to say that even if he lacks something, there can be reliable people next to him who will fill this lack. In his opinion, this is the awareness of life. Larson, looking at Cassin, thought that he was not at all embarrassed by the fact that he was weak. Looking at Cassin's confident expression, Larson wondered if he had instead discovered the existence of guardian spirits and trusted them. Larson smiled and, looking at Cassin, said that those he could trust were his strength and skills. Ibelia, looking at them, thought that this was also being said by a child from a famous family of magicians. Ibelia, looking ahead, thought that she would never have thought that. Ibelia furrowed her brows and closed her eyes and wondered why, listening to this child's reasoning, her heart was breaking. A system message appeared in front of Larson that a change had occurred that affected the plot. Larson's eyes lit up, he opened his mouth and thought that this was another change. He couldn't see which one, the experience of his celestial eye was not enough. Magner smiled and said that guardian spirits were undoubtedly another of his strong points, although this was not the answer he wanted to hear. Larson smiled, and Magner continued to say that, did Larson know about the existence of guardian spirits? Larson replied that, of course, even before meeting Cassin. Larson, looking at Magner, added that the potential successor of the famous magician family, who was officially invited into the famous swordsman family. Larson looked in front of him menacingly and added that he should not get injured while walking with the child of the famous swordsman family. It would not only hurt the dignity of the famous swordsman family, but also give their family a great excuse. Ibelia, frowning, looked at Larson and shouted a reason. Larson replied that yes, that would be a reason. Ibelia, looking at Larson menacingly, shouted that it was an insult to the Mitons. How could he talk about the fact that the reason for them would be a threat to his life? Larson calmly, looking at his sister, replied that it was because he was not her. Larson recalled how he sat on the floor and ate chocolate, and the maid sat next to him. He said that he was not such an important figure in the family as his sister. There was blood on the floor, and Larson continued to say that he would have been a living piece of trash just a short time ago if someone like him was in danger. Larson furrowed his brows and added that it would be to the advantage of the Mitons to turn a blind eye to this. Since he was a weakling, there would be a reason that the Mitons could use to threaten the Sades. Ibelia closed her eyes and thought that even at the moment of such a conversation he was completely calm. Is this how a 10-year-old child should think about his family? Larson smiled and added, so that Ibelia would not misunderstand him, he does not hate his family, he is simply reasoning from his logical point of view. Suddenly, Ibelia ran up to Larson and hugged him. Larson blushed, and Ibelia said that the blood of Mitons still flows in Larson's veins. It is extremely painful for her to hear such words from a small child. Larson closed his eyes, and Ibelia added that she hoped that the Mitons would not become a heavy cross on Larson's shoulders. Larson thanked his sister for her words. Cassin clenched his fist, a red aura appeared around him, his whole body shook, he looked at Larson angrily. Larson turned in his direction and wondered what was wrong with him. Suddenly, Cassin opened his mouth and shouted that he would be Larson's family. He added, frowning, that he could treat him much better. Larson wondered what he was talking about. Suddenly Lydia ran up to Larson and hugged him. Larson wondered that the situation had changed, how he could cope with it. Lydia knocked Larson down and shouted that she was hungry. Her cheeks turned red, she smiled and added that the ordeal was over, now they could eat. Larson smiled and replied that yes, they would be leaving now. We are transported a few days later to a small pond. Someone says come in. Magner bathes in the bath and looks at Larson, smiling, and then asks what brought him here. Larson replied that he wants to go to the Tegrin mountain range. Larson exhaled, smiling, and said he had heard the views were amazing. Larson imagined huge mountain hills in his head and said that he wanted to see the real Tegrin, and not the one that was created artificially using magic. Magner, looking at Larson, asked what that is. He wants to go on vacation. Larson answered no, and Magner asked what then. Larson smiled and replied that he found something in the space that his sister created. Magner asked what it was, and Larson replied that she had prepared something for him. Larson thought that, of course, he was lying. Magner looked menacingly towards Larson and asked what it was. Larson thought that it was time for him to accept the order that he wrote on how to create it. Larson said that he was told that there was something in the mountain range. He imagined a huge blue sphere and said that even in an artificially created space, he could feel a strange flow of mana. Magner looked at Larson in surprise, and Larson said that was how she told him that she stopped something in the mountains. Magner asked why he didn't know about it, and Larson replied that the Mitons have their own way of communicating. Magner looked in front of him in surprise and imagined how Ibelia and Larson communicate telepathically. He thought that they communicate using magic. They are definitely not themselves. Magner frowned and asked if Larson should have told him about this. Larson replied that Magner was his teacher. Magner said something like that. Larson extended 2 fingers forward and said that there were 2 reasons why she communicated with him in this way. Magner asked what those reasons were. Larson remembered Casson and said that it was to keep everything a secret from Casson, who could be considered his rival. Magner thought about it and said that Ibelia would have done so. Larson smiled and placed his hand on his chest, and then, clenching his fist, said that the second, to see if he would understand the message, his sister killed 2 birds with 1 stone by conveying the information to him in this way. Magner, while bathing, asked where the mountain range was located. Larson replied that he would know when he saw it, but she told him the approximate location. Larson looked carefully in front of him. Magner asked where it was. Larson thought that in fact he knew the exact location. He imagined in his mind a subtle glow deep in the mountains. He wondered that the opportunity that Casson had in the original series of finding the breastplate of the 1,000-year-old dragon. Larson wondered that if Magner went with him, it would not be so dangerous. Frowning his eyebrows, he looked at Larson in fear, and Larson said that not far from the mountains, to the head of the dragon, one of the 108 peaks, Magner shouted that the head of the dragon. Larson, looking at Magner, asked what was wrong, and Magner replied that nothing was wrong. Then he smiled and added that he just had a funny memory associated with this place. We are transferred to the portal. Magner walks up the steps, and Larson follows him. Larson, clenching his fist, beats his chest and says that they have passed through so many gates that he no longer feels well. Could they rest somewhere here for at least a day? Magner, frowning his eyebrows, replied that no, time is money, or he forgot. Looking desperately in front of him and saying that he understood that they would have to walk for 3 days to reach the mountain, the head of the dragon, Magner asked what Larson meant. Magner began to go down the steps and said that 1 day was enough. Larson, looking at his back, shouted what exactly was he saying to himself now? Magner turned around and said with a smile that Larson would be completely behind if he didn't hurry up. Larson shouted for Magner to wait for him. And Magner said what did he even hope for if he couldn't even keep up with such an old eccentric like him? Larson, frightened, stretching his hand forward, shouted that he was a magician. Magner said that then let them use distortion. Larson shouted that as a magician of the 2nd circle he could use distortion. Magner, going down the steps, replied that in this case we could only rely on his strength. Larson appears in front of us, breathing heavily, sweat running down his cheeks. Larson, surrounded by a blue aura, covered in sweat, looks at Magner. He thought that he was not himself, he was just crazy. At this rate, he would rather throw away the ends than get to the dragon's head. Larson fell to his knees and, panting, said he couldn't take it anymore. A second later, Larson felt sick and grabbed his throat. And then he began to vomit heavily. Looking at this, Magner said, "Why is Larson so frail?" Larson, lying on the floor, tried to catch his breath, and Magner, looking at him, thought that he had gone even further than he expected. He thought that he would lose consciousness halfway. Magner, looking at him, thought that Rosalina would have fizzled out even earlier. He indeed absorbed a piece of his fighting spirit, but it is still impressive for a child whose base is mana. Larson smiled, and Magner said what did such a weakling expect when he became his student? Larson replied that Magner wanted to take back the words spoken in front of the Sade Patriarch himself. Magner looked menacingly at Larson and he shouted. And then Magner turned away from Larson and said it was nothing. Magner, looking angrily in front of him, thought that Larson was a brute. His breathing had already completely recovered, somehow restless, if he already had the proper fighting spirit. Larson stood up, and Magner asked that how long he would chill out. They still had to go on and on. Larson said that he had already said that this journey usually takes 3 days. Magner asked what this was according to Mighton standards. Larson stood up and replied that it seemed so. Magner quickened his pace. Larson ran after Magner. He, gritting his teeth, watched as Magner moved further and further away from him. Larson wondered how he was walking so fast on these stones. Not even a speck of dust rose, despite such speed. Larson, looking at Magner's back, thought that he was like the wind. Suddenly Larson stopped and looked in front of him in surprise. He wondered what the wind was. Larson turned around and thought that he seemed to have an idea. The wind was blowing at his back. Maybe it would work. A magical sphere appeared in front of Larson. He wondered that he was focused on circulating mana throughout his body. But what if he created a channel with it that would trap the wind? Suddenly, a blue aura appeared behind Larson and his movements accelerated. He smiled and wondered what he was doing. His movements became much easier. A system message appeared in front of him that the Magic Martial Arts for Beginners Use attribute sealed in his body was lightened. The Magic Martial Arts for Beginners Use attribute of wind was activated. Larson walked forward at great speed. He examined his body and wondered what the attribute of use was. A system message appeared in front of him that the Magic Martial Arts for Beginners Use attribute was sealed in his heart. Larson looked at his hand, which was emitting aura. With a smile, he thought that he could not become a true attribute magician like Lydia, but he could still use attributes thanks to his forbidden mana. Larson looked menacingly in front of him and thought that this was the path that a magician who had studied magical combat techniques should follow. Magner turned around with a smile and looked at Larson. He thought that this child had just learned something. We are transported into the forest to 2 blue butterflies. Larson lies on the floor and tries to catch his breath. He says that he is hungry to death, and then thinks that he has spent all the mana stored in the Holy Transcendental Grail. He cannot walk anymore, even if they kill him. Larson was completely covered in sweat. He whispered that he couldn't take it anymore. Larson lay on the floor with his eyes closed, the Holy Grail shouting for him to get up. Larson closed his eyes and began to fall asleep. He thought that Magner was just a terrible monster. The magician could overcome 100 kilometers in 50 minutes. Magner, looking at the forest, said that Larson had fallen asleep. If they continued walking, a path would appear. Magner, looking at Larson, said that if he couldn't, he had only his own abilities to blame. That's what he and his brother were taught. Magner raised his head and looked around the trees. He said what he was like at 10 years old, 100 kilometers in 50 minutes. Magner smiled and closed his eyes, then said that even he could not do this, and neither could his brother, the current patriarch. Looking at the sleeping Larson, he said that in any case, the more he strained, the lighter his body would become. Suddenly Larson opened his eyes in fear. He saw Magner pulling his leg. Larson shouted what he was doing. Magner shook off his hands and said that he dragged him to the dragon's head in his old fragile hands and let him sleep on. Larson, looking ahead in fear, asked, "Old and fragile?" Magner replied that he was tired. Now everything depends on Larson. Larson, gritting his teeth, covered his face from the sun with his hand. Magner said that he was just here for company, and Larson thanked him. Larson looked in front of him and saw a small village, behind which there were huge mountains. He thought that this was the head of a dragon. Larson, frowning, looking to the side, thought that he should pretend that he was studying the area and try to notice the well. Larson said that it looked like an abandoned city. Magner smiled and said that it was probably an agricultural village. Larson turned to Magner in surprise and asked that, didn't Magner say that he had memories of this place? Magner furrowed his eyebrows and said that Larson should not know about this. Larson took a few steps towards the city and said that it didn't look like there was anyone here. He wanted to look around a little. Magner spread his hands and said whatever he wanted. A system message appeared in front of Larson that he had activated the Celestial Eye. The current location is the old city of robbers. Another system message appeared that this is a small settlement. About 30 years ago robbers lived here. Magner cleared this city when he accidentally stumbled upon it. Larson imagined in his head how Magner was killing a huge number of robbers. A system message appeared in front of him that Magner had killed more than a dozen robbers with his bare hands. Larson imagined Magner looking away menacingly as a system message appeared in front of him that the public did not know about this incident. Larson imagined the corpses of the robbers and thought that Magner would not have kept such things in his head. A girl appeared in front of Larson, and then a system message that Magner met mine in this place. Magner appeared in front of Larson, running away in the rain with a girl on his shoulders, and then a system message that Maya was a young woman kidnapped by bandits. Larson fell in love with her at first sight and, in order to save her, destroyed all the bandits. A girl appeared in front of Larson with blood flowing from her mouth, and then a system message that by that time Maya had already been poisoned. Larson saw Magner lift Maya in his arms. It was raining on him and he was screaming. A system message appeared in front of Larson that Maya died in Magner's arms before he could get out of the mountains. Magner stood in the pouring rain and continued to scream. Looking at this, Larson wondered if this is the reason why Magner is still not married and lives alone. He simply cannot forget his first love. Larson looked around and said that there was something unusual here. Magner said that Larson should find out this. Larson turned around displeasedly and said that it was really so difficult for Magner to help him at least a little. Magner replied that in any case it was none of his business. Larson walked along the path and said that he would look for more clues. Magner spread his hands and said that it was good, he needed to rest a little because he was so old and fragile. Magner took a step forward and wondered if the well was still there. Magner stood in front of a large well, arms folded. He thought that, in principle, who even cares about this abandoned city? Looking at this well, Magner thought that it was full of blood. He threw the bodies of the robbers there. Magner extended his hand forward. It was covered with a red aura. He thought that, although maybe they were not robbers, that if he looked there, what Magner saw amazed him, and he thought that this could not be. Using his power, he directed the energy to the well. He wondered where was the pile of bones that, by all logic, should be there, who could pull them out of there and why. Suddenly purple energy appeared at the well. Magner thought that even if that was the case, they would have installed a special barrier or cast a spell. Suddenly Magner smiled and wondered what he understood. Purple energy appeared in front of him, and he wondered if there was still a barrier on the well. Dark energy was coming from the well. Looking at this, Magner wondered that the bodies must also have disappeared and whether they wanted to seal the souls like that. Magner swung his fist and stood in a stance. He thought that he was not sure what this barrier was for, but he could easily destroy it. Suddenly Larson approached Magner and asked if there was anything here. Magner looked at him in surprise and said that there was nothing. Larson smiled, looking at his teacher, and thought that he had found a bloody well in which there was a breastplate of a 1,000-year-old dragon. Larson looked at the well from which dark energy was coming. A system message appeared in front of him that the well contained the willpower of the barrier art master. The installation of the blood well was activated by the will of the barrier art master. Larson thought that the master of barrier art had never prescribed anything like this about the barrier to this well. Larson walked up to the well and looked into it. Dark energy was coming from it. And then Larson said that Magner knew something about the masters of barrier art. Magner asked what? Why did he need this information? Larson turned around with a smile and said that Magner must already know that a barrier was installed on this well. Magner, silently looking at him, thought that Larson was a scoundrel. And then Magner, with furrowed eyebrows, replied that how, in his opinion, a martial artist could know about the barriers. Larson replied that it was very strange that the barrier was installed on wells that no one uses. Larson looked into the abyss of the well and said that it takes a lot of money and time to hire a master of barrier art. Magner said that there are many more madmen in the world than Larson thinks. Larson replied that this barrier seems to be more than 10 years old, that cannot correspond to reality in any way. Magner, looking at Larson, clenched his teeth and thought that Larson was quite knowledgeable for a 10-year-old child. Magner asked what Larson meant by this, turned to Magner and said that he thought that this well naturally created a barrier. Magner asked what Larson was trying to say, that this well is sentient and created its own barrier. What kind of nonsense is this? Magner closed his eyes and said that this is a well. Suddenly Magner stopped and remembered how he killed the bandits at the well. He remembered how he had thrown their cases into it, and then thought that it was there that he had met May. Magner remembered how he ran through the forest with her. He thought that she was greatly weakened due to the poison that the bandits tried to poison her with. Magner remembered how he held her body. He thought that on the road leading down the mountain, she died. Suddenly Magner looked ahead in fear. He remembered when he saw her, she was calmly standing in front of the well. He thought that she was in serious condition, but she could calmly walk around the well. Larson, looking at the well, said that the only condition under which any object can have its own will and establish a barrier is a special installation embedded in it. Magner asked what the magicians call it. Larson turned around and wondered if he could tell him more since he wasn't very talkative. Larson said they call it this. There is a secret that only he can reveal. Magner looked at Larson in surprise and asked what the secret was. Larson smiled and said that he had an eye that could read supernatural settings, and as proof, Magner looked ahead in surprise, and Larson said that he could sense May's name from this well. Larson approached Magner and said that this well is called the Bloody Well. That's what his sister wanted to show him. Magner remembered when his first love died. He thought that he met May 30th years ago. Larson was not even born then. He remembered how he cried at her death. Larson came up and touched the edge of the well. He said that the strangest thing was that he did not feel any blood. Magner wondered what his special someone really was about. Magner looked at Larson menacingly and asked how much more Larson knew. Larson asked what Magner thought about this, if he had any ideas. Larson looked at Magner in surprise and said that this is all he can see. He will have to deal with it. Suddenly, purple smoke poured out of the well, and Larson was thrown back. Larson looked at him in surprise and shouted what kind of smoke was that. Magner, looking at him, said that they don't understand the devil. Suddenly, the image of a girl appeared from the smoke in the well. The girl looked at them carefully. Seeing the girl, Larson and Magner turned pale. Magner, looking at her, remembered the image of May. Magner, looking into the smoke in surprise, asked May. The girl in a long dress with a short haircut smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Larson, looking at May, thought that this girl was Magner's first love. She was definitely not human. He, looking forward in surprise, thought that she was a yaokai, a smoke, a pheromone that seduces people. The girl, looking at Magner, said that Magner had matured a lot and had come to find her again because he had not forgotten about her. Magner smiled and said that he had not forgotten about her. May asked what it was like to meet her first love again. May smiled and grabbed her cheek and then said that Magner had aged and she had become even more attractive than then. Larson looked at Magner carefully and thought that this woman is Magner's first love. He believes that someone like Magner's first lover would have special meaning. Magner, looking at May, said that he was still happy. May asked what he meant. Magner replied that he was thinking about how she died. Magner stood calmly in place, afraid to move. He said that it was the heaviest stone that had been lying on his soul all this time, but now he could easily let it go. Suddenly May looked at Magner and called out to him. A second later she appeared behind him and whispered that so much time had passed. Magner looked ahead in fear. May pressed herself against his back and said that why don't they succumb to passion and be together for a little while. May hugged Magner tightly and said that Magner was still a boy then, but now he is more like a real man. May blushed and licked Magner's neck and then said that because she had much more desire to seduce him, let them spend eternity giving each other their warmth. Suddenly Larson turned around with reddened cheeks. Magner called him. Magner grabbed May by the neck. She looked in front of her, dumbfounded. Magner told Larson to look carefully. May hung in the air. She looked at Magner in fear and shouted what he was doing. Magner said that this was the first lesson he would teach Larson. May gritted her teeth. Magner said it was a female yaokai. Magner looked menacingly in front of him and added, "What does the spirit mean? There are two ways to expel the spirit. The first is to have sufficient physical strength to kill. The second, use your fighting spirit, mana or any other energy to kill him." Magner extended his hand in front of May. She said that she didn't know he liked it rough. Magner said that's what he was going to show him. Magner stood up and swung his fist. A strong aura appeared around him. He said that this was the basic martial arts technique of Grendel, one of the four main forces of rupture. Larson looked at his teacher in surprise. He thought that this was an incredible amount of fighting spirit. Magner extended his hand forward. A strong wave came from it, which hit May with all its might. Her body was torn into two parts. She looked in fear in front of her and screamed what Magner had done to her. Larson, looking at all this, clenched his teeth and thought that Magner didn't just hit her. Larson looked in front of him in shock and wondered what he had broken. He looked at how various lightning and energy were coming from May's body. Larson thought that Magner had broken the space where she was. Larson looked at May's exploding body. He wondered if the space had been destroyed. Looking at the enormous energy that came from May, Larson thought that he had destroyed him. May screamed that Magner was trying to kill her. She looked to the side in fear and screamed that it was true. But what about their love? How could he do this to her? Magner furrowed his eyebrows and clenched his fist. Strong energy was coming from him. Magner shouted for Larson to watch carefully. This is the first way to kill yaokai. Larson crouched down and looked menacingly in front of him. He thought about destroying space with the help of colossal force to hit the spirit. Larson said that he understood. He lunged forward at great speed and swung his fist, a strong purple aura emanating from him. Larson wondered what now. Larson passed through May at great speed, leaving a strong gap in space. May looked in fear in front of her and screamed that how could they do this? The most beautiful girls in the world. Are they eunuchs? Larson looked at May's disappearing body. He thought that he felt a lot of pressure in his chest due to the fact that he had thrown out a lot of mana without preparation, and for him this was not bad for the first time. May's body almost disappeared. She smiled and said that it must be just a rivalry between two males. Magner is only trying to kill her because only one of them can possess her. After a second, her body almost disappeared, and at the end she simply laughed. All that was left of her was a trembling hand lying on the ground. Magner, looking at Larson, said that was not bad. Larson began to stomp his hand with his foot and asked why. Otherwise, he had an excellent teacher. Larson smiled and turned around and asked why Magner didn't kill her right away, what they were chatting about. Larson smiled and raised his hand, and then said that he bet Magner only destroyed her because he still loved her. A second later, Magner punched Larson in the head with all his might. Larson grabbed his head, his whole face turned red. He thought that he had not even had time to activate his iron will. Magner folded his hands and thought that this idiot had a sharp tongue. Magner remembered how Larson made a dash towards May. He thought that the technique with which he killed her was too different from the ones usually used with magic, and it was definitely not like any of the martial arts techniques. Magner remembered how Larson's fist glowed intensely with a purple light. He wondered if Larson had simply concentrated all of his mana into his fist. Magner remembered how Larson hit May with all his strength. He thought that he then freed her. Magner thought about it. He imagined in his head a magician whose hands disappear. He thought that such a technique often deprives the magician of his hands. Magner looked at Larson, who was shouting displeasedly that he wanted to kill his student. Magner wondered that he really didn't understand how his body could handle it. Magner looked at the dissatisfied Larson and said that next time he would show him another technique. Larson asked that maybe he could guess what it would be for. Magner sighed and told them to go. Larson looked calmly in front of him and then asked if it was to hide his eyes. Kuryuk looked at Larson and asked why he thought so. Larson replied that his siblings must be jealous. Magner furrowed his eyebrows and wondered why he didn't trust him so much, but it wasn't that he didn't like it. Larson began to climb into the well. Magner wondered what and how such a disgrace appeared in the Mighton family. Larson dangled his feet into the well. Magner asked what Ibelia had prepared for him. Larson answered, it was he who thought that. Despite the fact that he created this, Larson asked that this was an artificially created dungeon. Larson imagined magicians who create objects using magic. He thought that artificially created dungeons belonged to a class of virtual spaces created by magicians for a specific purpose. Larson, looking into the well, said that he thought it was a natural dungeon, but she clearly did something to it. Magner said that it looked like a magician had worked here. And then Magner yawned and said that whether it was true or not, why did she make it so difficult? She was still a little crazy. Larson smiled and said that he didn't think Ibelia wanted to kill him, but maybe there was some kind of guard there or something. Larson went inside and Magner said he wished him luck. Magner silently looked ahead, and a second later he jumped down into the dungeon behind Larson. They flew down together at great speed. Magner wondered why it was so deep. He closed his eyes and continued to think that, it's true, all those bandits he killed were part of his imagination, it was just a manipulation of consciousness. And how could he not have guessed right away? Magner, falling down, wondered why and how such a strong yokai had not been found, and if Ibelia had come here, she would have left everything as it was. A system message appeared in front of Larson that the setting destroyer character began to doubt the probability of the world. Larson looked at the system message in fear and wondered if it was a settings destroyer. Larson turned and looked at Magner and wondered if it was Magner. A system message appeared in front of Larson that the settings destroyer doubted the missing probability of the world. The probability was partially destroyed. Larson looked at the system message in fear and wondered what was destroyed. A notepad and pen appeared in his hand. He thought about the settings again, this time. It was written in the notebook that after Magner visited the Bloody Well, no one could find the well for 30 years. A system message appeared that the reason why he could not be found became unknown. Larson closed his eyes and imagined a knight approaching the well. He wondered what exactly it was written in the original that Kassan found him before the researchers. The yokai hunters, he needed to fill out the lines so as not to be lost in guessing anymore. Larson wrote Heavenly in his notebook, and it turned out that only those who own the Heavenly Eye can see the true essence of the well. A system message appeared in front of Larson that the missing probability was partially filled. Larson, smiling, continued to fly down. He thought that he had received another line, this time. Larson, looking down, thought that nothing was happening. Isn't that the perfect answer? Larson furrowed his eyebrows and thought that if this happened several times, the world could collapse. He had to be careful. Suddenly Larson touched the floor. Larson stood up. A system message appeared in front of him that the current location was a 1,000-year-old abandoned dragon nest. Larson thought that this was a 1,000-year-old dragon nest. Suddenly Magner looked at Larson and asked why he didn't use magic. Larson looked in front of him in surprise and asked what magic. Magner replied that yes, he could not use either study, reconnaissance, or any other technique. Larson looked at Magner and replied that he was still on the second circle. Magner adjusted his belt and said, which one do you have to be on to use them? Larson replied, on the third. Larson lowered his head. A blue aura appeared around him. Magner, looking at him, thought that his amount of mana was enough for the third circle. How was he still alive? Then what a strange kid. Magner looked deeper into the cave and said that before heading out, they should check if there were any traps here. Larson replied that he did not think that she would test him beyond his capabilities. Larson moved on, and Magner smiled and said that Larson could probably at least light the road. Anyone could do that on the first lap. Larson raised his finger up and said that this is just a dungeon and there is no point in wasting mana. Magner, looking at him, said what a strange guy he is. Larson and Magner set off through the dark dungeon. Larson sighed and thought that the air in this cave was very humid. Larson stepped forward and thought that it must be here somewhere. A blue lake appeared. Larson wondered what exactly it was. Suddenly everything around them turned black, and in the distance he heard a voice go away. Magner, looking into the void, asked why she placed it here. Larson, looking forward, said that he heard that she picked up a funny toy that emits light. Larson looked at the large giant in knightly armor who was sitting in the middle of the lake. Larson said that he was called the Bronze Giant. Magner, looking at him, asked that she was somehow too small for a giant. Larson replied that of course this was not a real bronze giant, he was just created according to the sample. The Bronze Giant looked at Larson and told them to leave. He orders them. As the keeper of the treasure, Larson sat down on the shore and said that this enemy is not simple. Magner, looking at the bronze giant, said that Larson would lose in a fight with him. Larson took off his clothes and said sure, but he couldn't give up that easily. The giant's helmet glowed and he repeated twice for them to leave. Larson warmed up, and looking at the giant, he thought that everything would end if he made even one mistake, which is why he brought Magner here. The giant began to stand up, and Larson thought that he only had one try. Larson imagined how the giant hits the knight. He thought that in the original Kassan was seriously wounded by the blow of the bronze giant. He barely survived. The giant hit Larson with a huge energy wave, but Larson dodged. A second later, a strong energy explosion occurred. Larson smiled and thought that he would not allow this to happen again. The giant stood up and grabbed his sword. Larson entered the water and said okay, let them fight. He smiled and then rolled up his sleeves and said that he would finish him off in one blow. Larson rolled up his sleeves and, standing in the lake, said that let them fight, he would finish him with one blow. The iron golem swung its sword as strong energy began to gather around it. Larson thought he was going to have some fun now. The golem swung his sword and it became covered in flames. Larson wondered if it was fire. He jumped to the side, and behind him the sword fell into the ground, creating a strong blast wave. Larson reached his hands to his back, where there was a severe burn. He screamed that he was very hot, and then thought that he was a grain of sand compared to Kassan in the original story. Larson imagined Kassan holding out his sword, looking at the golem quickly approaching him. He thought that Kassan was only swinging his sword like that, despite his severe wound in the original novella. Larson looked at the golem quickly approaching him. He swung his fist and thought that this was his only opportunity. Larson imagined how Kassan made a quick dash forward. There was strong lightning around him. He swung his sword straight at the golem. Larson thought that Kassan threw himself at the bronze giant, but he would not be able to win if he just rushed at him. Larson dodged the golem's flaming sword. He thought that then he would have to get around it a little. Larson activated self-defense. Larson jumped onto the golem's sword, leaning on his right hand. She immediately blushed. He clenched his teeth and thought that he was very hot, but he could wait a few seconds. The golem pointed the sword at the wall with all its strength. Looking at this, Larson fearfully thought that now he just needs to reach the giant's hinge, but they fly into the wall. A second later, fragments of stones rained down on Magner. The giant looked menacingly in front of him. Magner furrowed his eyebrows and thought that this was not bad. He looked at how Larson appeared on the giant's head. Larson wondered if only the right moment had come his way. Larson imagined Kassan swinging his sword at great speed and cutting the giant. He thought that he cut the giant's hinge with his sword. Larson looked at the giant's belt. A system message appeared in front of him that the fatal weakness of the bronze giant. Larson thought about the rusty hinge. The bronze giant began to turn its head. Larson, standing on it, thought that this was his Achilles heel. Larson furrowed his brows and swung his fist. A strong aura appeared around him. He thought that maybe he should try out the skill that Magner taught him with just one hit to the hinge. Suddenly, one of the holes on the giant's head began to glow, and a second later a poisonous arrow hit Larson on the back. Larson began to fall like a stone. He thought that the poisonous arrow, how could he have forgotten? It touched his burn. He prescribed it in the settings, but in the end did not use it in the novel. The giant swung his sword at great speed and almost hit Larson. Larson wondered if he was too focused on just the Guardian. Suddenly Larson looked ahead in fear. The enormous energy sent Larson straight to the ground and he hit his head. Larson's whole body was shaking. He clenched his teeth and said that everything was not as simple as he thought. Magner, looking at the bronze golem, thought that this was a scoundrel. The huge hand of the bronze golem with a sword in it fell into the water. There was a strong explosion near the golem's forearm, and his hand fell to the floor. Magner stood on the shore and looked at the golem. He thought that Larson had torn off the keeper's hand. Larson remembered how he dodged the strong energy. He wondered how in that short time he had concentrated all his fighting spirit and mana into his fist. And then, pulling it back, he flew down at great speed. He thought that he was able to dodge the Guardian's blow. Magner looked at Larson, who was lying on the ground. He wondered what incredible force had made him fly up. Larson screamed that maybe Magner would help him. Larson wondered that he thought it was worth trying out a new skill since he had already missed his chance. But is so hard to control. The giant could barely stand on his feet. Looking at this, Magner said that Larson was doing his best with such an insignificant opponent. Larson replied that he had used up all his mana due to the unexpected development of events. Magner said that Larson was a weakling. Magner examined the giant carefully and said that Larson put in a great performance. A strong red aura appeared around Magner. He smiled and said that he also wanted to show Larson something. Larson clenched his teeth and looked at Magner in shock. Looking at how Magner stood up, Larson remembered how Magner attacked the Yaokai. Larson thought that Magner's fighting spirit, which he had only seen once, was much stronger than that time. A huge force emanated from Magner. The bronze golem took a step forward and swung its hand at Magner. He calmly stood still, frowned and said, "Scatter." A second later, the golem's helmet began to glow, and he was torn into pieces, and a huge fiery cloud of smoke appeared in front of them. Larson looked with horror at the destroyed golem and thought that this was the highest level of verbal commands. So this is what was meant in the settings when it came to the authority of the Supreme Being. Larson lowered his head and, clutching it, he wondered whether he could even survive in such a world. Magner, looking at him, told Larson to hurry up. We are transported to the full moon. Someone is moving jerkily through the forest at great speed. Confucius and Era ran forward at great speed. Confucius, looking ahead in fear, asked that maybe they could rest a little. Era turned around and said that how could he even be called the shadow of the young master, being such a wimp. Confucius lowered his head in displeasure and replied that it was not he who was wimpy, but Era who was impossibly strong. Era asked that maybe he was not tired at all since he was talking so much. Suddenly Era stopped and, looking at the well, shouted for Confucius to stop. She thought about what happened the night before yesterday. Larson was lying on the bed. He told Era to leave 2 days after him. The destination is Dragon Head Mountain. Larson looked ahead. He added that the well would serve as the entrance to the dungeon. Let her find it. Era looked at the well and wondered if there were traces of a battle here. Having looked at him carefully, she thought that they must be there, the entrance to the dungeon. We are taken to Larson. He lowered his head and thought that he is immune to poisons thanks to the holy transcendental grail and Seiken, but his abrasion still burns. Larson said that Magner should have helped him earlier. His mother is over. Magner turned away and replied that he was old and weak. It was very easy for him too. He understands this. Larson, looking puzzled at Magner, asked, old and weak, and then Magner said that, in general, now what should they do? Larson lowered his head and, looking to the side, thought, he said that if there is a guardian here, then he has something to protect. Magner replied that he does not even know how to behave when Larson says such obvious things seriously. Larson smiled and, taking a step forward, said that it means he must find the treasure. Let Magner follow him. Suddenly Larson turned to Magner and said that, by the way, isn't this strange? Magner smiled broadly, and Larson said that the body of the bronze giant was protected by some special oil. Magner thought that he had noticed this too. Lethen doesn't even have a smell. Magner remembered when Larson was standing on the giant's head. He thought that Larson must have noticed this when he was on his head. A system message then appeared in front of Larson that Lethen is a special type of oil, most often used in the southern regions. And then another system message appeared that is most often used to protect metal from moisture. Oil prevents corrosion. Larson lowered his head, turned away and said that even though the giant was covered in oil, its body was still rusty. Isn't that strange? Magner, frowning, looked at Larson, and Larson said that we were also flying, confirmed by the influence of some poisons. Magner wondered if he was helping. Larson had always been a troublesome obstacle. Magner remembered Ibelia, who, with her mouth wide open, said what kind of nonsense. She thought that this time she would succeed. She sat near the fire and waved her hand, and then said that just a couple more centimeters, and Magner would definitely have died. Magner said he didn't shy away, it wasn't worth it. Ibelia furrowed her brows and replied that she would definitely kill him next time. She hoped that the darkness attribute magic would work better because the humidity level was lower than usual. Larson frowned and said that the poison corrodes Lithine. Given this, the whole path should be filled with poison. Hearing Larson's words, Magner thought that he was really Ibelia's brother. Magner looked in the direction where the giant was and saw a green aura. He said that this road was really flooded with poison. Looking at the strong aura near the road, Magner added that this poison was very different from the one on the arrow. Magner furrowed his eyebrows, looked at Larson, and then said that if Larson absorbed him, he could forget about his arms and legs for the rest of his life. Magner smiled and added that he could not help in any way. He was not a magician. Larson wondered why he was looking at him like that. Larson looked to the side and said that he had prepared something for this occasion. We are transported to Confucius. He looks into the well and asks that Era is sure that this is the entrance to the dungeon. Era swung her leg behind Confucius with all her might, and Confucius, looking into the well, asked where there was a safe descent. A second later, Confucius flew down with tears. Era apologized to him, looking at the empty well, and then she dove after him and shouted that they didn't have much time. Larson turned to Magner with a smile and said that if there is poison, then there must be an antidote. Confucius and Era flew down at great speed. Confucius and Era landed in the dungeon. Confucius turned to Era with tears in his eyes and shouted that she wanted him to die. Era took out a knife and then asked what. She looked at Confucius with a frightening face and said that he would really die if he did not get up now. Pain was the best way to help a person come to his senses. Confucius immediately ran after Era. He thought that she was really going to stab him with a knife. Confucius tried to catch up with Era. He thought that 2 years ago, when he was crying, she gave him candy, but it was all a pretense. Era shouted here. Suddenly Magner and Larson turned around. Larson smiled and said that they were here, and Magner shouted who they were. Confucius and Era bowed and shouted in unison that they were greeting the martial artist. Magner, looking at them, said that these were Larson's subordinates. Magner looked at Era in surprise and thought that this was the maid he saw her last time. Larson turned to Magner with a smile and said that his father entrusted them to him because he missed it. Magner spread his hand and shouted, laughing that his father really did that. Magner, looking at Era with Confucius, thought that a normal person has an aura that shows whether he is strong or weak. A person with a strong aura is not something surprising. Magner looked at Era's menacing gaze and thought that here was a person who had absolutely no aura. Only those who possessed the highest level of skill were capable of this. Magner walked up to Era with a smile and said that she was the best killer he had ever seen. Era replied that she assumed that the killers Magner had met were no longer with them, so she really was the best. Magner said that Era is modest. Era lowered her head, and Magner said that, of course, a killer with a huge ego is doomed to death. Era replied that she would take note. Confucius looked ahead in fear. Magner, looking at him, asked what poison he had with him. Confucius replied that yes, he did. Suddenly Confucius opened his mouth wide, and Magner said that he must be Larson's shadow. Confucius shouted exactly like that. Magner, looking at Larson's charges, said that this is good, but how do Confucius plan to protect his master? Confucius lowered his head and Magner asked what if he was a coward. Confucius reached into his backpack, and Magner, folding his hands, said that this was their plan. That's where they had such confidence. This boy would be able to get rid of the poison. Confucius took out a bowl of various ingredients and began to grind everything. He said that he could not destroy all the poison, but he could prepare an antidote that could temporarily protect the young master's body. Suddenly Larson approached Confucius and, stroking his head, called him. Larson smiled and thanked Confucius and then said that he had done well on this journey. Confucius's eyes lit up. He smiled widely and blushed, and then shouted that that's right. He thought that he was not afraid of anything if he was next to Larson. A small black lump appears on the bedspread in front of us. Confucius said that if you hold this thing in your mouth, then Larson's body will be able to resist almost any poison. Larson grabbed the black lump and asked if the effect would stop, and if he swallowed it. Confucius ran up to Larson in fear and said that he still couldn't swallow it. Larson imagined Casson lying in his head with his eyes closed. He thought that the main character had been sick for 3 days because of this poison. Now, knowing the story, it was easier for him to understand what exactly needed to be done. Larson opened his mouth and began to put in a red lump. He said that he would be back now. Let them wait. Confucius said okay, and Larson thought that after all, he was the one who wrote it. Larson, frowning, but Magner, laughing, said that how much would you take for this weak poison? What a wonderful student he has. Larson thought that it was better for him not to answer anything. Larson and Magner moved towards the poison. Larson raised his head and wondered what they had come. There was a picture of a dragon on the wall. Larson thought that this was the place where the 1,000-year-old breastplate of the dragon was located. Larson looked at the huge cave with a dragon engraved on it. Suddenly, something flashed in the distance in front of Larson. Larson, eyes wide, wondered what was over there. Larson saw a bright blue light at the end of the corridor, and then a system message appeared in front of him that the 1,000-year-old dragon breastplate. At the end of the cave was a golden stand on which lay a 1,000-year-old dragon breastplate. Larson, along with Magner, went inside and thought that this piece of fabric worked like armor and would protect the heart at least once, something like a spare life. Larson looked in front of him in surprise, and then wondered what it was. Larson and Magner came closer and stopped. The breastplate glowed brightly and a system message appeared in front of them. Only those who claim to be the successor will be able to read it. Larson wondered if there was an inscription on the ground. Larson then turned to Magner and thought that since he was not saying anything, he thought that only he could see it thanks to the Celestial District. Magner said that this is what Ibelia wanted to give to Larson. Larson frowned and thought that this inscription was not made by him. There may be hidden things in this world that even he, as the creator, does not know about. Larson walked up to the breastplate and stretched out his hands. He thought that anyway, now he would just have to take this 1,000-year-old dragon breastplate if he put it on himself. Suddenly, the breastplate began to disappear, turning into a blue light. Larson smiled and thought that he had turned into mana. This is what would save his life. The Holy Grail appeared in front of Larson. He said interesting feelings, otherwise before that he felt a little empty. Larson extended his finger towards the exit. He thanked Magner and said that now they need to go back. Magner smiled and extended his hand to Larson. He said that if he wanted to thank him, he should pay him. We are taken to a golden frog. Someone says that this is an artifact that he took. Larson sits in the bathtub with Casson. He, smiling, says that this is some kind of armor that will protect his heart. Casson asks what the armor is, but there is nothing on it. Larson answered with a smile that, how can I explain it more clearly to him? It's just that her form of existence has changed a little, but she's on him right now. Casson looked at Larson with sparkling eyes and shouted that he was not joking. This is very cool. Larson smiled and thought that Casson was definitely still a child. Larson stood up and pointed a finger at himself and then asked that if Casson did not believe him, then he could try to hit him in the heart. Casson asked with his fist. Casson grabbed his sword and jumped on Larson and then asked what would be better to try with a sword right away. Larson looked at him in fear, shouted something and wondered where he got the sword from in the bathroom. Lydia with an inflatable duck approached Era and said that she also wanted to play. Era sternly replied that this was forbidden. Screams were heard from the bathtub that Larsina really was wearing armor. A system message appeared in front of Larson that the durability of the 1000-year dragon breastplate is 32 out of 100. The artifact will be destroyed as soon as the wear resistance reaches 0. The durability of the 1000-year dragon breastplate can be restored with mono. Larson thought that the durability had decreased because Casson liked this breastplate so much that he wanted to try out all its capabilities. We are transferred to the street. Larson turns to Casson and says that he can just stand on guard. He is now going to use several techniques for filling mana. Casson answered with a smile, okay. Casson's cheeks turned red. He lowered his head and thought that today he hit his friend in the heart with a sword. That's what his father meant when he talked about heroic friendship. Larson sat down to meditate. A system message appeared in front of him that wear resistance has increased by 1. At the moment it is 33 out of 100. Larson thought that wear resistance increases by 1 every minute, so in general everything will take an hour. The moon rose outside, and a system message appeared in front of Larson that the wear resistance of the bibs was currently 100 out of 100. Larson approached Casson and thanked him for his good work. Casson replied that there was nothing complicated about it. Casson smiled and said that they would see each other tomorrow. Larson smiled and replied that of course he thought about the protagonist he wrote. Larson walked along the streets. He lowered his head and called out to Era. She literally appeared behind him a second later. Larson said that his heart. Larson frowned and turned to Era. He asked what she wanted to try to really hit him. Era lowered her head and said what if. She looked at Larson menacingly and said that when she hits, she will use all her strength, then Larson will definitely die. That suits him. Larson looked at Era in fear and shouted that he didn't really think so, that he was too frightened by her words, even when he was wearing a 1000-year-old dragon breastplate. Era, standing opposite Larson, called him. She frowned and said that Larson should become strong. He definitely should. Larson looked at Era in surprise, and then, closing his eyes, he said that she was right. He looked menacingly in front of him and said that he would. We are transported a year later. A large lake appears in front of us. We are in the mountains behind the mansion of the Sade family. A forest appears in front of us. Someone says that this is the end of basic endurance training. He reminds us that black clothes should always be worn inside out. Magner looks down menacingly. Someone shouts that there is no way this thing should weigh a whole ton. Magner said that 300 kilograms. He only hears their increasing whining. He shouted that he could only do this during training. Magner replied that it was training every day. Larson appears in front of us. His arms and legs have become stronger. He is 11 years old. Larson looks to the side in surprise and asks is his sister. Magner angrily approaches Larson and tells him not to try to deceive him. Larson fearfully extends his finger forward and shouts that this time he is not deceiving. Ivelia appeared behind them. She smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She pulled out a small envelope and said that Larson had sent a letter. Larson, sitting on a stone, said that yes, a lot of time had passed. He smiled and said that he missed him. Larson thought that the life of 11-year-old Larson Mighton was beginning. A letter appeared in front of Ibelia. It said that it was to his dear sister Ibelia, whom he values and respects very much. That's how the letter began, in which he wrote everything he wanted from Ibelia. Ibelia, looking ahead, said that she would like it to say love instead of respect. Larson, sitting next to his sister on a bench, apologized, and Ibelia said that it would be better if Larson wrote I love you too. Larson furrowed his eyebrows, looked at her and said that I understand, and Ibelia covered her face with her hand and laughed, and then said that she was just joking. She asked that Larson wanted to leave Lydia with her. Larson smiled and answered yes. Larson imagined an angry monkey holding a banana with flames emanating from it. He imagined Lydia fighting with the monkey and shouting that he would fry her to a crisp. Larson said that, as he wrote in the letter, Lydia could no longer grow here. Larson turned around, and Ibelia said that is, Larson wants her to raise a girl who does not even have might and blood. Larson answered no. He added that she is bound to him by a special contract. She simply serves him. Larson smiled and added that he might as well obey her. Ibelia blushed and, looking at Larson, said that he meant that he would work under her. Larson said that if only she would take him. Ibelia, looking forward, said that then she needed to ask him something. Larson asked what it was. Larson looked at his sister in horror, and she said what had he been doing all last year. Larson furrowed his brows and thought that it was true. He had not developed at all as a magician. Larson stood up from the bench, a purple aura emanating from him. He thought that the quality and quantity of his mana remained at the same level as a year ago. Larson said that he was focusing on. Larson clenched his fist. There was a strong aura around him. He said that he was focusing on creating a strong vessel out of himself that could accept pure mana. Ibelia asked what vessel for what? Larson replied that magical fighting techniques and superior quality mana put a lot of pressure on the body. Larson looked menacingly in front of him and added that he was being created as a vessel that could withstand this pressure if she would only trust him and wait. Suddenly Ibelia stood up from the bench and called Larson. Larson asked what, and she asked who he thought she was. Larson lowered his head and replied that Ibelia is the pureblood heiress of Mighton and the best candidate for the post of head of the family, the only one who follows the path of magic. That's who she is. Ibelia looked at Larson with disappointment and said that she was his sister, and don't let him tell her that his mana had not increased over the past year. Ibelia looked at Larson carefully and added that she only asked what his strength was a year ago. Larson thought that it seemed that he had underestimated her. Like Cassin, she was hungry for affection and love. He should be the first of their family who wrote her a letter. Larson smiled and said that she did not want to have dinner with him today, as it should be in the family. Ibelia smiled widely and said to the family, "What a sweet word, so warm." Larson, looking at his sister, said that later he would bring her flowers from the garden again. Only the flowers that bloomed this spring are beautiful. The moon rose outside. Larson was lying on the bed. He thought and remembered his sister's words that she remembers exactly what he was like a year ago. Let him prove to her that he has changed. Suddenly Larson jumped out of bed and asked what to prove, how exactly he had changed in a year. Larson looked to the side and called out to Era, saying that she had heard their conversation. Era answered yes. Era, looking at Larson, continued to say that she would wake Larson up tomorrow morning so that he could leave by 6. She was not sure how long their trip would last, so she also prepared a supply of food and water. Larson asked what she thought. Larson, sitting on his bed, asked Era what kind of test his sister had prepared for him. Era responded that she believed this would be something Larson had not encountered before. Larson smiled broadly and asked that it was true. He thought that she would definitely recognize Larson's younger brother, and then they would see how much he had changed. Larson appears in front of us in a shirt and long pants. He walks along the path, yawns, and then asks that Ibelia slept well. She replied that yes, I think so. Larson is in a good mood. He already understands what he must do. Larson replied yes, this is also part of her check. Ibelia looked at Larson carefully and said that Larson must have spent the night thinking then. Larson answered yes. He added that he had to prove that he had become stronger, despite the fact that his amount of mana had not increased at all. Larson frowned and thought, and then said that the test, which could be completed in a few days without disturbing the sage leaves, left only one option. Ibelia looked at Larson with a smile and asked what he thought, what test she had prepared for him. Larson imagined high mountains, and then an angry crowd of goblins holding clubs. He said that he must drive out the poisonous goblins in the Byron Stone Mountains. That's what he thinks. Ibelia smiled and extended her hand towards Larson, and then said that he was right. Can they go there right now? Larson extended his hand to his sister and said yes. Everything around them began to shine. Larson smiled and said okay, can he take Confucius with him? Ibelia asked Confucius. Larson, along with his sister and Confucius, moved to a certain space with red trees. Confucius was lying on the ground. His body was shaking. He said that he seemed to be suddenly seized. Larson extended his hand to him and apologized. Larson looked around. A system message appeared in front of him that the current location was Mount Byron Stone, class Red Pine Grove. Larson wondered if this was Mount Byron Stone. There were a lot of red pines everywhere. A system message appeared in front of Larson that this place, where various monsters live, is considered one of the most dangerous places in the world. Larson thought that red pines symbolized danger. Larson took a few steps forward and then asked if Ibelia would just watch. She replied that yes, until Larson died. Larson thought that she would not bat an eyelid. Even if his life was in danger, all his limbs would be torn off. Confucius extended his hand forward and pointed to the sign ahead. He said that there was a sign. Larson approached the sign. A system message appeared in front of him that this habitat of poison goblins was dangerous. Do not approach. He wondered what it meant for them to come here. Larson and his comrades continued forward. Confucius walked behind him. He asked how long they still had to go. Confucius was breathing heavily. Larson replied that they were almost there. Confucius said that Larson said this an hour ago. Larson stopped and looked at Confucius and then said that it was here somewhere. Let him lay out everything he asked him to prepare. Ibelia looked at Larson and wondered if he took Confucius not because he was afraid of the poisonous goblins. Larson extended his hand to the side and told Confucius to spread more. Ibelia looked at the small bags lying on the ground. She thought that Larson alone could not defeat the poison goblins, because they move in groups, so she planned to get rid of everyone else as soon as Larson killed a few. Ibelia looked at the smiling Larson and thought that he seemed to have prepared something more interesting than she had expected. Larson looked around and said that would be enough. Confucius was sitting on the ground. He said okay. Confucius looked at Larson puzzled, and Larson asked that Confucius could climb trees. Confucius replied that perhaps he could, but with difficulty. Suddenly, Larson, pushing off the trees, climbed to the very top at great speed. He said that it was okay, let Confucius just climb on his back. Ibelia looked at Larson, who had climbed into the trees. She thought she was a little surprised. Her body began to disappear. She used the stealth skill. She thought that his movement was much faster than a year ago. Suddenly, someone's long nose appeared, and then a group of poisonous goblins appeared from behind the hill. Looking at them, Larson thought that a whole pack of poisonous goblins, as he had expected. The goblins ran past Ibelia, screaming. She looked in front of her in surprise and said with the help of magic that magicians should not use this method. Larson, sitting in a tree, said that he knew he did not want to work for her as a magician. Larson smiled and, placing his hand on Confucius's shoulder, said that he wanted to be special. Larson and Confucius were sitting in a tree. The goblins began to eat the meat that Confucius had scattered earlier. They, smiling broadly, greedily ate the scattered meat. Ibelia, looking at the goblins, said with the help of magic that now she understands. She looked ahead and added that Larson had developed this plan knowing that poisonous goblins lived in packs. Larson, sitting in a tree, replied that he was the one who thought that poisonous goblins lead a pack life, but they would not tolerate meeting another similar pack. Larson imagined how two groups of poisonous goblins met each other. He thought that when they lured them with meat, the other pack would also want to feast on it, and a massacre would begin. One of the groups of poisonous goblins met another, and then one of the goblins opened its mouth wide and screamed. A goblin with a sword ran up to him and cut his body with all his might. Larson, carefully examining everything that was happening below, wondered what he had done. He watched with a smile as the goblins fought among themselves. He thought that now he could only watch. One of the goblins swung his dagger at the goblin with the headband, and a second later the goblin broke the skull of his opponent. Another goblin swung his morning star and blew off his brother's head, green liquid flying out of them. The goblins clung to each other, killing everyone in their path. Ibelia dodged the head flying at her. She thought that 1, 2, 3, 4. She saw just one tired goblin appear in front of her. Around him was a pile of corpses of his brothers. He was breathing heavily. Ibelia wondered if there was only one survivor. The goblin smiled widely, and then, opening his mouth, he laughed. Larson watched him closely. Suddenly the goblin smiled and turned back. Larson opened his eyes wide, lightning running through his body. He stretched his hand forward, and strong energy appeared around it. And then, at great speed, like lightning, he pierced the goblin's body, destroying him in a second. Confucius began to slide down from the tree and shouted to Larson. Frightened, he ran past the corpse of a goblin and asked how many of them there were. Ibelia, having looked at the entire battlefield, thought that the total was 24. She was surprised. Ibelia looked carefully in front of her, wondering what her father would think if he saw this, whether he would be angry or happy. Ibelia, looking at the smiling Larson, thought that in addition to everything else, he was wearing a special artifact to protect, and for a minute it weighed 300 kilograms. Larson smiled and said that Ibelia wanted to see him use magic. Larson pictured a tree marked with an X in his head. He said that if goblins had some sort of pack, there must be a leader around here somewhere. Larson imagined a cave marked with a cross. He wondered if he had marked all the caves along the way. Larson raised his red lipstick with a smile and said that there he would show him the path of magic. Confucius, shaking with fear, looked at the bodies of the goblins and thought that there would be even more of them. Larson entered the cave. He covered his nose with his hand and said that the smell was disgusting. He wondered what if the leader was a warrior. Larson walked into the cave club and thought that he would have shown himself already. However, if he is a medicine man, everything is a little different. The staff with the crystal fell to the floor. The poison goblin sat on the floor and shook in fear. Looking at him, Larson wondered if the goblin medicine man sensed his sister's presence. Larson looked at Ibelia and wondered if that was why the goblin didn't even dare to move. Confucius looked at Larson in fear and the leader shouted. Larson, looking at him, thought that although Confucius seemed to be even more frightened. Larson looked at several skulls lying on the floor. He wondered if there were human remains next to the goblin. He wondered that humans must be their main sources of food. Larson clenched his fist. Dark energy began to gather around his fist. He wondered what was or was not. He then swung his fist, which had a strong dark aura around it. Larson said goodbye, as they say, survival of the fittest. After some time, we are transported to Larson, his sister and Confucius. They are standing at the entrance to the cave. Larson says that this was the magical combat technique that he studied. Ibelia said she can see Larson is trying. Ibelia looked up and said that Larson was able to approach the goblin medicine man with such confidence because she was nearby. Larson smiled and said that yes, he felt protected with her. Suddenly Larson looked at his sister in surprise. She said that such intelligence and will are not very appropriate. Larson asked really. Ibelia blushed and, smiling, said that it would suit her, and with such an answer Larson looked at her in surprise. And Ibelia disappeared into the yellow portal, saying that this time she was testing him, but next time she would bring him gifts in return. Larson smiled and thought that she seemed to be in a good mood. Suddenly Confucius called Larson. Larson turned around and asked what he wanted. Confucius said if it was time for them to return home. Larson looked ahead in surprise, and then he looked at Confucius and said that they would stay in the mountains for a couple more days. Confucius asked what was right there. Larson replied that he hoped he had a packed lunch. Confucius smiled, closing his eyes, and said that of course. Larson turned around and asked that he wanted to know why they couldn't go home right now. Larson smiled and, turning to Confucius, said that it was all because he left Lydia with his sister. Confucius asked what this meant, and Larson replied that she would do what he said, and Era would find out everything when Lydia left. Confucius looked at Larson with a smile and said that he wanted to go back with Era. Larson replied that that's the point, they just need to wait for her here. Larson covered his face from the sun with his hand and said with a smile that this place would be safe because they got rid of all the goblins. Confucius, looking at Larson, said that he came here to possibly save all the people, although Larson himself lives in an unprotected area. Why? Confucius lowered his head and added that those living in these areas were not protected. Confucius imagined a huge number of goblins coming towards people. He said that most people live in such areas. Confucius remembered his childhood. When he was lying on the ground with a burnt face and hands covering his mouth, he said that his parents. He remembered how his eye glowed and he watched the goblins kill his parents. Confucius blushed, tears were dripping from his cheeks. He wiped them away with a smile and said that his parents also died in one of these areas. He is helping. That Larson knew about the goblins' love for human meat. That's why he killed their leader. He's so proud to be in Larson's shadow. Larson turned around with a smile and said that Confucius was right. Confucius shouted that Larson was so beautiful, and Larson thought that Confucius was too sentimental. He needed to play along. Larson, looking in front of him, thought that if he were in his sister's place, he would be pleased with the work done. It seemed as if she liked everything. Larson furrowed his brows and looked menacingly in front of him. He thought that Ibelia, which he would write, definitely. Larson used the celestial eye. He carefully looked at everything around him, and then he thought that, most likely, the real test remained. Larson looked towards the cave. He told Confucius to run into the cave about 3 and look up. Confucius asked up in surprise, and raised his head. What he saw seriously frightened him. Confucius saw a giant white tiger standing in the trees above the cave. Suddenly the tiger opened its mouth wide and roared. A system message appeared in front of it that it was a desert ferocious white tiger. He began to shake with fear, and Larson, frowning his eyebrows, said one thing. The white tiger opened his mouth. Confucius did not move. Larson said 2. Larson lowered his head and shouted 3. Confucius jumped out of his seat within a second and, closing his eyes, ran as fast as he could. He clenched his teeth, turned around in fear, and wondered why he wasn't running after him. Larson stood calmly in place, looking at him. Confucius thought that Larson was distracting him with himself. No, he just needed to trust Larson and do as he said. Confucius continued to run forward as fast as he could. Larson opened his mouth and called out to the tiger. Larson turned to face him and told him not to pay any attention to Confucius, but to look at him. The white tiger looked angrily towards Larson, and then the white tiger, with its mouth open, jumped at Larson. Larson, thinking that perhaps she was a little upset that the test was too easy for him, since what she wanted to see was his limit. Larson made a lunge toward the tiger with a smile. He thought that a year ago this would have been impossible. A system message appeared in front of him, that magic combat technique for beginners. Using the wind attribute, Larson thought that catching a real white tiger. The white tiger, with its mouth wide open, rushed towards Larson. Larson extended his hand. A turquoise sphere began to create in it. Larson said that the wind was so pleasant. Larson squeezed the wind with all his might. Looking at the huge tiger rushing towards him, he swung his hand. A strong aura of wind appeared around him, and then Larson said that he would easily pass his sister's test. The white tiger looked at the guy with glowing eyes and growled furiously. Larson took a fighting stance, surrounded himself with an energy shield, and said that he would easily pass this test. Larson looked at the tiger and asked if he was really so confident in his speed. The guy shouted, "Well," and advised the tiger to try not to slow it down. The monster rushed into the attack at breakneck speed, leaving a magical trail behind him. Larson swung his leg and struck the monster in the open mouth. The tiger closed his mouth and looked at his opponent. The huge beast was lying on the ground. Larson approached it, apologized, and said that now the end had come for him. The guy gritted his teeth, swung his fist, and used proper weight distribution. Larson delivered a crushing blow that resembled an explosion. The blonde guy looked forward and with a satisfied smile asked how he was still alive, right? The tiger growled, opened his mouth and bit the guy so that blood sprayed to the sides. Larson was confused when he saw a huge stone flying at him. The guy decided that he was going to hit him. crossed his arms in front of him, clenched his teeth and used a magical fighting technique for beginners, self-defense. Mana burst out in a strong stream and crushed the stone, the fragments of which scattered in different directions. Even though the 1,000-year-old dragon armor blocks all external attacks, the strength of the armor was 60 out of 100. Larson bent down, grabbed his bloody left hand, clenched his teeth in pain and thought that he defended himself with all his might, but the tiger still broke his left arm and rib. The guy realized that if he had not been wearing the 1,000-year-old dragon armor, he would have died instantly on the spot. He directed mana to the wounded place and used self-healing. Larson thought that even though he was faster, the tiger was superior to him in both the power of attacks and the level of defense. He should take refuge in the cave where Confucius was now and come up with a plan. The guy rushed to the shelter, leaving a trail of mana behind him. The servant bandaged the master's hand and applied healing green herb to his wound and asked for forgiveness, and then told the master to kill him. Larson asked why he should kill him. The blonde guy looked to the side, raised his hand to his chin and thought that self-healing consumes a large amount of mana. He should save some mana while he is not yet in a critical condition. Confucius held the grass in his hand, looked at the master with horror in his eyes and said that he would not have been wounded if he had used the servant as bait and then the master could have escaped. Larson thoughtfully replied that he was not mistaken. Confucius, with tears in his eyes, continued to say that for a shadow, it is an honor to die for its master. Larson stood up, turned away, buttoning his shirt and asked the servant to shut up. Confucius was indignant, and the guy said that how could he know if he had never died. The servant looked in surprise at the back of the owner, who told him how he could live if his shadow was dead. Larson looked at the red sky through the crack in the rock and added that he would never let him die like that. Confucius looked carefully in front of him. The servant sat on his knees on the ground, looked at the thoughtful master and realized that he, like the young master, had done much more than he thought. Confucius shook in fear when a loud sound was heard from outside the cave, while Larson calmly looked ahead. The tiger stood above the entrance to the cave and growled, but he was scared away by the acrid green smoke coming out of it. Confucius asked, "The tiger cannot come close to the cave." Larson looked around at the green smoke floating in the air and said, when they came here, he felt that something was wrong here. The servant thoughtfully put his finger to his chin and asked, "Is something wrong?" Larson remembered how they left the cave. The guy noticed that for an area where a large number of goblins live, here, outside the cave, there were very few traces of them. The guy remembered how he, Confucius and Ibelia walked through the cave, and said, which means that for some reason, the goblins were forced to stay in this cave. Larson remembered the magical shield of chains at the entrance to the cave and said, therefore, the waste from the poisonous goblins was accumulating. The guy looked to the side and noted that the white tiger could not get closer to the cave because he is exposed to poison. At least they are fine here. Confucius disgustedly removed his foot from the small pile of toxic waste and said that it was here too. The servant imagined how Ibelia created this shield and left the cave, then turned to the young master with the words, "Is it possible that?" Larson introduced his sister with a shield behind her and said, "Yes, Ibelia imprisoned the goblins here." Confucius slammed his fist into his palm and joyfully said that she did this in order to make this place safe for the white tiger. Larson replied that that was it, and the servant suggested that now they only need to wait for Hira to come here, and I heard the answer was no. The servant opened his mouth in surprise and asked why not. Larson folded his hands on his chest, lowered his head and answered, "Of course, this is the safest option, but not the best. They will kill the white tiger before Hira arrives here." Confucius, with horror in his eyes, shouted, "A white tiger," and the master asked if he could now make a paralyzing potion. The servant replied, stuttering, that he could, but how much potion did he need to paralyze such a huge tiger? Larson clarified that he could not. You need to completely paralyze him. Confucius calmed down, looked at the owner and asked, then how much is needed? Larson, without turning around, replied that it was enough to calm him down, but he thought to himself that if he passed this test, Ibelia would reward him in full. The cup was filled to the top with green poison. Confucius joyfully exclaimed that it was ready. Larson looked at the dead body on the ground and told the servant to smear the corpse of the goblin with poison. Confucius looked at the body in surprise and asked again. The corpse of the goblin. The owner in response ordered him to cut it into pieces and smear it. The servant shouted with horror in his voice, "Cut it." Larson used magical powers and tied the poisoned pieces of meat with rope. The guy swung his hand and threw the meat out of the cave towards the trees. Larson and Confucius looked towards the street, where the roar of the tiger could be heard. From the cave one could see the sun rising from behind the mountains. Larson and Confucius sat silently on the ground in the cave. The guy nervously tapped his finger on his knee. Larson rested his head on his hand and counted the seconds, 58, 59. The servant sat to the side and motionless looked at one point, sweat flowing down his face. Larson rose to his feet, began to do exercises, raising his arms up and leaning to the sides, and thought that 30 minutes must have already passed. The guy looked at the sun, which was shining brightly in the sky, and thought that it was a hot hour of the day. The white tiger licked the dried soil out of thirst. The animal was lying on the ground with its eyes closed, its front paws stretched forward. The white tiger was exhausted. Larson began to bandage his hand with cloth and thought that it was impossible for an 11-year-old magician to catch this very white tiger in the world he created, and this applies to everyone in this crazy world. Not only magicians. The guy looked at the fist wrapped in cloth and thought, he's sure Ibelia also understands everything perfectly. That's why she gave him this impossible test. She wanted to see how far he had come. Larson looked forward confidently. 2 circles of mana appeared on his chest, and a magical shield formed around him. The guy lowered his eyes and thought about everything he had learned in a year. Larson remembered the day when he woke up in the body of a hero and thought that 2 years had passed since he took over the body of the blonde guy. Now he had 7 years to live. Larson took a step out of the cave onto the sunlit ground and thought that his death was predetermined. The tiger raised his head and looked towards the cave. Larson decided that he had to change this world, and no matter how. He imagined the magical abilities of his sister and father, the martial arts of the protagonist, and decided that he should become stronger than Ibelia, Decatra, and Casson. The white tiger slowly got up and walked towards the guy. The beast growled and rushed to attack. Larson looked confidently at the tiger, clenched his hand into a fist, from which streams of mana and lightning began to emanate. The guy said, well, the second round begins, and he will return alive. A note flashed on the screen. Larson Mithon's character has shown strong resolve. Counterattack tactics have been unlocked. Larson opened his mouth in surprise and repeated to himself, counterattack tactics. After starting to use counterattack tactics, something began to happen to the guy's body. Larson extended his palm forward, in which a magic ball of unknown power began to glow. Bright rays of light and streams of mana began to disperse in different directions. Confucius looked at what was happening with his mouth open and said, mana of the young master. The servant saw how the master's body was enveloped in circles of mana. Larson clenched his teeth in pain, and the servant said to himself that the mana was increasing to the to the 4th circle. Larson saw a recording on the screen. He can maintain counterattack tactics for up to 3 seconds with his amount of mana, automatic activation of the slow flow. The guy thought that counterattack tactics is a skill that releases all the mana in the blink of an eye, the basic law of fighting spirit that Magner taught him. Larson remembered the green plain, the snow-capped mountains, and how his mentor told him, strength, destruction, cutting off, death, strength is needed for the strength of his body and spirit. The guy remembered the river with a waterfall and the words of the Lord that destruction, to destroy his body and spirit, cutting off, to create lines on the surface. Larson remembered how he yawned during training with a bucket of water on his head, and Magner said that death is to create points from lines, and this is the basic law of morale. Larson looked at the mentor and said that he did not understand what the Lord was just talking about. The celestial eye does not really do anything when it needs to. Magner replied that in other words, mastery of the will. The guy with a bucket on his head looked at the butterfly that landed on his finger and said, will, and what's so important about it? The mentor answered him that the 4 basic laws will influence the will. Instead of talking, it's better to show it once. I thought you were a smart boy. How wrong he was. Larson smiled cheerfully and said that this was a great idea, and what was he? Magner did not let him finish, clenched his hand into a fist and said that if he unclenched his fist, the earth would split into 2 parts and then begin to collapse. Larson laughed and told the teacher that he was talking nonsense. Besides, this is the land of the Sade family, so you don't. The guy saw his mentor's fist glow and fiery mana began to emanate from it. Magner looked up at the guy with white eyes, and red lightning flashed around him. Larson jerked forward asking him to stop and wait, but thought to himself, he's not joking, the Sade family will be wiped off the face of the earth. Magner watched as the guy's sudden movement caused the bucket of water to turn over and land on his head. The guy got wet through and through. The mentor asked the guy if he understood. Larson raised the bucket, looked at the teacher, and thought that it turns out that the entire power of the fighting spirit can be mastered by influencing the will. Larson realized that he did not have time. He needed to fill the mana with his will as soon as it exploded from the counterattack, and said out loud that he would kill him, no matter how. The guy concentrated, became tense, his eyes glowed with a yellow light, and fiery mana raged around him. Larson thought that he would become stronger. The tiger was approaching the guy from whom streams of red mana were emanating. Larson thought that it was his new skill, the technique of sudden combat. Larson rushed forward with the thought that there were only 3 seconds left. He did not have time. The guy looked to the side, clenched his teeth, and thought that he would not be able to maintain his balance, because his physical abilities had increased. Larson slipped between the paws of the beast and braked. There were 2 seconds left of the surprise combat technique. Then, Larson decided to use the wind attribute to speed himself up, blue mana enveloping his body. The guy took a sharp leap forward. Larson, like the wind, rushed forward, leaving a golden trail of mana behind him. There was 1 second left of the surprise combat technique. The guy looked closely at the tiger and told himself to be ready to kill. Larson saw the tiger's open mouth and thought that this was how the fighting spirit should be used. He decided that he had to kill the white tiger and swung his fist, concentrating all his strength on this blow. From the guy's blow there was a strong release of energy. Rings of mana surrounded the place of their collision. Confucius pressed his fist to his chest and looked at what was happening in horror. All he could say was, "Young master." Larson, barely breathing, tried to get out from under the bloody body of the tiger. Information appeared on the screen that he had completely spent all his mana. The surprise combat technique was completed. The heavenly eye was completed. The guy raised his head, from which blood was dripping, and thanked his sister for the reward. Larson was lying on the ground not far from the torn body of the beast. A servant was running towards him shouting, "Is the young master okay?" The devastated Grail in the guy's heart closed his eyes from powerlessness and said that his body, "He feels very strange. He is completely exhausted. He felt better before." Larson tried to raise his head, but realized that he not only couldn't move, he even barely had enough strength to say anything. This skill had very serious consequences. It would take a long time before he gained the necessary dexterity. Confucius raised his head and looked at the forest, beyond which a growl was heard. The servant screamed in horror that there was another white tiger. Larson could only raise his head a little and think, another one. With the last of his strength, Larson looked forward and realized that everything was as he had thought. The guy saw a girl with white hair near the stunned body of a tiger and thought, "Era is here." Era looked at the tiger's face, saying that she was giving them a little rest, 2 daggers glowing in her hands. The tiger lay motionless, and the girl swung her blades to strike, leaving a magical trail of mana behind them. The white tiger let out a final roar as sharp blades cut its body. Era, covered in splashes of blood, walked away from the dead body of the animal. The girl approached the guys and said she was glad that everything was okay with the two of them. Confucius looked at her with horror in his eyes and said that she was worse than a white tiger. Larson opened one eye and thought he saw what happened. Oh no, his consciousness. The blonde guy closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Somewhere in the distance, Larson heard Confucius calling him, and Era shouting that the servant would carry the master on his back, after which he slept for several days. In the dreams he had all these days, he watched himself, Chan Sung-min, in real life, standing in a crowd of people and looking at the phone screen. Larson saw himself in an office with a phone to his ear and papers on his desk. During the day he was an ordinary worker, working to pay off all his debts. And at night he saw himself as the author of a rank B novel, typing text on a computer. In a dream, Larson saw a childhood photograph of himself with his mother and thought that while he was living this life, he had completely forgotten that he had taken possession of the body of a blonde guy. Larson opened his mouth and coughed. The guy was sitting on his bed and coughing. To the side he heard the voice of the maid, who said that the young master had woken up. Larson looked at the girl and asked how long he slept. Era calmly answered that about 3 days. The guy noted that 3 days was quite a lot. There was a glass jar with something inside on his bed. Larson looked at the jar and screamed in horror what it was. He had never been more shocked than then. Era replied that it was a piece of the heart of the white tiger she killed. The white tiger he caught was torn to shreds. Larson replied that he understood this, but why is it here? The girl looked at him calmly and explained that the heart of a white tiger is great for restoring mana. She thought that it would be useful to him. Larson picked up the jar with the heart, thanked the girl and said it felt like his sister knew how everything would turn out. The guy put the jar aside, lowered his head and said, "That's why she prepared 2 white tigers. She may have been stalling for time while he fought the white tiger, but something is bothering him." Era looked at him curiously and asked what. The girl recalled being among the mountains and hearing something off to the side while Larson was telling her that with her skills, she must have known there were 2 tigers on the mountain when she climbed there. Larson continued to reason that despite this, she walked slowly while carrying the white tiger and he did not think it was because the tiger was heavy. Era remembered how she carried the tiger's body and looked at the red marks left on trees. The girl closed her eyes and replied that it did not matter whether she was carrying a tiger or not, it did not affect her speed in any way. Larson looked in front of him and thought that he had no doubt she was meant to be the best killer in the world he had invented. Era looked at the master silently after he said that he was sure that his sister, Ibelia, asked her to do something. Larson looked at the girl and said, but knowing her character, Era probably did not agree. His sister wanted to test him, but his protection comes first. The maid stood still and listened to the guy say that his sister would use restrictive magic, which would prevent Era from moving faster. The girl lowered her head, closed her eyes and replied that he was 100% right. The end of the first season. Lydia was sitting at the desk and writing something in a notebook. She raised her head and asked with a smile that Larson was returning. She had entered into a fire contract with the 7th successor. In the future she would become a mage killer. The girl was hit on the head with a magic hammer. She screamed. Ibelia reminded her that she asked her to speak to her politely. Lydia angrily waved her hands and said that she couldn't do this anymore. Larson would come back soon. Ibelia walked up to the table. on which there were mountains of books, and said that Larson would only greet the patriarch and leave, so that they would not even meet him. Lydia sadly lowered her head and said that this could not be. Ibelia asked why not, and the girl put her hand to her cheek, closed her eyes, and dreamily replied that Larson told her this because she and he were friends. Ibelia smiled and said that there was nothing more valuable than family. The girl recalled that she had signed a fire contract with him. The blonde girl replied that it did not mean anything. Ibelia was the eldest daughter of the Mighton family and a candidate for the post of head. Lydia joyfully exclaimed that then she and he would start a family. The surprised Ibelia asked what, and the girl explained that if she marries Larson, she would become his family. From a large, beautiful castle surrounded by green trees, the cry of a girl who was hit on the head again. But what is it? And Ibelia again reminded her that she asked her to be more polite. Persia, crossing her arms over her chest, asked her shadow. The younger one is now on a pilgrimage. The shadow, holding a sword in his hand, answered. Yes, the red-haired girl said. When she heard a rumor that he was not far behind her sister, she wanted to cut him off all fingers. Persia, the third daughter of the Mighton family, a candidate for the post of head, raised her left hand, from which magical fire emanated, and said, but he was lucky. A crowd of men with tattoos on their backs approached the girls. One of them shouted what she was talking about. The shadow raised a sword and came to the owner's defense. Behind the crowd of men stood a man with a huge sword in his hands and shouted that they not only burned their things, but also took away Sylphilia's wings and an ancient stone. This man had gray hair, a muscular body, and an eye patch. He held a sword in front of him, from which streams of mana emanated in the form of skulls. He shouted that in the name of Hanker, he would kill her. One of the warriors took a step forward and asked where she hid the stone. The shadow blocked his path with a sword, putting it to the enemy's throat. She told the lady that it was she and called her by name. The shadow looked in surprise at the hostess, who confidently continued to look at the enemy, and thought to herself, Persia. Persia folded her arms across her chest and looked with a slight smile at the man, who raised his fist to attack and shouted that it seemed she wanted to die, and advised her not to forget to leave a will. The red-haired girl noted that his hands were so beautiful. The man clenched his teeth in anger, saying that these were her last words. Persia looked at him calmly and said that now this hand no longer belongs to him. The warrior rushed forward and grabbed the girl by the face. His hand was huge. The man screamed and threw the girl, who flew so hard into the wall that she destroyed it. One of the warriors shouted that the Mightons were not such a special family, and their leader with an eye patch shouted at them not to let their guard down. The Mightons were not that simple. The warrior told the commander not to worry. The man who threw the girl screamed in pain that his hand was gone. Blood was pouring from the wound. Persia, with glowing red eyes, calmly walked out of the cloud of dust, carrying his severed arm. The girl raised her severed hand, looked at her opponent, and said, "What a sight." After she asked who else wanted to express their opinion, the warriors began to shake with fear. One of the warriors took out a sword and shouted to everyone not to be afraid of her. No matter what family she came from, she was just a weak girl. The warriors rushed into battle on command to kill her. Fiery mana swirled around the red-haired girl. She threw away her severed hand and looked at the opponents running towards her. Persia raised her hands, palms up, and addressed her shadow. Persia looked at the shadow, pointed a finger at it, and said if even one person touches it, the shadow will die first. A man with an eye patch climbed onto a stone cliff and thought that they weren't told that she was a monster. She was not the head of the family, but she had such powerful power. Persia flew through the crowd of warriors, destroying them with fire, and the commander thought, especially since this is one of Hanker's elite units. Persia fled, destroying everyone in its path. Splashes of blood scattered in all directions. The commander realized that he urgently needed to return and report on this, and rushed to run as fast as he could. The man in the bandage stopped because there was a fiery skull behind him. The commander thought it was hot and started to run, and Death next to him swung his scythe. Persia caught the warrior's severed head in her hand, the shadow standing motionless behind her. Persia looked at the face of the severed head and said that from a distance it looked better. It was in vain that she still came up. Well, isn't this real garbage? The girl crushed her head, and the shadow replied, if she means Prince Carlton, then she is right. The shadow looked at the mistress and asked what she should do next. Persia turned her head to her and said, nothing, because now she is not interested in insects that have no talent. In the dark night forest, something was shining behind the trees in the distance. Carlton honed his magical abilities by killing goblins, holding a glowing sword in his hand. Carlton Mighton, Larson's elder brother, the sixth son of the Mighton family, was currently supporting the third circle. He stood looking in front of him with the words, see you soon, Larson. Persia folded her arms and said that what upset her the most was that she couldn't get Carlton, and she couldn't just ignore it. Persia smiled, looked forward decisively, and said that it was time to give them a surprise. The table is laden with various dishes. Casson asks what a pilgrimage is. Larson tells him that he has been traveling around the world for 2 years now and finding various artifacts, and he has succeeded in this. Kassen said, the main character, swordsman, second son, next head of the family, said that this means he is training outside of our world, but why does he need it? Larson thought about it and replied that the most important reason is to become number one in his family, because he is the youngest son of the Mighten family, currently supporting the second circle. Larson looked ahead thoughtfully and added one more thing: the brothers are not allowed to touch him. Kassen took a sip from his glass. The guys finished everything. Kassen looked at his friend, who was getting up from the table, and said, brothers are enemies, how sad. Larson explained that it was all because they were from the Mighten family. The blonde guy turned to the main character. Kassen got up from the table and approached him. Larson extended his hand to him and said that even when he returned home, they would remain friends. Kassen looked carefully at his comrade and asked again, right? Larson replied, of course, and they shook hands. From a small house with lights burning in the windows, a woman's voice was heard. She will help her. Soso sat on the floor and shook her head, saying that she would do everything herself. Era sat opposite her and said that in that case she would have nothing to do. The woman responded that she was not her maid. Era, Larson's shadow, also known as the mute shadow, asked the woman to let her be her maid. Soso flatly refused. Era asked why. The woman looked at the girl and answered, all because she does it better than Era. Soso was Larson's mother and Dekatra's fourth wife. Era blushed and said that this was true, but the woman interrupted her and said that's it. Soso asked the girl, even if they returned to their hometown, would they still be so close? Era was silent in response and just watched. The woman closed her eyes and said, so she doesn't know? It's okay, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Era was silent again in response, just a little surprised by what she heard. Soso, sitting on the floor, bowed her head and asked if Larson would come. Era stood up and answered yes. The woman looked at the girl and noted that she was sure that her son really liked Era. The girl looked at the woman and replied that the gentleman should not relax, for the sake of his mother and her, and even for his own sake. After speaking, Era disappeared. Soso turned her head towards the door, from which came the voice of her son, who said if she knew that tomorrow they were returning to the city. The mother replied, yes, she knows, but... Larson came into the room and said that he would like to visit his father first. His mother agreed with him. He added that he would like his mother to go there with him. Soso looked at him in surprise and sweat appeared on her face. She thought if she met him. Larson worriedly asked what. Soso replied that everything was fine. Larson looked out the window and said that he would protect her. The guy looked at the sky from which it was raining and said that there was something else. The drops fell on the woman's hand, and the son continued to say what he wanted to ask her. A note appeared on the screen indicating a change in the plot. The sun's rays were breaking through the thick clouds in the sky. Soso smiled a little and said, she is here. The woman was standing on the stairs leading into the house. Era appeared next to the stairs and asked how she knew. Soso replied that she just felt her presence. The girl thought in surprise, her presence. The woman smiled sweetly, looked at the girl and said, she is glad that Era came here with her. The girl lowered her head and replied that it was not worth it. Soso continued to say that Larson told them to find a room together. Era looked at her and replied, well, if she says so. Soso crossed her fingers and said that he did not want her to continue hiding. In fact, she herself did not know what was right and what was wrong. The woman lowered her head and continued to say that until now she thought everything was fine. Since she does not have a very good background, she cannot become a strong support for her son. She imagined how Larson was going to the bottom upside down, and hundreds of hands were sticking out of the ground, trying to grab him. She said that whatever she did, it would open a huge gap between them, and this gap would become a problem for her son. Soso remembered her son, who was in the room with her yesterday, and looked out the window, and continued talking, but Larson tells her not to worry. If you follow your heart and do what you want, then everything will be fine in the future. Soso looked at the girl and said, that's why she decided. Era turned to her and asked what. The woman said that she would be a support for her son. Era looked at the lady in surprise, and Soso continued to say that of course she had no experience in this, but she would try. The woman remembered how she shielded her son from his sisters with her body, and said that until now she had lived in hiding. She kept thinking that Larson might get hurt because of her, because then they were chasing him. Soso stood on the stairs and said, now she understands that Larson is already old enough to do things his own way. There is no point in hiding anymore. Era looked at the smiling woman and thought it was amazing. A person with no power, no killing ability or extensive knowledge, and not even from a noble family, how did she have such willpower? Era looked at the young sprout emerging from the ground and said that she understood. The girl turned to the woman and said that the patriarch loved her more than others. After these words, Era disappeared. Soso looked around in surprise and asked what. Era covered her mouth with her hand and thought how dare she discuss such things with her. The girl knelt down and thought, what did she even say? If they find out about this, she might die. Era furrowed her eyebrows and thought, why did she blurt this out? The next day the sky cleared. The girl's voice told the lady that she was returning. Era heard advice that she should be careful. Confucius stood next to her with a backpack on his shoulders. He knows everything about poisons, Larsen's first shadow. Magner, Larsen's teacher, a martial arts master, stood with his arms crossed on his chest and with an angry expression on his face shouted that he should not dare write letters. They already have so many problems. Larsen replied that he remembers this. The teacher looked at the guy and continued to shout that he should not even mention that he was his teacher, otherwise he would have to face the consequences. Larsen replied, yes. Era and Larsen were walking by the carriage. The guy turned around and told the master that he would definitely write when he arrived. Magner replied that he did not listen to him at all. The command sounded and the horses moved off. The carriage rolled along the road, its wheels clattering. Larsen looked at one point and sadly thought that he would return again to the city of the Mighten family. Magner watched the departing carriage. The master folded his arms and said that he was willing to bet that there would be no letter. Larsen was riding in a carriage and thought that the residence magician should be standing at the teleport. Who was he? Era, Confucius and Soso stood aside from the blonde guy. Larsen turned to the girl. Larsen looked at the teleport and told Era that there must be a magician from the residence here since they are crossing the Black Sea, and who is it? The guy said the words. It seems that this is when the silhouette of a man appeared in the teleporter. Larsen opened his eyes wide in surprise. The guy took a closer look and shouted, Evian. Evian came out of the teleporter and said, the librarian of the Star Library. Evian greets them. Larsen thought, the ice witch must be who the reward is for. The guy smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, but thought to himself that her arrival here meant that everything was very strict here. A teapot and a mug appeared near the ice sorceress, and she said, a lot of time has passed. Would the gentleman like a cup of black tea? Larsen smiled to himself and thought, black tea. The guy replied, okay, and Era next to him thought that the gentleman doesn't like black tea, then why? Larsen held a cup in his hand from which snowflakes were flying, smiled and said that the tea had cooled slightly. Evian replied, that's how it was. The ice sorceress looked at the guy and said without emotion she was glad that they were back, and asked to go to the Star Library more often. Larsen answered with a smile that it was agreed. Now that the tea party is over, they can come in. Evian lowered her eyes and said, yes, of course. The guy thought in surprise, that's all. Is she letting us through? Larsen said. Then they went and approached the teleporter. While in the teleport, the heroes were surprised by the monsters with sharp teeth that surrounded them on all sides. The monsters around them growled. Larsen looked ahead, and Evian said that they were almost there. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought how bright the light was. The heroes arrived at the place. Evian said, home, sweet home. Confucius approached the master, holding his head with his hand, saying that he vomited several times, but everything was fine, and Larsen sadly looked to the side and thought they arrived very quickly. The ice sorceress, standing near the horses, bowed and said that the carriage was ready, they could leave. Larsen thanked Evian. Larsen turned to his mother and asked if she was ready. The woman silently lowered her head and closed her eyes. Soso opened her eyes, looked sadly and answered yes. The tops of the towers of the Mighten family mansion reached to the very clouds. A female voice sounded in the castle, which apparently said that Miss Soso was already here. The three maids were discussing how she would cope with the anger of the other wives. One of the maids said that something was wrong with her. Larsen and his mother entered the room and heard an angry voice that asked what was happening. The guy clenched his fists in anger and thought, there is so much pressure, you could suffocate. Larsen gritted his teeth and said that he had to keep his mother safe, and didn't he want her to be safe? The father looked at them and asked where he got this from. The guy hesitated, but then answered that spouses should love each other. Doesn't he love his mother? The father stood silently and watched. Soso turned her head and looked sadly at the floor. Her father asked, in order to protect her, why he brought her here. Larsen confidently replied that his mother would no longer run and hide from him. The guy looked at his father and said that he remembers how his father did everything possible to keep his mother in a cage. But they will change the future. He understood a lot. The world in which his father lives is not a world if you subjugate a person with the help of power, it's normal for him. The father looked at his son and said that he was right. Humility is the lot of the weak. The man looked forward and thought that he was so protective of Soso. Remember, he was a cowardly guy. Larsen looked at his father and said that since he was no longer a helpless child, his father had no choice but to accept it. The father lowered his eyes and said that he was right. Larsen turned his head, smiled and thought that he had admitted it so easily. Larsen looked in surprise at his mother, who straightened up and said that she wanted to have more power. Soso said with tears in her eyes that she did not have the strength to protect her son, and the only strength she had was Descartes. Larsen looked at his father and asked, isn't that enough? Under the clear full moon a voice was heard saying, the strongest man in the world, what does he think? A burst of magical energy appeared at the top of the tower. The man who appeared said that he did not think that the head of the family would be so worried. Descartes turned to his assistant and asked what advice he would give him as a friend. Senkin bowed and answered, he once told him not to look into the future, but to look at the present. The head of the family scratched his forehead and was surprised that he said such a thing. The assistant continued to talk because he always tried to live in the present. Senking, the head's right hand, said that his life is real, that's why he is here now. The man bowed again and said that Dekatra, the friend of his youth, had no sense of fear, therefore he completely trusted and respected his every decision and advised him to trust his heart. Dekatra leaned on the column, folded his arms on his chest, looked into the distance and said with a smile he was glad that Senkin thought so of him. The assistant put his hand to his chest and bowed, saying that his world before meeting Leela was full of ambitions and goals. Senking looked down sadly and added, "But as the head of the family knows, a year ago she passed away from an unknown illness, she was his world." The man remembered the girl lying on the flowers with her eyes closed and said that she replaced everything, Layla was no more, and he was very sorry about it. Senkin remembered how he stood in the pouring rain at her grave and said, after all, at one time he was unable to save her. The man said that every day was torment for him, and remembered how he sat on the bed, resting his head on his hand. A picture appeared in his head in which there were 2 empty cups and a glass of wine on the table, and Senkin added that now he might regret it less. The assistant straightened up and addressed the head of the family. Senkin looked ahead and said that he would like the world of Decatur to be much kinder. In the darkness of the night stood an autumn mansion with a blue roof. Era was sleeping in her room. The girl heard something and suddenly opened her eyes. Era sat up, turned her head and began to listen. The girl clearly heard some sounds. Era appeared in the room of the young gentleman, who was sleeping on his bed. The girl tilted her head and listened. Larson continued to sleep peacefully. Era threw the dagger towards the bed. The dagger stuck into someone invisible right next to the master's face. Splashes of blood flew to the sides. The man with the dagger stuck in his wrist became visible and said that her skills had not changed. He did his best to get here undetected. Era looked at the man and asked, "Senkin, what's going on?" The assistant looked at the dagger in his hand with a smile and said that he had come to pick up the young master. The girl asked on whose orders. Senkin turned to her and answered, "On the orders of the head of the family." Era asked incredulously, "The head of the family?" The man said, "What does she think? Is he joking now?" Era looked to the side and asked if he even knew what time it was. Senkin replied that in any case, the chief's order comes first. The girl looked at him and said that then she would accompany him. The man replied that she should do as she wants, and then added that time passes, but she does not change at all. The girl silently lowered her eyes. Senkin, saying that she could lower the knife, he would not touch it, stretched out his hands in front of him, and a magic seal appeared above the young master's bed. The man turned to the girl and asked if she was still ready to give her life for him. Era replied that although there were no orders. Larson's sleeping body lay on the glass floor. Era knelt down and greeted the head of the family. Senking also knelt and said that he had brought the young master. Dekatra looked at the man and said that this was an excellent job, and then asked why Era was here. Senkin replied that it was necessary to ensure the safety of the young master. The head of the family looked at the girl and asked if Senking is not someone who can be trusted. Era answered without raising her head. Of course, however, she believes that trust should not affect the way she works. Dekatra looked at his sleeping son and said that yes, this is true, and asked the girl to calm down. He would only perform a magical ritual. Era thanked the gentleman and asked if she could get up now. Larson stood up and looked around in surprise and thought that a sleep spell had been cast on him. The guy turned to his father and asked what was happening. Larson sits in the middle of the platform and asks his father what happened. Dekatra, looking at his flaming hand, said that there are many magical techniques in the Mython family, and they include the technique of strengthening the body, so from now on, he will draw a tattoo on his hand and begin the Dekatra procedure. Larson looked at him in surprise and wondered what kind of technique this was, because it must be very outstanding, since he named it after himself and said that he needed to know what it was. He bowed to his father as he said that usually other people immediately agree when he does something like this, but Larson thought about it and said that the time and place was very strange, so he asked. A notice appeared in front of him that this space could not be analyzed by the celestial eye. Larson, with half-closed eyes, looked forward and said that he did not understand why his father was doing all this secretly and at such a late hour. Dekatra, scratching his chin, said that it was just so convenient for him, and also that his technique could turn out to be poison for him. Larson, standing opposite his father, asked why he was doing this then. At that very moment, various runes began to appear right around Larson, and his father shouted that it was all because he saw potential in him. Larson was frightened by various luminous circles. From very strong pain he grabbed his hand, from which blood was gushing, and thought that he was in too much pain, because the sensation was such that all the skin was being cut into small pieces. He put his hand forward and, looking at it, he saw that various runes had appeared on his fingers and on his hand in general, and Dekatra said that someday this would be useful to him. Larson looked at his hand with one eye closed and asked how useful it would be, but immediately after these words his vision began to blur and he began to fall. The last thing he saw was a blurry silhouette of his father, who said that he would learn about the benefits of this tattoo himself. As soon as Larson fell to the floor, they began to cover him with a blanket, and his father said that he could not believe that he did not even scream because the pain must have been so severe. Looking at his sleeping son, he said that he was very weak now, but in the future he would become much stronger. We are transported to the next morning, where the sun is shining and a pleasant breeze is blowing, and someone is calling out to Larson, trying to wake him up. He slept very soundly, thinking that something heavy and warm had been placed on him. As soon as he opened his eyes, there was a joyful Lydia right above him, who shouted that he had finally woken up. She climbed on top of him, and his face simply could not be described in words. He was in shock, asking why she climbed on him so much, and Lydia replied that she was hungry. Pointing her finger at Ibelia, with a smile on her face, Lydia said that it was the witch who brought her here, and Ibelia herself said that Lydia had wanted to see him since early morning. Then, with a very angry look that pierced right through, she said that she didn't know how to choose expressions at all, so should she really punish her right now? Lydia blushed, and tears began to well up in her eyes, and she shouted to her brother that Ibelia woke her up very early this morning, and Larson himself did not hear her, but thought that she, like a child, was complaining to her parent. He looked at his arm and realized that the tattoo had completely disappeared, so maybe it was a dream. Ibelia put her hand forward using her chain magic and told her not to bother Larson and come to her, and Lydia grabbed onto his blanket while she was being pulled out by the chains. And Larson said that it seemed like Ibelia was taking good care of her. On that, Lydia began to scream, which is not at all true, and she is bullied every day. Tears were dripping from her face as she flew back, and Larson added that Ibelia seemed to be in a good mood today. Ibelia kept her chained and asked Larson when he would go on the pilgrimage, to which she received the answer that he planned to take a break for 3 days and then leave. Suddenly Larson was very surprised, because Lydia said that then her mother would be very worried. Ibelia looked at her with a look full of misunderstanding and asked what kind of mother she was, to which Lydia replied that it seemed she had misunderstood her. Lydia, covered in chains, began to rage wildly, waving her fists while Ibelia said that she did not know what the problem was, but hoped that everything would be solved soon. A huge fiery serpent appeared right above Lydia, which she wanted to launch into Ibelia. This same snake began to emit flames from its mouth, aimed directly at Ibelia's. As soon as Lydia launched her punch at her, Ibelia blocked the attack with her barriers. Then, looking up with a smile on her face, she turned to Larson, saying that he had passed his test perfectly and now she would give him the reward. Larson looked at her with eyes full of joy, and recalled those very trials, thinking that she was probably talking about the test of the white tiger. He got out of bed because she asked him to do so. Suddenly, a huge magic circle began to appear in the air right above him, after which a beautiful robe appeared right on Larson. He looked at this robe with a face full of surprise and asked what kind of robe it was. Then a notice appeared in front of him, which said that this was a robe called White Dragon Scale, a masterpiece created by Utalia, legend among all blacksmiths and the head of the dwarves. He put everything he could into this robe, so now she is endowed with strange magical powers. Ibelia stood with a smile on her face and remembered her past years, because Larson reminded her of this, saying that if this robe was made of white dragon scales, then she had worn it before, to which Ibelia added that he had correctly noticed that she wore this robe during her pilgrimage. Larson's eyes shone with a bright blue light, and he thought that this was the same thing that had saved his sister's life more than once, and then said that this was a great gift, but Ibelia added that since then this robe had become weaker, so she fixed it. Suddenly Larson was very surprised, because he asked what she meant by the repair and weakness of the object, and Ibelia said that she meant that once with the help of this mantle he could kill a magician below the 6th circle. His pupils narrowed so much, and he himself was in complete shock, because Ibelia added that he could do this, but only once, and he thought that the magicians of the 6th circle are not so easy to kill, so that the day would come when he would have to use this mantle. He held this robe in his hand and thanked her for this magnificent gift, and she said that she, as his sister, hoped that he would return safe and sound. Larson looked at her and was sincerely glad that she said that she, as the eldest daughter of the Mighton family, wanted him to return, becoming even stronger than before. Ibelia began to carry Lydia along in chains and said goodbye to Larson. She looked forward with a sincere smile and bright yellow eyes, thinking about her words that he would return stronger, because thanks to this he would be able to protect what was very dear to him. 3 days later we are transported to Confucius, who, crying, wipes the tears from his face with a handkerchief and says that he has loaded all the antidotes into his luggage, and instructions are also attached to them. Era and Confucius said goodbye to Larson, and Era asked him to become stronger, and Larson asked her to take care of his mother. Shaking Evian's hand, he said that she was doing well and thanked her for coming to meet him. He looked down in surprise, not realizing that it was in his hand, and in his hand was a small candy, and Evian asked him to be careful. He squeezed it in his fist and waved his hand, thinking that this was probably the best gift she could give him, and thanked her for this candy. Looking at his vast kingdom, he said that according to the strict rules and laws of the Mayton family, He must go on his pilgrimage. Still clenching his hand in a fist, he looked up with a confident gaze. Having left the threshold of his kingdom, he turned and looked after him. Suddenly he noticed that a huge fireball appeared in the sky and was flying straight at him. This fireball crashed in front of his face, destroying everything underneath it. It was Lydia, who, with a joyful look and a letter in her hands, asked if she was late, and added that she had received permission from the witch to do so. Larson reads this letter, holding it in his hands, and it was written there that Ibelia believes that learning from her, of course, is good, but exploring the outside world will also bear fruit. Turning his gaze to Lydia, he continued to read that Ibelia had been showing Larson for about 2 years how difficult it was to study without a mentor, so he should take a friend with him, and in the end, she is his strength. Lydia jumped up and down happily, waving her arms because Larson said that now they were together. At the place where Lydia landed, there was a huge mark from her blow, and Larson thought that they would move forward and no doubts would arise. Lydia happily ran forward with a smile on her face while Larson followed behind her. The three of them moved forward with the cup, thinking that they would only look to the future. And so, after some time, they climbed some stairs during the night, and Lydia tried to sniff Larson's clothes. She sniffed displeasantly with her eyes closed. And then, burning with anger, she shouted that his clothes smelled like that witch, and Larson sniffed back, saying that he didn't smell anything at all. A couple of minutes later, they both stood with smiles on their faces, and Lydia said that they had finally come to this place. They stood on a rock right in front of a large house, and it was a hotel called Fat Cat, and Larson thought that there were about 3 hotels on Savior Street, and the first one was that same Fat Cat. We see a cute sign with a cat on it, and Larson kept thinking about how Sound of the Night owns this place. The two of them went inside this room, and Larson said that on a pilgrimage he wanted to stop here for the night. He looked at the cute cats that were there and realized that the Sound of the Night was connected with his father, so there was some connection between the Mighton family and this Sound of the Night. The bartender who was there immediately noticed Larson and said that 30,000 grains would cost him for the night and 35 if he ate something. Wiping another plate, the bartender added that they would have to leave at 12. But if they were late, it would be okay because they didn't have many customers right now. Approaching the bartender, Larson began waving his hands, asking if he could show them to the room, and thought that this was a member of the Sound of the Night and his name was the informant Brig, while at this time Lydia sat on the floor and smoothed the cats with a smile on the face. The bartender pointed his finger upstairs, telling them to go up the stairs and turn right and go into the third, largest room, and Larson himself was very unhappy that he was not going to accompany them to the room. Larson looked at the bartender and said that it was too hot lately, to which the bartender, laughing, spread his arms, asking him again how hot it was because lately he could not sleep from the cold. The bartender looked ahead in surprise and confusion while Larson asked him what he could eat on such a hot day. Waving his arms up and down and looking to the side, Larson said that he would like a glass of beer and 2 slices of pizza, and the bartender, laughing, said that he would make it for breakfast then. Larson looked at him with eyes full of confidence, and the bartender himself closed his eyes and smiled very awkwardly, asking if he was too young for beer. Larson looked at him with half-closed eyes and said that perhaps he should just play with the cats then. They both turned their gaze to Lydia, who was playing with the 2 kittens with great love. Larson imagined a huge island with palm trees in his head, thinking that this was the password for the Sound of the Night, because on a hot day he needed to be told that it was cold. After imagining several snowmen and a very cold day, he thought that on a cold day he needed to be told that it was hot. I imagined 2 people, and one of them was holding beer and the other was holding sweets, and continued to think that if he was a child, then he should ask for beer, and if he was an adult, then he should ask for sweets. He immediately imagined a spear crashing into the shield, scattering sparks everywhere, and realized that such absurd statements were the password to access this place. We were shown an overhead view from this inn, and it is narrated that in exchange for permission to carry out activities in the Mayton family, the Sound of the Night provides certain benefits to the disciples of this family who are on pilgrimage. The bartender began to laugh, saying that they had 2 cats, and Larson realized that this man already knew that he was the 7th son of the Mayton family. He pointed his finger at those 2 kittens and said that the red cat is Hobbs, and the second cat is Valve, and added that Hobbs is picky, that's why he's so skinny, and Valve is plump, because he eats too much. They both continued to look at Lydia and the kittens, and the bartender asked which cat he would like to play with, to which he received the answer that he would love to play with Valve. Squinting his eyes awkwardly, he added that it would be easier for him to take Hobbs, but he himself did not understand why the son of the Mayton family was asking him for money. He continued to look at him, narrowing his eyes, and thought that for the Maytons, any amount meant little, so why didn't he just ask his family for money? Larson looked at him with an awkward smile and thought that the Maytons could only get financial support from their mother, so it was a pity for the artifact, but he would need the money more, and he himself said that he liked a fatter cat. He began to walk up the stairs, looking at this bartender, and knew that by helping him, the sound of the night would end his contract with the Mitons. The bartender carried the plates forward with a calm face, and then he very angrily looked up at Larson, and Larson himself understood that after assistance was provided, this hotel would close. We are transported back to the kingdom of Mython. Dekatra talked to Senkin and asked him how Larson knew about this, to which he received the answer that he may have found the information in the library. Dekatra looked at him with a malicious smile and burning eyes, asking what he found, the right book in the library, and also himself, to which Senkin added that maybe Evian helped him. Evian herself sat and ate something, scattering books around in a circle with the help of her magic, and Dekatra said that he thought that librarians usually maintained neutrality. Evian ate the chocolate and looked forward using her magic as Senkin continued to say that she seemed to be attached to the youngest because other children wouldn't stay in some old inn or read those boring books. Dekatra and Senkin stood opposite each other, and Senkin asked him if he really planned all this, to which he received the answer that the chances were equal for everyone. Senkin smiled sincerely and said that he seemed to be having fun, and Dekatra replied that Larson was the only one who followed the path he had planned, and in that case, today was the last day of the Fat Cat Inn. Immediately after this we were shown the hotel under the light of the moon, and then, after a whole night, a bright sunny day arrived. Larson stretches with his eyes closed and talks about having a good night's sleep while there are many bags lying around him. He begins to open his eyes little by little and is surprised by what he sees. And as soon as he opened all these bags, he was very happy and began to shout that it was impossible, that he managed to put these bags here overnight and didn't even wake him up. These coins shone so brightly that they blinded Larson, and he thought that there were about 3 million grains or 3 billion won, and this was enough for 2 whole years of luxurious life. Lydia also woke up with Larson and, yawning, asked when they would have breakfast. She walked up to him, moving her hands, and said that she was dreaming about cats, and Larson added that she was dreaming about cats because she was sleeping in a cat hotel. Suddenly he was very surprised, and it dawned on him that she told him her dream. He remembered how they fought against huge monsters, and understood that Lydia's dreams often turned out to be prophetic, and once she dreamed of an attack that happened later, so Casson was on guard. Then he remembered Casson himself, who was covered in blood and baring his teeth. Then a notice popped up in front of him, saying that he was in danger, and all the evidence hinted that something terrible would happen, because even the Divine Eye was sending him a warning. While Lydia was changing clothes, he turned to her. Then, looking at her with a confident look, he told her to set fire to the hotel and not spare the fire. A couple of minutes later we see a strong fire burning in the middle of the forest. It was that same hotel that was burning, the Fat Cat, emitting huge clouds of smoke. By that time, on the second floor there were many people in suits standing near the door to Larson's room. One of them began to lean against the door, trying to eavesdrop on what was happening there. He looked at his guys and said that they should come in now, but at that same second Larson's fist was near his face. With the help of his strongest blow, he crushed his head into small pieces, so that everyone else was very afraid of this. They immediately started casting their magic, shouting that the seventh son was only of the second circle, so they couldn't let him get away. Larson stood next to Lydia and clenched his fists, saying that they are attacking, although they know who he is. It seems that they are completely desperate to maintain their secrecy, and they are all quite strong, because he would definitely have died if not for the training with Sade. His hair began to turn white, and he said that, in addition, he now knows that they have no idea what happened at Sade's, despite the fact that they are a secret information trading organization. His hair turned completely white and he said that they should end it all now, and the notice wrote that with his amount of mana, he would maintain a blitz tactic for 1 minute. These people who came to him were very scared seeing his changes, and shouted that his mana was not at the level of the second circle, so they now needed defensive magic in order to maintain their distance. Several magicians began to use this purple protective magic, but Larson, with the help of his lightning-fast movements, broke the faces of all 3 magicians. He moved from one to another, killing one by one. He tore off the masks from each of them, holding them in his hands. 3 more mages began using fire magic, shouting that he was coming for them. The 3 of them began to cast 1 fire magic, saying that even Mighton would not survive this. Their magic merged into 3 fire dragons. These same dragons turned into 1 healthy dragon that flew straight at Larson, and they shouted that they would all meet in hell. Larson looked at them in surprise and realized that this dragon had a lot of fire mana. The same fiery goblet appeared near him, thanking him for the very tasty food. This trio of magicians continued to use their fire magic on him, not realizing that it was completely useless. The 3 of them stopped using their magic and asked each other what happened. Suddenly they were very surprised, opening their eyes wide at what they saw. Another notice appeared in front of Larson, that with his amount of mana, he could sustain the blitz tactic for 52 seconds. Suddenly this very notification and the number on it began to twitch, and Larson himself thought that his whole body was filled with mana. While his fists shone with blue sparks, he clenched them with all his might. Another notification appeared, which said that he could now maintain this tactic for 2 minutes. Larson began to swing his fists with a malicious look and began to say that he wanted to play with Valve, but he also really likes this option, and he himself thought that now he is at the peak of his form. We see a purple light and a request to remove his bandage. We then see several people and a huge purple sphere in the middle of them that was glowing. We were shown Brig, who was sitting all beaten up and with his hands tied, and someone was turning to him. This purple ball that was in front of him asked him a question: why did he and the Sound of Night squad attack a member of the Mighton family? His hands were tied and his little finger was broken, and he said it was because they thought they could continue working. He shouted these words directly at that same purple ball, and they answered him that this was quite strange. This same magical ball began to shine with some kind of magic, and someone from it said that he remembered that he was allowed to continue doing business. We were again shown the same scene where Dekatra, turning to Senkin, says that today is the last day of the old cat inn. With a malicious smile on his face, he said that he had changed his mind, so let the fat cat continue to work. In the reflection of this purple ball, Brig was visible, who said that he was trading information and thought that the patriarch of the Mython family wanted to find out more about the abilities of the seventh son and how he behaves in difficult situations. We are taken back to Larson, who is sitting right above some member of that clan and says that he will not ask who he is. But Brig continues to tell the purple ball that he attacked the seventh son because it was a small favor in return to the kindness of the Mighton family patriarch towards the Sound of Night. The guy lying on the floor saw through his mask the evil Larson, who said that this place was under the control of the Mighton family, and if the magical fire caused harm, the Mighton family would immediately send out a magical investigation team. Larson's eyes glowed with violet shades, and there was a spark in them. Brig himself was hiding under this mask, and Larson said that his family did not care what he did or where he was. With lightning speed, he tore off the mask from Brig's face, adding that as soon as anyone dared to lay a finger on a member of the Mighton family in front of the Magic Investigation Squad, that someone would immediately be arrested in accordance with the law. Brig, completely beaten and covered in blood, says that he understands him, and Larson adds that he will be punished for attacking him. Larson himself put his hand to his head and used red sparks, saying that if he really tried to kill him, he would die immediately, but he would take into account the fact that he did not want this. Brig began to pay attention to his hand and think that it was not mana hovering around him at all. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets from the pain. Then his little fingers snapped in the opposite direction, and Brig began to scream in pain. A notice appeared in front of Larson that he had infused a small amount of fighting spirit into Brig, and while he was lying on the floor, Larson called Lydia to follow him. Tears were dripping from his eyes and he bared his teeth, saying that his mana was not being restored at all. And so, after some time, we again see him sitting in front of the purple ball, which says that the service is really good, and he himself adds that he will continue to work hard. He bowed to this purple ball and was asked if he started the fire in this building, to which he said that it was not him. He remembered Lydia, who was shaking her head in different directions out of excitement, not understanding where those seals were going, and said that the fire started because of the fire magic of that young lady who was traveling with the seventh master. The Magic Investigation Squad was standing right in front of the orb, and Dekatra thought that Larson had not only dealt with the attackers, but had also deliberately called in the Magic Investigation Squad. He not only understood their intentions, but also exceeded his expectations. He was his opponent, but he behaved very smartly. This sphere began to shine more than ever, and the father continued to think that even Ibelia and Persia did not show such confidence. He was truly worthy of the name Mighton. Brig's hands were untied, and he was told that he could leave. So he is now officially allowed to continue working, and his competence will be rewarded as such. The chains disappeared and he raised his head to the purple sphere, which asked that his finger must be in a lot of pain, to which he nervously began to shout that it didn't hurt at all. Immediately after these words, his finger was instantly cut off, which frightened him very much. The Brig began to scream in fear while snot flowed from his nose, and thought that he had instantly cut off his finger and he did not even feel pain. But he imagined that if it was his neck, he looked at his neck, which was covered in sweat from fear, and realized that he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. He walked out the gate while the guards watched him behind him. At this time, several of his clanmates were waiting for him, having found those same two cats, and waved to him. He looked at how nicely they greeted him, even though they were all wearing bloody clothes. He waved his hand at them, but already without one finger, and with a smile on his face, realizing that he had also gotten off lightly. We are transported forward a few days, and we see Lydia and Larson frying fish right over the fire. Lydia ate her fish and said that they had already been walking for 6 days. So where are they going anyway? And Larson asked with interest that she just now decided to ask about it, and she replied that she completely forgot to ask about it earlier because she was admiring the views while she was eating her fish. Larson said they were going to Holland, the Sacred Empire. Larson also ate his food and said that she knew this place, but that he received the answer that she had read about it in a book that same granny gave her, and she even passed the test and received the highest score. They approached the sign that stood near them, and Lydia asked why they should go there. Maybe there was something interesting there, to which she received the answer that there was a lot of interesting things there. Larson imagined a lot of jewels in his head and thought that there were a lot of things that he created, so it would be good to take a few pieces before Casson got to them. While Lydia put out the fire, he stood near the sign and asked her if they were heading out. A notice appeared in front of him that he had used the divine eye. With half-closed eyes, he began to peer at this tablet and thought that they needed to get to the Sacred Holland Empire, and the other two paths led to the Grandel Estate and the Scarlet Forest. He looked at these 3 arrows, and some text appeared under them, written using runes. Pointing his finger at this tablet, he asked Lydia if she saw these words, to which she said that, of course, she saw everything and thought that they were visible even without the divine eye. With her hand on her chest and a smile on her face, she said that it said Holland Holy Empire and she already knew how to spell it. As soon as Larson said that this was not what she needed to read, she came closer and tried to read the text, saying that she seemed to have good eyesight, but she could not understand. Larson began scratching his chin, looking to the side, and began to think about something. He remembered standing next to Master Magner and thought that if he thought like that, then when he followed him to find the chest plate of the 1,000-year-old dragon, what he saw was very similar to these words. He saw a small artifact and runic words above it, just like on the tablet. Under those 3 arrows there was an inscription, and a notification appeared that the automatic translation said that it said things for my descendant. At that moment, a burning goblet appeared near Larson, saying that this inscription absorbed all his mana. This goblet began to smile awkwardly, because Larson said that now they would not do anything with it, and the goblet began to say that this was his mana, but he, of course, could sit quietly if Larson praised him. Larson ran his hand over these inscriptions and said that this cup is great for enduring this so calmly. Suddenly this inscription shone and rose right above the sign. Larson tried to read it, and an automatic translation notification appeared at the bottom, and it said that whoever could find his things would receive the chest plate of a 1,000-year-old dragon, or he must have the golden teeth of a white swan, or the eye of a wild beast and Harlan's staff. The 3 of them looked at these inscriptions with great surprise, and Lydia said that a lot of things were written here. Finally, another notification appeared that in order to receive it, you can also have a divine eye. A bearded man appeared in front of him and wanted to introduce himself to Larson. This man wore a robe and had long hair, and his name was Kirtle. He approached Larson closer and said that he was pleased to meet his descendant, and Larson himself looked at him in surprise, realizing that this was the same legendary archmage, whose name is widely known. Lydia began to circle around him, saying that he didn't smell of anything and couldn't touch him, so it turns out he wasn't a person at all. Suddenly, behind Larson, that same cup began to glow furiously, shouting that he was out of his mind. It was clear from him that he was very angry and dissatisfied, saying that he had almost forgotten him, but he showed up again, and then Larson remembered that the first owner of the Holy Grail was Kirtle. Turning to this cup, Larson told him to calm down, because in fact Kirtle was not here, to which Kirtle himself said that he was now sleeping in the North Sea. Larson was very surprised to be told that he was in the North Sea, because it was right at the very edge of the northern region in this world. He imagined picturesque views of icy cliffs and cliffs, realizing that this abandoned place was so cold that people could not survive there, and even the Mighton family could not conquer this North Sea. Looking at Larson, Kirtle said that he hoped that someday he would be able to wake him up, but if he did not want to do this, then that was his fate. Starting to disappear little by little, he added that for the sake of the future, he decided to seal himself in the North Sea, but in order to break its seal, he prepared many items. They stood opposite each other, and Larson understood that these were the very things that the legendary archmage left behind, but Kirtle added that in order to be his heir, 2 conditions must be met. Looking forward with surprise in his eyes and listening to the secret that says that, firstly, he needs to own the divine eye, and secondly, and take revenge with the Holy Grail. After these words, Larson looked askance at his grail, which was sticking its tongue out at him for some reason. Under such circumstances, Larson began to laugh awkwardly while Kirtle told him to go to Heron, because if the Fire Clan still exists, then they live there. Lydia, with a malicious smile on her face, pointed at herself and said that it was he who was talking about her. But Kirtle continued to say that winning the hearts of the Fire Clan was a key task, and if he could not conclude the fire contract, he would not be able to get the true one. Holy Grail. Immediately after these words, Kirtle disappeared into thin air, and finally he told Larson to find the Holy Grail and return to it. Placing his hand against the tablet and using his magic on it, Larson said that he just needed to channel the mana here. Kirtle appeared again near Larson and said that he had been waiting for him. Suddenly he was very surprised, saying that he had really found the Holy Grail. Larson smiled mischievously as Curdle said that he must have gone through a lot to find this holy grail. Lydia turned away from him and said that he had appeared again. Larson and Lydia flew high into the air on a white eagle. Suddenly the eagle turned around and croaked loudly. Lydia grabbed onto the eagle and then shouted that it looked like they were near some kind of rock. Larson held a small fang in his hand. Looking at it, he said okay. He thought about it and remembered Curdle's words that the fact that he found the Holy Grail meant that he was on his way to becoming a great magician. Larson remembered how a hologram of Curdle appeared in front of him, and he told him that since Larson had passed his first test and received the right, he would make several orders for the future generation. Larson carefully examined Curdle's face, and he said that if Larson continued to develop in accordance with his orders, he would be able to find out the whole truth. Larson looked at the small fang in his hand. He wondered if it really was this fang. A system message appeared in front of Larson that the name of the item in his hand is the Fang of Loyalty. It contains the loyalty of the Golden Tiger tribe. Larson thought that this was already too difficult. He needed to find the Golden Tiger tribe first. Lydia sank down to the big bird and thanked him for his help. Larson and Lydia jumped down. Smiling, Lydia blushed and said that she was having a lot of fun. They were already above the ground when suddenly an elemental aura appeared around them. Larson saw a system message that he was using the wind attribute. Larson stopped just above the ground. He thought that now that he was used to using attributes, everything was much easier for him. Lydia, smiling widely, landed on the ground, saying that she had a lot of fun and wanted to do it again. Larson adjusted his cape and replied that they did not have time for this. Lydia approached Larson and asked why they had come here. Larson replied that they needed to find the Raven clan. Lydia then looked at Larson with disappointment and said that they were cowards. Her dad told her that the Crow clan were such cowards that it was impossible to do business with them. Larson raised his hand and began to create something out of magic. Looking at him, Lydia asked how he was going to look for them. Larson extended his hand and a small bag appeared in it. He said that he had his own method. A gold coin fell to the floor. Larson and Lydia walked calmly forward, following the path of the coin. Larson looked at his empty bag and tossed the coins. Lydia covered her mouth with her hand and said that this was very wasteful. But when Larson replied that it was only 1 grain, he thought that he had 300 million, so everything was fine. The coins began to disappear one by one. Larson thought that they were picking them up perfectly, although still with caution. Larson imagined the black bloody wings that were presented at the auction. He thought that the Crow clan did not like people, and this could be seen even now. Larson imagined how black wings hung from one family. Then the image of a huge number of hooded crows appeared before Larson. He wondered what was therefore in the DNA of their descendants for his survival. Larson imagined a group of people in his head and thought that crows contained fear. We are transported to the next day. Larson and Lydia are sitting at the leash. Lydia, looking dissatisfied to the side, says that she is very bored and Larson is wasting his time. Larson asked if she didn't like doing nothing. Lydia smiled as she played with the butterflies and said no, she loves to be lazy, she wants to stay here forever. 2 crows appeared on the hill, watching Larson. Larson said they would need a little more time, so let the people rest. Larson raised the bag of gold with a smile, to which Lydia covered her mouth in surprise and said that Larson was right. A small group of ravens appeared in front of Larson, sitting on their knees in fear. One of them asked for more gold coins. Larson thought that the Raven clan had overcome fear. Lydia looked at the ravens with admiration and, clapping her hands, said that the birds were talking. Larson smiled and put his hand into the bag, and then said that he had a lot of gold. Larson tossed a coin, to which one of the ravens asked what Larson would give. Larson answered of course. As soon as the coin flew into the air, the crows immediately rushed at it, shouting that it was for him. One of the ravens approached Larson and said that it was very difficult for his family and could Larson give him more coins. Larson smiled and replied of course. The gold coin landed near the begging raven. Seeing this, all the crows froze in anticipation. The raven grabbed the gold coin and said that he was now rich, and then he looked at Larson and asked how he could repay this. Larson pulled out a claw and said how well do they know what it is. The crows immediately began to call loudly, and Lydia, standing fearfully behind Larson, asked what was wrong with them. Larson replied that it was because they knew the owner of the fang. An article appears before us on the internet. Larson thought that before describing the clan of the Raven, he saw one article. He didn't really read it, so he doesn't remember what it was about. Larson sat at the computer, brow furrowed, quickly typing. He thought that when he wrote the extras, he wrote it into the setting, and he remembers that he first described them. Larson remembered how he looked at his monitor, which said that this is the Sword Master Sade. Notes from the Raven clan, they must repay debts, like those who do not like to remain in debt. The crows looked at each other in fear, shouting that this was the tooth of a stupid tiger that had eaten so many of their relatives. One of the ravens looked menacingly ahead and shouted that they were obliged to repay the debt. The crows knelt before Larson and raised their hands to the sky, and then shouted in unison that they would repay the debt. Lydia smiled widely and covered her mouth with her hand, and then said that the crows say they will thank Larson. How cute they are. Larson thought that he had created a terrible world. One of the ravens in a brown vest approached Larson and said that his name was Tuma. Larson smiled and said that he was Larson, to which Tuma said that he was pleased to meet you and he knew where the stupid tiger was. Larson imagined an image of a formidable tiger in his head. He thought that the stupid tiger, Tuma, must be referring to someone from the Golden Tiger tribe. The Golden Tiger tribe is not so numerous, or rather, there are very few of them, but they are famous for their strength and do not need to increase their numbers. Larson imagined one of their tribe appearing in front of a huge detachment of knights. He thought that if there were more of them, they could become masters of the continent instead of people. Tuma, lowering his beak, began to cry. He said that the stupid tiger was eating them. Larson thought that it was the nature of the Golden Tiger tribe to hunt those weaker than them. Larson turned to Lydia sitting on the blanket. Tuma, looking at Larson, said that the stupid tiger was nearby. His character here was terrible. Larson thought that Lydia might get hurt during this meeting. He asked Lydia to wait for her here. Lydia, smiling widely, said that she also wanted to see the tigers, but she would wait if Larson said so. Larson thanked Lydia and said that he would be back soon. After the conversation, Larson took a few steps towards Tuma and asked him to show him out. Tuma, with tears in his eyes, lowered his beak and said that he was very scared, but he would pull through. Suddenly, Larson threw one gold piece to Tuma, who looked at his hands in shock. Larson added what kind of work it was for him. Tuma joyfully raised his hands and began to walk forward. He shouted that he would now live well. The other crows, looking at him, said that they were envious. They too would be Tuma in the next life. We are taken to the field, to the Grandel family. Someone shouts that her brother can leave her with his moral teachings. Magner, looking angrily to the side, stretched out his hand and shouted what they wanted from him. When they were all dying from one poke, it was scary to teach young people when they were all so fragile. The guy turned around displeasedly and said that that's enough and let them leave this conversation. This guy was led by Tutor Grandel, the head of the Grandel family famous for its martial arts skills, Rosalind's father. Rosalind, dissatisfiedly adjusting his belt, Magner shouted that those bastards told him that they wanted to take Rosalind as their concubine. Supposedly they would help give birth to a healthy child. The head turned around and, gritting his teeth, shouted that he hoped that they died in agony. Magner replied that no, he didn't touch them twice. They immediately fell back. The head shouted that they should have been braided to death. On his in place, he would have cut off everything that moved with it. Magner sat down on the bench with displeasure and asked that shouldn't they kill without unnecessary suffering? The head, waving his fan, said that yes, people. Hearing this, Magner smiled broadly and said that if anyone else would hear the chapter now, so that it could begin, who can, honest, respectable, great and good, holy. Magner looked at his brother and said that the King of Mercy Veletudor says such things. Veletudor replied that it does not matter. They will go back to what they were talking about before. Magner shouted that he only changed the topic. Magner lowered his head and thought. Veletudor asked how much Moth Magner taught Larson. Magner smiled and replied that there were 4 main wills and 3 main martial arts of Grandel, but these can be found in any bookstore. Magner, sitting in front of his brother, added that Larson is a cunning man. He learned something more important. Veletudor asked what he could find out. Magner made a mistake again. Magner replied that, according to his brother, he only knows how to make mistakes. Magner looked closely at his brother and said that this bastard, he absorbed his fighting spirit. Veletudor, frowning, turned around and shouted that this cannot be. The fighting spirit of the man is fundamentally different. Magner says that now there is a magician with mana and fighting spirit. Magner remembered how Larson looked menacingly in front of him. There was a strong aura around him, and he swung his hand. He said that now Larson seems to be just copying him, but he has an incredible body that can withstand it. Veletudor squinted his eyes and furrowed his brows. He shouted that if something would happen because of this that could cause harm to the Grandel family. Magner closed his eyes and folded his hands and said that he knew he would accept responsibility if that day came. Magner, sitting calmly, lowered his head and said that then, as the teacher of this idiot, he would kill him with his own hands. We are transported to a smiling Larson. Tuma goes with him, saying that he is very brave. We are taken to Lydia. She is sitting by the tent. She is very bored, and she, with her head down, looks ahead. Lydia remembers how one of Larson's brothers grabbed her by the chain around her neck and asked her that she was going to go with Larson, but she would only get in his way. Larson's brother looked menacingly at the beaten Lydia and said that she was weak and he would not allow a lowly creature like her to harm one of the Mitons. Lydia, with a sad look, thought that she was very weak and she knew it. She remembered how Larson turned to her and asked her to wait here. Lydia, head down, thinking that she wants to stay with Larson, but she is a burden to him. She wants to become strong. Lydia clenched her fist and looked up. Flames appeared around her. She thought that no, she would become stronger no matter what. A fire broke out on the mountain. Larson heard the sound of fire and turned to see what it was. Larson, looking far over the hills, wondered if it was Lydia. Tuma looked at Larson in surprise and asked what happened. Larson replied that it was nothing. He wondered that he had just felt her mana. A system message appeared in front of Larson that a variable has appeared that affects the plot. The character, the child of the phoenix, intends to become stronger. The god of fire, the phoenix, looks at his child with love. Seeing this message, Larson opened his mouth wide and thought in surprise, Phoenix. Larson imagined a huge number of people kneeling in front of the pedestal. He thought that the phoenix, an abstract creature that he created, was a god. Larson imagined how the best magicians used fire spells. He thought that the flames of fire that worshipped the phoenix were so strong that they conquered the entire continent. But the more divine power the phoenix absorbed, the weaker the flames became. Larson, looking in surprise at the system message, thought that he did not appear often in the plot. After all, he himself did not prescribe specific actions for him. He does not think that any god greatly influenced Kasen. Then there is only one explanation left. Larson furrowed his eyebrows and thought that his divine eye and the divine eye of Kasen were fundamentally different. Tuma opened his mouth wide, gold coins fell out. He shouted that it was the smell. Tuma rushed back as fast as he could, shouting that he had retaliated. Larson smiled and thanked Tuma, and then thought that a member of the cowardly clan of the Raven brought him here was already impressive. A dead carcass of a deer lay near someone's feet. A girl with a tail was sitting next to her. Larson, looking at her, thought that this woman was from the Golden Tiger tribe. He looked at her carefully and again thought that he was quite far from her, but still felt that she was strong. The girl looked at Larson in surprise. There was blood on her lips. She asked the human child. The girl raised her hand and started to leave. Larson said that he came to meet the Golden Tiger tribe. The girl replied that she does not do business with children. This time she will let him go, but next time let him come with adults. Larson, looking at her in surprise, shouted for her to wait. He had a question for her. He wondered if he should show her the Fang of Fidelity. Looking at the girl who was leaving him, he thought that no, members of the Golden Tiger tribe speak only to those they consider worthy. Now the Fang will not help him. Suddenly the girl turned around and looked at Larson menacingly, and then said in a frightening voice that she had just given him a chance to save her life, but now she had changed her mind. The girl extended her tiger hand forward at great speed. Larson clenched his teeth and looked in surprise at how the girl turned into a full-fledged tiger. He wondered why she was growing. The tigress looked menacingly towards Larson and said in a frightening voice that she would eat him right now. Larson carefully saw how the tigress stood up. There was a frightening aura around her in the form of a skull. He thought that he knew that this could happen. Larson smiled and clenched his fist. He thought that it looked like he would have to work hard. Tigress, getting on all fours, made a quick dash forward. Larson activated a slow stream. The tigress swung her paw, but Larson dodged. He thought that he could see where she was going to hit. Her blows could not compare with the blows of the teacher. Tigress turned around and shouted that Larson was not bad, but how long would he last? The tigress, looking menacingly at Larson, swung her paw. Larson thought that she was right. He would be a loser if this continued. Larson clenched his fist. A red aura appeared around him. He thought that in order to get her to recognize him, he had to show what he was capable of. A system message appeared in front of him that he had activated the fighting spirit. He thought that language is strength. Strength nourishes the body and soul. Larson swung with all his might, and a strong red aura appeared around him. Tigress looked at Larson in horror. Larson hit the ground with all his might, but his blow missed. The tigress jumped back. Larson thought that the Golden Tiger tribe was much stronger than he thought. Suddenly the tigress stopped and said that Larson had a strange technique. He was from a family of martial artists. Larson, holding onto the ground, thought that even Kasen would not be able to stay on his feet if he used his fighting spirit with such strength. No matter, he found her weakness. A system message appeared in front of Larson that he had activated the wind attribute. Larson smiled. Strong wind currents appeared around him. He said that he won this battle. Tigress watched as Larson suddenly disappeared in front of her. He flew towards her at great speed, like the wind, to hit her. The tigress swung her hand and hit the unknown in front of her with all her strength. She shouted that Larson was in trouble. Suddenly the tigress stopped in fear, not understanding what was happening. She turned around in surprise and saw Larson grab her tail with a smile, and then she screamed for him to let her go. The tigress, looking menacingly at Larson, shouted for Larson to immediately let go of her tail and let her beg for forgiveness. Larson smiled broadly and said that he was not afraid at all. He thought that the only weakness of the Golden Tiger tribe was their tail. According to tradition, adults cut off the tail of babies when they turn 1. If you cut off the tail of an adult tiger, he could die. Larson squeezed the tigress's tail and asked what if he did this. The tigress opened her mouth wide and began to transform into a human. She shouted that okay, enough is enough. She gives up, just let him let go. Larson let go of her tail and asked her to recognize him. Tigress jumped back from Larson and shouted that she was careless to lose to such a boy. Then the tigress furrowed her brows and clenched her teeth. She screamed that it was her fault. A second later, the tigress sat down on the ground and asked what they would talk about. Larson exhaled and said that let them do it. Tigress licked her lips and, looking at Larson, said that it would cost her nothing to kill Larson right now, why should she talk to him? Larson reached into his jacket pocket and said that an honest member of the Golden Tiger tribe would not do such a thing. Tigress carefully examined the smiling guy in front of her. She wondered where this terrible child came from. What kind of family of martial artists could know so much about the Golden Tiger tribe? The girl frowned with displeasure and said that her name was Murang, which Larson wanted to talk to her about. Larson extended his claw of loyalty and asked if she knew anything about this. Murang looked ahead in surprise. She, with her eyes and mouth wide open, screamed that it was Tutank's fang. The fang of loyalty appears in front of us. Murang thought that one of the relics left by the hero of the Golden Tiger tribe many years ago. A treasure that the Golden Tiger tribe is looking for. Murang said that she heard that the tribe is looking for it all over the world. Murang, sitting on the ground in front of the niche, said that she did not know whether it was true or not. Larson, stretching his hand forward, thought that this was some kind of legend among them. Murang looked to the side in surprise. She asked how she knew that this was a fang of fidelity. She had never seen it before. Murang stood up. Larson, looking at her, asked what she would do if he showed it from the very beginning. Murang asked what it means. Who does he take her for? She would just eat him and take the fang. Larson smiled and closed his eyes, pressing his hand to his chest, and then thought that he knew it. Larson squeezed the fang and asked why she needed it. Murang blushed and smiled, shouting that because with him you can enter the village of the Golden Tiger tribe. Larson frowned and thought that the village of the Golden Tiger tribe? But they live alone? What is she even talking about? Larson asked why the Golden Tiger tribe suddenly decided to gather in the village. Murang presented a tiger that was bound by a golden chain. She said that at first it was because of a hunter. This woman killed every member of the Golden Tiger tribe that she met. Murang imagined a frightened tiger looking ahead. Larson remembered the image of Ibelia. Larson imagined how his sister created a magic circle and, extending the chain, tore the tiger into pieces. Murang began to say that the Golden Tiger tribe would have been wiped out if they had not united. Murang presented a tiger bound in chains. She said that this is how they began to live together. Murang reminisced and imagined Ibelia. She said that the Golden Tiger tribe began to build up strength to hide from that woman. Larson, frowning, looked ahead in fear, beads of sweat dripping from his cheeks. Murang folded her hands and, frowning her eyebrows, added that in general that girl was not just some kind of crazy person. The elders said that they were the first to provoke her. But the woman who appeared after that, Larson, looking at Murang, doubted and thought about it. Isn't she seriously crazy? Murang clenched her teeth and, looking angrily towards Larson, added that Persia was crazy. Murang had an image in her head of a smiling girl holding a tiger's head, who said that her sister was praised as a heroine for killing 30 members of the Golden Tiger tribe, then she needs to kill at least 100. Hearing this, Larson turned pale and pursed his lip. Murang continued to speak, remembering her village, which was peacefully thriving. She said, in order to resist this crazy woman, the elders gathered several villages. Persia appears in front of us, who, grabbing 2 heads of tigers, goes through the flames to the tiger cub. Screams are heard everywhere. Help! Murang added that all the villages except one were destroyed. Persia approached the tiger cub and, looking at him with a frightening gaze, said that there is no need to hate her. Does the tiger cub know that he is about to die? Tears appeared in the tiger cub's eyes, and Persia, smiling, said that it was all because she was weak. If she wants to take revenge, let him find her when he becomes stronger. Persia extended her hand forward and added that although it seemed to her that she would still be weaker than her. Blood-sprayed and heart-rending screams were heard. The tiger cub stood in the middle of the destroyed village. Murang said that all the adults in the village died that day. She wondered if that was why no one cut off her tail. Murang's mood worsened. She said, almost without looking, that she was not too angry. The adults were weak, that's why they died. Larson asked why she could not enter the village without a fang. Murang replied that it was because she was weak. Murang looked down and added that she was born weaker than ordinary golden tigers. The Golden Tiger tribe does not accept weaklings. Larson looked at her in surprise and extended his hand, and then told her to wait. When Ibelia was hunting the golden tigers, Murang replied that it was 6 years ago. Larson asked how old she was then. Murang extended her hand and replied that she was 5. Hearing this, Larson trembled and, looking at her in fear, shouted that she was the one who called him small. Murang spread her arms and asked so what? Larson thought that he knew that they were growing up differently, but it was strange. Larson raised his fang of loyalty and said that okay, so he can enter the village with this. Murang replied that not in her village. In the village of the Golden Tiger tribe she does not live there. Larson looked at the fang, thought that the name of the fang of loyalty had changed, and the system message fang of Tutank appeared in front of him. Looking at the system message in front of him, Larson read that Murang Curdle's butts will appear as soon as Larson places the fang on the altar of the Golden Tiger tribe. Larson thought that the altar should be in the village. Murang began to stretch her arms, and Larson asked if he could come with her. Murang replied of course, but she can't promise anything. Larson asked what she was talking about. Murang replied that she would most likely be beaten and thrown out of there, and Larson would be eaten. Larson, frighteningly stretching his fang forward, shouted that even with him, Murring, frowning, replied that this way they could simply take the fang from him. Murring then smiled widely and blushed. She said that she would take Larson there if he wanted. Larson reflected that she seemed to really want to go. Larson remembered the battle with Murring and wondered about a monster that could easily reflect his fighting spirit, and an entire village of monsters who considered this monster weak. Larson introduced Murring and several tigers, and then thought that if he could not overcome this obstacle, then he would never reach the level of his sisters. He had to cope. Larson frowned and confidently told them to go forward. He asked where the village was. Murring looked up at the sky and replied that she was in the Dragon Mountains. Larson thought about the Dragon Mountains. We are transported to Lydia. She blushes and smiles widely and then shouts that they are going home and she will see Dad. Looking at Lydia, Larson thought that Lydia's hometown, Heron, was located in the Dragon Mountains. Lydia, smiling widely, sat on the floor. She said that Larson brought a tiger with him. Her name is Lydia. Can she touch Murring's tail? She extended her finger towards Lydia and said that she is very noisy. Can she be eaten? Larson, putting his hands on his belt, replied that in no case. We are transported closer tonight. Lydia and Larson look in surprise from the tent. Larson asks what it is. Murring with a smile drags up the carcass of a large boar and says that this is meat. She grabbed it on the way. Let them come if they are hungry. Larson thought that this was a chaperon boar, the boar he was describing. It is very rare. After some time, the huge boar was already on the fire. Larson, sitting on a stone, began to think that Murring hates portals, so they have been walking for 3 days. Lydia stretched out her hands towards the fire with a smile, and Murring, clenching her teeth menacingly, looked at her with displeasure. Larson thought that this was not so bad. It seemed that Murring and Lydia had become closer. Murring pulled out a huge piece of boar. She said that it was a chaperon boar. It does not stink like others, and its meat is very tender. Larson looked in surprise towards the girl sitting opposite. Lydia, holding 2 pieces up, said that's why it melts in your mouth. Larson said that he had heard that the Golden Tiger tribe are not picky eaters. Murring took a displeased bite of a piece of meat and said, what else? Their sense of taste is much more developed than that of humans, so they are picky. Murring presented several fruits and vegetables. She said that also the food from Larson's pocket dimension smelled strange. Larson thought that they could not have gone bad in the pocket dimension since time had stopped. Murring looked at the happy lion and said that, of course, human meat tastes best. Larson looked at her in horror and asked why she was telling people this. What does the meat of golden tigers taste like? Murring looked at Larson with displeasure and calmly said that it was too harsh. Larson was horrified and wondered if she had tried it. We are taken to a sign. Murring says that further along the road there is a cave. If you go through it and down the mountain, they will arrive in Heron. Lydia looked at Larson and asked if she could join them when she saw her father. Larson replied to tell Lydia to wait for him there. Hearing this, Lydia looked at Larson with a puzzled look and asked him to wait. Larson replied that he would go to meet the Golden Tiger tribe. Lydia fell silent and lowered her head in disappointment. Larson looked at her in surprise, and Lydia asked that it was all because she was weak. Larson furrowed his eyebrows and thought that Lydia was a very talented magician for her age, but she was still too weak to resist the Golden Tigers. Lydia turned around and started to leave. She said okay, she would go to her father. She told him that if she wanted to become strong, she would just have to tell him about it. Lydia turned around and gave a big smile, a thumbs up, and then said that she would become very strong and would be able to protect Larson since she was his contracted firebender. Larson smiled and, looking at her, said that it was good, he would try not to be late. Larson and Murring went to the tiger village. Larson indulged in thoughts that this would be best for Lydia. Lydia ran as fast as she could to her father, and Larson again thought that he would receive Curdle's task and also become stronger. Suddenly Murring stopped and began to closely sniff the area. The Holy Grail appeared in front of Larson. He shouted that he hated this place. Murring, standing on all fours, said that they were already closed. The Grail began to shake in fear, and then said that, in his opinion, he had slept here for 1,000 years. At least he was sealed here. Larson thought that he was definitely sealed in this place. But why did she start digging? The Holy Grail looked carefully at how Murring was raking the ground beneath her. He said that in his opinion she did not know the password. Larson thought about the words of the Grail that a password was needed. Larson looked at the happy Murring and wondered why she looked like that now. Suddenly Larson turned around in fear. He heard someone ask who he was. Larson thought that he was hearing a man's voice. A huge pumped-up man appeared in front of Larson. Larson thought that this was a golden tiger, so tall. Murring was also tall, but he was just gigantic. Murring stopped and trembled in fear. Larson thought that, judging by her reaction, he really was a golden tiger. Larson, puzzled, turned towards Murring. A system message appeared in front of him that Murring was weak from birth. Because of this, she had to withstand attacks from her fellow tribesmen. Larson wondered why she was so afraid, but still wanted to go to the village. Murring clenched her teeth. Her whole body was shaking. She was afraid to move. The man looked menacingly in front of him, and then said that Larson was not from the Golden Tiger tribe where he got Tutanka's fang from. Larson frowned and, looking at the guy from the Golden Tiger tribe, replied that Curdle sent him. The guy asked Curdle about him. He had never heard of him. Larson said that his name was Larson Mayton. Suddenly Murring stopped and, frowning, began to whisper the name Mayton. The furrowed brow smiled and said that he was a relative of Ibelia and Persia Mayton. These names should be familiar to them. Hearing Larson's words, the guy from the Golden Tiger tribe became very angry. He clenched his teeth and looked at Larson menacingly. Hearing Larson's words, Murring opened her mouth wide, not understanding what was happening. The next second the guy swung his fist at Larson. Larson thought that it would take him too long to earn the recognition of the entire tribe, and he needed to end this now. Murring clenched her teeth and screamed that Larson was a freak. She, with her mouth wide open, looked menacingly at Larson and screamed, "How dare he deceive her? She will eat him alive right now." The guy from the Golden Tiger tribe, clenching his teeth, shouted that Murring was stupid. She had brought Mayton right to the doorstep of the Golden Tigers. Murring spread her arms in fear and screamed that she didn't know about this. She just thought that she could get into the village. Murring looked towards the evil guy with tears in her eyes and shouted for Larson to explain the situation to him. She would then eat him. Larson calmly turned around and said that it seemed like Murring was going to eat him right now. The guy clenched his teeth and said that they were not afraid. He looked menacingly towards Larson, and then added that they were ready to fight to the death. Larson replied that he had come precisely to prevent this from happening, to make amends for what his sisters had done. The guy transformed into a real tiger. He swung his paw and shouted that Larson really thinks that they will believe this, how someone from their monstrous family can fix something. Larson pulled out the Fang of Loyalty. He said that he would place it on the altar and added that he would then accept the legacy of Tutank and Curdle. Larson furrowed his brows and calmly added to end the senseless massacre that the Maytons had caused. A strong red aura appeared around the tiger and he shouted that he had to believe it. Larson, extending his claw in front of him, said that the altar would judge, and the tiger shouted that he would now judge him with his paw. Larson turned around and said that in that case, should they check whether it was a real fang of Tutanka or not. Suddenly, someone appeared nearby, walking towards them, leaning on a cane. Larson turned around and saw the elder of the Golden Tiger tribe. He was missing one leg and was leaning on a cane. Larson said it was Bakuya. The elder opened his mouth in surprise and asked how the boy knew his name. Larson wondered if it was because of the divine eye. Of course. The Golden Tiger guy continued to look menacingly towards Larson. Larson smiled and said that the great prophet and sage Curdle told him. Bakuya looked up in surprise and said that he didn't remember. Larson replied that he could see the future. An image of Ibelia appeared in front of Larson, and he said that this is the future in which the Mython sowed chaos throughout the world. Larson then saw Persia smiling and said that he had inherited his will. Larson furrowed his brows and said that he was born with a destiny that told him to stop his sisters. Larson looked at the thoughtful elder. A status appeared in front of him that he was excited. Larson thought that he had already bought it. Let him stop breaking down and they would be on their way. The elder, closing his eyes, replied that he did not know anyone named Curdle, but he knew about the ancient legends of the Golden Tiger tribe. The guy looked at the elder and spread his hands, and then asked what kind of ancient legends these were. The elder replied that, although young warriors like him were not particularly interested in this. The elder introduced a pumped-up man holding a fang in his hand. He said that Tutanka tore out his own fang and swore. A vivid image of a fang and blood appeared before the elder. He added that Tutanka swore that he would protect the land of the Golden Tiger tribe and his comrades. The elder presented the sacrificial altar and said that the ruler of the world, Tutanka, carved a sacrificial altar out of stone and made a hole in it for the fang. Then the fang on the sacrificial table began to glow, and the elder added that in the distant future, when his fang and the altar were united again, the great hero Tutanka would appear again. Larson turned to the elder and said that the great leader had comrades. He thought the Golden Tiger tribe were loners by nature, wasn't it? Murring looked ahead, puzzled, and pointed to herself and said, "I guess." Larson frowned and looked at the guy from the Golden Tiger tribe. He thought that this is not the strangest thing about Tutanka and his fang, that's what's strange. Larson narrowed his eyes and looked to the side in disbelief. He thought that the reaction between the fang and the altar could only mean one thing, magic. Larson carefully looked at the elder and the Golden Tiger guy. He thought that the tribe did not know how to use magic. How then the leader of the tribe was able to cast a spell on the altar? Larson, standing still, thought that there was an even stranger detail, that they did not see anything strange in it. Larson turned towards the elder and said that he had already been here a long time ago and for the great sage Curdle. The elder, lowering his eyes, said that Larson was not lying. The smell of this place still remained on him. Larson, approaching the elder, added that he was interested in something. The elder replied that Larson should ask. The elder looked at Larson in surprise, and Larson said that why Persia could not find them, she should have been able to sense this barrier. The elder hit the ground with his staff and then wondered if Larson was right, how he had not noticed this oddity before. The elder's hand trembled just thinking about it. Larson smiled and added that the man behind this oddity was none other than the great sage Curdle. The guy and the elder looked at Larson in shock. The elder asked how Curdle was connected with the Golden Tiger tribe. Larson imagined Curdle in his head and thought that Tutanaka was not an incredible strongman and ruler of the world. If you replace the name Tutanaka with Curdle, everything becomes clear. Will they understand if he says that Tutanaka is Curdle? Larson thought, lowering his head, that there was something even more important. He said that Curdle. Hearing the following, the elder stood in a stupor. Larson said that the great sage who hypnotized their entire family. The guy from the tribe gritted his teeth, looked angrily in Larson's direction, and Larson continued to say that he was the one who left behind Tutanka's fang. Murang, not understanding what was happening, looked ahead. She then furrowed her eyebrows and asked that they were hypnotized. Larson turned around with a smile and said that such was the will of the great leader of the proud tribe. Suddenly the elder extended his hand forward. He looked at Larson with a smile and said that Larson was quite smart, unlike his bloodthirsty sisters, and he would take him to the village. Larson smiled and thought that the first level had been completed. He shook the elder's hand and said that was great. Murang stood aside and watched as Larson, along with other residents of the Golden Tiger, left for the tribe. Suddenly Larson shouted for Murang to keep up, and she immediately hurried after them. We are taken to a small waterfall. Larson, standing behind the elder, thinks that this is a pond. Suddenly the elder, closing his eyes, speaks in an incomprehensible language. Larson turns around, frowning. He watches how everything around him begins to change. He thinks that time and space are being distorted. Larson, gritting his teeth, looks ahead. He reflected on the fact that he was very dizzy, much worse than when he had to go through the portal. Larson felt himself getting worse and worse. He began to think that if he showed weakness, he would be eaten. We are transported to a certain space, red clouds are everywhere, and the earth has turned to sand. Larson looks at everything around in surprise. He thinks that this is the village of the Golden Tiger. The villagers looked angrily towards the elder and did not ask which this man. The elder calmly walked forward, answered yes, and that he brought Tutanka's fang. Tears flowed from the elder's cheeks. He thought that the great leader Tutanka would finally save them. The elder looked up to the sky with tears in his eyes and wondered what he had in store for their tribe. Murang carefully looked at everything around her. She stopped, opened her mouth wide and blushed, smiling, continuing to examine the village of the Golden Tiger. Elder Bakuya and Larson walked through the deserted land, accompanied by members of the Golden Tiger tribe. One of the warriors said that he smelled like Tutanka. The second warrior confirmed that it was his smell. Bakuya looked to the side and thought that everyone knows the smell of King Tut. Although they have never met him, this must be the same mass hypnosis of their kind. The elder stopped, leaning on a stick, raised his head and said, "It's here." Larson looked in the same direction. The guy saw in front of him a staircase leading to an altar, from the center of which a ray of light came out and reached the sky. Larson realized that this was the altar of the Golden Tiger tribe. There was a stone altar on a flat area. Bakuya said that at the top of the altar there was a hole. A fang should be inserted into it. The elder continued to say that according to legend, if an unworthy person does this, he will be immediately killed by lightning. Larson was climbing the stairs. After these words, he sharply turned his head and looked at the man in surprise and thought that he was hearing this for the first time. A notice appeared on the screen that Curdle was being careful. He decided to take into account the possibility that the fang could be taken by someone who had never met him, a condition, a meeting with Curdle. Larson looked at the screen on which a recording appeared. If someone who had never met Curdle tried to donate a fang, Curdle's supreme technique would be used against human enemies. Lightning strike. The guy raised his hand with the fang, clenched his teeth and thought, supreme technique Curtella against human enemies. Why such a long name? Bakuya looked at the guy carefully and asked if he was afraid. Larson answered no. The guy smiled, looked at the fang and said that he just felt a connection with the spirit of Tutanka and Curdle and suggested starting. Larson walked leisurely up the stairs. Larson walked up to the altar, looked at it and thought, here is the altar, he feels the magic here. The guy looked at the fang with the thought that since Curdle himself gave it to him, everything will be fine. Larson raised his fang to the light coming from the altar. A magical light began to emanate from the fang. Larson looked in surprise at the bright light and thought something had activated. Warriors from the Golden Tiger tribe, standing below, began to shout, Tutanka. Larson looked ahead and said that this was Tutanka. An image of a man with long hair and a cloak appeared on the altar. Larson looked at him and realized that this was young Curdle. He knew that they were the same person. The young man on the altar looked at the guy, called him the heir and said he brought him the Holy Grail. Larson thought that it was the same hologram as last time. The Grail appeared behind the guy's back, and the man from the altar said that since Larson had managed it. The man said that he was giving him this, extended his palm, in which streams of mana swirled. Larson saw the red crystal and thought, is this a gem? The stone flew past the surprised face of the guy and crashed into the face of the Grail, which even screamed from this. The bull looked with horror in its eyes at its forehead, on which a stone appeared, and shouted that Curdle was an idiot, no, his beautiful face. The hologram looked at what was happening with the words that he suspects. The baby is now whining and squeaking with all his might. Larson looked at the angry bull and thought, baby, and the Grail asked him to shut up. He is not a baby, he is great. Curdle is sure that he is crying about what a great holy grail of excellence he is. The cup closed its eyes, from which tears were dripping, and screamed how infuriating it is. The man from the altar told the air, if he is right, then the guy is most likely going not only along the path of the magician. Larson looked at his fist and said that not only along the path, but thought to himself, most likely, he is talking about magical combat technology. Larson and the Grail looked in the direction where a man's voice came from, saying that no matter how talented a person is, the body's capabilities are limited, and no one can have infinite strength. Curdle continued to say that that's why he thought of the Holy Grail, to store the attribute not in the body, but somewhere else. That's the role of the Holy Grail. The cup narrowed its eyes and stuck out its tongue in response. Larson folded his arms across his chest, looked thoughtfully into the distance, and thought that Casson received the Grail in the original novel. But it did not work as a container for attributes. Perhaps it would be more useful for him than for the main character. Curdle asked, then his attribute, fire, the Grail, closed his eyes and proudly said that he had guessed wrong. The Grail looked at his reflection in the mirror and said that he is so great that he holds all the attributes. He hates it. He looks ugly. But with this attribute stone he will be able to synchronize any of his attributes with the guy. The man on the altar looked at them and said that everything is clear. The first attribute should be fire. He is sure that the guy can use it to learn elemental attribute magic. Larson listened carefully to the man, who said that the most important thing is that since the attribute has merged with the Grail, others will not know about it. This is a very useful ability. The man smiled and said that after a while the guy would learn a lot of new things if he followed his path. Curdle looked good-naturedly and added that if Larson could, it would be great if he also followed in the path of his dear friend. The hologram disappeared, and Larson looked at the altar and thought that it had disappeared, and who was this dear friend? The blonde guy looked at the Grail and said that he looked disappointed. The Grail rolled his eyes in response and shouted, who is he? He is the great holy Grail. Larson said, whatever he says, baby. The Grail angrily clenched his teeth and said that you shouldn't treat him like that, it infuriates him. Everything around shook. Larson and the Grail looked to the side in surprise. Larson knelt down, put one hand on the floor and thought it was an earthquake, and then realized it wasn't. Under his hand, the stone floor began to crack. Larson realized that the altar was collapsing. The stone scattered and the guy began to fall down, followed by the Grail with screams, no. The guy used the wind attribute and landed on his feet, thinking that it was scary. Larson looked at the tribe, where the people had tiger heads. The guy looked at the people in surprise and thought that the golden tiger tribe. They all froze. The tiger-headed Bakuya exhaled. The elder regained his human face and said that when the altar broke, so did their bonds. Larson looked at the man with the stick and wondered why he was suddenly speaking so formally, and then clarified, shackles. Bakuya looked at the guy and said that the golden tiger tribe was so strong that they could take over the world. But when the great leader Tutanka disappeared, God's shackles began to tighten. Larson thought, God's shackles, and the people of the tiger-headed tribe all roared. The elder confirmed that now God's shackles had disappeared. Larson looked in surprise at the jubilant tribe, which began to be illuminated by heavenly light. Larson raised his head and looked at the sky, which began to change. He thought the barrier was disappearing, space and time were changing. The guy saw rays of light flooding the green valley, and the elder said that even with the disappearance of God's shackles, the golden tiger tribe is not perfect. Larson looked at the man and asked why. Bakuya answered because they don't have tails. The guy asked in surprise, tails. Not far from them, leaning on a tree, stood a girl named Murring, moving her tail and thinking that tails are their biggest weakness, so they cut them off in childhood. Bakuya looked at the girl's tail and added that without God's shackles, they needed their tails. The elder and Larson looked at the girl carefully. Bakuya, looking to the side, explained that since ancient times their tribe had had a ruler, purely symbolically of course, but with the exception of the great leader Tutanka, all their rulers were women. The Larson tribe watched as the elder approached the girl and said, after all, the golden tiger tribe is matriarchal. Bakuya looked into the girl's eyes and said that she was suitable for this role. Murring opened her mouth in surprise and asked, what, me? The elder said that it seemed that God's shackles weighed on her more than others. Murring looked at her fist and replied that she really felt better. Larson looked at what was happening in surprise and thought that Murring was weak because of God's shackles. Larson imagined his sister Persia carrying severed tiger heads in her hands and thought that because all the adults in her village were killed, there was no one to cut off her tail and she was not allowed into the village. Murring stood as a little tiger cub and trembled with fear. Larson remembered how he met a lonely girl who was sitting on the rocks next to the skeleton of a deer and thought that she had to live on her own, so she met him. Was it all a coincidence? Larson looked ahead thoughtfully and began to reason that it was too obvious, as if it was a setup. Was it Curdle? He must be controlling all of this. The elder looked at the guy and said that he, Bakuya from the Golden Tiger tribe, swears allegiance to the savior who freed them from God's shackles. Larson looked at the two tigers who approached him, bowed their heads. First one said that he, Itra from the Golden Tiger tribe, swears allegiance to the savior who freed us from God's shackles. Then the second spoke, he, Radura from the Golden Tiger tribe, swears allegiance to the savior who freed them from God's shackles. Then another member of the tribe spoke that he, Sanyur from the Golden Tiger tribe, swears allegiance to the savior who freed them from God's shackles. Then another one spoke that he, Jibiko from the Golden Tiger tribe, swears allegiance to the savior who freed them from God's shackles. Larson looked and thought that the entire Golden Tiger tribe was swearing allegiance to me. One by one the members of the tribe swore an oath. The girl approached the guy, looked at him and said that she, Murring from the Golden Tiger tribe, swears allegiance to the savior who freed them from God's shackles. A recording appeared on the screen that he had received an oath of allegiance from the entire Golden Tiger tribe. Larson looked at the unusual tribe standing in front of him and thought that the Golden Tiger tribe was now his allies. Larson smiled and realized that this is what Curdle wanted to give me. Without God's shackles they are incredibly strong. The men of the tribe raised their arms up and showed off their strong muscles. Larson and members of the tribe sit at the festive table. They solemnly raise their glasses up. After the feast and other celebrations, the tribe of the Golden Tiger broke up. Larson looked at the blue sky, across which a flock of birds flew, and thought that they no longer needed to live together. Without God's shackles they might not be able to defeat his sisters, but they would easily escape. Larson turned his head and asked Murring why she didn't leave. The girl looked at him in confusion and said, she. Murring closed her eyes and replied that she was going here. Larson clarified, to Karin, why? The girl couldn't find what to answer. Sweat began to flow down her face. Murring joyfully raised her hands, smiled and said that he was probably bored alone. Larson spread his hands irritably and thought that tigers were like a loner. What was wrong with her? And said out loud that she should do what she wanted. Larson and Murring stopped and looked into the distance in surprise. Behind the forest, a fire was raging and large, black clouds of smoke were rising into the sky. Larson thought that there was a fire in Karin. This is a village. The guy looked closely and thought, stop this fire. Larson remembered his sister, behind whose back the same fire was burning. She was carrying the head of a tiger with a smile. The guy took a step back and realized that it was Persia. Larson looked at the fire and thought that this was Persia. This was her fire. The guy looked in front of him and thought with horror, oh no. Larson remembered the girl who smiled and winked at him, and realized that Lydia was now in Karin if they met. Larson gritted his teeth, bent down, prepared to run, and activated the wind attribute. The guy thought that he had to get there as quickly as possible and ran at great speed. He looked ahead and hoped that nothing had happened yet. Murring looked after him in surprise. The girl looked at the fire with horror and thought that this was a familiar and terrifying feeling. Murring stood and looked at the fire and the black smoke that rose to the sky. Larson ran to the fire, stopped abruptly and realized that the village was on fire, Karin's people. The guy heard someone calling the young gentleman by name. Larson began to carefully look around. A girl ran to the guy and asked for help. Larson noted that it was one of the locals and asked what happened. The girl screamed that Persia Maitan was there. The next moment, the girl's body was overtaken by fire and burned to the bone. Larson looked in horror at the falling skeleton of the girl. The guy lowered his gaze and began loudly pronouncing the girl's name. Larson saw Lydia lying unconscious on the ground. He began to scream and call for her. Persia stood next to the lying girl. A barrier of sand was created around them so that the fire could not reach Lydia. Persia put her bloody finger on her lip, looked at the guy, extended her hand to him with the word, "Here you are, brother." Larson angrily said the name Persia to himself. The sister folded her arms over her chest, looked at the lying girl and said that she saw an Ibelia doll, so she decided to have a little fun. Persia looked the other way and said, "Yes, this is his toy too." Larson looked seriously at his sister and asked why she was here. Persia looked to the side with a smile and answered, "What? It's impossible." He can't greet his sister more kindly. Larson stood against the backdrop of dark smoke and thought that the whole village stinks of burnt meat. Why? Larson remembered how happy Lydia was when she talked about the Dragon Mountains and that she would be able to see Dad. Larson clenched his teeth. He was shaking with anger. He constantly thought, why did she do this? Larson looked at his sister and said if she was waiting for him, she probably needed something. Persia lowered her eyes, smiled and answered, "From him, she wanted to see him, but she doesn't need anything else from him. Stupid, she's here because of her." Larson saw the surprised face of the girl approaching him and thought, Murring, she followed him. Persia looked to the side and said that she needed the teeth of a golden tiger. Larson asked why. Her sister replied that this was one of her few hobbies. The sister continued to say that recently she couldn't find the Golden Tiger tribe with her spell. She remembered a man who was sitting on the ground selling bases, and added, so she hired people to search, and according to rumors, tigers live or something here. Persia remembered that she had hired girls in beautiful, expensive clothes. The sister also thought about boys playing ball, and Larson realized that his sister most likely had a network of informants all over the world. Mering opened her mouth in surprise when she heard her sister's words, but knowing that her younger brother was walking with the tiger, how could she not come? Persia looked at her brother with a smile and said that he had done a good job for her, so she thought for a long time about how to reward him. Larson silently looked at his sister. Persia looked at the girl's skeleton lying on the ground. Then the sister looked at the burning trees and said that this was her surprise for him. Persia looked at the burning houses in the village and added, since he tried and found the golden tiger tribe for her. Mering remembered her childhood, how she looked at Persia, who was carrying the heads of tigers in her hands, and screams were heard around. Just not children and requests for help. She remembered the words of the girl who said that there was no need to hate her, and then asked if she knew why will she die? Persia leaned over to the little shaking tiger cub and said because she was weak. Little Mering looked at the girl with tears in her eyes, who told her that if she wants revenge, look for her when she becomes stronger, although it seems to her that Mering will be weaker than her in any case. Mering recalled this story with horror in her eyes. Larson turned and looked in surprise at Mering, who suddenly sat down on the ground. The girl looked at him with hatred and screamed that he lied to her. She was in a panic because of the injury. Larson looked at his sister and said that Karen's people were innocent. Persia smiled in response and said that people in this world die regardless of whether they are guilty or not. Larson noted that the Golden Tiger tribe is also innocent. The sister answered yes, but she needs them. Larson said that her Mering, a girl with tiger ears, looked at him in surprise and shouted out of offense. He and Larson continued to say that she was his friend and would accompany him on his journey. Larson looked seriously at his sister and confidently said that he was not going to give her his friends. Hearing this, Meringa opened her mouth in surprise. Persia listened silently to her brother's words. The sister said, in that case, she will take a look, and they connected the thumb and index finger, forming a circle. Persia finished the sentence. How much stronger he had become, raised her hand and looked into the circle of fingers, between which a blue seal appeared. Larson took a closer look and realized that it was a magical seal in his fingers. Persia blew between her fingers and a strong stream of fiery energy began to emerge from the other side of the seal. The stream flew next to the guy's face. The energy flew into the rock, a powerful explosion was heard, and stones fell to the ground. Larson looked at the destruction in confusion and thought, smashed to pieces, this is the power of the fire magic of the sixth circle. Persia looked at the magic seal between her fingers and said, he knows that she missed on purpose, this time she will hit. Larson looked at the seal, and Persia said that he would die if he did not move. The guy stood motionless in his place. Mering picked herself up from the ground and took a defensive position. Larson lowered his eyes when he heard his sister say that if he moved, his girlfriend would die. Mering looked at the red-haired girl in fear and opened her mouth. Persia raised her hand to her lips and blew. A stream of fiery energy rushed straight at the guy, who stood motionless, clenching his fists. Larson carefully watched the fiery beam approaching him. The guy opened his eyes wide as the beam approached his face. The flow of energy stopped right in front of the guy. Larson lowered his eyes. Persia extended her hand forward and said he knew that she would not harm him. Larson replied yes, because she was going to become the patriarch, and he thought to himself that the attacks of his siblings could not harm him while he was on a pilgrimage. Persia curled her lips with displeasure, looked to the side and said, clearly, she's bored, she's prepared everything here to have fun. Larson thought, these are the rules of the Mitons, and she has no choice but to follow them. The guy smiled and began to say what then. Persia did not let him finish and said, but this will be fun. A fiery whip appeared in her hands. She waved it and cut off the hand of Lydia, who was still lying unconscious on the ground. The severed hand flew to the side, leaving a bloody trail behind it. The expression on Lydia's face did not even change. She still lay calmly with her eyes closed. Persia looked away and smiled contentedly. Mering looked at what was happening in horror, her mouth open. Larson looked forward with pain in his eyes and thought, Lydia's hand. The guy's eyes changed color, his hair became ash gray. Larson knitted his eyebrows and looked at his sister seriously. The screen displayed information that Blitz Tactics had been activated. He could maintain Blitz Tactics for 1 minute and 30 seconds with his current mana reserve. Persia calmly folded her hands on her chest, smiled and said, this is the magic attack skill. His mana reserve has grown very much, but this will not help him in any way. The sister looked at the guy from whom streams of icy mana were emanating and offered to play their favorite game. They hadn't done this for a long time. If he made her retreat even a step, he won. Larson looked carefully at his sister, who continued to say that if he wins, she will allow him to take the tiger and the toy. Larson shouted that she had better keep her word and prepared to attack, kneeling on one knee, placing one hand on the ground, and raising the other into a fist. Larson clenched his teeth and rushed to the attack. Persia looked at her approaching brother, spread her arms and said, now she will see how much stronger he has become. The sister crossed her arms in front of her with a smile on her face. Larson looked in surprise at the fiery shield that appeared in his path. Persia stood behind the shield and said that if it touched it, it would burn to the ground. Larson looked forward confidently and clenched his teeth. Persia stood calmly, holding her hands in front of her, and asked what he would do. Larson prepared to attack and pulled his fist back. The guy hit the fire shield with his fist, and the sister thought in surprise, fire mana. Larson looked at the shield, which began to collapse from his attack. The guy, gritting his teeth, overcame the shield and approached his surprised sister. Persia looked at her brother's furious face and said, "Did he take fire into his body?" The sister smiled and asked how he managed it in such a short time, and thought to herself, "You won't get bored with him, he definitely passed the first level, in which case it's time to move on to the next one." Larson flew up to her and grabbed her with his hands. The guy thought he would break her ribs and started squeezing her with all his might. Larson began to lose strength and thought, "Yes, they are like stone, she is not moving at all." Persia said with a smile, "It looks like he missed her very much since he hugs her so much," and thought to herself that his ability to withstand fire is impressive. An ordinary second-round magician would die on the spot. Larson tried his best to squeeze her, but she stood calmly and thought that it was because of his robe. Where did he get such an artifact? Persia remembered a moment from the past, how she was kneeling in a room covered in blood, the corpse of a monster lay nearby, and a blonde girl was looking at her. She thought that it reminded her of the face that she hated. Persia raised her palm up and a magical fire seal formed above it. The sister raised her hand up and, without touching her brother, lifted him off the ground. Larson began to scream from the pain caused by the fiery mana that enveloped him. The guy winced in pain and thought that it was a huge wave of fiery mana. It was breaking through the scales of the white dragon and the chest plate of the 1,000-year-old dragon. Persia looked at the suffering and cries of her brother with a smile, and the Grail jumped out of the owner's body, swelled and shouted that he was also at the limit. Grail said as if his body was about to explode. Murring watched all this from the side. She was shaking with fear. Murring looked at what was happening with horror in her eyes, sweat flowing down her forehead. Murring remembered her childhood, how she happily ran to the woman who told her that she had found it. The woman handed the tiger cub a clover leaf and said this is for her. The happy tiger cub held a leaf in his paw, and the woman told him that a 4-leaf clover brings good luck. She is sure that only good things await her ahead. Murring looked at the clover leaf in her paw. The girl's next memory was that she was looking at the clover leaf again, but the flames were raging around her. The tiger cub stands and looks at the body without a head as Persia holds the tiger's head in one hand, and with the other hand she pierced the tiger's body through. A tiger with a wound in its stomach shouted to the tiger cub to run. Murring remembers fiery death with a scythe, Persia's hand sticking out of the tiger's body. The girl remembered how the severed head flew away from the body. Murring remembered how she stood as a tiger cub with a clover in her hands and looked at Persia with severed heads and death behind her. The tiger cub had tears flowing from his eyes in horror. Persia looked at the clover in the tiger cub's paw. Persia incinerated the leaf and said, "There is no need to hate her," and then asked if she knew why she would die. Murrant remembered the smiling face of the sorceress who said, "Because she is weak, if she wants revenge, let her seek it when she becomes stronger." Persia extended her finger over the crying tiger cub's head and added, although it seemed to her that she would be weaker than her anyway. Murring was shaking all over from these memories. The girl looked at the guy screaming in pain, to whom the sister said, "It hurts? Yes, that's how weak people feel." Then Murring looked at the red-haired girl, who said with a smile that the weak always suffer from the strong, everything is always taken away from them. Persia looked at the girl, who, just like in childhood, stood with her mouth open and cried, and said that they could not do anything about it, just like his tiger friend. Larson gritted his teeth and screamed, but when the weak decide to do something, they can change the world. After these words, Murring stopped crying and looked at the guy in surprise. Murring remembered Larson speaking to her before the attack. Larson looked at her and said, "This fear is inside her, she must overcome it, otherwise." Murring froze and opened her mouth slightly. The last tear rolled down the girl's face. She calmly closed her mouth. Murring decided that she must overcome the fear within herself, grabbed her cloak with her hand and pulled it. The girl threw her cloak aside. Murring realized that nothing would change otherwise, and with a confident look she headed towards the enemy. The girl's face changed from human to tiger-like. Persia looked at the blood spattering on her face. The red-haired girl saw the head of a huge tiger, which sank its large fangs into her hand. Persia looked in surprise at the fountain of blood from the severed arm. Murring, in the guise of a large tiger, ran to the side with her hand in her teeth. The tiger stopped, turned around and looked at the bloody girl and the surprised guy who fell to the ground, freed from his sister's magic. The mana in the guy's body was depleted, the blitz tactics were over. Larson lay exhausted on the ground and thought that Murring had torn off his sister's hand. Persia looked into the tiger's eyes and said, "His eyes." The red-haired girl lowered her eyes, smiled and said that now she remembered. A notification appeared on the screen that a significant change had occurred that would affect history. Persia watches as blood comes out of her hand. Persia brings her hand to her face and chews, after which she puts her hand on her stomach and starts laughing. The tiger looks at her in bewilderment. The guy opened his mouth, looking at Persia in surprise. She, in turn, closed her eyes and lowered her head, smiling and saying how weak she was. She smiles, opening her eyes, and says that this is not bad for the golden tiger, and he is much stronger than last time. The guy was scared, looking at her in surprise. Persia raises her thumb and, smiling, says that she did. The tiger notices how a magic circle appears under him and continues to hold his hand in his mouth. He raises his head and lets go of his hand and starts screaming. And while the guy is watching all this, sitting on the ground, Persia stands and looks at how the tiger fell, says that he will still be weaker than her, and the guy thinks that this is fake fire and this is the magic of Persia's illusion. The tiger turned into a man, lying on the floor, closing his eyes and gritting his teeth, while Persia continues to talk about how she cast this illusion with the intention of killing. But she is still alive, and the guy, looking at this, thinks that she lost with just one attack, and even taking into account the fact that God's shackles were removed. Persia smiles as she watches this tiger and says that she recognizes that he has potential and is fit to be a toy, and she was even able to rip her arm off. The guy lowers his head down, closing his eyes, after which Persia calls this guy to her, calling him Larson, and he responds, to which he says that it is a gift. After which Larson holds Persia's hand and looks at it, gritting his teeth and very worried, he looks at this bloody hand. And a system window appears in front of him, saying that this is Persia's left hand, and he thinks, what is it, such a gift, and is it really her own hand? He remembers how he used the blue magic circle with his hand there, and thinks that for a magician, his hands are the most important thing after his heart. And he remembers how many magicians, dressed in black robes, use both hands to create magic circles in front of them, thinking that this allows them to cast spells. Larson looks at Persia, holding her hand, and tells him why she gives it to him, in response to something he says that because he made her laugh, and Larson says that she could introduce it back. Persia smiles, closing her eyes, and says that it wouldn't be so fun, but that Larson thinks he's up to something. Larson looks at her in surprise, his mouth open, and thinks that wait, in the novel she was called a mage killer and a one-armed mage. After which he remembers Lydia using fire magic and killing magicians. How could she achieve this title with one hand? And there must be some restrictions on this. The system sends notifications that they have found a plot hole, and Larson's character has received the creator privilege, and he thinks about whether this is really the same creator privilege. Larson watches as the system notification disappears and everything turns black and white and numbers appear and time freezes, and he thinks that the last time this happened was several years ago and time stood still. And Larson looks to the sky, smiling and watching the book appear above, thinking that this is a new plot hole, and he needs to correct this mistake using the privileges of the creator. He looks at this book, reading about how Lydia was able to gain the title of Mage Killer despite only having one arm, and the reason for this. He remembers a smiling Persia, frozen in time, and thinks that there are two clues. It is a one-armed magician, a sister who gives him her severed hand. And he looks at the tigress lying on the floor and thinks that he doesn't understand what it is, but he is sure that she left the tigress alive because she was having fun, and he needs to make it all more believable, not changing the plot. Larson then places his pen directly over the space. After that, he reads what caused this, and he remembers a sentence from the book saying that Lydia was able to get the title of Mage Killer despite the fact that she had one arm, writing that the reason for this was due to certain conditions, which a successful firebender needs to achieve. And he looks at how he wrote down the words that some conditions, I think, that he did this on purpose, and this is just to be on the safe side, and they cannot be mandatory. He remembers a lot of firebenders, thinking that he would like to write a physical superiority that makes her stronger as a firebender, but it would also affect other benders. The system sends a notification that the plot hole has been fixed. Afterwards, Larson watches as everything around him turns to color again and the numbers disappear, resuming time, and thinks that the world is returning to normal, and it's good that he found the right answer. Persia comes closer, stepping with her heel, and says that today was fun and much more fun than she expected. Larson watches as she approaches him with closed eyes and a smile, continuing to talk about how cute he is when he's angry, and she's always ready to fight. Larson looks at her in surprise as she continues to talk about how she hopes he doesn't get stronger, not forgetting the rage she felt today. After which Persia kisses Larson, and he is surprised by this. He looks at his cheek, which has traces of her lipstick on it, and she says that she hopes that one day he will challenge her to an official fight. She walks forward, grabbing his head and smiling, saying that when this happens, be prepared for death, and it will not succumb like today. After which she looks at him, smiling, and disappears in the fire, saying that he is his beloved brother and they will see each other again. Larson watches as she disappears into flames and everyone around her lies on the floor covered in blood. He looks at all this, thinks that she has disappeared. Version lands on her chair, and her servant appears in front of her, bowing, saying that Miss Persia has finally returned. And the third shadow of Persia looks at her, saying that her hand, and she interrupts him, saying that yes, she gave it to her brother, and he says that it's good, and the inhabitants of the city safely moved to Van Pergnon. He looks at her, they say that perhaps it is rude of him, but why did she create illusions of talking townspeople? Persia closes her eyes and smiles, saying that she wanted to have fun and it would be even funnier if she actually killed them. She looks away, smiling, and they talk about how her brother might actually hate her then, and she doesn't like that thought. The fire died out, and everything around turned gray, leaving behind clouds of smoke. It's sunset and Larson stands over Lydia as the tigress walks away, closing her eyes and crossing her arms. Lydia remembers how her dad measured her at the pole. They say that he loved flowers, pears, and she looks at the same wooden pole on which her height was measured, and it is already burnt, continuing to say that she loved the mother. Lydia, all dirty, looks down, saying that dad always said he wanted to see her again. She throws a pear seed into the dimple, telling Larson. After which she buries him and slams her hand, saying that she hates Larson a little. And while Larson looks at her with sadness, she says that her sister killed her father, and he knows that he is not to blame, and it was her fault that she could not protect him. She stands opposite Larson and says that she could not protect her own father and lost one arm. Larson looks at her in surprise as a red aura begins to emanate from her, and she says that she will become stronger to kill Persia, and no, she will kill her father first so that she will feel the same pain that she is now. And Larson looks at it in surprise, thinking that this is ominous energy. And right behind Lydia, a huge ball appears that looks like an eye, while everything around it is in smoke and a red aura. Tigress is very surprised, looking at this, opening her mouth. And what appeared behind Lydia turns into an eye, shrouded in smoke and a red aura. The system sends notifications that the eye's healing power has been activated in Lydia's character's story, and the character's story progresses. This is Lydia's character's demon-slaying eye open. And Larson thinks about the healing power of the eye in the eyes and the desire of demons, and in the novella, Lydia meets Persia before she meets him and loses her hand. And this leads to the opening of the eye of demon extermination, as well as the fact that she becomes the enemy of all magicians. Larson narrowed his eyes, thinking that he had tried so hard to change history to prevent this. He looks at Lydia, who is surrounded by a red aura in this eye, that it was all in vain, and this healing power of the eye, and if this continues, he may die. Larson sits on a tree stump and reads a book while a tigress walks towards him. He notices her bringing him a huge basket of food, asking if she's okay, to which he says yes, she's fine and just sleeping, and where did she get that food? The tigress looks at her and says that she took it there, to which Larson thinks about what this means, and she says that good food makes you feel good, right? Lydia is sleeping in the tent, and Larson thinks that the tigress really understands her and even gave her her cloak. Larson remembers this huge eye standing behind Lydia while she was saying that she would kill Persia's father so that she would feel the same as she does now, and Larson thinks about it being the eye of a demon slayer. He peers into this red eye and says that, but Persia's father and her father too. Lydia smiles, shedding tears, and says that you think that you will be able to hold on if you see your father, so. She looks at Larson, crying and smiling. They say that she will kill him, and asks Larson to kill her after, and it will be right. Larson gets up, putting the map in his inventory, and the tigress, looking at this, asks him where they will go, to which he replies that to the grave of the hunters, and she says in surprise what kind of grave it is and why they will go into this stinking hole. She looks at Larson in surprise as he says that he needs a potion of capacity, and she asks him what kind of potion it is and what it is for. Larson looks at his fist, creating an aura around himself, and says that this is a special potion that increases the maximum amount of mana in the circle, and so tells him that such a thing really exists. She looks at Larson in surprise. They say that she knows little about magic, but she has never heard that such a thing was possible. Larson looks at her, they talk about what he didn't see, and she asks what he's talking about. Larson remembers his sister and how she smiled while the fire burned around her, thinking that he realized something after his battle with her, and now he won't even be able to scratch her. And more importantly, he remembers the red spiral being created, thinking that it turns out that there is a power of restoration in this world, and he has the privileges of changing the probability of this reality. Remembering the blue spiral, he thinks that at the same time the world has the healing power of the eye, which maintains stability, and he looks at how these two forces come together, saying that they were fighting against each other without his knowledge, and he needs to create changes that would defeat the healing power of the eye, but at the same time would not cause the destruction of probability. Larson looks confidently at the tigress, placing his hand on his chest, and thinks that he has no time to hesitate if he really wants to make this change, and tells her that he is going to find this capacity potion and become much stronger, continuing to reflect on the fact that he needs to become much stronger in order to defeat the healing power of the eye, which is supposed to kill him when he turns 17. The raven is sitting on the gate, and the tigress is talking about Ugg and why they came to this place, and no one is watching him. Lydia and Larson watch as she covers her face with her hand and says that she feels like the corpses are decomposing, to which Lydia says that is it true, and she doesn't feel anything, and Larson adds that everything after all, the tigress has a much better developed sense of smell than they do. They all walk through the cemetery, called the Hunter's Grave, and Larson thinks that this is the Hunter's Grave that was described, and it is much more terrible than he imagined it. Larson looks at Lydia and says that it seems to her that a ghost could jump out at any moment, to which he says that he thinks that she will scare him more than he will scare her. The system sends a notification about the activation of the Divine Eye, and Larson walks forward through the cemetery while the others trail behind him. The system sends a notification about a fragment of a firestone, and Larson looks at the church, thinking that this is an abandoned cemetery, forgotten by everyone, and there is nothing special about it except that all the stones here are fiery. And he remembers the primitive people who tried to light a fire, thinking that the fire stones and minerals that the ancient people used to start a fire, and you had to hit 2 stones together to create a spark. And remembering the Book of Magic, thinking that with the development of fire magic and spirit magic, remembering this stone, he thinks that it has already been forgotten. The tigress looks around with a dissatisfied face and covers her nose with her hand, saying where is this potion of capacity, and to which she receives the answer that it needs to be found. Larson looks at her while she is very surprised and shouts at him that he doesn't even know where she is, to which he replies that she is definitely here somewhere while Lydia calls him over. Lydia gets very worried looking at Larson and says that it is very cold here and can they light a fire, to which he says no and she asks why. Larson looks at one of the graves with the others. They say that all the gravestones here are made of firestone, and if they light a fire, there will be an explosion. Lydia looks at Larson's back with a dissatisfied face, thinking that it is almost midnight, and as soon as the clock strikes 12, after which they hear the clock, and everyone pays attention to it, while the tigress talks about what these vibrations are. Lydia points her finger, they talk about what this tree is walking, to which the tigress answers her that she is really stupid, and how can a tree walk? And they both look at it in surprise, talking about what exactly this is, and Lydia is right. They look at a huge mutant tree walking straight at them with glowing eyes and think it's a treant. And while he begins to talk to them, Larson thinks that this is a creature of skin, which is much thicker than that of people and much stronger. He tells them that it looks like they have guests, and he continues to post that they only need water and sunlight to live, so they are very tenacious, and ants appear at the hunters' graves at midnight. This ant looks at Larson, they say that a man, and he continues to think that if, of course, there is no fire nearby, looking at them. He begins to scream, saying that why don't they light a fire, and it's very cold today, and he thought that people really love fire. Larson closes his eyes and smiles, crossing his arms, saying that he hates fire because he was burned as a child, to which Lydia is surprised to ask him if he really hates fire. Ant smiles, looking at them, and says that it means that there are people who understand his fear of fire, and fire is truly a terrible thing. And while the tigress covers her nose with her hand, Lydia, looking at them, says that he is really afraid of fire and shouts at her to shut up, calling her stupid. And the ant puts his roots straight into the ground, smiling and saying that he is not so bad, while Larson thinks about the fact that he is putting roots into the ground. They look at each other, and this ant begins to talk about how he guarded this place for a very long time, just like his ancestors, his mother and grandmother, and it was about 3,000 human years. The system sends a notification saying that this creature was born with the obligation to guard the hunter's grave, and Larson wonders what kind of guardian's obligation it is. The system says that the watchman wants to find the hunter's rib, and Larson thinks about it. He smiles, looking at this tree, and thinks that the hunter's rib is what he needs. Ent, looking at Larson, asks if he can bring him a hunter's rib, to which Larson replies that it is not that difficult. And Larson remembers that so far no one has come here in this story, but in the future the main character and his friends, may this creature have potion capacity and others will follow them. Larson crossed his arms, smiling, and they talk about where the grave with the rib is, to which he says that he will lead it, and the smell of fire there is too strong, and he cannot dig it himself. After which the ant begins to walk, and Larson, turning to the others, tells them to follow this tree. And they look at the sword stuck in the ground and emitting a red aura that this is here, the hunter's rib. And Larson turns to the tigress, looks in surprise and asks if he needs help, and she doesn't even smell anymore, because her nose seems to be numb, to which he says that no, everything is fine. He uses this shovel and begins to dig, thinking that he must do it himself, otherwise the container product will not work as it should. Larson looks down with his hand on his forehead. He notices a wooden coffin and thinks that this is it if he opens it. Opening it, he notices a lot of bones and thinks that this is definitely a non-human skeleton, and must be a werewolf, and he is known as an excellent hunter. After which Larson takes the bone, thinking that it is barely noticeable, but the bones shine with fiery mana, and he is sure that even this is too much for the ant. Larson smiles, holding out the bones, telling him to take it. This tree reaches out its roots and takes this rib. He smiles, saying that he finally got that rib and thanks to the man. Larson stood near the shovel and begins to watch how this tree begins to shine at the same time as how much he shines. Everyone else looks at it and says how beautiful it is, paying attention to the butterfly, after which a rose grows from the ground, and the ant says that this is a gift to man, and Larson thinks that this flower grew from the ground. He watches this, his mouth open in surprise and wondering what kind of flower this is. He notices how it begins to bloom and something begins to shine in the center, thinking that it is already blooming. Larson gritted his teeth, clearly dissatisfied, thinking that is this really a potion of capacity. He watches as a small bottle of potion lies in the center of the flower, thinking that it increases the maximum capacity of the circles. He peers at her and thinks that something is wrong, and this is too simple. This rose is heading straight towards Larson, and he thinks that it can't be that everything will end so easily, and something is clearly wrong here. Larson, taking the container potion lying on the flower with his hand, wondered if it was quite easy to get it and whether it was the same in the settings of the original he wrote. Larson, looking at the flower, hides the potion in his inner pocket. At this time, Cassen's group went to the end to complete the mission and get the potion. The main character had to take the initiative. In Larson's mind, an image appeared of a rich merchant who sells these potions, and people eager to buy, because if everything is so easy, then they could be sold for only 100,000 grains. But then all the magicians in the world could become stronger and the balance of power would be upset. Out of nowhere, a system alert appeared because Larson noticed a lack of probability. Larson, looking forward, thought that this was the problem and asked Cedra why he gave him this potion. Cedra looked at Larson and replied that he took out the hunter's rib. Cedra pulled out the vine in front of him, which contained that very rib. Larson asked about the meaning of this rib, but in response he only heard the same thing, that this rib belonged to the hunter. Meringue and Lydia watched the dialogue between the two from the side. When Larson wanted to know about the importance of this rib, Cedra considered the answer obvious, but later added that his grandmother and mother had been looking for this rib for a long time. At this time, Lydia, looking at Meringue, who was at a loss, asked if everything was okay. Meringue replied that she didn't know, it was better not to ask her and to remain silent. Larson, with confidence in his eyes and a small smile, thought about why he needed this rib, because there was a reason and he found an answer that he was sure of. The flower containing the potion began to move under the influence of the wind. At the same moment, Larson had thoughts about a mission that the ant himself did not talk about, and potion containers would continue to appear. An image of a potion against a tree appeared in Larson's head and he thought about the fakeness of these potions. A blue light surrounded the potion container as Larson realized that potions might not work as he had described them. Suddenly, a system alert appeared because Larson had found a fragment of the missing probability. Cassen's group appears before us, standing in front of the ant, who eventually obtained a potion, after using which they were supposed to become stronger. Larson recalled with a serious look that he had never written about the effect of increasing the maximum capacity of a potion's circle, and this meant that there must be a hint here somewhere. Larson turned his head sharply, confident that that was where the clue would be. In front of him was a wooden coffin with strange symbols. He immediately realized that this was exactly the thing. The system prompts you to set the coffin on fire for the offering. Looking at the symbols on top of the coffin, Larson realized that an offering to the fire was needed, which involved burning the offering. Larson immediately imagined a lot of enraged ants, because if you immediately start burning the coffin with fire mana, they will all attack until they kill. Larson continues to think about the solution to this riddle, raising his hand to his chin. He needs to somehow combine these probabilities. The magician sets the coffin on fire with fire magic as soon as he sees the inscription on it, making an offering. The ant, who hates fire, immediately kills such magicians, which is why he was chosen to test them. A system notification window appears, notifying that the missing probability fragment has been found and Larson's understanding of the location has increased. The system gives a hint that you need to set the coffin on fire with fire obtained without magic. Additional symbols appear on the coffin. The system gives a hint that after the conditions are met, the door will open. Larson thought about the new inscriptions that appeared before and after the first and about the possible involvement of Criddle in this, because his group was visible when using the divine eye. Larson, crossing his arms at his chest, asked Cedra about the burnt offerings. Cedra looks down at Larson and, repeating the question, says that the fire is hot. Cedra reawakened his memories with a worried expression on his face. Standing opposite the ant, Larson listened attentively to his story about the tradition, preserved for generations in the Cedra family, which stated that 77 reproaches must be brought in the coffin containing the rib of the hunter. Larson again plunged into his thoughts about the ants, who had to do this themselves, although they are afraid of even the slightest glimmer of fiery mana. And the thought of the number 77 came to his mind, and in reality, any number could be a coincidence. Many different numbers began to appear in his head, and the idea appeared that in literature it is natural for numbers to have a special meaning. Larson remembered Evian showing him Alberto's 77th book. Based on his experience in this world, this must be the reference that was seen by the divine eye. A clear image of this book appeared in front of Larson, which was called The Basics of Magic, Easy to Learn Mana Cultivation. Larson sat at the table, engrossed in reading a book as a system notification window appeared above his head about the translation of this tome. In this world, this textbook is often considered nonsense, but for Larson it became the basis of everything that he achieved in the technique of magical combat. Sudra, looking menacingly at Larson, interrupts his memories with his story about the ancestors who burned offerings for a long time, but not themselves, and so far they have only been able to do 76. Ent began to cry with fear, because his mission was to sacrifice the last, 77. He was told that the fire would be hot, but at the same time not burning, but Sudra was frightened by the very thought of this and he forgot about everything. Larson bent down, grabbed the firestone lying near his foot, remembered the previous clues and understood why there were so many of these stones around and turned to the annoyed Ent. Sudra listened attentively to Larson, who offered his assistance for the 77th offering. Lydia, with an incomprehensible expression on her face, did not know how Larson was going to light a fire with a stone because she had possessed fire mana since birth and would not have been able to understand this. Larson, having collected some hay in a pile, explained how to do this to Lydia and Murray, who were enthusiastically watching his actions. He needed some firestones, metal and flammable material. There are many fire mana potions in this world. Because the famous magic family is not the only one who deals with magic fire, families of swordsmen and martial artists also understand something about it. The cook uses fire mana for cooking, because it can be found anywhere and cheaply, so there is no point in looking for other methods. Huge factories are working to extract oil and gas in modern times, and the fire mana business is one of the many projects of the Mighton family. Larson is trying to make fire by knocking a stone on metal. When the dissatisfied Murring says that this is all stupidity, he asks her to shut up, calling her a thief. Larson thinks about the Golden Murring tribe, who, having no money or magic, simply steal fire for their survival. Larson rubs the firestone against metal for maximum heat energy and is able to produce fire. Larson looks at the flame that appeared right in front of him and thinks that this is a success. Murring is very surprised that he succeeded, and Lydia controls the fire with her finger and does not understand why complicate simple things. Larson places the lit hay in the hunter's coffin to begin the ritual. Sindra perked up at the sight of the fire. Ent is surprised to note that this fire is not hot. Lydia, Murring, and Larson look at the burning coffin. Larson was right. Ents are vulnerable to fire from fire mana. Even a small ember can cause serious harm, but unlike ordinary trees, they are vulnerable to fire obtained by other means, such as friction. Sudra, looking at Larson with respect, expresses his gratitude to him, because with his help he was able to complete what his mother could not. In the air, next to the place where Larson is standing, a door appears along with a bright yellow glow. He remembers the previous clues, as the inscription said, a door appeared. The door is opened and a bright glow was visible inside. Larson thought it was an artificial dungeon. Larson, Murring, and Lydia looked at the door and realized that as soon as the fire went out, the door would disappear, most likely with something related to the container potion inside. Lydia asked Larson with interest where this door could lead. Larson said that he would go in there because this door leads to an artificial dungeon and it could be dangerous because there is usually a guard there. Lydia, full of determination, wanted to go with him. Larson looked back, thinking that Lydia had changed. Before she would have insisted on staying outside, Murring doubted Lydia's strength, because she wouldn't even be able to jump to the door. Murring, turning her head away and looking smugly at Lydia, offered to climb on her back, thereby helping her out this time. System message about activation of the wind attribute. All three quickly rushed towards the door with faces full of determination. They instantly found themselves on the other side of the door, anticipating an artificial dungeon in which the unknown awaits. Once they were inside, the door on the other side slammed shut. A system notification window has appeared, notifying you about the completion of the hidden scenario of the 77th offering and about new golden door locations. Larson found himself in some dark place after entering through the doors into the artificial dungeons. Larson looked around, not understanding where he was. The torch illuminated a wall with incomprehensible symbols. Larson, Lydia, and Murring looked in surprise at the wall covered with various signs. It was a cave in which all the walls were painted. Murring looked around with fear, not understanding what kind of place this was. Lydia was surprised by the number of inscriptions. The system notification window said that by finding this place, you can become an heir. Larson took a step towards the wall with the inscriptions, thinking that Kirtle had done this too. Larson, coming close to the wall, began to read the conditions for becoming an heir, the first of which was the possession of a divine eye. Continuing to read, I learned that the second condition was the possession of an ability associated with Curdle, such as fighting spirit and magical combat techniques. At the end, he saw an inscription about the third condition, that the heir must have might and blood. Larson looked at the wall in bewilderment, not understanding why the Mitons. Alberto's name was written on the wall. He left here the story of his old friend Curdle and his own. After reading all this, Larson realized that it was not Curdle, but Alberto. They always fought over the same thing. Curdle said that magical attributes were most useful in battle. His style resembled an eagle, but Alberto believed that fighting techniques meant more, and thought that attributes were just an additional help. He fought like Cheetah. These two friends fought constantly about this because they each had their own path. They had no reason to argue other than their own stubbornness. They were always together and understood each other better than anyone. One day, two friends standing in the middle of a ruined city saw a little fair-haired girl holding a teddy bear in her hands. Her name was Casa Miton. They decided to take it with them. Curdle taught her magic, and Alberto taught her martial techniques. The girl was very happy with these two. To their surprise, she learned very quickly and they raised her as their own. Kaisa grew into a beautiful lady with a stern, cold-blooded gaze. She stood at the head of her own family. Kaisa lay in bed looking ill when Curdle and Alberto met again. Her heart was then irreparably damaged. When a person studies magical combat techniques and attribute magic, they may not get along together in his heart, wrapped in hot chains. It was an ordinary autumn day. When leaves were falling from the trees, Kaisa quickly realized the danger of combining magical combat techniques and attribute magic, but did not tell us anything, for fear of upsetting us. In the end, she left very early. There were a lot of upset people in black at her funeral. Curdle and Alberto grieved for a long time. Well, they couldn't grieve forever. The children of the Maton house remained, even though Kaisa had left everyone, so Curdle and Alberto began preparations to repay their debt to Kaisa. These two friends took it upon themselves to raise their children healthy. Curdle represented attribute magic. Alberto presented magical combat techniques. Alberto had to leave. In the end, Curdle remained with Kaisa's children. Alberto left the Miton estate, went on a long journey, and settled in a new place. Clenching his fist, he felt a new power that he discovered decades later. It does not mix with mana at all. An experienced fighter, Albert. He managed to become over the past years, surrounded by nature, discovered a new force, which he called the fighting spirit, and the techniques of magical combat using the fighting spirit were called martial arts. Larson awakened this power in which mana and morale do not interact with each other, as he wrote in the book, but how many consequences this entailed was a surprise. Larson came to a realization. He understood the reason why attribute magic was so well developed and why the Mitons stopped using magical combat techniques. Meringue was wondering what was written on the wall and whether Lydia could read it. Lydia tried to decipher the writings with great diligence. Alberto founded Grandel and the family, where he taught people his art, but he still loved the Mitons, so he wanted Miton to become his heir. Alberto, who was surrounded by a red aura, decided that this would be the last thing he would do for Kaisa. Curdle also wanted to do something similar, so he found a way and created what is called the Holy Grail of Excellence. Attribute abilities could be invested into this grail to free up the heart for magical combat techniques. The heart inside a person is too weak, but with the help of an artifact, it would be possible to use attribute magic and magical combat techniques. Curdle was angry. He quarreled with the formidable Alberto because the Grandels were an obstacle for him. Curdle and Alberto fought fiercely. Like a phoenix and a turtle, they fought without stopping, fighting for 7 days and 7 nights because no matter how much they loved each other, their anger was just as strong. Rain was dripping from the sky when they finally stopped. They both lay there after a brutal fight. Now they could no longer be together. Curdle and Alberto were in great pain, which was visible on their faces. Now it became clear that they had different paths. Alberto still loves his friend, does not know what Curdle thinks about this, because he may still hate him. Larson, fielding Manhwa, thought about Curdle and Alberto on the wall, as well as the founder of the Mite family, Kaisa Miton. Larson realized that something didn't add up. Because if Albert and Curdle were at odds, Alberto's leadership should be with the Grandels, not the Mitons. Larson remembered that this book was now in his library, which made him stunned. The system alert window notified that a plot hole was detected. Larson stood still when time stopped and all the inscriptions disappeared. Lines appeared on the wall instead of symbols, which Larson noticed and realized that now he needed to start writing. A pen appeared out of nowhere in my right hand. Larson remembered how happy the two friends were with Kaisa. On the lines that appeared instead of the symbols, Larson wrote that Alberto and Curdle remained friends and they both loved Kaisa Miton very much. Larson imagined the ideal life of these three. A system alert window suddenly appeared in front of Larson, notifying him that he had found a possibility that had been added to the creator's plot plan. The system notification window notified the creation of the leadership of the great sage Albert because now Larson has probabilities. Larson turned around at the sudden sound and saw a chest. He looked in his direction and thought that this was the thing he needed. In the chest was a book about the use of magic, which is easy for learning the cultivation of mana. The title seemed very familiar because he had definitely read about the basics of magic when he was younger. The book was enveloped in a blue glow, then Larson thought that it contained information about the in-depth process of mana cultivation. Larson looked in surprise at the bright glow in his inner pocket. It was the container that Larson pulled out of his pocket, after which he received a notification from the system that the potion's effect had increased from 20% to 100%. Larson realized that the capacity had also changed. He needed it to learn a new mana cultivation technique. Suddenly the cave began to collapse. Larson twitched that he needed to get out of here. Larson clenched his teeth tightly and squinted in the bright light. Murring, Lydia and Larson found themselves in a clearing, and that book lay next to them. Larson rose sharply that they were again at the hunter's grave, and began to look for Alberto's guidance. There was a book lying on the grass nearby and a potion in his hand. Larson realized that he had learned something new. Lydia, yawning, said that she had a dream, and Larson was surprised. Murring looked around while Larson listened, with the hope that this was not a prophetic dream, enthusiastically telling Lydia about how he was twisted and spun, and then he flew away somewhere. Murring tried to remember something, but she couldn't. Then Larson realized that her memories of the dungeons had been erased too. Looking sharply to the side, Larson thought about the int. All three looked at the tree shrouded in pink flowers. Lydia was surprised that this tree was here. Looking at the branches of the tree, which conveyed shades of pink, Larson thought that the ant must have protected this place for more than 1,000 years for the sake of Albert's love for Kaisa and Curdle. Touching the trunk of the mighty tree, Larson spoke words of praise addressed to Cedra. Larson, smiling, thought that with this leadership with renewed vigor to fulfill the will of Kaisa Mithon. There is a house in the silence of the night. A light is burning in one window, from which a woman's voice comes with the words, "He has been sitting like this for 2 hours." Larson sits on the floor in a lotus position with his eyes closed, shrouded in mana. With an open book in front of him, he uses magic, easy to learn mana cultivation of the great sage Alberto, 99% studied. Lydia and Magner are sitting on the floor nearby, playing cards. Magner looked at the guy and asked the girl what he was doing. Lydia replied that she didn't know. Magner turned her head and screamed that she had lost again. Lydia was some kind of genius or what? The girl raised her hand, screamed joyfully and smiled. Larson began to get up from the floor. The guy stood up, clenched his hand into a fist. He had fully learned the use of magic. The great sage Alberto's mana cultivation was easy to learn. His understanding of fighting spirit and mana had greatly increased. Larson thought that fighting spirit is a type of energy that comes from mana. A fact that they cannot be mixed is not entirely true. Larson looked thoughtfully to the side and thought that in his current state he could use them together. Larson clenched his fist. Streams of mana began to swirl around his body, and energy waves emanated to the side. Lydia stood up, looked at the guy and asked if he was okay. The girl approached the guy and touched his back, saying that his body was on fire. Lydia abruptly removed her hand in pain and screamed, her hand. Magner watched Lydia blow on her palm and asked what was wrong with him. Larson closed his eyes, concentrated and thought. He should focus on the changes happening to his body. Imagine that he was observing the universe. The guy imagined himself in space among the stars. Mana envelops him. He imagines that mana is the holy grail and sends energy through his body. Mana began to flow into the heart. A notification appeared on the screen. Due to the influence of easy-to-learn mana cultivation, the magic combat technique imprinted in his body was refined. The mid-level magic combat technique was imprinted in his heart. There was a bright energy flash in the room. Larson clenched his teeth and fists. Strong streams of mana emanated from him and energy sparkled like lightning. A notification appeared on the screen again. Mid-level magic combat technique enhancement activated. Mid-level magic combat technique body activated. Larson raised his hand, palm up, which was shrouded in mana, looked at the screen in surprise and thought, an average level magical combat technique, strengthening and body. Larson remembered his training. He sat with a bucket on his head, and his mentor told him that his will become power. Mana obeys this will and triggers the 4 main changes. The guy remembered how he sat on the shore of a pond with a bucket on his head and trembled with fear because piranhas were jumping out of the water around him. Larson's mouth opened with the realization that strengthening was an improved version of self-defense, and the body was an improved version of advanced weight use. Larson looked at his fist and realized that his attacks and defense had increased. The guy imagined a long-haired woman on the throne and thought that if he fulfilled the conditions of Curdle and Alberto, he would become as strong as Kaisa Mighton, the first head of the family. Larson looked at the girl who was calling him and asked what was wrong. Lydia looked at him in fear and asked if he was still Larson. Yes, the guy answered, of course. Lydia looked at him with big eyes, pressed her hand to her chest and said that she saw a guy in front of her, but something was wrong. Larson looked away and asked, "What do you mean?" And Lydia scratched the back of her head and said, "Something changed in him." The guy thought that it seemed like Lydia felt the change in her own way. Meringue and Lydia looked at the guy after he addressed them by name. The full moon illuminated the house, from the window of which a guy's voice could be heard. He needed to tell them something important. Magner walked along a moonlit path among the trees. The girl looked forward thoughtfully. Magner recalled how Larson, standing on the carpet, said that he needed to go home, Lydia clarified, to his house, and the girl, folding her arms on her chest, said, so that's what he wanted to say. Magner spread her hands and said, what does it matter to her, and heard the guy's answer that life in the Mighton house would be hard for her. The girl replied, of course, she doesn't like being locked up. Larson looked after the leaving girl and said that in 2 years he would enter into a fight for the inheritance. Magner, without turning around, waved her hand and said that such long conversations were useless. The guy added that someday he might need her help. Magner looked through the slightly open door and said that she didn't care, she was already tired of following them around. Larson and Lydia looked at the door, which had just closed with a roar. The guy said if she needed him, let her come to the western gate of the Mighton mansion. Magner from behind the closed doors said that she had left. Lydia assumed that the girl was angry because that she won all the time. A white rabbit was jumping across the lawn, and Magner was walking nearby, with her head down, and said, well, great, she was still bored. At the place where the girl stood, an energy explosion occurred, lifting leaves into the air. Magner held the rabbit by the ears, smiled, and spoke, just in time. The girl looked at the shaking animal, sweat running down its face. Magner furrowed her eyebrows and looked to the side. The girl extended her hand, and the happy rabbit galloped away. Magner looked after the running rabbit and said that it was for the best. Magner looked at the sky and said, why are the stars so bright today? The girl stood among the trees in the light of the full moon and said, and how long should she wait? Lydia sat on the bed, swung her legs, and watched Larson button up his shirt. She said that she thought he would be on a pilgrimage for 2 years. The guy explained that he didn't have to leave the house for this. Lydia said that she didn't like it. The girl looked down sadly and said if he came back now, they would just laugh at him. She didn't want them to treat him like that. Larson replied that it was possible. Larson looked at the window and said that he would just try not to become a laughing stock. Lydia asked how. The guy replied that his friend would arrive soon with an excuse to return. A rider in a cloak was riding on a horse along a stone road between houses. On one of the streets, the dead bodies of knights lay on the ground. Only 2 people from the guard were alive. A cry was heard from the house that the knights of the Holy War had been destroyed. A man in the guise of a bull, with horns and a tail, approached them and said that this was fun. Helmut put out his fist and looked at the knights who shouted to him that he was a murderer. The bull in response asked again, what, is he a murderer? Helmut smiled broadly, stuck out his spiked fist and said that he was not a killer, they were weaklings. The bull looked carefully to the side and said, is it his fault that they fly apart and die from the shock? Helmut saw a rider on a horse who stopped nearby. The knights looked at him with horror in their eyes and shouted in one voice for him to run away. This is a murderer who escaped from Alcat prison. The hooded rider lowered his head and calmly asked if they could move. Helmut raised his fist and charged, shouting, what, move? The bull hit the horse in the face so that splashes of blood flew in different directions. The knights' faces contorted at what they saw. One of them shouted that he was a scoundrel. A horseman stood on the roof under the full moon. He looked at the bull and calmly asked why he killed the horse. It was not guilty of anything. Helmut looked up in surprise and shouted when he climbed up there, and in response he heard a cry that he would kill. The man in the cloak used his magical powers, jumped from the roof and threw a pile of stones at the enemy. The rider looked at the bull lying on the ground, which was covered in blood, and told him not to scream so loudly at night. The rider looked at the beast coughing blood and said to him to be kinder from now on. The knights looked in amazement at what was happening. One of them shouted, Helmut. The rider took off his hood, under which was hiding a girl with long pink hair named Rosalind. She said, this idiot. The girl looked to the side and said, why did he make an appointment in such a miserable city? Rosalina stood leaning on the door frame. She folded her arms over her chest and said, hello? Larson asked why without knocking. The girl, standing at the door, looked at the guy and said, he already knew it was her, didn't he? There's no need for formalities. Larson, without turning to her, said, Rosalind, she has become taller. The girl looked at him in surprise. Rosalind looked at the guy and asked why he wanted to return to the Mighton family. Larson threw up his hands and replied that the world outside turned out to be more dangerous than he thought. Lydia sat on the bed, eating cookies and watching what was happening. Rosalina folded her arms across her chest and thought that Larson Mighton, that idiot, was always showing off, thinking that he was better than her, and then she said that her uncle was still talking. Larson turned his head and asked Magner, and the girl continued to say that he was much stronger than her. He was right. Rosalind looked surprised and asked why. Why does he give off fighting spirit? Larson turned his head, mana swirled around him, and Rosalind screamed, could he really wield both mana and fighting spirit at the same time? Larson looked to the side and thought, she sees his fighting spirit. This is the Grandel's greatest talent. The guy imagined the smiling face of his mentor and thought that, moreover, that old man used him to provoke Rosaline. Rosalind stood confidently on the floor and asked the guy to follow her. The girl extended her hand, looked to the side, a black panther appeared above her head. She offered to fight. Larson asked, why? The guy looked at the surprised face of the girl, who raised her fist and shouted that. Larson calmly replied that he did not work for free. What could she offer in return, and asked her not to say that she had not prepared anything. Rosalind looked in surprise, put her palm to her chest and shouted that this was a great opportunity to test each other's level. Wasn't it? Larson replied that it sounded like something Cassin would say. He was not interested in that. The girl lowered her eyes in disappointment and asked, so he won't fight her? From the house, where the light was on and only one window, came the voice of a guy who asked, is this what she wants? And the girl's irritated voice sounded in response, of course. Larson put on his jacket, looked to the side and asked her to bet that if he won, she would take him to the Grandel library. Larson and Rosalind stood at a distance from each other in a clearing among the bushes. The girl remembered how she stood in the room and listened to the guy's words. If he wins, she will take him to the Grandel library. If she wins, he will fulfill one of her wishes. She thought, a wish, she needs to think. Rosaline stood on the ground, looked to the side and thought, in a windy place with tall grass it is inconvenient for a wizard to fight. A fire mage can wound an opponent without harm to himself. And then she said, he should know that she doesn't do anything half-heartedly. If you think about it, I wanted to practice some of the subtleties of martial arts, right? Larson put his fist forward and replied that yes. The girl asked him to clarify which one he was talking about. Larson replied, crushing. Rosalind raised her hands up and began to knead them with the words, crushing, okay, and suggested starting. The girl began to quickly approach him, and the guy looked in surprise and thought that she jumped up so quickly. Larson looked at the girl who was floating in the air and thought that Rosaline's body seemed incredibly light. Rosaline threw a kick. Larson raised his fist and blocked her blow with the thought that the blows were heavy. It was immediately clear that she had trained a lot. Rosaline suddenly struck the guy in the legs. Larson fell to the ground and watched as the girl was about to throw the next blow. He thought, and immediately the next combo technique. Larson looked at the girl's foot, which was approaching his face, and thought about whether he should try it, and activated the mid-level magical combat technique enhancement. There was an explosion. The girl was thrown back by the wave, stones scattered to the sides, lightning was visible in the center of the explosion. Rosaline looked ahead in surprise. Rosaline was thrown to the side, landing on the ground and wondering what it was. Her attack was going to hit him on the right side of the chin. Larson stood calmly and looked forward. Rosalind remembered how she sat with her uncle at the table and ate. Magner told her if she could hit him at least once, he would fulfill any of her wishes. The girl happily asked again, really, anything at all? And her uncle laughed in response and said that it's unlikely she'll succeed. Rosaline looked at her uncle with resentment in her eyes, holding a piece of pie on her fork. She said, why is that? Now she can easily defeat Larson. The girl began to rise from the ground and asked the guy if he wanted to counterattack now. Larson replied that yes. Rosalind asked why he didn't do it. Larson looked at her calmly and said that the time was not right. Rosalind clenched her teeth and thought he wanted to disgrace her. The girl jumped up and kicked in the air with the words, then they will fight for real. A strong energy wave flew towards the guy. Larson was thrown back by the impact and thought it was as if his truck had been run over. Rosaline pushed off the ground and rushed like lightning to attack. Larson looked at the approaching girl, who was working very quickly with her fists, and thought that she had incredible endurance. The guy watched as she struck him with blows, and he calmly blocked them with his hand, and thought that each blow was supported by fighting spirit. Rosaline clenched her teeth and furiously delivered blow after blow. Larson knocked her down, grabbed her hand and thought, if he were in her place, he would already be exhausted. He must finish this before anyone gets hurt. Larson held the girl's hand as she landed on her back on the ground. Rosaline clenched her teeth and glared. Larson extended his fist to her face, which was burning with magical fire, and said that the victory was his. From the tall grass, someone clapped his hands and said, yes, he really won. Larson thought, who? Rosalind, sitting on the ground, turned her head to the man who came out of the grass and screamed, Dad, why did he follow her? Larson looked at the man with a burning fist and thought, Dad, if this is Rosalind's father. Larson took a closer look and realized that it was Velatudor Grandel, the head of the Grandel family. A man in a kimono and hat fanned himself and looked at the children. Larson said that he, the son of the Mighton family, was welcoming the Dark King of Mercy. The man replied that there was no need for formalities. Rosalind looked at her father in confusion and screamed. She said that she could handle it herself. Larson at that moment thought that if he had accidentally hit Rosalind, he would have been in trouble. Velatudor smiled and said, so why is the son of the Mighton family so interested in the Grandel library? Rosaline put her hands to her sides and looked curiously at the guy who was talking because he still had a lot to learn about martial arts. The man looked thoughtfully and realized that this child was not nervous at all, and obviously was not lying, and replied, "Okay, he will send an official invitation to the Mighton family." Larson thought with a smile in his eyes, "Great, it turned out better than he planned." Rosalind opened her mouth in surprise when she heard her father say that under his responsibility he would show the guy everything up to the second grade library. The girl screamed, "Dad, even she hasn't been there yet." Velatudor covered his mouth with a fan, looked at the guy and thought, Larson Mighton, it would be nice to leave him next to Rosalind, and said out loud, "He will be waiting at the Grandel estate. Larson will be their guest of honor." A chicken was pecking at a worm in the sand, and a man walked past it. Larson approached the Badger's outbuilding, a wooden house with a green roof. The guy looked forward and opened his mouth in surprise. Larson turned around and saw a man. He thought it was his father's right hand and his faithful shadow, Senkin. The man looked at the guy and said, "After he sees his mother, let him come to the main house." Larson asked, "His father called him?" Senkin answered yes. Larson bowed and replied that he understood. Larson looked into the courtyard, where there was no one, and thought, and then disappeared. He really was like a ghost. The guy walked to the door and thought. He returned to the Mighton house, but his father allowed him to see his mother first, much more humane than he expected. Larson opened the door with the thought that the very fact that he was called directly. Era stood in the room and asked the owner, did he refuse the pilgrimage? The girl looked at the owner, who gave her his cloak and said that's what she thought. Larson answered, "Of course not." Looked at his mother, who was sitting at the table, and said that he was home. Soso told him, "Welcome home." It was hard. Mom raised the mug of hot tea, looked at her son and told him to rest before leaving again. Then she asked the maid to bring Libo a tea, which she brewed last time. Larson looked at Era leaving, who said that everything would be ready now, and thought that Era and Mom had not changed. Larson smiled and said, so that's when he arrived at his first hotel. Soso looked at the tea in her cup and said that she knew he could handle it. In the yard near the house, a dog was running after chickens, and from the house one could hear the voice of a guy telling his mother that it was time for him to visit his father. Larson stood in the doorway with a serious look and told his father that he was home. Larson went to his father, who asked him to submit a report. As the head of the family, the father should be aware of the actions of the contender for the place of heir. Decatra looked seriously at his son and said that he was sure that his son could tell a lot about the changes that had happened to his body. Larson wondered if he should tell everything. While his mother was here, his father was not on his side. Larson knelt down and said that he never intended to hide this from his father. The guy looked in front of him and thought that he would have to tell him most of it, and then said that he had a fighting spirit in his body. Larson looked at the large glass container that was emitting a blue glow and said, thus, he can now use the elemental attribute system and magic combat techniques even though he is just a beginner. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and mana and energy lightning began to emanate from him. He said, if he can control the fighting spirit, then he can develop using the same method as the first head of the family. The father looked at him carefully and asked if anyone besides him knew about this. Larson replied, only his friends, Lydia and Murray. The guy remembered his girlfriends, and the father said that if he were in his place, he would kill them. Larson dropped his hands and asked because the dead don't talk. The father answered yes, and the guy added that the dead couldn't help. Decatra stood on the steps and looked at his son with the words, it's also true. Larson said that the father was strong from birth, so strong that he did not need anyone's help, but the son is different, he cannot be alone yet. Larson introduced his mother's face and said, moreover, he cannot protect his mother alone. His father furrowed his eyebrows and said that he respected his choice and advised him to keep it a secret from his family, even from Ibelia. Larson imagined his sister's face splashed with blood and said that he understood it. Decatra imagined an eagle flying in the sky and said that the son must remember, the main predator must show only 7 parts of his strength and hide 3 claws. The father imagined a white rabbit sitting in the grass and said, however, the prey must show 3 parts of its strength and hide 7. Larson smiled slightly and said that he would remember this, and promised his father that he would rise to a place where he would have to show 7 parts of his strength and hide 3, no, where he could show all his strength. The father lowered his eyes and smiled. There was a letter with a red seal on the table. Senkin asked what it was. Decatra replied, it was an invitation from Velatudor. The head of the family and his assistant are sitting at a table on which there is a letter. Senkin asks in surprise, the head of the Grandel family. What is written there? Decatra calmly replies that he wants to officially invite Larson to his place. The assistant asks, why is this even necessary? His father looked up, smiled and said he appreciated his potential. Senkin gritted his teeth and shouted, what does it mean? This is practically an official statement that Larson is stronger than Rosaline. Decatra smiled a little and said, Larson seems to have really gotten involved in a war of inheritance. Larson and Era are walking along the stone floor. Confucius with a backpack on his shoulders is running, trying to catch up with them. A notification appeared on the screen that the heavenly mage had partially eliminated his suspicions regarding the plot hole. The missing probability had been established. Larson stood on the balcony and looked at the night sky. He thought, the magician of heaven. As he thought, the magician of heaven is the father, he believed in this absurd story that Larson hid his abilities until he was 10 years old. The guy looked thoughtfully into the distance, put his finger to his chin, and thought that the fact that he deliberately restrained his doubts meant that he knew about their impact on the world around him. Larson did not think that probability could be obtained in this way. The guy turned his head to the maid, who immediately responded. He asked if she had finished the preparations. Errol lowered her eyes and answered, yes, she and Hampton collected everything that was in the area. On the table lies a mountain of gifts wrapped in multicolored paper. Evian knitted her eyebrows and said seriously that the librarian does not accept paid requests from candidates for heir. Larson spread his hands and looked at his sister, who was looking at the gifts. He said, paid requests? Yes, but it's just polite. To bring a few gifts to friends when he returned from a long trip? Evian replied. Yes, but Larson thought that he can hear his sister's heartbeat even from here. Evian turned around and looked at her brother with the words that time she helped him with Carson because she succumbed to emotions, but this will not happen again. Larson and his sister stood near the shelves with books. The guy smiled and said that he was not here for that, and asked her to help him find the book. Evian looked in surprise and asked what book he was looking for. Larson put on a serious expression and said, all the books related to the great sage Alberto. Could she find every book that mentioned the sage Alberto in the content or title? Evian imagined a large, beautiful building with a sun on the pediment and said, as quickly as possible, she would check every book in the Starlight Library. The sister remembered another building with a moon above the entrance and said that she would even send a request to the Library of Sunlight and Moonlight. Evian looked carefully at her brother and asked why he needed books about Alberto. Larson raised his hand and replied, it's not forbidden, is it? The sister looked thoughtfully in front of her and said, no, but, and asked if she could offer him a book. The brother asked which one. Larson looked in surprise at the book that appeared in his hand, and his sister said, of course, this is not the best thing there is. Larson looked at the cover and read that this is a tome of Ice Magic Nozrin for beginners. The guy thought, Ice Magic Nozrin is an advanced school of ice magic, owned by Evian. The sister looked at him and said, if he comes across something unfamiliar, let him ask her. She will answer him like a librarian. Evian walked up to the gifts, raised her hands, and they disappeared. Larson looked at the book and thought, there is no author's name here. Evian must have written it herself. The guy imagined the displeased face of the Grail, from which pieces of ice were sticking out, and thought that if he could put ice magic into the Holy Grail of superiority, he would have a new way of fighting. Larson looked forward with a smile. Under the night sky stands a tall training center building. The bodies of the monsters lay motionless on the ground. Noah exclaimed with a pleased expression on his face. It looked like he had learned to use the drop shield as expected from the genius of geniuses, Carlton Mighton. Carlton stood with a water shield in his hand. There was a magical shark above his head. The guy noted that an element such as water is best used for protection. Noah smiled and said that he was simply amazed every time he saw it. Carlton replied that he was in better shape than ever and asked to call him. The center worker adjusted his glasses and asked, what does he mean? The guy turned his head, pulled out a staff with a crystal on the end, from which a whirlpool with a shark burst out, and said, Larson Mighton, time to teach him a lesson. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.